Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Friday edition with the rumors percolating on DFW Sports Station, your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Choppy's off today. We got PayPay running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we start off with the latest from Trey Wingo. Used to be an ESPN NFL reporter, kind of doing his own thing like a lot of other people in the podcast world, and he shook up the Metroplex with his very latest. Things are moving fast with Maxx Crosby. Last night, Dallas thought they were close to a deal, but since then, other teams have raised the ante and potentially are offering the Raiders 2 first-round picks. Expected Dallas to now shift their focus to Trey Hendrickson, the G-Bag Nation, going and getting the guest of the day yesterday in the afternoon, Trey Wingo joining the fellas. We'll get to that audio in a second. Bobby Belt, your initial reaction.
Well, so my first thought of it is, okay, who would Trey be talking to? And like who would the connect be? Because this is a couple times he's weighed in on the Cowboys relative to the Raiders and Crosby.
First time. And I thought he was like presenting an opportunity to challenge and fight G-Bag yesterday. He's like, yeah, I did this back in October and I kind of caught some heat from you guys. And they're like, yeah, it was from us. But he had talked about Cowboy interest in Maxx, and everyone's like, whatever. What are you doing, Trey Wingo? You're trying to get people to your podcast. And then Glazer came out and confirmed it, and then Jerry Jones came on our show and raved about Maxx. So Wingo was proven to be correct back then, and now we have a second time.
Yeah, I would say my suspicion is that his information on this is probably from the Raiders, which is fine. You got to get the information from one of the teams involved. But the only thing that gives me a little bit of pause on stuff like that is the idea of, okay, is this the Raiders trying to, they've made up their minds they're going to do something, and they're trying to stir up the market a little bit more potentially. In terms of when they talk about potentially teams are offering 2 first-round picks. Because I do think the Cowboys are calling on him. Like, I think the Cowboys are calling on Crosby. I think they're willing to give up a first-round pick for Crosby. I don't know if, all right, is that going to be enough relative to the rest of the league? I think the Cowboys don't know if that's going to be enough relative to the rest of the league. And it helps if Wingo or other people start talking about, well, there's 2 first-round picks out there on the table from other teams. The Raiders can say, then the Cowboys can go, you're bluffing. Well, if somebody in the media starts saying it, maybe that media person knows somebody. And so I think that by this coming out, it definitely signals to me there are discussions and somebody's trying to leverage something in relation to the Cowboys and the Raiders.
I'll analyze the negotiation itself. Based upon what Wingo is saying, I like the way the Cowboys are moving on this so far. All right, hey, we're going to offer you a first-round pick. I'm really hoping it was 20 and not 12. I'll be so much happier if it's 20 and not 12. And they said, all right, here's your first-round pick. The Raiders then take that, and they're like, oh, that sounds pretty good. But now we have to tell the other possible interested parties what it is. So they hypothetically then call Philadelphia, Chicago, Washington, fill in the blank. And those teams then said, now wait a second, hang on now. We can beat that. We can top that. We can sweeten the offer a little bit. The Raiders then went back to Dallas, told them that, and then here we are this morning. Now, if something doesn't happen like today or this weekend, does that mean that the better offer than the Cowboys is not really in play and is not going to happen, and the Raiders then come back to Dallas and say, okay, you know what? We're going to go with our initial gut. You did have the best offer.
Yeah, but do the Cowboys do the same thing back? Well, yesterday's price is not today's price. Like, no, that was the price last week when we were giving you the best offer last week. You don't get to go shop it for a week and come back and then say you want that. No, now we're going to adjust this a little bit. So I do think that when you're talking about sweetening the offer, timing is coincidental. It may be nothing, but I mean, timing is coincidental on DJ Moore getting traded from the Bears yesterday and then picking up an extra second. Okay, so are the Bears trying to move capital? Are they trying to stack capital so that they can go, all right, just sit tight first. We'll get you an extra second. Just you got to give us a day. So I mean, there are these things that are in play that could be going on. I 100% though. I believe. I know they've called, and I know Dallas has discussed. Okay, what are we looking at here? And this is part of what they're thinking of when they say bust the budget or whatever. Bust the budget is just a term, like forget actual monetary value or anything else. Bust the budget just means we are going to act differently and more proactively in player acquisition than you guys are used to. That's what that means.
Here's Trey Wingo yesterday on the G-Bag Nation. Does it feel like the Cowboys are now out of it?
I think that the Cowboys thought they were in a much better position last night. Look, the Raiders can ask for whatever they want, but if somebody's not going to give them what they want, then they may have to reconsider what they're asking. So I wouldn't say they're completely out of it, but I certainly think that the Cowboys' position, or they felt their position, was much stronger last night than it is this afternoon.
And thoughts and prayers with whoever on G-Bag was on a ventilator in the middle of that. Do you hear that?
No, I didn't hear it.
Play back like the last 10 seconds. Listen to that breathing.
So I wouldn't say they're completely out of it, but I certainly think that the Cowboys' position, or they felt their position, was much stronger last night than it is this afternoon.
A little bit.
No, I think that's pretty heavy, but it all feels like negotiation tactics to me. I don't believe somebody may look whenever you really raise the stakes and it gets down to it, and it's like one of those deadlines make deals type things, and you start feeling the pressure. Could somebody just finally break and go, fine, 2 firsts? Sure, I guess that's possible. It hasn't sounded like anybody wants to do that, though. And usually when the league is like in unanimous agreement of that we're not giving that up, most teams don't want to be the one to break because they're like, nobody else is going to do this. Why would we do this? And so, but I mean, if you think you're close, if you're the Bears and you think you're close.
Well, here's good news on that front. If you're a Cowboy fan wanting Maxx Crosby to come back to his Colleyville roots, Adam Schefter says, I would be surprised if Maxx ends up in Chicago. So he said that yesterday. So I'm mentally, hopefully, crossing the Bears off of that list. The Bears, of course, picking at number 25 in the first round. And obviously, neither that selection cannot touch either of the Cowboys picks. So 25, and then you add something else to it. Okay, maybe where the Cowboys are just offering up one, like 12, I would think beats 25. You said they got a second round back?
They've got, now they have.
From Buffalo?
After the Buffalo trade, they've got pick 57 and pick 60. So they got 2 second rounders now.
Okay. Well, then enter that into the mix.
Which the Raiders right now, they enter this draft with, I'm trying to see how much capital they have. They have a pick in each of the first rounds. They have 3 fourth rounders, a 5th, 2 6th, and a 7. So if they were able to add another second as they're trying to rebuild and they're trying to stack talent, then yeah, I mean, I think that would be attractive to them.
Is there a team, Trey Wingo, that is out there willing to give up 2 firsts?
Well, there's the report that Chicago was thinking about it. There's also, I've heard that the Philadelphia Eagles might dipping in the waters here, and God knows Howie Roseman knows how to do this better than anybody. And so if there was a team that would do it, it wouldn't surprise me if it was Philadelphia, because Howie keeps figuring out ways to find picks and money where no one else seems to be able to get it done. So I look, again, you're worth what someone's willing to pay you, right? The Raiders say he's worth this much. And if somebody reaches that threshold, great. But if they don't, then they may have to lower what their threshold is. I do feel one way or the other, Maxx Crosby will be playing for somebody else next year.
So I love that Dallas is not trying to play ball with 2 first rounders. That's part one that I love. Part two that I like is where they're moving on to next, according to Wingo. And I had brought this up probably a month and a half, 2 months ago when we kept talking about Crosby, and I was like, what about Trey? We're just kind of forgetting Trey Hendrickson. I don't have to give up picks. I do still have to pay him, And there's a little bit of a worry that Brian Broaddus put in my head that somebody in Cincinnati quickly threw cold water on right in front of Broaddus. It was a funny...
In your face, Brian.
It was a funny interaction as we're sitting there in the restaurant in the lobby. And I'm like, hey, is Trey good? Tell the old man here. And I say, Trey's good. And Broaddus like, yeah, young pup.
He didn't check him at all?
He did a little. He's like, are you sure?
Like he checked me on Reuben Bain when we were sitting there and wanted to scream at me.
That was a forecheck into the glass. This was not a hard check into the lobby wall there at the restaurant. But why not Trey Hendrickson? So how much of a drop-off is Wingo hearing there is from Maxx to Trey?
I don't know that there is. I mean, the guy, look, obviously he's a little older than Maxx, but this is a guy, whenever he's been out there, like 2 years ago, every time I watched a Bengals game, he was the best player on the field, like by a wide margin at his position. And I was just like, this guy is unbelievable. And I still think he has that in him. You know, I find it interesting when we talk about organizational issues. Look at what the Chiefs did by trading Trent McDuffie, and they get a slew of picks in return. And they're like, we weren't going to sign him, so we need to get something in return. Well, what did the Bengals do last year? The Bengals, a holdout, couldn't get a long-term deal done, signed him to a one-year deal. The defense was historically bad again, and Joe Burrow got hurt, and the Bengals have another lost season. And now they're letting him go for nothing. This is why the Chiefs, outside of last year, are always in the playoffs, and the Bengals are nicknamed the Bungles. They don't get it. They're just letting one of their best players walk away. They should have traded him a year ago, and they would have gotten something in return. Now, after another lost season, and not really to Trey's fault, they're getting zero in return, and that's why they're the team that they are.
Pepe, is all this exciting you last night? And what is the red rash that's been on your face the past 2 days? What is this? Is it through rash? Is it through the glass, or I'm gonna have you come in here? It's on the other side.
Oh, it's on this side.
Yeah.
Is it a rash, or is that the red light on the mic illuminating his face?
Maybe it is the red light on the mic.
Is it red? Dang, I put some cream on there too last night too.
See?
Yeah, I've heard that about you.
Are you sleeping on the right side of your face?
I have no idea, but
you don't know what side you sleep on.
I mean, I
You're
twist
not a
and turn.
stomach sleeper, are you?
No. I'm not a back sleeper either. I'm like on the side, but I twist and turn. I twist and turn depending on what time of the night I guess it is. Early on, I'm probably left side, facing the bathroom door, and then I'll turn over to the right side.
Where do you stand on all this talk? Are you getting excited or nervous that the Cowboys may blow up their 2 first-round picks?
I mean, I'm 29 years old. I've heard this, I think, every single year, that anytime there's a free agent that's out there, or someone, big-time superstar, the Cowboys are always in the mix. I'm going to believe it till I see it kind of guy, I'll believe it when I see it.
And what do you want Maxx for?
I'm fine with giving up 12. I'm fine with 12. Both, no. If it's 12 and then next year, I think I'm cool with that.
Dang!
I think I'm cool with that because it's like next year, I'll worry about next year. Hopefully we're picking in the 30s next year, in the first round. It doesn't matter. But, you don't give up. Give me at least one of the first-round picks now. But, this whole 12 and a player, I don't think you need to give up a player. Don't give up a player here.
Okay. What if I'm going to just throw out a scenario to you. What if Dallas goes, fine, we're giving you 2 firsts. We'll give you 20, and we're going to give you the other pick next year that doesn't go to the Jets. And so the offseason becomes, let's just say, you get Crosby, you pick Downs at 12, and you get Nakobe Dean in free agency. Is that enough overnight to go like, all right, they've got a shot?
No.
Okay.
I'm thinking about it, but
corner, corner still feels too empty. I mean, Downs could play some corner for you. Like he would be kind of your nickel guy at that point.
After his degenerative knee recovers.
Well, see, there's that aspect of it too.
All right, we have a player that was just released in Chicago that the Cowboys were tied to. And is Kyle Shanahan about to make us look really bad because Matt Eberflus has new life around the rest of the National Football League with free agency next week? Glad you're waking up with us, part of the 6 a.m. club for the Friday edition of Sean and Bobby right here on 105.3 The Fan. But let me give you the same exact Friday message that I always get from the Tolo team of attorneys. You got A Cooper Flag and Jason Tatum against the Mavericks tonight. All that is coming up at 7 o'clock this morning. It's Sean and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan. Choppy is off for the weekend. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have a ton of NFL to get to. No other place that you're going to get that information than right here, right now. Of course, news of the day is Trey Wingo, formerly of ESPN, saying the Cowboys thought that they were close to a deal with Trey Hendrickson with Maxx Crosby on Wednesday night. Apparently other teams said, no, we can go ahead and top that offer. So the Cowboys may be turning their attention to Trey Hendrickson. Trey Wingo went on the G-Bag Nation yesterday.
Also, we do have some just brief breaking former Cowboys news, if you want it.
Sure.
Tyler Biadasz has found a home. 3 years, $30 million with the Chargers. He's going to be their starting center next year.
Okay.
According to Ian Rappaport.
A former Cowboy is now going to San Francisco. Kyle Shanahan hires Matt Eberflus.
So that's improvement.
I don't know. As their assistant head coach of defense. So Eberflus filling a role vacated when Gus Bradley left for Tennessee. Matt Eberflus hired by Kyle Shanahan.
Okay. I don't know why anybody's doing this. I mean, it sort of makes sense from San Francisco's perspective, sort of, in the sense that when Matt Eberflus was a big up-and-coming coach, he tried, when he first got to San Francisco, he tried to hire Eberflus as his defensive coordinator in San Francisco, and the Cowboys blocked it. It actually caused stuff to get sour between Eberflus and the Cowboys, and that's why he left. He was supposed to be the heir apparent to Rod. Reason that didn't happen is because he wanted to get the crack at the interview. Cowboys blocked it. He's like, okay, well, screw y'all. And so when his contract ran out, he just left. But they've got history. So all the way back to when Shanahan was in Cleveland, Eberflus was on staff there, and then obviously tried to hire him there. So he had always liked him. I don't know what Matt Eberflus is doing.
He's coaching. He's loving life coaching.
Take a year off.
He's not going to be the defensive coordinator. He's an assistant.
But I mean, that was a big role for them last year, Gus Bradley's role. Like, I mean, it is. You're not the defensive coordinator, but you are. That's a job they want, like being actively involved in stuff. And I just don't know that he needs to be doing that.
You take a year off, and you may be totally forgotten. I think these types of things always serve as a good reminder of. All right, Matt Eberflus has been a coach in this league for a long time. Like. In reality, he's not a moron. I know a lot of us just think that he's a moron, and he coaches defense like a moron, and he did an all-time bad job. But then when someone like Kyle Shanahan goes and hires you, I'm like, oh.
What are we missing?
What did we screw up in order to not make his expertise work? And that screw-up could be pointed right at the front office with the lack of talent that they gave Eberflus to work with.
Yeah, I would say that... I think he's I don't think
like what I'm trying to say is if you put 10 defensive coordinators in a room and you had them all go up there and talk ball and draw a crap on a whiteboard, I don't think it's obvious that Matt Eberflus is the dumbest one in there.
No, he's not like, yeah, let's be clear. He's not stupid. That's not the case at all. In fact, there was a time where he was super. I'll say this. I think he's stubborn.
Yeah.
And I mean, some would say that's a form of ignorance and lack of intelligence. I think he's stubborn and he is slow to trends. And so that's an issue right there.
And I've heard nonstop that he's a good person. He's a great man.
He's a broken man.
I don't know that I've heard those same things about Eberflus inspiring a room, right? Or like connecting with guys that absolutely love him.
Yeah, back in the day, maybe he was a fiery guy back in the day. But I mean, I think Chicago and Dallas broke him. Like he was. You listen around that organization, some people around the Cowboys will almost talk to you about like, God, we just felt so bad for him. Like it's. I mean, a lot of it his own doing, a lot of his own stubbornness, but it's also like. Man, he had a tough. That was tough last year. Just on a very personal level, that was a tough thing to go through. And again, I know a lot of people are gonna go, I have no sympathy for it. I'm not saying you have to, but I'm saying this is back-to-back stops that have ended with him being essentially broken and publicly embarrassed. Go take a year to just chill a little bit, figure some things out. You don't need to be around it. This is, you said, yeah, it's been more than enough time away from Chicago. It was 2 months. Okay, well, this is 2 months away from the Cowboys, and now you're back in another job, and that wasn't enough time last time.
Let's talk about the huge deal that was made yesterday. Well, some signings flowing in. I guess we can get you that breaking news right now. Well, last night, Danielle Hunter got $40 a year from the armpit. The Texans and 5-time Pro Bowl defensive end Danielle Hunter agreed to terms on a 1-year, $40 million deal. So that is Hunter re-signing with the Texans. The Bears released Tremaine Edmonds. That was a name that someone threw out as a possible Cowboy connection a few weeks ago. He is going to get cut.
Yeah, I like Edmonds as an option to kick around if he's going to be a free agent, because, yeah, there was talk about could he get traded. We knew that it sounded like this is likely where it's heading, because they were like, well, he could get released if he doesn't end up getting a trade partner. So usually when that's said, they get released and there's just no trade that happens. So, no, I like kicking the tires on Edmonds. The Hunter thing is an interesting juxtaposition just on the news that we got 2 days ago that the Vikings are ready to bail on Jonathan Grenard, who that's basically who Houston and Minnesota swapped, was Hunter and Grenard. And Hunter's a few years older, but has been better in Houston than Grenard's been in Minnesota. So I think the 1-year, $40 million setup, that's just probably shuffling around money and accelerating it now and trying to get cap flexibility based off that. But still has stuff left in the tank, and I think Hunter's really, really good.
The big deal yesterday, the Buffalo Bills trade for former Bears and Panthers receiver DJ Moore. I'm going to flex on Bobby here and criticize Buffalo a little bit. Ooh. When the compensation came in, I was taken aback. It proves that I'm going to be right if, hopefully not, but if George Pickens is dealt, that the market is set, that Buffalo gave up a second and more and change for DJ? A second rounder for DJ Moore? No way I would have guessed that yesterday. Is Buffalo's general manager extra desperate? Yes. Are they trying to go ahead and help out Josh? Yes. Are they trying to, fill that seat of Keon Coleman and that poor kid and the backlash he took in that press conference? Yes. But Buffalo gets DJ Moore in a fifth. Chicago gets a second rounder. Wow.
Yeah, so I would say so I would have, I think when we talked about DJ Moore previously, I thought he was like a third round value.
Yeah.
So he gets a little more, but there is a fifth rounder thrown into it just to sweeten it a little bit. Also, I was surprised when I was looking at it yesterday, because I thought I was going to look at it and I thought it was going to be way more obvious that Pickens, obviously last year Pickens was better, but I thought it was going to be obvious that even over the last 4 years, Pickens had been a better player than DJ Moore. Their numbers are pretty close. Like they've generally kind of been the same receiver, and DJ Moore's had his own issues with quarterback stability and things like that. Caleb Williams finally was kind of coming into his own this year, and by that point it's like, well, he's already transitioning over to some bigger weapons here. But I like that this deal gets done in March. It gives everybody a full 9 months to prepare for why it's DJ Moore's fault that Josh Allen loses again.
Yeah, I got the tweet from Tolo T. Rainey. All right, here you go. As if Josh needs more help, and I said no, he did need more help, no pun intended. And I'm gonna write my first excuse card in pencil here and put it on the board. I don't know that DJ Moore is all right. Well, now you have no excuses, Josh.
No, he's not. He's not one of those players.
He's not one of those guys.
A couple years ago, maybe you think of him like that when he's coming off Pro Bowl seasons, but
he's coming off of 50 and 682.
Is George Pickens a no excuse player?
Yes.
So if he would have gone to Buffalo, then you'd be like, well, you got no excuses now.
Yes.
I mean, he did have Diggs there for a few years and couldn't do it either. And so, but I mean, I think DJ Moore's a nice pickup for them.
I mean, he lost to MJ in his prime with the way Mahomes was playing.
Yes. Look, it's the most ridiculous example of, well, you did everything you could when they hit Travis Kelce for like a 50-yard gain with no time left, kick a field goal, and then win it overtime. You should have won that game. Like, there's nothing you could do. But it's I think the DJ Moore's a nice addition for them. It does just seem like Buffalo will never quite go to the max. Like they clearly didn't want to go all out on the A.J. Brown stuff. So they're like, let's settle back a little bit here. Let's draft Keon Coleman in the second. Let's do this.
Pepe, who led the Bills last year in receiving?
Was it Shakir?
Yes, it was. 72 catches and 719 yards as your number one threat.
So just under 10 yards per catch.
So Vegas has sent me the updated odds on players and where they're going to end up. Yesterday we told you Crosby, the favorite was actually the Commanders, then Titans, Patriots, 49ers, Cowboys were 7-1, followed by the Rams and the Eagles. By the way, Lane Johnson went and sent the emoji eyes to Crosby yesterday on Twitter. That scared the crap out of me for a good 5 minutes until Trey Wingo came out with his Cowboy report. And maybe, it's not going to be surprising how he is like, no. And what about that, Bob?
Does that, if they go,
you paying a division tax?
If they go, we'll pay you. You give us 2 firsts, and we're sending you Crosby. If you don't give us the 2 firsts, we're sending him to Philly. Yeah, I'd probably just do that at that point.
Philadelphia is at 23 in round 1. So,
yeah, and I don't know what, but I mean, they maybe anticipate. Well, yeah, we can move this pick because we anticipate getting AJ Brown capital back, so we're gonna have picks, and so they may be kind of moving some things around.
Okay. Kyler Murray's next team. Everyone has already decided for Kyler that he's going to make $1.3 million because of the pay on Arizona. They're like, yeah, expect him to just go ahead and take the minimum. And then Oakland Athletics headlines reappeared.
We'll always take you back.
Yeah. They're
We'll
like,
always take you
remember,
back.
he was drafted top 10 in both sports, and the Athletics, I think, still hold some type of baseball rights. Kyler's next team.
The Vikings.
They're third.
Okay, the Jets.
The Jets are the favorite at 3-1 with Miami sandwiched in between. And then after Minnesota, Pittsburgh, Indy, Atlanta. AJ's next team.
Let's go. This was post DJ Moore trade?
No.
Oh, okay. Then I'll say it's Patriots.
It is the Patriots. Well done, Bob. At 3-1, Buffalo was second. Then Baltimore, Denver, the Raiders.
There was a report yesterday from Jeff McClain, the Eagles reporter. He said that it's probably Ravens or Patriots. He said they're not trading them in the division or in the conference.
In
even.
the conference. Mike Evans, it was Buffalo. They're off the board. You'd think, maybe not. Then I maybe have to say Josh doesn't have the excuses anymore if you get Mike and DJ, even though Mike's older. Jacksonville, Carolina, Baltimore, the Giants. Tyreek, Kansas City, Buffalo was there. Giants, Broncos, Packers. Tua's next team.
The service staff at McDonald's?
Pittsburgh
Oh, damn.
at 3-1. And then Arizona, the Jets, Vikings, Falcons, Packers.
He would love that. As much as he struggled with Flores, Tua, he would love him some Big Mike. They would be best buddies, I think, Big Mike and Tua.
877-881-1053 in order to get in on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line. That's the phone number to call in the 720 Expressway to win one of our final pairs of Eagles tickets to go see them in concert. Be careful of that stoplight. Why? This restaurant and bar this weekend may be the last time you can go. And if you're not wearing headphones, you're not on that plane ride. That's all next. Friday edition. Sean and Roberto next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get your weekend set up at her top.
105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Be careful of that stoplight and enjoy that bar and restaurant while you can. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and Bobby. Choppy is out today and through the weekend, obviously, here on DFW Sports Station, an Eagles concert ticket giveaway in the commercial-free Expressway after we tell you about the next move that your Dallas Stars have made at 7 o'clock. Bob, you want to go to the stoplight? That's been the story you cannot get over.
This is about as terrible a story as I think I've ever seen. So back in 2024, May of 2024, there was a man who had started rallying a group of community members in Arapahoe County in Colorado. And he was rallying community members to fight for a traffic signal at an intersection in their area because his wife was hit while crossing the street at the intersection, which sits basically it's just a difficult view from where it is. Like the way cars come up, it's something where it just struck everybody as a liability because of the way it's set up. And he was like, hey, we need a stoplight here because we don't need people getting hit and killed like this. This is such a dangerous intersection. And so Jerry Goldberg had started a whole charity about this called Andy's Light, which was an organization petitioning city officials to approve and fund the installation of a traffic light at the unsafe intersection. Very nice thing. They were actually scheduled to take this up at a city council meeting on March 17th. And then the awful news came out this past weekend that 2 years after his wife died, this guy was killed in a car accident at the same intersection.
Oh, my gosh.
That is insane. Wow. And if I am any living family member, I am suing the hell out of this city for... Look, this was brought to your attention for 2 years, and in the article here, they say Cherry Hills Village Council members were set to discuss the signal for the intersection at a March 17th meeting and have now directed staff to expedite that process. They said in a statement Wednesday, cool, move it up by another week. You've had 2 years, but
what is the intersection or four-way stop that gets you? Where is it? How does it get you? I saw some tweet go viral that came from someone who said, I'm going to need y'all to stop being P words at roundabouts. So that kind of went viral. But what is the roundabout or cross section that always gets you where you're like, they need a light here?
Well, you bring up the roundabouts. I have no idea how those work. Is it who gets there first controls everything? Because I've done that before where it's like, okay, I'm going like, not kind of like the normal way everyone goes, like the busy side of the road.
Yeah.
But I come from the side and I'm confident with it. I make my move first, and then the other guy like cuts me off, and I'm like, okay, I was here first, but then you get to go, and then so I just stop. Whenever there's someone, I stop, and I'm like, are you going to go, or do you want me to go?
Right. When I first started driving in D.C. for college, I experienced my first roundabout. I'm like Ward Circle, DuPont Circle. I'm like, what is this? What the hell is this, and how does it work?
I refuse to believe it. This actually came up, I think, Tuesday while you were out. We were talking about roundabouts because Freakonomics had done a study that said roundabouts, A, are cheaper than traffic lights. Traffic lights apparently are a ridiculous cost. They cost like $500,000 to install.
What?
And then after that, the maintenance every year is like $30,000 a year. And roundabouts can be as little as like $200,000 to install, and then it's done.
Yeah.
And there's nothing left to it. But they've also apparently said that roundabouts improve traffic flow and that there's not as much traffic issues in areas that have roundabouts as opposed to stoplights. I'm like, I don't believe that because nobody knows what to do in them.
I am amazed at four-way stops that don't have lights, how well it can work. And I'm like, why can't society just be like this? Why can't this be a microcosm for society where I'm like, oh, no, it's clear you were here, you go first. And
like, why can't we deplane that way? Like deplaning, if deplaning worked as well as the four-way stop where everybody just understands the rules and efficiently does it, we'd be good.
Deplaning is a beat.
I hate it. So we were talking about, Nick brought it up on Wednesday that the
Cowboy Charter doesn't deplane fast enough?
No, the joy of the Cowboys Charter is the fact that it's a 777 and there's 2 doors. So the back of the plane gets off the back door, the front gets, so you've got 2 exits that people are able to get off of.
Yeah.
And everybody's just ready to get off. So we can get off that plane in 10 minutes probably from the time we're actually like doors are open. 10 minutes the plane's empty, which is pretty good.
Do you have a roundabout or intersection?
So it's funny. I watch these these idiots in cars compilations that go up on YouTube, and there's this awful intersection, not here in Dallas, but there's this awful intersection in Bakersfield, California that routinely is on there. Every month there's somebody blowing through a light just because of the awful angle it's at. But there was a spot in Flower Mound on Valley Ridge where actually there was a story, we talked about it, where a girl was actually tragically killed over there a couple months ago, where it's really difficult going up the hill. That's a difficult one to physically cross, less so driving, but the physical crossing of that area can be a little tough.
United Airlines has updated their policy to require passengers to use headphones when listening to audio or watching video content. According to the policy, United can refuse transport, remove a passenger from the flight, or in some cases permanently ban you if you do not adhere to the policy. They also say that a passenger removed from the flight might be eligible for a refund. So there it is. If you're listening on your computer and you don't have the headphones, you can be gone.
I'm sure there are going to be people,
or whatever device.
I'm sure there are going to be people on the text celebrating this and saying how much they hate it. I don't know how many times.
How much they hate what?
People playing audio without headphones.
Hearing it.
I don't personally, I don't think I've ever, maybe once I've encountered somebody doing this.
Yeah, I was thinking, I've never heard of.
This is so low on the priority list, I feel like, of things that airlines could address and make travel better. Like that's what you're doing? And then you get like Southwest ruining the boarding process, and I don't like the changes that are being made. Other than American Airlines going to the free Wi-Fi, that's pretty good.
That was sweet.
That's a nice change. And with airlines, usually if one of them does it, the rest of them follow. So I would guess we should be getting free Wi-Fi on all the planes.
Yeah, I think it's just a cell phone call. Like that's the loudest thing. You know, the last thing I remember is like the text messages going off with the volume up. So it's ding, 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 ding. And then someone's sitting there and calling their loved one like, all right, you going to go ahead and pick me up from the airport?
Which annoys you more?
Yes.
Loud talking guy on like just on the phone, Bluetooth, whatever else. So you're hearing him talk loudly.
On the plane?
Airport. You could be in the terminal. But loud talking guy on the phone, or the loud talking guy on the phone who also has it on speaker. Because I at least... When they throw it on speaker, my little spectrum brain at least appreciates that I don't have to fill in the gap of what's being said on the other side. Like if I'm going to hear the conversation, I don't want to try to guess what the other side is saying. I'd like to at least know what the full context is of what you're screaming about.
The grocery store loud talker, speakerphone talker is the worst. That's the worst one. You're sitting there with these women that are sitting there on the speakerphone, yapping it up to whoever it is while going up and down the aisles, and you just have to go ahead and abort.
Is that where you most run into it? Is
Yes.
the grocery store?
Yes.
I feel like it's an airport terminal. I do find a lot of people talking on speaker while they're just sitting there waiting for the plane.
Why haven't you posted your comedian photo?
I told you.
What did I get that for?
But it's for me. It's for me.
What's the point of getting the photo if you don't show it off and post it?
Didn't I tell you? I told you at the time. I said that was just for me. I appreciated it. I'm glad, but that was for me to have.
There's no one.
Choppy didn't post his, did he?
No.
I texted him his.
There's no one who's ever gotten a celebrity photo that hasn't posted it within a week's time. Right? Do you have one?
Yeah, I got all my celebrity photos I don't post. I don't want. Look, people in this market. People in this market have called me a fanboy before. I'm not going to look like a fanboy in any industry.
That was Jane Slater.
It was not just Jane Slater.
All right, enjoy your favorite bar or restaurant this weekend while you can.
What do you think of John Taffer from Bar Rescue? Are you familiar with him?
Like him. Me and Choppy were supposed to go on.
He's really?
Yeah.
When?
A couple of years ago, Bar Rescue hit us up, and they're like, hey, they're looking for some local people, local G-listers to go. The night of, like, we have the meeting spot. We have the bar restaurant that we're going to go to, and we're going to be in the car with Taffer. We're going to be the secret people that go in the bar and scope it out and then go back to him. Yeah, there's Sean and RJ supposed to be on Bar Rescue, and then we got canceled.
Were you
for
offended?
No, I didn't want to go.
No, you know what? You know,
it was a weeknight.
You should have been offended. You should have said, you want me to be a mystery diner? Not going to happen in this city. People know me.
I'll be recognized.
That's why they canceled you guys. They're like,
right.
nah, these guys are too popular. We know they have too high a profile. Well, John Taffer.
Just somebody at Highland Park with those uppities. No one will have any idea who I am.
John Taffer was doing
Uptown
an interview this week and was talking about clearly the really bad state of bars and restaurants. A bunch of them have been closing long time. Iconic ones like your pizza place in Denton.
I was just looking for a sushi place for lunch today in Deep Ellum that me and Amanda love. It says permanently closed.
That's one of the worst feelings, by the way, is like a place that you really liked eating. Maybe you didn't go there all the time, but you really liked eating. You're like, ooh, let me go look. And you look it up, and when it's permanently closed, that feels like somebody died almost to me.
Yes.
But John Taffer, giving an interview, was asked about, hey, what's going on with the industry? What's really causing this decline that we've seen that's so aggressively? And he said, costs are higher, customers are less frequent. Things like GLP medications, so we're talking about Ozempic here, are reducing how much people eat, how much people drink. The reduced alcohol consumption trends, there's a lot of factors that are working to compress and work against the industry these days. And that's why, talking about his season of Bar Rescue, this season is so challenging for me because of all of these pressures on all these operators. And these people are in serious debt. It's houses, cars, families on the line. It's a heavy duty situation that I'm thrown into, and I take it really seriously. That's why I'm so aggressive. But it makes sense, but this is the first time I've heard, hey, this is Ozempic.
Yeah.
It's destroying the bar industry.
And people are also like, this generation is drinking less.
Dude, I cannot remember where I saw this. I saw I know we've all heard those sort of references. I saw a bar chart that showed like money spent by generation on alcohol last year, and it was pretty even between Gen X, millennials. Gen Z was 10% of the other generation's like bar size.
So why is that health conscious, you think? Or is it money? Or is it weed?
Yes, money and weed is what I would guess. I would guess that it's, and also they don't socialize. Drinking is a social thing. Like there's not going to be a lot of people just sitting at home scrolling TikTok drinking, other than me.
God, who would not want to go out? Well, Amanda and I would just kill to just go out. I insisted on meeting up with Bobby and his wife and the kids, even if it was in Louisville, because a Saturday patio day for me. That's my dream. That's my absolute dream. Who would
Is it because of the kids? Ever since you had kids, is it more like that?
That I want to go?
Yeah, they want to leave the house and go out.
No, always. In my single days. I'm sitting at a Katy Trail. I'm just sitting there. I'm posted up, bar hopping at patios.
I'll throw it in junk drawer because we don't have enough time for it now. But this goes again to the just Gen Z antisocial behavior thing, because there's this article up now that Gen Z's antisocial behavior has gotten so bad that there are speed dating services based on wrestling so that they can get used to physical touch, which is pathetic. But I had to tell Kristen, I was like, hey, if you see Playboy pop up on the internet history for some reason, know that I was legitimately reading it for the articles.
The Dallas Stars make another move, and the KNC Masterpiece did it. The media for years has been searching for the answer. What went down with Michael Finley taking Luka's beer? Ooh. We finally have the audio next on 105.3 The Fan. But in DFW, spring does not just mean warmer weather and baseball. It means storm season this week and power outages that hit fast and leave neighborhoods in the dark.
Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Rebounded by the Magic. 7 seconds left. Jalen Suggs fires it to Carter. He dunks it in with 1.4 seconds on the clock.
What did you say when this clip started?
This was pathetic.
They blew a 4-point lead. I mean, it's good for us.
Yeah, you love it.
It was a 4-point lead blown with 37 seconds left after Cooper Flagg returned and gave them that 3-point play. They lose on a last-second dunk with 1 tick left on Magic TV. Orlando beats the Mavs 115-114.
Yeah, I just feel like if you're telling me you've got the ball up 1 and it's like under 15 seconds or whatever it was, and you've got a chance to take a shot, you cannot, under any circumstance, lose on a dunk. You have the ball. You're up 1. You missed the shot. And how many times do we watch teams just slow play? This was not like they just had a transition dunk. They just slowly walked up. They're like, oh, yeah, just throw it over there. He can dunk it. They're not going to be there to get there in time to the rim. And so just slipped in behind the defense and was able to casually dunk it with 2 seconds left.
Bad shooting night for Coop. He scored 18 points, also had 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and blocked 4 shots. He had a spectacular block, and he made some history. Cooper Flagg joins Michael Jordan and Luka Doncic as the only players since the merger in 1976 with 1,000 points, 300 rebounds, and 200 assists in his first 50 games. And this is after missing a string of them. The Mavericks have now thankfully lost 15 out of their last 17 games, and they've dropped 5 in a row. Unfortunately, they're still picking 7th.
Yeah, dude,
they're in the 7th spot.
The NBA needs to fix this tanking issue just because we're working hard to lose games over here, and they are not helping us out above us at all. I mean, if you look at Dallas's 2-8 in their last 10, I'm just looking on Tankathon, the teams that are ahead of them. Sacramento also 2-8. Brooklyn really putting in work, 0-10. Indiana 2-8. Washington 2-8.
And they got Trae Young yesterday.
You picked up a game on Utah, 3-7, and then all right, New Orleans is giving you some effort at 6-4 in the last 10 games. But it's
my lottery sim. The Mavericks are picking 1.
Oh, look at that! The very first one. Look at that. Perfect. All right, Cam Boozer, here we come. Or I guess everybody else wants the dude who doesn't want to play basketball.
Co-general manager Michael Finley joined the KNC Masterpiece yesterday and was asked by the fellas how big of an issue tanking is.
Yeah, I think tanking is a big problem. You know, I think a lot of these teams try to outthink the system, so to speak. But I think in the future, I think Mr. Silver, the commissioner, is going to start punishing teams that he thinks is tanking. And I think because of that, hopefully teams will stop. But if you look historically, you know, the teams that had the worst the worst record hasn't gotten the first pick. So it doesn't really work if you're looking at it like that. But, you know, the fact that some of these teams are losing on purpose, it's as a former player, it's just tough to watch. And as a fan, I get it that you can be disappointed in seeing that, but you know, hopefully we can change that narrative in the near future.
I don't know who suggested it in crosstalk yesterday with KNC. Whoever did it was brilliant.
Thank you.
I don't know. Was it you?
Yeah, I think it was.
They said, what do you want to ask Michael Finley? And someone said, the Luka beer. We finally need this answer. Years later, we've never heard the explanation from Michael Finley on why he became a villain for snatching Luka's post-game beer in the celebration. Finally yesterday, Kevin Hagelin and Corey Majors came to the rescue.
But this is the God-honest truth about the beer situation with our former player. So after the game...
Wait, stop.
In Minnesota...
With our former player.
Yeah, so people were pointing this out on the Instagram, the fan Instagram, when they post this clip. There were people going like, you're not even going to say his name.
Wow.
Now, here's the only thing. I don't think this.
Don't give me some tampering.
I'm just saying.
Don't give me some tampering.
Yeah,
crap.
no. I'm just saying that's the.
That's petty.
Yes.
Go ahead. Give me the possible explanation. I'll listen.
Well, it's petty, but here was something else that was pointed out before we hear the rest of this clip. Somebody in the comments who had said, a bunch of people were like, wow, this is super petty, whatever else. Luka Doncic follows like 600 people on Instagram. He does not follow Jason Kidd.
Okay.
He does not follow Nico Harrison.
Okay.
He still follows Mark Cuban, obviously good relationship. Michael Finley is one of the handful of people that Luka still has a social media following on all platforms. He follows Michael Finley. So their relationship, I think, because I had heard this a little bit, that Finley was not in favor of what had happened. And that Finley was just like trying to get through it and like, let's do our best to try and make things work here.
So why didn't he say his name?
So that's what I'm saying is that like my only thing I can go to is like if they have a decent relationship and he's
like busting balls?
No, like almost like maybe it's like maybe he's busting balls or like I said, he's an assistant, he's an interim GM who's just like, I don't know that I can even make a reference or something. Or I don't know.
Listen,
I have no idea. I'm trying to come up with
You
that.
wasted 3 minutes of
I did
radio
not.
time.
I just told you the Instagram follow. That's big news.
Let's continue.
But this is the God honest truth about the beer situation with our former player. So after the game in Minnesota, we win the Western Conference Championship. We're on the way to the finals. I leave the court. I see number 77 standing over there having a beer. And I say, congratulations, young fella. You definitely deserve that beer. And he's like, thanks, fan, thanks. I leave him. I go in the locker room. I celebrate with the rest of the team. We're having a great time. Champagne's being popped. Pictures are being taken. And we're having a jolly old time. And I come out of the locker room, and our social media department is frozen. I'm like, what's going on, guys? What's wrong? They said, we want to take a picture of Luka and his dad. I said, well, take the picture. You guys are great at it. Take the picture. They said, but Luka's holding a beer. He's drinking a beer. I said, well, go take the beer from him. They said, what? We can't do that. I said, okay, I'll do it. So when you watch the video, I take the beer, I hug Luka again, and that's why Luka looked like, man, what are you doing? We just talked about this, and you said it was cool. I take the beer. He looks at me in an odd way. They take the picture. 2 minutes later, he comes back, and I give him the beer. And we continue to celebrate our win.
So he did end up calling him Luka repeatedly, but he started with a former player and 77. Yeah. So I don't know. He's just being playful or something, or he was just trying to. I know how much this hurts people. I shouldn't even say his name.
Does the explanation make sense?
Yes. Yeah, I think it does.
I believe it.
Yeah, I mean, especially because, like I said, we know Luka is petty in the best possible way. He finds motivation from and I took that personally. He does that whole thing. So if he really slighted him like that and took the beer, was like, you can't have this, and I'm not giving it back, I would think that we wouldn't see Luka still following him on social media and liking posts of his.
Right. This is pretty incredible news. I know that the hater is about to chime in here, but it's 6 o'clock tonight on ESPN, the home of the Massholes. Jason Tatum could be returning 10 months after a ruptured Achilles tendon against the Mavericks. What? Joe Mazzulla, coach of the year already because the Celtics were installed yesterday as a new favorite in the Eastern Conference?
We did it!
Is that him? Copying
Yeah, that
KG.
was after the finals win.
Jason Tatum could return tonight. Wow. And look at the Celtics and what they did without him. I mean, that opens up some trade discussions, possibilities in the offseason. The Celtics are the favorites in the East from Bet Online in Vegas, followed by Cleveland, Detroit, and New York. 10 months after the injury, Tatum could be back.
I can't remember who it was. I saw something on Reddit yesterday where somebody was like, I can't remember which player it was, but they're like, so-and-so also returned to the court against the Mavericks after they tore their Achilles. Tatum really cannot just do anything original. And so I like the bit of trying to find anything that he's repeated. But no, it's 10 months. That's impressive. It's genuinely impressive work. There was whatever that NBA follow the NBA players thing is, like the Netflix quarterback series. there was a clip out there a couple days ago of Jason Tatum talking to the doctor, and he's like, yeah, you should be able to just return to full strength, blah, blah. And Tatum was like, yeah, I'm not coming back to be a role player, doc. And so, like, he's I respect, as much as I dislike him and find him corny and just not even fake, just doesn't know how to end. Like, he just strikes me as, like, socially awkward and doesn't know how to human.
You should have liked that.
No, I don't like. I don't like seeing reflections of myself. But no, I am very much impressed with the work he put in.
The Dallas Stars have made another move. They give up a third-round pick to Seattle to acquire Michael Bunting. I got 3 different scouting reports. We'll start with Gavin Spittle from the Spits and Suds podcast.
Spits and Suds.
A natural left wing that the Stars needed, can play any position in your lineup. A big-time energy guy. Sean Shapiro off of the podcast described him as controlled chaos, loves to play in front of the net, scores a lot of greasy goals. How about that? Greasy goals. Does have a scoring touch. He had 5 power play goals with Nashville and has played on the power play in Toronto, Pittsburgh, and Nashville. Draws a lot of penalties. Played on the same line as Austin Matthews, Sidney Crosby, Stamkos. Great room guy. So a lot of rave reviews. I guess Choppy in his drunken stupor last night threw in a little negative where he's like, my guys don't like this on the hockey chat. I don't know. I couldn't keep track of what RJ was doing last night.
RJ's hockey prowess has been taking some shots from the listeners the last couple days. So he's had some takes, and we've had Stars fans chirping and going like, Choppy doesn't know what he's talking about. That's not.
Is he on worst take at 9? Is he going to make it? For him wanting to trade away Robo? Because the fan text tore him up for that.
He wrote initially, love the Stars trade. Nil is working his magic again. Dude plays with an edge that they have needed. Then he writes back, my Stars group chat hates the trade. Says he disappears in the playoffs, so that is at least on brand for this team. So a little back and forth there. Now let's see, which one will he say on the radio? Will he be influenced by the group chat and say that, or will he say, no, I personally like it?
I mean, Choppy generally, like Jason Tatum, just mirrors what he sees in society. So I'm guessing whatever the group chat says is what he'll repeat.
Now, Bunting is on an expiring contract, so his salary is not on the books for next year. Spittle says great value for a third-round pick. Spits and Suds on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts for a more broken-down version of the trade that the Dallas Stars pull off. The guy that I do also trust is. He's not an NHL player, but
Grim Reitma.
He's my. I got a Reitma scouting report.
Let's talk hockey.
And I got it from my buddy Tyler. He said, great depth pickup that shows the Stars are all in to win this year. Has scoring ability, improves the middle 6 of the forward group with little cost. 63-point rookie season in 21-22. Maybe you can find that scoring touch playing along higher end players in Dallas rather than Nashville. He honestly may play on line 2 with Duchesne and Ben.
I said all of that to Peyton last night.
Spits and Suds.
Okay. It was traded from Nashville, not Seattle. Spittle just texted that because the Stars official account said they received Seattle's 2026 third-round pick, but it is from the Preds. So I was wondering why Seattle was not included there in Gavin's recap, and he just explained why. So there it is with your Dallas Stars. All right, we have a commercial-free expressway coming up here on Sean and RJ. Choppy is off, but he will be making an appearance at 7:40. He did kind of blow up last night. It's going to lead to even more RJ Choppy Instagram, Facebook reviews. He picks apart Peyton Russell's wedding, and this blew up. We'll bring it to you at 7:40.
There's some weight to that invitation. Some weight.
Commercial free in the expressway with our final 7 a.m. Eagles ticket giveaway for you to go and enjoy their music. And where do things stand with the Cowboys offer for Maxx Crosby? Trey Wingo broke the story. Hear his very latest next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
But first, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New
105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
The news that rocked the Metroplex last night, it just didn't get finished. Trey Wingo, formerly of ESPN, who had a report over Maxx Crosby Cowboy interest in October that proved to be true, came out and said that things are moving fast with Maxx. The other night, Wednesday night, Dallas thought they were close to a deal. But since then, other teams have raised the ante and potentially are offering the Raiders 2 first-round picks. Expect the Cowboys to now shift their focus to Trey Hendrickson. So that is where we stand as of this morning. G-Bag went and got the guest of the day on the afternoon show, and they asked him, is Maxx still interested in coming back to the Metroplex?
It's funny because money changes everything, right? In the same offseason, Myles Garrett said, I don't want to go from Cleveland to Canton. I need to win. And Maxx said, I just want to win. And then they both signed big deals to stay with teams that don't win in Cleveland and the Raiders. But I think at this point, Maxx wants to win. He's a maximum effort guy all the time. We talked about it. The number of snaps he plays are remarkable. Dude just wants to win. And I think that bottom line, he wants to be in a situation that is better than the situation he's currently in, and that would be a lot of teams that would put them in a better situation. The Cowboys make a lot of sense. I mean, they were in the bottom 8 in terms of sacks. They were in the bottom 8 in terms of run defense, even though you guys had 3 $20 million defensive tackles this year. Still couldn't fix the running game, and that was the whole point of the Micah Parsons deal last time I checked, according to Jerry. So
sure was.
The Cowboys are interesting, but they've got to figure out a way to keep a defense together. They overpaid at corner for a couple guys. They've clearly had too much money invested on the defensive tackle position. They've got to rework that. But they've got to get someone that can attack the pass rush.
So that's where we stand. I like that the Cowboys have said, we're not giving you 2 first-round picks. We'll just move on to Trey. I also like, and I hope, that through the end of today and the weekend, we don't have the Philadelphia Eagles or the Washington Commanders outsplash the Cowboys with an offer to get him in the NFC East. So I would think that if you turn down, I'm just going to throw out one of the Cowboy firsts. Hopefully it's 20 and not 12. Nah, we can get a better offer. That better offer has been made and quickly accepted, you would think. Unless, Bobby, you talk about Chicago making a move to free up some money, other teams making up some moves to free up a draft pick, and then they execute with the Raiders. But I would just think common sense would tell me, all right, in the next 24 to 48 hours, that other team that trumped the Cowboy offer gets the deal done. If not, maybe they come back to Jerry and Steven and say, all right, your offer's the one.
Yeah, I think that the only reason why they wouldn't have, if they got a better offer, just like, pulling the trigger, we're doing this now, is if they get the sense a market is heating up. Like, okay, we're starting to get some momentum. Other people are going, it's just that little bit of the auction like effect where people are like just trying to get their bids in and driving it up higher and higher. The problem is the tampering period begins Monday. Wednesday, deals are official. Pelissero was on with Rich Eisen a couple days ago, and he had talked about this, that you don't want to play this too long in all likelihood because teams are just going to start devoting resources starting Monday. And so, in general, if you're the Raiders and you're going to make a move, it should probably come today or over the weekend because you don't have a lot of time before teams start going, all right, well, we're having to sink money into other things and make other plans because we don't have time to just sit here and wait for you and play this game with you. So I would think whatever the best deal is that they have by today or tomorrow, we'll hear about that's Maxx Crosby's new team today or tomorrow, is what I would guess.
Today or tomorrow.
Just because of where we're at in terms of the calendar with free agency.
Trey Wingo, does Maxx have a say in where he gets dealt?
I would say that you're asking me inside the mind of the Raiders organization now, and that is a scare. The only scarier place to be is inside the mind of the general manager and owner of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones. So I have no idea. I mean, I guess they should try and do that, but the bottom line is they've been so tragically bad for so long, they have to figure out a way to make themselves better. And if they can use Maxx to do that, I think that they're going to do whatever they can to try and put themselves in the best position to be remotely relevant again. Because the league is better when the Raiders are relevant. It's a better league.
So we'll see what type of favor they try to do Maxx with where he ends up wanting to go. We know that he's got some Jerry Jones love. Before we get to the love, why is Maxx so upset and wants to get out of there? Was there anything in that athletic profile from Michael Silver that worried you about getting Maxx Crosby? Like the thing about hitting the quarterbacks in practice and not being able to be stopped. And he's like, I don't care about the red jersey. I don't care about your practice rules. I don't care that you're threatening to cut me. Now, this was a younger Maxx under John Gruden, but was there anything whatsoever? What about his build? Let's talk about, again, Maxx Crosby's an absolute freaking stud. All right, this is on another level of excitement than Trey Hendrickson if these deals went down. But I've always been intrigued and impressed that he's able to get all this done despite like a slight more slender build. That's the way he looks to me.
Yeah, he filled out a little more after at Eastern Michigan. He was really thin. But he filled out a little bit more once he got to the NFL. It's part of what makes him as good of an athlete as he is, though. And he's such a smooth technician. None of it bugs me. This is a, however long it's been now, this is a 8-year dream of mine is to get Maxx Crosby to Dallas, because that's, when I studied him at Eastern Michigan, I loved him. I wanted Dallas to draft him so bad in 2019. Didn't happen. They were interested. He wanted to be here. But every time it's come up of a potential trade or could he hit free agency, I've definitely wanted him red. So no, I love the intensity of an edge rusher. If it's depending on what position you play, I like that edge. I like the demeanor, and with him, he gets rave reviews across the league for being like, even if there's a little bit of that extra juice with him, he is rave reviews for the presence that he is in a locker room. That he can be like a defensive Dak.
I love the tweet from Gavin Dawson saying, those of you who want to give up 12 and 20 are absolutely insane. That is absolutely correct. I would lose my mind and melt down if the Cowboys did that, because you're giving up young, cheap talent, and that's not going to make you a Super Bowl contender. Would Trey Wingo on the G-Bag Nation give up 12 and 20?
No, I wouldn't. I love Maxx, and I think he's a great player. 2 number ones to me is a lot. It's a lot, and I would try and avoid that if I could. Again, going back to the thing with the Chiefs, they're trying to do now what they did in 2022 when Devontae Adams' deal with the Raiders was announced. It blew away what they were offering Tyreek Hill, and they're like, well, we're not going to do that. So they traded Tyreek, got a bevy of picks. And if you go look at that 2022 draft from the Chiefs, they got McDuffie and George Karlaftis in the first round. Sky Moore was a disaster. But they got Leo Chenal in the 3rd round. They got Isaiah Pacheco in the 7th round. They got Joshua Williams, Brian Cook, and Jalen Williams, Watson and Williams, whatever. One's Joshua, one's Jalen. They got all those players in the 6th and 7th round. And having that amount of talent on cheap first-year rookie contracts enabled them to sign Chris Jones, enabled them to bring Travis back on that 2-year deal, enabled them to pay Mahomes. That set them up for success. And I think, to me, I would rather hang on to some of those draft picks and try and build, because when you got the money that the Cowboys have invested across the board, you're going to have to find ways to get talent cheaper, and the best way to do that is the draft.
Real quick on the how quickly this could happen with Crosby. I was just looking over league history, because when we're talking about timelines, I'm going, all right, the tampering window opens Monday, and so that's when teams start committing resources. 2025, last offseason, DK Metcalf is traded about 24 hours before the tampering window opens. That was probably biggest trade of the offseason. Off the top of my head, I think it was the biggest trade of last offseason. 2024, we're inside of like 12 hours of the tampering window opening, and Brian Burns gets traded. That was one of the bigger trades we had last offseason. Again, inside of 12 hours of the tampering window opening in 2023, that's when Jalen Ramsey got traded. And so this is this weekend is usually the time where whatever the biggest trade of the offseason is going to be, whatever is the biggest move that has the biggest capital that people are just trying to milk it as long as they can, between now and the Monday tampering window opening, that's when these deals pull off. And so history tells us Maxx is likely to be traded by Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern or whatever it is.
Jerry Jones was on this show and kind of surprised you a little bit with how far he swerved to praise Maxx.
Yeah.
When was this?
November 18th. This was after the game against the Raiders. And I believe it came on a question about how well, it was just about how well the tackles had played in the game. And when we were talking about, hey, how are your tackles? He took a hard diversion to, let's talk about how great Maxx Crosby is.
That Crosby's a mess now. He's a mess. You want to see it. You want to see a defensive end that can flat rush that passer, but at the same time play that run. You don't want to go on his side of the field. So there's your outside guy that makes a difference. And we had a couple of times there early. I just saw the tight end on him, and I said, now good luck with this. We're not going to be around long if all we're trying to do is get him with a tight end or stand in his way.
When Jerry Jones has a crush on a player, that's always worth noting. He especially Maxx Crosby's never played here.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
There's an awareness there for Jerry. Maxx Crosby is top of mind, and that's because Maxx Crosby has come up in personnel meetings routinely. And so because of that, I think the hyper awareness, knowing that 3 weeks before that game, he was probably one of the names they were looking at and trying to figure out, do we make a trade? Do we do something? Will the Raiders give him up? And having that awareness and having him be a guy that was mentioned in the draft room years prior and kind of consistently been on their mind. And he's right. He is a game wrecker as a pass rusher. He is one of the better run defending edges in the NFL. He can drop into coverage, and he is a menace when it comes to just disrupting what an offense wants to do.
And Maxx apparently loves Jerry after The Gambler came out on Netflix.
This was on his podcast in September. So this was Maxx saying this even ahead of what Jerry said about him. This was Maxx in September last year on his podcast talking about his takeaways from the Gambler documentary.
Jerry Jones, somebody I respect a ton, especially after I watched this documentary on Netflix. I we all talked about it, but people know about him and they talk about him, but he, really getting to see like all the behind the scenes, like literally from day one to where they're at now. That dude is a maverick, bro. He changed the game in so many ways.
That's a lot of, and look, that's a stronger praise than, hey, Caleb, keep shining, man.
Yeah.
Which everybody thought meant that he was going to get traded there. But there's
Adam Schefter, by the way, saying he does not expect Crosby to Chicago.
And so I think that, you hear there's clearly a fondness from afar. Your question just becomes, will this be one of these eternal missed connections a la Sean Payton? Will this be the Sean Payton one where by the end of his career we're like, man, why like it's the movie, the rom-com, where it's like, why didn't we ever happen? I don't know. It just never worked out. Or is this the moment where things turn? And I think Dallas is trying to assess as they try to open, we've talked about as they try to open this window, Dallas is trying to assess how much do we want to sink into what his contribution could potentially be to opening that window.
Do you have a strong opinion or no? I would hope that hour and a half into the show you would have told us if you knew. If it was 12 or 20?
I don't know. It may not have even been, again.
Do you know if they'd be willing to do 12 or if that's a sticking point?
I know they would be willing to trade a first-round pick. I don't know which one. That could be, we're willing to trade next year's first. I don't know which one it would be, but no, they would be willing to give up a first-round pick for Maxx Crosby.
Let's hook you up right now for turning it on, leaving it on, Sean and RJ.
All right, total Jones. That's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. See the Eagles on Saturday, May 16th at Globe Life Field in Arlington. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We'll have another pair of tickets to give away. Our final Eagles tickets in the 9 o'clock hour for Turning It On, Leaving It On. That is what Tolo stands for. Choppy is out today, but he will make an appearance in about 5 minutes to critique Peyton Russell's wedding.
Oh, baby.
Already. Okay. This is maybe it's my most anticipated off-season article every year, but it's really like 2 years. Matt Berry, the fantasy football guy.
Yep.
Unleashes and unloads everything that he heard at the Combine with free agency coming up. And he has had some past hits, some big hits.
Yes.
He's got some things right.
Yes. Now, here's the only thing. And we saw him. When did we see him? I guess
the
it was
night we were walking to the cigar lounge.
Thursday night. Yeah. Which makes sense given the timeline that's in this article. And we saw him and we were like, why does he look so frazzled? He just looks lost. Well, I'll be honest. The article's always really good. And there's some good stuff in here. It's not as strong as it's been in years past.
No, this one is not as strong. But last year he said Shador was going to drop. And people are like, oh, my God, he said Sam Darnold will not be back with the Vikings. Russell Wilson would move on from the Steelers. Stephon Diggs would not be back in Houston. And that New England would get a number one receiver for Drake May. The Buccaneers would bring back the very injured Chris Godwin. Debo would go to the Commanders. Predicted Sam Fran was so confident in McCaffrey's health that backup Jordan Mason would be traded. A.J. Brown would not be traded. Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram would be moving on. You get the point. So he had a lot of hits last year.
People like him around the league. People like chatting with him, and because he's not a newsbreaker, he uses, I think a lot of his connections he uses just for like, hey, who are you guys excited about? Who do I need to know in the fantasy realm?
Yeah.
And he's a likable guy. He's an affable guy, and so I think people enjoy talking to him. So he's always a really reliable source when he does speak up on some things. But he did say, I was supposed to be there Monday night. He said he did not get there. Supposed to be there Tuesday. Did not happen. Then he was supposed to land Wednesday. Did not happen. Did not get to the Combine until Thursday because of the East Coast blizzard. So he lost 3 days of hobnobbing. And so that may have lessened it a little bit. But there's still some good takeaways in here. First, my favorite thing, we got to start with this because this is your boy. Number one thing he heard at the Combine, the return of Derek Carr. Oh, baby. Sean's quarterback. He said, not surprisingly, the majority of conversations revolved around quarterbacks. And the most interesting one I heard involved Derek Carr. Yes, the retired Derek Carr. From what I heard, the Saints expect him to unretire. This is not just they think of Kevin. This is what they expect. The Saints expect him to unretire and play in 2026. The Saints are very happy with Tyler Shuck. So New Orleans expects Carr to unretire, and then they will trade him to the New York Jets.
The most dramatic look at me crier in the in sports.
He wants it more.
Good gosh, this guy. I know hanging out with him, I probably, like him in person, although he may be a little too much straight edge, a little too N.A. Gavin Dawson for me. And no one else probably dislikes Derek Carr for this very same reason as me, but he's so dramatic. Go ahead, go wherever. But I have to roll my eyes even more when he goes, I was just to be for a championship contender. Oh, because you could never make anyone one of them. So you have to go to a ready-made team that may be missing a quarterback for you to go and be average or maybe slightly above average. Go ahead, trade away.
So if Derek Carr does not end up there,
well, give me a round pick to someone trade for him. Give me the cost.
6th.
Okay.
Something like that. Maybe a 7th that could become a 6th, but I would guess a 6th. 6th is usually I would think usually for those type of players, when we talk about a Logan Wilson, right?
He's 34. I'll say a 5th. 6 feels a little cheap.
I can see 6th going to a 5th. I just think, man, a 5th for Carr was not playing super well when he retired. And there's a little bit of finickiness with that. But look, when you talk about an organizational stronghold, somebody who will carry the flag for you, the Jets could use that. The Jets could honestly use let's get a just like a Walter Payton Man of the Year quarterback here. They could use that in their organization if it's not Derek Carr. If that for some reason falls through, the backup for the Jets, according to Matthew Berry, sounds like Kyler Murray. All right, we have been trying to figure out. This was, I thought, the most valuable thing he had in here in terms of answering a question that we've asked ourselves on the show.
Jets starting quarterback in Week 1, according to Vegas Bet Online, is Mac Jones.
Ooh, gross.
Yeah.
This is the biggest thing he addressed that we've discussed on the show or tried to figure out on the show. He said, let's talk about the Minnesota Vikings and what's going on with J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
So he said they are not sold on J.J. McCarthy. They will keep him on the roster and try and coach him up, but they want a veteran that has had success in the NFL that will, quote, shock J.J. So they're trying to rattle his cages a little bit. In other words, someone who will be in camp and let J.J. know that the starting job next year is not guaranteed. Also does make me wonder that if the reason why we hear these leaks is not because they're legitimately after 5 games wanting to move on from J.J. McCarthy, but if they're going to acquire a player just to shock him, makes me wonder if their reports are partially just like, let's rattle his cages a little bit. Let's get his attention. And he says, in fact, if I had to bet on it today, starting quarterback for the Vikings in Week 1 of 2026, I would take the field over McCarthy, is what Matthew Berry says. He said part of the reason for the Vikings wanting to bring in viable competition is that supposedly by mid-season, they had to scale back the playbook as McCarthy was struggling to pick up the offense.
Vikings starting quarterback in Week 1, J.J. McCarthy is 4th on the list behind Kyler, Kirk Cousins, and Tua. So Vegas is also taking the field.
Yeah, and he said that if they're having to scale back the playbook after the only work he could do for a year was in the classroom and he had not picked it up after a year and a half, that would make some sense why they would start panicking.
I got sad news.
What?
I'm turning in my first question mark doubt card on my guy, KOC.
Oh, really? Over J.J. McCarthy, who you don't even like?
Not even J.J. McCarthy. It's that he wanted Rodgers. I'm reading that he wanted Aaron Rodgers.
That's what Matthew Berry throws it here, too.
Yeah, that was Matthew Berry. And I'm like, okay, if you think that last year you were going to win big or win a championship with Aaron Rodgers, I have to doubt your quarterback genius. I have to doubt your offensive genius. And you already bailing on this kid who has all the physical talent this early. I gotta doubt my guy KOC a little bit.
It's a little.
I don't like it.
No, it's early. But I mean, a lot of these teams are. We talked to Ron Slavin, the NFL agent, a couple days ago, and we asked him about that. He said it's just the NFL is impatient with quarterbacks, too impatient still.
All right, so those are some of the notes from Matt Berry at the Combine. We'll finish them up in the red zone here on Sean and RJ. We need RJ Choppy for a wedding.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junk it! All the leftovers from the week right now, commercial-free in the Expressway on DFW Sports Station. One of the many conundrums and confusing things about RJ Choppy is his love of weddings. He will critique. He picked mine apart. Emily Post, I guess, is some wedding publication or some wedding law that he has memorized. And he used his social medias last night to blow up Peyton Phillip Russell's special event.
So last night, I'm just enjoying my Thursday night. You know, the Mavs, they had already lost the game, and no one cared about them at that point. I'm just watching TV.
And they were up 4 with like 30 seconds left.
Basically a loss in my book. Well, loss if you want, Team Tank. And so I was just hanging out, and I saw a notification on my phone. It said, RJ invited you to a reel. And I saw the invite, and it confused me. I was like, oh, he just sent me a reel or, tagged us in a reel or whatever. And so I didn't open it till about 10, 15 minutes later. And so I finally clicked on it because Mackenzie had clicked on it as well, and I heard RJ's voice. And I was like, well, what is this? And he had posted on his Instagram a full review of mine and Mackenzie's wedding invitation. And I was like, oh my goodness. Okay, with RJ, he could be he could critique it a lot. He could love it a lot, whatever. I had no idea how long this was going to be. I looked, it was 8.5 minutes.
8.5 minutes.
Oh my goodness. And I was worried for Mackenzie because if he said anything wrong about the invitation, because she spent months on this thing. And she was sending me pictures of how it looked in this, and she was like, nah, I hate it. I'm going to redo it. And I was like, no, please don't. These invitations were supposed to come out like 2 months ago. But she was like still, worried about the design and trying to get, our initials, the stamp printed on it the right way. And so RJ finally reviewed it. And we want to play the audio right now?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
So we didn't do all this setup for nothing.
So this is, I didn't know if you guys want to add anything to it, but this is about 2.5 minutes of RJ just critiquing it and just, saying what he liked and disliked about it.
I
not seen this, by the way.
I will add something. I couldn't watch all 8
He tagged me. I was just like, oh, no, it's a choppy here. I'm not watching this.
So he went all out for his first one. And he went and had like fountains and all this and that. But, you know, you may have to call him fraudulent. It's easy to expose RJ with a counter opinion. He just went to the courthouse for number 2.
Yeah.
He didn't. If he doesn't love weddings and appreciate them that much to go through it again with Sarah. So just keep that in mind if he's too critical here.
So for the radio audience, just to give you a visual effect, he's picking apart this wedding invitation. He's unfolding it. He's going through everything. So that's what he's talking about here. But yeah, here's RJ Choppy talking about my wedding invitation.
Let's go ahead and let's dive right in. Okay, right off the bat. See, I like the pattern here. I like the pattern. And it's very fancy. It comes with a little rope, little tie-in. I'm not sure what that's called. I used to know, but yeah, dementia runs in the family. All right, let's take this thing out. And, ooh, is this the Russell coat of arms I see? Is that what that is? I like it. It's a stamp of some kind. Holds everything neatly together. By the way, what's the date here? The date today, what's the date, Sarah? It's March 4th. March 4th or 5th? The wedding, now invitations should be mailed out 8 weeks prior, no less, to the wedding. So if you're getting married in June, it's April 1st, right? June 1, April 1. June 10th, April 10th. That's kind of how this thing works. June 10th, good day. Okay, a little book. We got a little book.
All right, stop.
First up.
How drunk is he? I could tell by some of the stuff he was texting last night. I think he was just like cutting loose. He's going to watch his kid pitch, I guess, at Texas A&M today. But I was like, he's getting loose here. And he was interacting a lot more than I would expect for him on a non-work prep night. Could you tell? Usually it's in his eyes. If it's red underneath and his eyes are like squinted, he's probably had 3.
It's buzzed here, and by the time he was texting later, it was drunk. That's my theory.
Okay. All right, Pepe, continue.
Okay, a little book. We got a little book. Okay, first off, we got a QR code. All right, here is the writing. I will read this to you. I will try to eliminate as much as I can. Mr. and Mrs. blah, 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 request the pleasure of your company at the marriage of their daughter, Mackenzie. Oh, and the full middle name. Don't want to give that one out. To Peyton Alec. I thought it was Philip. Russell. Saturday, the blah, 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 4:30 in the afternoon. I like that. You don't put 4:30. Okay? You know, this is not an Evite. We're not going to the bar. You know, we're not getting there to happy hour. 4:30. That's how you're supposed to say it. That's well done. I'll give Mackenzie credit on this one, not Peyton. Okay, reception to follow. Okay, now reception to follow is important because that indicates it's in the same place as the wedding, same property. Reception to follow indicates you just walk next door to the place.
Yeah,
I like this. That is very well done. Also, you should...
That's good.
Are you going to let Choppy give a reception speech?
Probably not. No.
Why not?
No. It's just we're going to keep it very formal. It's wedding.
It sounds very formal. 4:30.
It's not a work event, so.
Yeah, this thing.
Oh, it's not a work event. Look at him.
This thing blew up on RJ's Facebook and Instagram. But yeah, I can't go through 8 minutes of that.
Who would you let speak at your wedding?
First of all, RJ has weighed in. He's listening right now. Sad to say, I had 0 alcohol.
Lies, Chop.
What'd you say, Bobby?
I said, who would you let speak at your wedding?
Well, it'd be me, Mackenzie, the maid of honor.
You.
Yeah. What do you mean, who?
Who are you going to let speak at the reception? Let Sean give a speech. Let Alec talk.
Well, Carter might be there. What if I have him talk?
Are you really going to have Carter there?
He might be at your table, Bobby. I don't know.
Did it bother you at all that RJ announced that the invites were sent out for the people who didn't get invited?
I mean, we've talked about it on, the show plenty of times. I mean, look, it wasn't a, who I liked, who I disliked. It came down to a numbers thing. I gave everyone +1s. That was the thing. If I was giving you guys +1s, I couldn't invite everyone from the station.
Yeah,
I would
0.
love to.
0 did circle back and gave you a +1.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He said he did.
I don't care what he said. I don't care what he told you. Don't sit here and try to defend him.
So I wanted to make sure you guys got +1, so I couldn't invite everyone. It made me sick to my stomach not being able to, I had to pick and choose who I invited, but it came down to numbers thing. I mean, we're going to have, right now, we've only had, I think, 5 or 6 people RSVP no, so we could have over 150 people there.
Dang. Yeah. All right, so there it is. RJ reviewing the Peyton. Alec? Phillip?
Alec, yes, it is Alec, which makes me sick to my stomach because I do not like Alec Medford, and so having the same, having the middle name, his first name as my middle name, makes me sick.
All right, Bob, why are people going to be wrestling this weekend during their dates?
Let's go to Playboy. Let's read the articles, as men have done for decades with Playboy. So this is an article from Playboy that talks about a Gen Z dating event in Brooklyn where singles try to meet each other through, quote, sensual wrestling. It uses this event as a lens to examine loneliness, dating anxiety, and how Gen Z is trying to reconnect offline after years dominated by dating apps and social media. So the article opens, it says, it's 7:42 on Valentine's Day, and as I climb the stairs to the exposed brick concrete loft event space, I feel like I'm walking into a high school dance, but freakier. Techno plays as cold magenta light washes over small pods of trapper hats, mod derivative cuts, bandanas, corsets, black and red fishnets, and pigtails clustered in the left third of the room closest to the bar. Someone in a 6'7" jersey is posing wildly for a photo shoot in the far corner. Everyone, it seems, is only talking to people they know. Only it's not a high school dance or anything much like it. I'm at Wrestling Speed Dating, just outside of Brooklyn, which has been billed as sensual wrestling for singles. With permission, participants are encouraged to scratch, grab a little within reason, whomever they choose that night. So this is a wrestling event that they do, this wrestling speed dating. It's by a group called Grown Kid. They look for people ages 18 to 24. So they've got these contest rules, these very tight rules that you've got here, and they're asked to physically wrestle as a way to build attraction through touch and pheromones rather than apps. Before matches, people fill out consent cards specifying boundaries, safe words, and acceptable behavior. Organizers have said that this event is meant to combat the loneliness epidemic and encourage real-world connection instead of dating apps like Tinder. This is sad that we've reached this point.
Yeah.
That they're like, guys, let's get used to physical touch for your generation. Come wrestle some people.
I thought they kind of did that. First off, it sounds like lawsuits. Someone's going to get hurt, inappropriate touching, harassment, that type of stuff. But I thought, people get clay, like
the mud wrestling,
mud touching and stuff like that in order to get sensual, or you sit like on top of each other, like legs cross yoga in order to kind of activate the pheromones or whatever the hell it's supposed to be. But yeah, it sounds like, I always say, to young people in media, man, you're picking the wrong time to get involved, to get paid. Like, I feel like I got screwed. Versus like the Mike Francesa eras and stuff like that. And you hear what TV anchors made around here for a long time. Well, people now getting into it are even more screwed. I feel that same way about dating and getting married, that we picked a good era in time because the stories you hear nowadays are nightmares.
Dude, and there was a little bit of, I think, jealousy early on. Like, why didn't we have the dating apps? Like, that would have been so much easier. Now it's clearly caused issues. This is a hilarious part of this thing, though. They talk about what's there at the event, and it says, quote, I'm a weirdly intense person, a squirrely young man mumbles over the hiked-up collar of a knee-length silver parka puffer. He said, I have zero physical contact, zero with anyone besides my parents. So I wanted to do a little bit of exposure, catch up with the rest. When you feel like you're in more of a niche category, he says, something like Tinder that panders to the majority is unusable, and most everyone who weighs in agrees that they're trying to move away from Tinder, shed their anxiety, and find real human connection through sexy wrestling.
Go out to a patio.
It's really because we've done stories before where they won't. There's studies that say they just will not talk to people at bars. They won't go up and talk to a stranger.
Which sucks. Look, that's awful.
Yeah, I hate it for that. Yeah, it does suck. But they want the initial date to be over Zoom. It's such a different. It's the most back in my day type of thing about today's society that I feel.
It's the junk drawer every Friday this time, commercial free in the Expressway. Our final Eagles ticket giveaway. If you didn't win them in the 7 o'clock this week, 9 a.m. hour. Is Maxx Crosby the quickest way to success for the Cowboys? Let's talk some Bobby trade scenarios for America's team next. But let's talk about how breasts changed my life. It's duck breast. Get your mind out of the gutter. I wasn't talking about dating this weekend.
105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider. Choppy is out today, but apparently listening. We got Peyton Alec Russell running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for checking out our radio program at any point in time during the course of the week. 9 o'clock hour, if you're a big fan of the Eagles, to go see them in concert. Bobby Belt has cooked up some Dallas Cowboy trade scenarios, again, with the Maxx Crosby report from Trey Wingo, who G-Bag had on yesterday, saying Dallas thought they were close to a deal on Wednesday, but apparently other teams said, hold up, we will give you a better offer. So that is where things stand, and maybe the Cowboys have moved on to Trey Hendrickson. Have you watched Hendrickson, and how are you evaluating the possible health issues?
I did not watch him last year, the amount other than just seeing him on TV. I did when Cincinnati played Dallas the year before. I had seen him then. So I mean, as of 24, was still a big time impactful pass rusher. And I mean, when you watch him he's not somebody who it's difficult to see his value. Like, you know, when we talk about certain guys where it's like, man, you don't understand everything he does. When you watch the tape, you guys think he's doing nothing, but when you watch the tape, he's great. Trey Hendrickson is somebody it's very easy to feel his impact on a game.
He's supposed to be all this Crosby intangible stuff. Trey Hendrickson is supposed to be a phenomenal dude as well.
Yeah, no, big time. I mean, he's somebody who got a lot of high marks for that, and he has had a rough road. His career did not start out the way he wanted it to, coming out of, I think he was Central Florida. He went to the Saints. Just really did nothing for the first 3 years of his career, basically, was banged up, and then really burst onto the scene, hit free agency. Some people were wondering if he was a one-year wonder, and then he turned into an impact player for Cincinnati. So, no, I think he's a really good player. Depending on what the price point is, what sort of exit ramps you could build into the contract, I'd be in favor of going after Trey Hendrickson if you don't get Maxx Crosby.
Where are you drawing that financial line?
I want a deal that basically, if I can bail out of it after 2 years at 60 probably. So $30 million a year for 2 years with an option for a third year. Now that may look like when it's signed, Trey Hendrickson signs for 4 years, $136 million, but it's like, yeah, but it's 2 for 60. So, I mean, just however that looks and however that plays out, I'd be interested in that.
All right, what scenarios did you come up with?
All right, I got 3 for you here to pick from. All right, so I'll go through them. I'll list them 1, 2, 3, and then you can tell me your thoughts on them, and then I'll share what Brian Broaddus said, because I sent these over to Broaddus during the break too. I was curious which one he would pick.
And by the way, let me just tease next week for a second. Next week, one of my most excited. It's my most excited non-NFL season week of the year. Choppy gets hyped up for Masters. He's always saying this is the best sports month. This is the best 2-week run. Next week, when you have money to spend and you're supposed to be a player in free agency, I'm giddy. No naps. I'm not doing anything with the wife when I go home. And this is like the pre-tampering, before the deals are actually official, NFL free agency week. Next week on this show, I would tune in, not just for the breaking news while other people are talking about 1960s concert reviews. The breaking news, the analysis, the guests, and I think the Cowboys are going to be players. Now watch, it'll just end up being like the second week of free agency as we're waiting next week, but I love it. All right, go ahead.
All right, so this is the 3 options that you have here. Okay, first one. The Cowboys trade pick 20 and their first rounder next year for Maxx Crosby. Now, I've already seen some people say this. Can't trade the 2027 first rounder yet because it's frozen until after the 2026 season. Yeah, I know. But what you would do there, or what the Cowboys would do, they've got poison pills they can build into these things, basically. So it could be something along the lines of you're trading pick 20, and then it's a 2028 second rounder. But if Maxx Crosby is on the roster on January 30th of 2026, then it becomes a 2027 first rounder, and then you're free to move it. So there would be a stipulation in it to you basically have a hold on it to technically move it.
Yeah, Matt Thomas brought that up, Tolo. All right, so 2 firsts, one this year,
2
one
firsts
next year.
for Maxx Crosby. You then draft LSU corner Mansour Delane at 12, and you sign Nakobe Dean at linebacker, Jalen Thompson from the Cardinals at safety, who's considered to be one of the stronger safety guys on the market, which if you're wondering...
Broadus was a fan in his film review.
If you're wondering about safety market, Cam Curl, who's probably considered a little above Jalen Thompson, just re-signed with the Rams this morning, and he did so for 3 for $36, $12 million a year. All right, so you trade 2 picks for Maxx Crosby, get Mansour delayed in the draft, you sign Jalen Thompson and Kobe Dean. Good start to rebuilding your defense. Your other option, you don't make the trade, you keep your picks, you draft Sonny Styles at 12. This is just a scenario.
Which, by the way, I can't remember who wrote it. I want to give the credit. One of the NFL draft rooms at the Combine gave Sonny Styles a standing ovation for his performance out there. That he blew everyone away in terms of the interviews and the athleticism. And one of the rooms, I don't know which team it was, gave him a standing O.
Yeah, he is. He's considered like a big time culture guy too. So super athlete, big culture guy, super young. He's still 20 years old. So I mean, he's going to be a
Brugler said it.
He is going to be a highly sought after individual in terms of for everything that he brings to the table. But you draft Sonny Styles at 12, let's say. You take Tennessee corner Colton Hood at 20. And then you sign Trey Hendrickson. And because you're signing probably a hefty amount of money, probably the top deal on the offseason market, you don't have as many resources to go play. So you go sign Reed Blankenship at safety from the Eagles. So Hendrickson is the edge rusher addition.
But hang on. In scenario 1, which doesn't surprise me, you would skew this towards what you want, which is your Maxx crush.
We'll see.
You're trading for Maxx, but then you're spending on Thompson and Dean.
Thompson and Dean are not going to cost as much as Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, I know that. But you're also acquiring Max's salary.
I know, but you're talking about building. You're acquiring Max's salary, but Maxx has already had bonus money and guaranteed money that's been paid out. It's not as much of a drag on your cap in terms of it's not as much cap obligation with Maxx as it's going to be with Trey Hendrickson for 3 years.
Okay, because Maxx is making 35 per.
No, and they would do things to finagle it and soften it, but no, they could add that. It's ultimately in a 3-year run probably going to end up costing you more to have Trey Hendrickson in all likelihood.
Okay.
So you've got Trey Hendrickson, Reed Blankenship.
Styles, Hood at corner, Trey Hendrickson, Blankenship. Yep. How much more do you like Delane than Hood?
A decent amount. Right. I really like Mansour Delane. Now Colton Hood, I think is
Brugler
good.
made me feel like Delane was kind of like foolproof in Indy.
He's very safe.
Like find me the bad tape. You can't find it. I think Wilchuk said that too.
He's very safe, and if you take Ryan Smith, their new DB's coach, he was the one who initially recruited Mansour Delane to go to Virginia Tech before he transferred to LSU. And then the third scenario, Ruben Bain slides. And you draft him at 12. At 20, you take the Oregon safety, Dylan Thieneman.
Who Dane doesn't even have making it to 20 in his latest mock.
And then you go get, all right, let's throw some...
T-Man. One of the scouts called him T-Man. Bad nickname.
Let's throw some moderate cash at a few different individuals. So you sign Jalen Phillips. So you're really going to edge rusher now. Jalen Phillips, Ruben Bain. You sign Alontae Taylor, the corner from the Saints, and then you add Quay Walker, the linebacker from the Packers. So those are your 3 scenarios. And I threw this to Broadus. Would you like Broadus' selection, or would you like to be unspoiled by it?
His selection is the Bain one.
Would you like to know?
I'm not a fan.
Yeah. It is not the Bain one.
Crosby.
He said he would take option A. He said they're all great options. He said he'd take any of the 3, but he said option A is the one he would go with. And these are obviously just sort of dream scenarios, the way that these play. You're not likely to get them, but I'm just saying, if you were able to click into this offseason, which one would you select?
And what's your answer, Maxx?
Probably. The least desirable one to me is the one that signs Trey Hendrickson.
I just think it's the least desirable is what?
The one where you sign Trey Hendrickson.
Hendrickson, Blankenship, Hood at corner, and Styles.
And I think those are good players. It's just, I think Crosby's a better player than Hendrickson. Crosby would be the best edge rusher of those. And then I think being able to add just steady across the board with the other 3 is good enough for me.
See, one looks really good, but you've also finagled it. You're like,
I didn't finagle.
You're spending it on
one. I lose
Thompson.
capital.
You're giving up next year's first round pick.
One, I lose capital.
You're cooking the books here.
No, one, I lose capital. Honestly, you could say 3 is the best option because you get Bain, who would be to a lot of people the highest player graded out of all these draft picks that I chose.
I'm leaning towards 3,
and you get 5 players instead of 4.
I'm leaning towards 3 because I fixed my edge issue.
Yes,
I got Phillips and Bain. The weak part of 3 is corner. I mean, I don't know how. I honestly don't know how good Alontae Taylor is. I don't know.
He's solid. I'm trying to think of like
I got Thieneman as safety. I got 2 edges.
You remember?
I got a linebacker and I got a corner.
This is not similar play style. This is just quality. Kind of like what Brandon Carr was here. Just like steady.
Yeah.
Like Carr did not deserve the money he got. I'm not saying to be the same, but in terms of just the level of players, sort of what Brandon Carr was in Dallas.
If you tell me that Delane, I mean, to me the answer comes down to Delane and Hood.
Yeah. So
if you tell me Hood is going to be really good, I can go Styles, Trey, Blankenship, and get my corner.
I was wrong about Quinyon Mitchell coming out of the draft. I did not like him like everybody else liked him. But the way people described Quinyon Mitchell coming out and what he could do, that to me is what I see in Colton Hood. So it's kind of a weird definition. I don't want to say he's Quinyon Mitchell, who's turned out to be a really great NFL player, but the way people talked about Quinyon Mitchell as a prospect that I didn't think they were going to, that's Colton Hood to me. Colton Hood is physical press man guy. Colton Hood is going to bust his ass and run support. Colton Hood is going to give you a grit and an edge. He's going to be versatile, cover some different places. Is he going to be like a great, I can run with anybody down the field kind of guy? No, probably not. But in terms of just adding some toughness and be able to physically play with receivers at the line of scrimmage and contribute in the run game, Colton Hood can do that.
And Delane's comp?
Delane's a little so this is not a great comp to the type of player, but honestly, to me, he would be, all right, there we go. We got a Jordan Lewis back. Like, we got somebody in here who can maybe a little undersized to play outside all the time, but can definitely hang inside at the nickel and is tough and is just always in the vicinity of the receivers, never really getting beat. That's Delane. Delane is not flashy. Delane is just steady as hell.
What's the fan text saying?
Let's go check out what they're saying. You've got some people saying the Crosby one is more appealing. 469 says we need more than just a pass rusher, though, on Crosby. We don't have any linebackers. Want to add some more linebackers. 201 says...
Well, Nakobe Dean is in that first package.
201 says option 1, absolutely not. Option 2, acceptable. Option 3, lean towards this one. There's a lot of people on here who say they don't want the Maxx Crosby one. 469 says number 3, and it's not even close. So kind of split here. It looks like most people are trending towards the Ruben Bain, Dylan Thieneman, Jalen Phillips one.
I am too. Now, in order to do the Crosby one, I have to be convinced, right? The Cowboys are going to have a good season, so next year's first-round pick will be definitely below 20.
Do you think that which do you think one of these options stands out as making them not better for the next 3? One of them stands out as making them better next year for sure?
One.
So one would be the one that makes you better next year.
No doubt. I got my play now safety. I got my absolute stud, possible future Hall of Famer. I have my NFL experience linebacker in Christian Parker's system, and I have the top corner in the draft.
Is that a playoff team? If that's their offseason?
I don't know.
Come on, say it. You don't want to say it. You know it would be. You just don't want to say it.
My college mistake.
Hey, I'm not playing Madden. I'm telling you, 2 of those things are probably going to happen.
My college
in that first one.
My college mistake. Okay, so that's going to be Dean and what? What's the second thing?
I think they're going to sign Nakobe Dean and Jalen Thompson.
Oh, you think Jalen Thompson?
And they very well could draft Mansour Delane.
Let's talk about some Texas Rangers signings. Chris Young on the G-Bag Nation talking about Mackenzie Gore, Brandon Nimmo, and the newest in Andrew McCutchen. That's next on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But let's go ahead and talk about the greatness of Just Love Coffee. Finally, after
Hub Delivery.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3033. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball? How can you not be romantic about listening to RJ Choppy's baseball segment while enjoying the check stop? Good morning, Metroplex. This is Sean and Bobby. Choppy is off today. He is driving to see his kid pitch at Texas A&M, so good luck to Luca on that. He's throwing in the 80s. I was sitting there, I was eavesdropping on RJ's phone conversation, and he's like, well, he's probably not going to gain 5 miles per hour in a few months. And he's like, you're at 80-something. And I said, he's throwing 80 in high school?
Past bicycle already.
And then I went and looked, and there was some high school kid throwing like 100. And they're like, that's what kids are throwing nowadays. So I said to Choppy, he's throwing 80s. What's he, the 1? And he's like, no, he's like the 4. So that is the state, and they're a good team. That's the state of high school pitching now, y'all. Text me that kids are throwing in the freaking 80s.
What were those kids in Cambridge throwing when you were like a Babe Ruth all-star in baseball?
I don't even know. The hardest throwing kid, maybe like 70.
All you knew is the exit velocity was faster.
But my son has his first T-ball practice on Sunday.
Oh, how do you think he's going to do?
I don't know.
Is he excited?
He's excited for the uniform and the cleats and the new glove that Mom got. Not happy with Mom because she went and bought all the baseball stuff without me. And I said, I have to be consulted on the glove.
Yeah, you're gonna go buy Ava's dresses now. Okay, I'm gonna go shop for Ava's clothes, her school wardrobe. I'm gonna shop for. If you're gonna get Ollie's sports stuff, I'm gonna take that from you.
Now look, I'm not gonna make this that big a fight because I know she would be right in returning fire and saying, "You want to go to the store? You want to go after the show?"
He'd be like, "Ooh."
I'll be like,
No,
"Nah, go ahead and get him what you need." But now he needs a bat and the cleats and a glove. So he's excited for all the new merch.
What position do you have him playing out
Bro,
there?
it's T-ball.
I know, but what is it? Infield, outfield?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, you can.
He can throw.
You've seen Baby Gronk.
He can't catch. He
So
cannot
he's a pitcher.
He's a horrible. Yeah, he cannot catch. There's no pitchers in T-ball.
No, but I'm saying you got to recognize the traits now so you can develop. That's what Tiger
he
Woods'
cannot
dad
play
did.
first. Everyone would get on base. He can swing. He can hit. He knows what bases to run to. We've been working on that in the backyard, and he's got a good little decent arm, but he cannot catch.
Look at these kids today. Like I saw this on TikTok the other day. This kid just throws like gas and is doing this like fielding drills with his dad. He's like 5 and just like scooping stuff. It's wild how
I know.
People are such a bad.
We have a Tolo, and he sends me the highlights of his kid. I hate his children. He sends me his 5-year-old, his 8-year-old, slugging, crushing. Look at my kid. And I hate your kids because of your video, because they're so advanced, they're so good.
It's just
it put the pressure on me. Like tomorrow, I'm gonna be spending the whole day outside, throwing ground balls. That's it. So he doesn't go out there and embarrass himself.
Make him set the tone early. Have him just get in an argument with the ump, maybe like in the 5th inning, and get ejected.
He's too sweet for that.
Well, that's why you got to set a tone.
He'll be like, you know what? That was the right call. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Umpire.
He's not
so
challenging any
sweet.
strikes.
He's such a sweetheart. He's an angel. But I do need to know what people do with the gloves nowadays to break them in. Like when I was young, we tied rubber bands around it or string to go ahead and have it broken in overnight. What do they do nowadays? Holland was texting us about Mackenzie Gore yesterday. Derek, maybe you can give the input.
So I think this was on Shark Tank too, but I've seen like a lot of these guys.
Cool. That's Mark Cuban about basketball and baseball. He knows everything.
These guys go around. They've been going around spring trainings the last couple of years and giving them out, and I think players have started using them. They're called glove wrap, and it's a patent of it's some sleeve you put over the glove, and it just basically constricts it and breaks it in so that you put it on overnight and you go back out and it's supposed to be broken in.
Sean, how about this from the fan text regarding pitching speed? 940, my nephew is in 8th grade. He hits 86 on the gun.
No.
972, my kid is 80 at 13, throwing 80 miles per hour.
What?
Insane.
Yo!
Dude, the roids are different down here. I'll send you this glove wrap.
Well, RJ, how much is it?
I have no idea.
Well,
Let me look here.
See,
$20.
Okay, Amazon. I don't want to go to a store, so that my wife.
No, you can have it delivered.
My wife's point would be proven. Choppy had texted, picked y'all up through the check stop. Once I got to Waco, it was done. Dude, my last experience at the check stop was mind-blowing. I don't know whether I hit them at the right time back from Austin and they just baked everything and it was fresh. Oh my gosh, I was blown away. And I've been at the check stop multiple times. Well, but this was the one seed stop for sure.
It's probably one of it's a top two thing as a Texan that I have not experienced yet.
Oh,
Bobby,
I know.
Do you like kolaches?
I do. It's just I don't want to stop very often is the thing, and if we're gonna stop, I usually do want to stop at Buc-ee's. So it's like that. It's like once we've stopped at Buc-ee's, it's like, well, I'm not stopping again.
Right.
And so it's not. I've told myself I need to stop and try because again, it's like that, and then the other big one across it. Like I've obviously never done Franklin's, but to me, it's like Franklin's and Check Stop are like the two biggest iconic Texas things that people talk about that I've never done my entire life.
Check Stop for you, Pepe?
Yeah, I've been once, maybe twice, but it's been over a decade since I last been.
Hey, how have I done more? I've done all these more Texan things than y'all. Come on now. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. That Mark Wiens, that famous YouTube food reviewer, he went and ate everything in Buc-ee's. And he was pretty impressed.
Dude, there's
Brandon Hurtado's book, Mark.
There's these other British YouTubers I like called Jolly. That they stopped in there and they did it and they eat
like American barbecue and they're like blown away.
And then they take it. They always take food back to British high schoolers and kids and have them try food there. But they were eating it and they were almost in tears by everything they thought was so good.
We are your home of the Rangers. This is Diamond Calves with our spring training coverage with the two other shows brought to you by ASCO Equipment, Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the on-time expert, Zero Res, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Yesterday, the news broke in the 9 o'clock hour that the Rangers were signing Andrew McCutchen. Chris Young on the G-Bag Nation on how Andrew can fit.
He's still got an elite approach. He's a patient guy at the plate. He handled left-handed pitching last year, and with what we're looking at this spring and kind of some of the competition, we're exploring outfielders who can have at bats versus left-handed pitching and complement our lineup when we maybe have Jock or Evan or Smitty or some of our lefties out of the lineup. So we're looking at Sam Haggerty. Certainly is going to fill that role as well, but we need another bench bat, and Andrew will be in competition, assuming everything checks out.
So there's Andrew McCutchen. He posted like a little cowboy hat video yesterday on social media.
I believe, I'm trying to remember, like I know we always hear like all-time great teammate stuff about him, that he's considered one of the great like locker room culture guys. I think since he's Texas, I think Holland really likes him. Like has interacted with him before and thinks he's a really strong dude.
You know, we're not off to a great start with Mackenzie Gore, who RJ was thrilled to get from Washington. In 3 starts as a Ranger, 6 1/3, 9 earned, 12 hits, 3 walks, a .414 batting average given up. That is not good. Chris Young.
He was busting, wasn't he?
CY on Mackenzie.
Mainly at this time with all of our starters, Jacob yesterday, McKenzie tonight, we want to see them just get their work in. We want to see them to get their work in that, you don't expect them to be perfect, but you want them to get their work in, come out of it healthy, feeling good. The pitches starting to take shape, the command, the mechanics all kind of taking form, but you don't want to see them in midseason form right now. You want to kind of build into that, but it's been so fun watching him. And we had heard great things about McKenzie when we traded for him. We did a ton of background information and work on him, and really everyone raved about the person, the competitor. This is a player who's 26, going on 27 years old, who, got to the big leagues quickly, experienced some of the challenges of being a young player in the big leagues, but has an elite competitive mindset, who just strives to be the best. He works hard. He's quiet. He just embodies everything we want. And so we really believe that he's ready to take that next step. And you put him in a rotation with Nathan Eovaldi and Jacob deGrom and Jack Leiter and whomever else is in the 5th fifth spot. We have, Cody Bradford, Jordan Montgomery coming back at some point, and then, some of the young guys and Kamar Rocker. We have some very talented players that we, will hopefully have, the ability to choose from over the course of the season. But Jacob and Evo and McKenzie and Jack as, 4 at the front of the rotation is pretty exciting.
I agree with that last part.
Yep. I agree with that part too. Just would loved if maybe we had some more solid ideas about what the offense is going to look like. But we'll hope. We'll hope.
I didn't hear this live, so I don't know if Dawson and the fellas ticked him off by asking where is the offense. CY's a big man, and in person,
he should be able to see the offense from where he's standing up there.
That hits different. Sitting in front of you at 6'7". That's a big fella right there. But we do have Brandon Nimmo. And I think most people, I've not heard anyone say that trading Simeon for Nimmo was a Ranger loss. We're looking at that as a Ranger win. Here is Chris Young on the G-Bag Nation talking about the new Ranger.
As much as any player I've been around, Brandon, his work ethic, desire, every single minute of his day is mapped out around what he needs to do to be successful the 3 hours of the game. And so it's pretty impressive. He's got his routine down. He's made himself into an everyday player. When he got to the big leagues, we talk about, Evan Carter, Josh Smith, Jock, some of the lefties. Brandon made himself into a player who could handle left-handed pitching, and I think that's going to be a great thing for Evan. I think it'll be a great thing for Smitty, and then just for Wyatt as well in the outfield with Evan, Wyatt, and Brandon together to learn from a veteran player who has really established himself as an everyday major league successful player. It's a great example for these guys. He brings a real positive energy and attitude, and he's so personable. I just think he's going to be a great fit for our group. I'm really excited about the energy and the person he is and the way he's gelled in our clubhouse. And I'm glad to see him in games now. He's off to a good start. He had some good swings on the backfields today, and
nice.
It's exciting to think what this outfield could be if they stay healthy.
What was that song in the background?
It sounded like Olivia Dean, Man I Need.
Oh.
It's a great song.
Okay.
You don't know that song?
Give me a...
Sing it, Bobby.
So come be the man I need.
I don't think so.
Okay, we'll play it during Below the Belt. We're going to come in with it. It's a great song. It's legitimately one of the better songs that's come out in like the last year.
In the last year?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I probably recognize it, just not with your horrific rendition.
I just can't remember what the lyrics are right now outside of Come Be the Man I Need.
A final Eagles ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. Worst take for the biggest loser of this week at 9 a.m. here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Safe travels to the fellas coming back. We'll crosstalk with KNC at 9:40. How Dak Prescott corrected the NFL quarterback market. Next in Below the Belt, 105.3 The Fan. But GimmeTheVin.com wants to buy
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Already gave you the time and the place, so don't be shy.
Yeah, I do know this song. It's a good song.
It's a great song. It's so catchy. It's a little bit of a kind of like a Norah Jones throwback. I like this one a lot. Olivia Dean, Man I Need. That was the song that we were talking about last week that I think was playing in the background to see why.
Yeah, you just love the lyrics more than I do, but it's a catchy beat.
Yeah, somebody texted in there like, of course, the only line Bobby knew was the man I need. And that's Dak Prescott. That's the man I need.
Wow.
What was it, the guy that the quarterback market needed? Let's talk about it in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Window Nation. So there's an article up over at The Athletic that's talking about how just tough the quarterback market looks like it's about to be this offseason. There's not always a lot of like really great options in terms of free agency. Either you have a quarterback, very rarely maybe you trade for one, or you're drafting one. But it's a light draft, not really any big time trade candidates out there. And you've got just this hodgepodge of island of misfit toys that exists with the quarterback market with guys who have just floundered, whether it be Kyler Murray or Tua Tagovailoa or guys who have not gotten the right opportunity yet, Jarrett Stidham, Malik Willis in Green Bay. You've got all these different options. So Jeff Howe had written over at The Athletic about how complicated the quarterback market is because of the lack of good options, because of how people think the draft opportunity will be next year with the quarterbacks. And it got me thinking about the quarterback market in general and how, as much as I think they had to do what they did, the Cowboys, they had to sign Dak Prescott. It was not financially sustainable to let him go because they had restructured all this money. They had built in this massive cap number that if he left, all of it was going to have to be eaten right then. Whereas if he signed an extension, they could spread some of that cap number out. But it was going to just be it would ruin you. Like it's if you're talking about like you're an individual and you were facing a similar financial situation, your options would be like financial ruin or restructure some of my debt. Okay, let's restructure some of my debt, and that necessitated signing Dak Prescott. And he had, because of that, all the leverage. There's nothing you could do. He signed that $60 million deal, and there was a little bit of, okay, well, somebody will come around and eventually beat that.
Yeah.
We are on 18 months now of Dak Prescott as the NFL's highest paid player.
Oh.
Has not moved. Has not really gotten close.
$5 million. Clear.
Got that 60. And so people always talk about setting the market. Oh, you're going to reset the market. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. And the quarterback position historically has been for what? I mean, in the cap era, specifically the last 15 years, you top the last guy. That's what it's been. I remember Cam Newton signed a deal that made him, I think, the highest paid or the second highest paid. And by the next offseason, he was, I think, outside the top 10. And that's just how quickly the market could go. Well, you never want to be the team that finds out that market setting became market correcting. And it feels like Dak signed the market correction deal.
Yep.
And this happened in 2019, ahead of the 2019 season. The Cowboys did this with Ezekiel Elliott, where they were saying, all right, we're signing deals. Todd Gurley just got this. Well, if Gurley got that, let's try and sign this. And they worked out, and they paid him the deal they did, and no one passed it after that. Until I think just Barkley did recently, and McCaffrey did. But, I mean, it took 6 years to reset what Ezekiel Elliott had signed for. And so you had just shifted the market so aggressively. And this is just part of a larger team building conversation is what I'm getting at. You did that with Ezekiel Elliott. You appear like you've done that with Dak Prescott at the position that nobody thought was possible. My question is, are you going to do that if you do sign Brandon Aubrey to $10 million? Is that the next market correction? And it's on a much smaller scale.
Right.
Doesn't matter nearly as much. But do you want to be the team that has corrected the market on 3 positions in the last 7 years?
No.
And internally, do you not look at it and go, we have to figure out financially what's going on? Like to me, that's enough of a even as much as I want to keep Dak, and I understand logistics involved with it and the financial ramifications of letting him go. You were screwed in leverage, but it doesn't feel like it should have just completely corrected the market to where nobody else comes in above that.
Right.
Josh Allen couldn't have gotten 61.
Jordan Love.
You would think that there would be some sort of move there where somebody would be able to top that. But this is, again, an example of where the Cowboys have put themselves financially.
This would make me... I was thinking about this when I was walking back and forth with Dak in the lobby in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that's the high... I was looking at all these Pro Bowl players because we were in the sick hotel setup. And multiple times I thought to myself, that man is the highest paid man in here. And one of the things I would brag about for the rest of my life, if I was Dak Prescott, is I was the highest paid player in the National Football League for multiple years. You said we're going on 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to get passed up in this offseason. I don't think. Lamar, they're trying to get something done with Lamar. But I didn't just have the title for 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. I'm going to tell my kids I was the highest paid player by $5 million for years in the National Football League. And that should make Jerry and Steven so bitter. Not that they re-signed Dak, but that it's like finding out that you overpaid on something.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted it, you're glad you got it, you needed it. You had to, you had to have it, but then you find out, oh, the next highest bid was $10K less than mine, and you feel like a sucker. And that's how I would feel if I was the Cowboys front office.
Now, obviously, the Micah Parsons negotiations went sideways for reasons that had nothing to do with financial implications. I don't think.
It did. That's Jerry. Jerry will say, yeah, that's exactly why it went sideways. He's going to go to his football grave saying it was about 40. See.
But do you think
he said we offered him? It's like they're doing right now with Aubrey. We are offering you the highest paid kicker deal in NFL history. But Todd France and Aubrey are saying we're so much better than that. We're so much better than Harrison Butker. Jerry offered Micah more than TJ Watt. That's the way it used to get done. And that's the way, I kind of liked it. The Players Association is loving the multiple $1 million leapfrog. It used to be $1, $500,000 more.
$1, Bob.
$1 million more. But no, the Cowboys went and blew it out of the water for Dak, and it's just been sitting there and should sting them. And Jerry's like, no, my number was 41. You got 47. It's done.
Is it a case where, and I'm trying to see what date this was on Aiden Hutchinson. I believe that was that after Micah when Aiden Hutchinson got his extension done, or was he?
No, I think he was before.
Okay, let me look this up. But I'm wondering if the Cowboys look at it and say, you know what? Even if that wasn't our intent, was to eventually split from Micah. Like we wanted to get it done, got sideways over hurt feelings and things like that. We avoided potentially another market correction deal.
Yes.
Aiden Hutchinson was after Micah.
Oh, my bad.
And Aiden fell short of Micah by $1.5 million annually. So Micah got damn near $47 million, which was a huge. We were talking about 40. He went up to 47. Yeah. And I wonder if they look and go, we avoided that. It's kind of nice to have some money we can move around right now.
Yeah.
Like we kind of like looking at this. And is that why the Aubrey thing, even on a smaller scale, do they go, you know what? We don't have to pay. Yeah, I know he's ours, but we don't have to pay the highest end. Like, let's be a little more cutthroat with it. Let's be Belichick with it. You can make $5 million this year unless somebody wants to give us a second-round pick.
Right.
Like, I wonder if it's just there's a little bit of you've been burned financially enough times, or just taken to the cleaners enough times that it's a little bit like I'm done with this. I don't want to spend this way. Eventually, one day, Choppy's going to stop. wanting to just freely spend the way he does. Eventually, one day, I'm going to stop giving $200 tips at open bars. That will end one day because I'll be like, I'm tired of doing that. It does look like an evolution to me.
No, I think you're thinking too much.
No, I don't because based on the other things that we've seen this offseason, not an evolution anyway, not like a philosophical evolution. It makes me think, you know what? At least this offseason, let's try something new. Let's just do something a little different. And get out of our comfort zone a little bit. Not that I believe in this philosophy moving forward, but let's try something different, see if that helps anything. Jerry definitely, it feels like this offseason went like, all right, I'm tired. I'm running out. Let's just, all right, fine. Y'all do something different then. See if that works.
Maybe. I still think this is them just being like, when you guys want to come back down to earth from 10 million, Aubrey and Camp, Todd France, then you can come to us, or we'll slice your 10 million and have them make 5, or we'll get a second round pick. The Cowboys in this instance, I do feel like have the legitimate leverage, because I don't think Brandon Aubrey is gonna. I don't think a kicker is going to make the noise of CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons. So I feel like they do have the legitimate leverage. But Brandon Aubrey and Todd France, they got to come back down to earth to 8. And the Cowboys may not want to pay that because they're like, we're still offering you the highest in the league. Look, giving him 6.5 to me is, I'm not going to say unfair. Like, he deserves more than that. Just in terms of what he's done and what he is.
Yeah.
You know, he deserves at least 7.
Yeah, if I was his agent, I would want, I'd be like, no matter what I'd be asking for, I'd be like, I really don't feel like I should settle for less than 7.
No doubt. Absolutely.
But like, again, that's one of those things where I think this case,
that's not a market correction. It's at 7.
No. But if they were to go, like when Adam Schefter yesterday was talking about, I'd pay him 12 maybe.
Yeah.
And it's like, what?
No, bye.
Are there people like you? Because Schefter, I imagine, talks based on what he hears from people. Are there people who tell you that if I had Brandon Aubrey, I'd pay him $12 million? If that's the case,
I hope he's relaying information, because that means someone's going to give me a second.
Yeah.
And if someone pays him 10 or 12, I feel even better about losing him, because I personally don't want to pay him. He can't get double digits per year. Here, give me the second round pick.
I mean, I was just apply it like this. Would you be angry?
I love Brandon Aubrey.
No matter how good people claimed he was in a scouting report, would you be angry if at any point the Cowboys drafted a kicker in the second round?
Yes.
Yeah, because everybody goes like, your ceiling on a second rounder should be better than no matter how good a kicker is.
Yeah. And think about, let's just say you draft a kicker. What will they make in the 5th?
Oh yeah, they'll make like probably, it should be like on average will be like $1.5 to $2 million.
Okay, in the 5th?
Like over the life of their contract
per year.
So they'll get they'll get a bonus at the start, and then they'll have like minimum contracts.
Right. So I'm basically saving $8 million for another player.
Yeah.
I have an $8 million player I can get, or I can add $8 million to a couple $1 million left over for a $10 million player, for an $11 million player.
So Deron Bland, when he signed, this was 2022, so things have gone up a little bit, but he was a 5th round pick. A 4-year contract, he was $3.9 million. So $1 million.
$8 million savings, potentially.
Yeah.
Below the belt right here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys with Roberto. I'm Sean Sharif. Choppy is back on Monday. Just because Choppy's out does not mean that we get away from the next segment. Is it Kevin Hagelin, Draymond Green for defending Nico, Rich Paul, Logan Paul, or the person who said that the best medicine for heroin is crack? Worst take, the biggest loser of the week, with your nominees and winner after this.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
Worst Take every Friday, 9 a.m. with your nominees and ultimately the biggest loser on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. But first, here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, Diana Rossini is emptying the notebook. Maxx Crosby is drawing serious interest around the league. The Cowboys are closely monitoring the situation and remain very interested, while the Baltimore Ravens are also a team to watch. GMs believe the Raiders are willing to work on a deal. Of course, the big story yesterday, and props to G-Bag for getting on the guy who tweeted it, Trey Wingo, formerly of ESPN, NFL Live, all that, said that the Cowboys thought they were close and maybe had something worked out on Wednesday night. The Raiders took that around the rest of the league. Rest of the league said, "No, we can go ahead and top that. Maybe 2 first-round picks." And the Cowboys may now be turning the attention to Trey Hendrickson. So here's Rossini dropping the Cowboys' name into things. She also said that the Rams discussed trading for A.J. Brown, but have moved on. The Eagles are holding firm on their steep asking price. While the Patriots have poked around, the Chargers are another team keeping tabs on the situation. So Diana Rossini from The Athletic this morning is emptying the NFL notebook.
Who does A.J. Brown help more, Justin Herbert or Drake May?
I don't know. You have an easy answer?
I would love to see him with Herbert. I just don't know that I'd love to see him with Herbert on a team coached by Jim Harbaugh. That's the whole thing. Just
you love Harbaugh.
Harbaugh wants to put the kid gloves on his quarterback, though. So that's the only thing, is that I just don't think that I'd love to see it get restricted, because I think he's honestly held Herbert back the last couple of years. By the way, Spotrac just tweeted a little bit ago, if it comes to a head, a team acquiring edge rusher Maxx Crosby will be able to process a simple salary conversion on his contract that will drop his acquired cap hit from 30.7 down to 7.7 million.
Oh.
So you trade for him and then you reduce his cap hit by 23 million.
Oh, my.
So, all right, this is Worst Take. We got a ton of really good nominees here. Where should we go first?
Bobby, what if I took over here real quick? Because I have a nominee.
Do you?
Someone on this very show.
Here right now?
No. They're not here right now, which would be one RJ Choppy, who last night, we claimed he was drinking. Maybe he said he wasn't, but I think we all know he was.
Mm-hmm.
He decided to send an Ask Reddit. And I don't know why he would send this power rankings, but
Ask Reddit?
Yeah, or Reddit page.
He said a Reddit thread.
Yeah, Reddit thread.
Like a dummy.
And it was a power ranking host here at the station. And I don't know why he thought that was a good idea, but worst take to RJ Choppy for that.
I like that nomination. Choppy deciding to start just drop a big old negative ball of energy right in the group text on his off night.
Yeah, my dad already put me in like an F it mode yesterday afternoon. So anyone who came in my sight line was getting quick, fast, blunt responses. And RJ, who again, his night off, decides to, like typical RJ, interact and follow sports more than he does when he's supposed to be working the next day, sends over some Reddit page of power ranking the fan hosts, and this loser idiot had me last. Me and Fred were like, and I think I recognize this tool, like Bada Bada Boom Boom or something on Twitter. I think he's a Stars fan, and he looks like the loser that I knew he was. And he said somehow had me in last place, and then Choppy sent that to me. And he tried to like make fun of himself with a stupid joke. Like that's how I knew he was drinking, is he made a really dumb, lame joke.
Weak.
It was weak. But I'm like, why did you send me this with me in last place?
Knowing it would probably make you upset.
Now because he is such a here's
I
the
told
one
him
thing.
back, I was like, dumb joke by you, number one. This is my exact tweet. Or text back to RJ. And two, anyone who would put me in last place is a moron.
Who would you put in last? No, here's the only covering fire you could maybe give to Choppy. Is it possible he's such a narcissist that he literally just only looked for his own name and did not even bother to see what anybody else was said?
Possible, but
I don't think he did. I think he looked at Peyton jumped in that Reddit thread and replied and said, could you make a number 12 spot just so I can be on the list?
Yeah,
So
it wasn't on the list. I was like, dude, come
Peyton
on.
just wanted a last place ranking. So I like that nominee of RJ Choppy here in Worst Take. Let's go on
Number
to...
one was Broadus. I think Bobby may have been 2.
2.
Yeah, they said they like how I troll you.
So there you go.
That's why I was so high. It was because I troll you.
Yeah.
So that's what they like. All right, we got a couple other nominees. This was the one that I thought was a slam dunk winner.
Bada, never getting any boom boom with your neck brace on. Keep typing with your neck brace.
This was the one that I thought early in the week. I said this one was a slam dunk to win. It's probably, it's the most recent slam dunk he's had in probably a decade. Draymond Green for his Nico Harrison thoughts.
But now when I turn on the TV, all I see is everybody in the media who crushed Nico Harrison, who essentially aided in him getting fired, regurgitating the same things that Nico Harrison was saying. And I struggle with that because I haven't seen one person come out and say, hey, Nico, I'm sorry for the things I said about you when you made that move. Because I just said the same thing out of my mouth.
Pretty stupid.
Yeah.
Pretty dumb that he thinks Nico deserves any apology whatsoever.
I got a basketball one.
Oh, let's go.
And I think speaking has been a big mistake for Rich Paul.
Oh.
Rich Paul is not making a lot of great sense. I'm expecting to hear this young, brilliant businessman, which he may be, right? Being the agent for LeBron James and Clutch Sports and all that. But man, I can't get through his little clips on Twitter that are cut and highlighted.
I can't see enough of them.
He's sitting down with Kellerman, and Kellerman is telling Rich Paul, again, LeBron guy, that Michael would average a 40-point triple-double on the Game Over podcast.
His usage rate would be higher. What does 32, 8, and 8 turn into? What does 37, 5, and 6 turn into? Because he averaged it back then.
No, you're missing a major point. You're basing this as if people still consider the pecking order. These kids today, they're not bowing down to nobody. They're not just going to sit around and let you shoot every shot.
I mean, they do it for Luka and Harden.
No, they don't.
They did it for Harden.
No,
okay,
they don't.
Are you
That's
telling
not-
me that Luka or Harden would average more points than MJ?
What I'm telling
They're in
you
the
is-
mid-30s.
What I'm telling you is, in today's NBA, guys are coming in and they're not caring as much as you think about who you are and what you did. Because in their mind, I'm the guy too.
So my nominee is Rich Paul for figuring out a way to hate on Mike. And, of course, he has to brag about it. Michael's my guy. We're tight. We're super tight. For saying that an NBA rookie is not going to come in and say, Luka, get as many shots as you want. I'm going to have to go and do a field goal attempt study over the years to see whether that number has dramatically decreased. So that's Rich Paul saying Mike would not be averaging 40-point triple-double.
That's a pretty strong nominee. These are a couple good ones so far. I guess we can just keep it on the basketball tip.
By the way, this year, the leading field goal attempt players in the NBA are all averaging, there's multiple averaging 22 shots a game. Last year, no one averaged 22 shots a game. The year before that, Luka had 23 shots a game. Brunson was next at 21. De'Aaron Fox, 21. So I'm not buying it.
All right, let's do another basketball nomination here. And
can you imagine Cooper Flagg coming here if Luka was still here?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously impossible, and was like, "No, I'm gonna take the shots." You imagine any rook going in and be like, "I'm not ceding to you.
Right.
I'm not giving you the rock as often as you want." A rookie or a second-year player.
That honestly just sounds like a point made at a like a half-drunken point made at a hangout when you're talking about NIL. These players today, they're spoiled. They want to be Michael right out of the gate. Yeah, it's the same thing. All right, Kevin Hageland. When we were playing the NBA on NBC throwback audio and the Bob Costas intro that he audibly groaned over the entire time, we're nominating Kevin Hageland for attacking the NBA on NBC.
That's nice.
You don't like it?
You don't
Hagee?
like it, do you?
It was a little long.
What a wet blanket this guy is.
That was the old NBA on NBC intros. You would always do that. They would talk over like a crane shot of the city by the arena, and they would set the stage. It creates energy. Why don't you like it?
Why do you need me to like it? I thought it was fine.
What's his mood today? He was just in a sour little mood, and he had no time at all or no interest at all. Thought the NBA on NBC throwback game was basically stupid.
I have a theory.
What?
Just came to me. He hates Bob Costas.
So that may be part of it. I made a reference about Bob Costas.
You know why?
I have a couple of thoughts.
He's a liberal. He hates, I think, Republicans and conservatives. Look at these guys out here scared that I'm saying this. It's true.
I think
Bob Costas always goes on and destroys Trump. And I would say by connection to the Republican Party, my hidden theory is Kevin Hagelin does not like Bob Costas. And he's also threatened because he knows Bob is smarter than him.
I think Kevin Hagelin hates anybody who decides to start morally lecturing, even when he agrees with you.
Yes.
Even if he agrees with you, he thinks shut up. He's definitely the take your award and get off stage.
Yes.
He's definitely. So there's part of that was Costas, but Costas didn't do any of that in that intro. It was just nostalgia. It was nice. Did you like the NBA on NBC throwback game?
Yeah, I told you.
I loved it.
I want Doug Collins to be the lead analyst today. I loved him back then. I even thought it was refreshing to hear Costas, who's not a great play-by-play guy. I could have done without Fratello. I didn't even need Mike Fratello there. Doug Collins is a freaking stud. I was worried. I was like, is he following the game? Is he really going to know what happened to Doug Collins? Where's Doug Collins been? But the graphics, all of it. Yeah, it took me back. Nostalgic.
Oh,
fantastic.
Ye of little faith in Doug Collins.
I have another one.
Hit me.
Logan Paul, who I'm kind of becoming a fan of. Logan Paul says he could beat up any NFL player.
I wouldn't be surprised if I throw hands with Tom Brady on the field in L.A. Dude, Tom Brady does not want to throw hands. There's a clip of him out there, of him calling me a bitch.
Have the skills. He's a football.
To Gronk of all people, who I beat up all of his brothers back to back. The Gronks lined up, and I beat them up back to back to back. And guess who didn't step in there? Mr. Gronk himself. And yeah, they're calling me a bitch.
Don't do this.
I do think it's cute. If any of the football players want to fight, we can see what happens.
What football players would straight up beat his ass?
Not a single one.
Name one.
Not a single one.
Don't do all that, bro.
I would put any amount of money that you could put.
DK. Metcalf?
Not a single football player could beat me in a boxing match.
Myles Garrett.
That is on God.
Myles Garrett?
I would throttle Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett. I will bet you why did we choose him? It could be any name, but any football player. Myles Garrett, Puka Nacua, Tom Brady, Gronk. I don't even know.
Don't even try calling out Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold.
No, don't do it, bro.
Doesn't matter. $1 million. $1 million. You come to the gym, we put on boxing gloves, we see how it goes.
So I actually agree with him. In a boxing match.
There's a bunch of them that train boxing.
Do they?
Yeah. That's how that's a bunch of them do cardio in the offseason to train. They do boxing.
They haven't trained as much as him, though. Well, I don't know how much he's doing it anymore. He just did it for Floyd.
A lot of them think that the boxing training is the best thing to do, keep their conditioning up. So a bunch of them box.
So this is why we both reached out to Brock Hoffman yesterday.
Yes.
Because Brock Hoffman...
trains boxing.
He hit up Logan Paul and was basically like, I'll kick your ass and your brother's ass. Easy. Deion Dawkins in Buffalo said, yeah, why not?
Would not want to fight Deion Dawkins.
The former running back in Pittsburgh. Dang it.
James Conner.
No. Who was slow to... Le'Veon.
Franco Harris. Oh,
Le'Veon is like, I'll fight you at the draft. And Logan Paul's like, you're not big enough. Like,
Alden Smith boxed for a little bit. Would you want to fight Alden Smith?
I would want to fight any of them.
I don't think Logan Paul was that. Logan Paul's a master at marketing and everything else.
He's a big dude, too.
Yeah, he is. But
y'all tell me on the fan text, the art of boxing versus any NFL player.
You don't think there's one NFL player who I got some golden gloves in my background?
I don't think that any of them have the boxing training to the extent. Now, maybe Miles hits him with one. I don't know.
But Logan just started 5 years ago or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm saying anybody who would have trained or does it in off-season training probably has about as much our time.
All right,
so.
biggest loser. Maybe it's me for thinking Logan Paul may be right. Logan Paul, Kevin Hagelin for the NBA on NBC hate, Rich Paul for arguing against the MJ triple-double, Draymond for defending Nico Harrison, or RJ Choppy for sending over the fan power rankings from Reddit.
Choppy's the loser this week. It was going to be Draymond.
But you're up there. You should love that he sent it. Those are good rankings for you.
That's not the point. The point is, what are you doing? Like,
he was trying to make fun of himself because he was called a drunk in there. So maybe that gives him a pass. He's like, look, these people are calling me a drunk.
It only could have.
I'm
going to expose the group chat a little bit.
Oh.
I'm going to expose Peyton Russell a little bit. Even Peyton side texted me. He's like, why is he sending that?
You side texted?
Yeah, he's like, why is he sending that?
Why would he do that?
Oh, yeah. I got side texts from everybody in the group chat when that happened.
Who's your vote, Pepe?
Mine's going to be RJ. In the fan text, we have a runaway winner with Draymond Green, 817-940. Draymond is 1,000% the winner for this.
The football article we had
Who'd you vote for?
Choppy. Yeah, Choppy. The football, the person who put me last, boom, boom, bada beam, boom, boom, loser. The football article we had to do because Choppy was out next in the red zone. 105.3 The Fan.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel to go to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Red Zone, your football fix every day here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Our final cross-talk with KNC from Surprise, Arizona, with Ranger spring training coverage brought to you by ASCO Equipment, Zero Res, and Mercedes-Benz of Plano. So, I thought the Bills overpaid for DJ Moore. They gave up a second-round pick and a fifth to get DJ Moore to Buffalo. I'm like, you gave up a second-round pick for a receiver that isn't, to me, an absolute true number one to try to put you over the top with Josh Allen. So are you willing to admit now that after DJ Moore went for a second, if George Pickens got dealt, he would go for a one, and that you and Todd Archer and all your little football friends from wherever they came from are looking wrong?
Let's see here. If you were to pace out the last 4 years of DJ Moore and George Pickens over a 17-game pace, George Pickens, 70 receptions, 1,100 yards, 5 touchdowns. DJ Moore, 77 receptions, 975 yards, 7 touchdowns. Not that far off. Not that far off.
Now
Sean.
I'm going to counter back with a real world question. you pulled
I would take Pickens over Moore. There's no doubt about it.
And how many people would you have to ask in a row down a line to have someone pick DJ over George? You go into a bar at happy hour today, and you go.
I think there's how many people do you have to go down that know DJ Moore?
Go to Indy that know DJ
over George Pickens. I mean, here's just the thing: is that you take the. I'm trying to see it now. Yeah, he's going to be under contract for the next few years at not really a bad level for them.
DJ.
Mm-hmm. That's the other thing. Like, financially, you are going to take into account that Pickens, and it's probably like $10 million more per season.
Yeah, but they shouldn't have given up a second. I can't believe.
Probably not. I thought he should have gone for a third.
That's too rich.
I thought he should have gone for a third.
All right. So. The article that we got to do while RJ's out.
And I was excited. You're right. We should do it while RJ's out because my initial thought was we have to do this when RJ's back.
We can save it.
No, because it'll make me mad.
Yeah.
It'll trigger me.
Yep.
Because RJ loves. And I don't know where this comes from. Has this always been the case, or has he only started it since I've been here? Where he talks about NFL personnel departments as if he can throw a dart and that's going to statistically be just as accurate.
Yes.
Has he always said that?
For a long time.
Okay. So RJ's been dumb for a while.
Now, here's what I will say. Even if I disagree with him, I'm FAF.
Yes.
Right? I'm going to be fair.
Yes.
So his premise is basically, just to reset for the audience, the New York Jets should take a quarterback no matter what, because you have instances of the third or fourth drafted quarterback being better than the first or second. So just because you're not going to get Fernando at 1, the odds will show that the second quarterback, the third quarterback taken, can be just as good, close, or better. So therefore, the New York Jets should take a quarterback.
And the underlying premise,
which I do.
Sure, I understand positional value and things like that, but his underlying premise driving that is what he says, which is they have no idea about any of them. They're guessing. He thinks it's just a blind guess, essentially.
Well, I don't know, like totally blind. Like if you took, if we went back, I should make RJ do this since he started all this stuff. Let's go back the last 10 mock drafts and take the top 3 rated players. You take 5 mocks. You take the top 3 rated players at each position before the draft, and then we take their careers after. Who were the top 3 players after 5 years and compare it? How often would it line up that the top 3 ranked before the draft were the top 3 producers? And what he's trying to say is he thinks that 4, 5, and 6 would be close.
So this is where because he said, if you look at the hit rate, it's this. And I go, Yeah, over 32 teams and 32 departments. Some of the departments are good, some of them are not. And because of that, there are other teams that hit way higher than 50% on their first-round picks because they're good. It's not a coincidence the Chiefs keep getting good cornerbacks. It's not a coincidence the Cowboys keep getting good offensive linemen.
Right.
Like
Steeler wideouts.
Like they picked Tyler Smith and everybody's like, that's an awful pick. And well, the Cowboys know offensive line and they got it right. And so the Cowboys scouting staff to me is... And teams that have good scouting staffs, that's such a huge advantage that I think RJ literally just doesn't think it matters, which is silly. But I think the Cowboys that's one of their biggest advantages they have over the rest of the NFL, especially with the grind that they put. There's probably not a team in the NFL that has a deeper year-round schedule that they have to follow than Cowboy Scouts. Cowboy Scouts probably put in the most hours of any of the scouts in the NFL. But Jordan Rodriguez over at The Athletic had talked to 4 different scouts at the NFL Combine, and she's done a real good job of connecting with personnel people and stuff over the years, and she likes telling these sort of stories. And so she just took a look at the scouting job, the job of scouting and what goes into it. Since it's kind of a mysterious, thankless job, a lot of times people don't even know who's in the scouting department for Cowboys fans other than Will McClay. But she writes here, she says, scouts aren't starting with a blank slate. The college football programs and evaluation services provided by National Football Scouting Scouts, that's NFS, and then there's BLESTO, which BLESTO, it's an acronym, stands for, it originated in the 1960s, Bears, Lions, Eagles, Steelers Talent Organization, because they they were providing services for them.
Oh.
And so, but they set the table, they basically send you a list of, hey, here's everybody we've done some advanced work on. These are just some sheets to get you guys going and just do some administrative work. So it's like a law clerk. Here's some stuff. We did some stuff for you. Here are our reports. And then they do their work from there. So they filter thousands of players into lists with grades at least 1 year before players are draft eligible. Then area scouts start taking them on. So the area scouts are the guys who are assigned to regions of the country. And you'll get a select number of schools based on geographically where things are at. Some people have, 8 area scouts, others have 4. It just depends how you break it up. The Cowboys have a number of them and break up their regions by a few different ways. But the area scouts are kind of considered the foundation of a player report. They started it. They probably spent the most man hours on it. Whereas a national scout or Will McClay or somebody like that, if you take the Cowboys organization, take a pick like Tyler Guyton, okay? Tyler Guyton at Oklahoma would have been, I believe, Sam Garza, the Cowboy scout Sam Garza. I believe that would have been his. So Sam will do every game that Tyler Guyton's done, potentially. Well, then it kicks up to national. And the national scout is Ross Winchie. So that's one of their national scouts. Ross is a cross-check. Hey, let me check on what your grade was, and I'm going to do my own report. So Ross may watch 3 games of the guy, or 4, or whatever. And then Will may watch 3 or 4. But the area scout is putting in the most man hours on their guys and the list that they have there. But this is one of the things that I loved. They're talking about Jordan's talking about the way that they approach player evaluation. So when people watch a wide receiver play, they just go, George Pickens is great. But maybe they can't put into words why they think he's so great. Oh, catch radius. He goes up and gets the ball, whatever it is. She talked to one scout, and he gave her an example of everything he's looking at on every single snap when he's watching a receiver.
Okay.
So this is what he broke down. He said he's looking at acceleration off the line of scrimmage until his top end speed. Looking for what do their breaks look like? Can they sink down, gather themselves, and get out of those cuts cleanly and efficiently? How do they attack edges? How precise are they in their routes? If their routes aren't polished yet, do they have balance, athleticism, ankle flexion, ability to get in and out of breaks, separating, and how do they do it? Do they do it with quickness or speed or smarts? Is he staying rooted through the catch? Jumping at the catch, contorting his body. Is it smooth, plucking the ball, or soft hands, aggressive hands? Can he catch through contact? That's everything he's looking for every single snap on a receiver. And it goes down the line of other positions like that. You are trying to look at every single thing that this offensive lineman does. What does this quarterback do? And I remember I had talked to somebody. Yeah, I talked to people. I talked to somebody who is an NFL scout and said that they were talking about how they get a little bent out of shape by some of the mock drafters or some of the draftniks out there who are like, oh, I could do this better, or I could do this or that. And he goes, it's great that you guys have access to the ability to watch these players, and it's great that you do the work. That's wonderful. We would not spend 9 months of the year on the road, away from our families, not getting sleep, doing all this stuff, if we could just watch the players in a hotel. That's what we would do.
Right.
We can't do it. Because there was another description in here where Jordan Rodriguez says a scout walks in. All right, somebody's a captain. All right, well, I'm watching how does he interact with his teammates here.
Yeah.
Because there's a difference between the captain and the leader. How are we doing this? Daniel Jeremiah told the story years ago that it would always be, gosh, why am I blanking? Ozzie Newsome. Ozzie Newsome would say, hey, do you lead film sessions with your teammates? Yeah, I'm the one. So you run those film sessions? Yeah, I'm in charge. I get the guys together. I'm the guy. All right, so you're the group leader. That's nice. Who holds the clicker while y'all are doing the film sessions? Well, John holds the clicker. Okay. All right, well, it sounds like John runs those meetings. It doesn't matter if you organized them.
And one of the things I just thought about right now is with my scouts, I would have to put you through 2 tests. One, right, your X's and O's and your football knowledge, which I assume they all have. But I'll speak personally for me. Like, I love dissecting personalities and, like, watching a room and figuring out what makes someone tick, the intangible stuff. And I just don't go and ask everyone willy-nilly, what do you think of that person? Tell me about that person. So the scout... if you're going to go on the road, you got to give me the character write-up.
Yeah.
I got to trust in your judgment of people.
They're considered private investigators in part. And a lot of scouts have told me before, you want the lowdown on a kid? Go talk to the strength trainer. That is the first person you talk to find out character, because they said a coach will lie to you. A coach will tell you they'll either want to fluff somebody up or maybe they're angry at him, so they'll talk to him. They said, you go talk to a strength trainer. Strength trainer will respect you if you've got work ethic. So they'll tell you if the kid works hard even if they don't like him.
Yeah, but they may know, I'm talking even deeper than that. They may know where to go to ask the question, but I got to trust, like if a random person, I'll go to Bobby and I'll be like, give me the rundown. And I'll trust, Bobby knows what I'm looking for and what would tick me off about someone. And like, I trust what Bobby's going to tell me I want to hear about someone's character.
Yeah.
I'm not just asking anyone that. So like my scouts, like I got to trust, like, is that person know that that kid doesn't have this in this area in terms of work ethic, in terms of dedication?
That's where Klein Kubiak, when he went to Tulsa, for instance, and he scouted Tyler Smith, Klein Kubiak, one of their national scouts, was big on telling them, hey, we know the work ethic of this guy. And then they trusted that Klein, who was relatively new in the scouting staff, I think at that point, they trusted that he knew what they were looking for enough to know what does a good worker look like.
So just a little inside look at the scouting world done by The Athletic?
Yep.
The Athletic. Let's crosstalk for the final time with the KNC Masterpiece from Arizona on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. It is
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025. All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Eagles on Saturday, May 16th at Globe Life Field in Arlington. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Got a developing situation in Surprise, Arizona, on your home of the Texas Rangers. The spring training coverage throughout the week brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Zero Res. And apparently, the voice has disappeared yet again for one Kevin Hagelin.
All right, am I supposed to respond to that?
How has this been a lifelong issue, Hagee? Or Corey can answer for you. Corey, has this been a lifelong issue for Hagee?
I didn't know about this until it was probably about 6 years ago after a peace-a-thon. I was like, oh, hey, you're kind of struggling there a little bit. And now just on occasion. Now, last night we did get some cold air came through and some wind gusts. There was a little bit of sand swirling around. And so, that can mess with the allergies a little bit. But, yeah, sometimes when Kevin doesn't get enough sleep because of his family.
Your family calls you in the middle of the night because your son's upset. And then
he broke his arm, Kev. I mean,
I know. You're right.
Can I hang around for the first segment with y'all?
Sure, dude.
All right, I'm gonna hang around.
We're bringing in reinforcements.
Yeah, we got some help walking with us today. Jared Sandler might join us a little bit today. The nosebleeds will pop in for a little while after dinner last night. We do he's not here yet. We do have Evan Carter at noon today and Jacob Latz at 11. So we'll have those guys rocking with us as well. So it'll be a fun day. It is Friday, so we're gonna have a lot of fun and shout outs and some extra co-hosts around here today.
My theory on Kevin losing the voice was all the socializing that he's been doing out there with all the dinners. And this is going to put him back in the cave because he's going to be like, see what happens when I eat dinner with you guys every night? I lose my voice.
Exactly.
That's a good idea.
That's a good idea. As I've been looking at all the dinner reviews.
He does sound like he's got emphysema, right?
Well, today, I've been waiting for 15 years for a fan host one time to take a day off on the road. I've been dying to see that moment happen. What
happened earlier this week?
Yeah, Wolchuk
missed. He missed 2 shows.
He missed 2 shows?
Yep.
Out in Surprise?
Exploding out of both areas.
What?
Yep.
And technically, a couple
wonder he
years
can't get
ago,
paid.
he did land here and then get back on the plane and go home because his daughter was born. But that's a different thing.
Yeah, no, I'm just like, oh man,
it's not a sickness. That's a miracle, Corey.
Going out there and the company paying for it, and you're like, nah, I got to stay in the hotel today.
When I got sick that night at Prime, I was not going to call in, but I was just sitting there going like, this is going to be brutal if I'm still sick in the morning because I just can't. You can't call in when you're on the road, and so I was like, I'm going to just be throwing up every break during the show.
That morning, Sean, in Vegas after the media party, I really thought about it, but I was already up and on air with you guys at that point. So,
and I'm in these pre-recorded interviews, so that counts.
Yeah.
So
I'm pretty sure I'm going to tell people if you can vaccinate your children or not. It sounds like.
Gosh.
So what?
Wow, that is who you sound like.
What's your thought on Tylenol?
Oh, RFK?
He does sound like RFK.
He does sound like RFK.
Say heroin got me through college.
No.
So, and who did we do that about the heroin?
No, we didn't do the
tape?
Billy Idol one. Yeah, Billy Idol told Bill Maher this week that cocaine helped him kick heroin.
Hey, it makes sense.
He said you have to replace the vice. You can't just quit one. You have to replace it. And so the cocaine helped him wean.
But then how do you get rid of the cocaine?
I mean, that's future Billy's problem. Current Billy is off heroin, and that's a good thing.
And then Bobby...
Marijuana?
Yes. Bobby cooked up a topic that I saved just for Crosstalk as we were trying to identify the political divide. And I thought RFK gave us that segment. Well, real quick. So what is it? Have you self-diagnosed? Like, what is it that you have?
I mean, it's just whenever I don't get a lot of sleep, just a bunch of junk builds up and it F's with my vocal cords. But
inflammation.
What is it? One night of sleep that you lacked? I mean,
no, I haven't really been sleeping. I don't sleep well on the road, so I haven't been sleeping good all week, and it's just been building up, and it finally clipped me.
So, what time do you lay down and like try to close your eyes?
Yeah, last night I tried to close my eyes at like 11, and I went to sleep around 1 something, and then my wife called at like 4 something.
So is it the bed?
I don't know if it's the bed or I think it's the pillows, or maybe it's just, I mean, I'm sure it's just something mental. Yeah. I don't know what the deal is.
Throat overuse, it's a big problem.
You should drink at least to go to sleep out there, or drink NyQuil. What about that? Just chug a lot of NyQuil. Oh,
NyQuil's a good idea. That is a good idea.
Yeah, no. Z-Quil. NyQuil will make you too groggy. The Z-Quil, you'll feel a little fresher the next day.
NyQuil's the 13th step, dude.
Oh,
that's right.
Program.
Scissor.
So what topic are we saying?
Political divide.
What political divide? I don't remember what this is.
Had to have an RJ moment.
Hey, Sean,
I guess I got through almost through the whole show. What is the political divide?
I feel like I'm getting stronger, Corey. I feel like I'm getting stronger.
Good, I like it.
Need to drink more of this sore throat spray, and I'll be fine.
Sean, 2 things. One, Lou Malnati's did comment on my post about Kevin's sadness regarding Eric Chiafalo last night ordering a thin crust pizza at a deep dish place.
Oh!
So that was a moment last night we had a lot of fun with.
How did he review it?
Can I tell you a bonus thing? Lou Malnati's already follows me.
There we go, baby. The thin crust was fine. It was fine.
It was definitely from the Midwest.
It was all right. But the deep dish definitely that thing hit, man. And they had some fantastic appetizers to go along with it. And it was nice to have Dawson and the crew out again last night, hanging out with the fellas.
Even
was nice.
Dawson went out. Wow.
That's right.
Dawson's been out a couple times this week.
I know what you're talking about now.
There you go, Bob.
I thought you were talking about something we would have already referenced, not something that was just in my email.
We referenced in your...
It's in my prep. All right. Okay, so a couple weeks ago, we were talking during Crosstalk, and we were talking about how politics has become so divided. You can't just have even friends on the other side of the aisle anymore, it feels like. And Hagee, you said, I wonder when that started. And I tried to assign it to more, I thought it was like 05, 06. And Sean was like, I think it was a little later because of social media. We now have a highly scientific answer as to what happened. So a research paper over in the UK, this is according to SciPost, a research paper over in the UK has attempted to tackle how politics became divided. So they've got a algorithm that they use to measure 3 different factors and see political division on a timeline. And so they can see spikes of when rhetoric really got intense and people started having issues getting along. And they said that our first big spike occurred, you want to guess what year?
94.
07.
Closer with Corey.
Ooh.
Oh, when the Rangers lost the World Series in 11.
You got it. Yeah. Nope. 2008.
Oh, wow. 2008.
2008, that would have been, because like Sean was talking about a couple weeks ago, that would have been the social media explosion. That would have been coming out of very low approval ratings for the last Bush term. And then you would have been running into the Obama-McCain era, which had a lot of mudslinging in it.
And the economic collapse the year before, too.
Yep. And then you remember his whole thing was like, all right, my big campaign issue, we're going to get universal health care done. And that was debated very civilly throughout the country for about 3 years. So they said that's where it really started. They said it actually peaked, though. We're on a downslope, they said, a little bit.
Really?
They said it peaked into 2020. 2008 to 2020 was the real big peak. And so it's actually declined a little bit. I guess that's resignation for a lot of people, just like I'm not changing anybody's mind.
We did it. Good job, guys. We did it.
All those NFL end zone messages worked.
Corey, who's been the best interview out there?
I mean, Nathan Eovaldi was like he's my unicorn every year.
Clearly, you should have said Evan Carter. Jacob Latz. You got to hear him today.
Dude, it's dead serious. Like, Nathan Eovaldi is my unicorn, okay? He's the pros pro. He's the best at everything, and he talked pitching with us about everywhere. He had a scouting report on all his teammates.
He did.
So that was awesome. But Evan Carter, we got a chance to chat with him. And like he's really matured and opened up. I feel like
he was honest
every
about a
time
lot
we've
of
ever
stuff.
talked to him before, and he's like his headspace. This dude, he's in a positive place right now, and I'm really looking forward to what this season can bring if he stays healthy. But Jacob Latz was awesome. He wanted to chat after we got done. And he was like, I remember you guys. I hopped on the radio with y'all before, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. And so he had some jokes with Kevin afterwards too, and we're really pulling for Jacob Latz a lot because that dude right there can play.
You haven't gotten any more nosebleed audio, Bobby, to edit?
They didn't have Clubhouse yesterday.
Okay.
So it was they've been full up.
Have you guys tried to keep your distance from going in there with them?
No.
They don't get side-eyed? It's not weird?
Yesterday was a little weird because Clubhouse opened during crosstalk, so they went down there, and then as soon as our show ended, we went down there, and they were leaving to come back to the show as we were going down there. So we actually haven't really crossed paths that much, and we won't today because Clubhouse opens like right now because they had the late game last night, which went forever.
Yes, it did.
But it was effective for some people last night.
We have a new name suggestion for y'all's show from the fan text.
I like that RFK and C masterpiece.
That's really good. That's good. 214.
All right, the fellows are up next from Surprise. Safe travels back. Everybody have a fantastic and safe weekend. The RFK and C masterpiece is next.
and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It is the KNC Masterpiece live from Surprise, Arizona today, as it is our final day in Surprise for Rangers spring training, and we are looking forward to giving you the goods today, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be a fun one. Trust me on that. Guys, I want to thank a lot of people, especially ASCO Equipment. Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the #1 Mercedes dealer in Texas. On-time experts, AC and heating, and also air conditioning, Kevin. No, I'm dead serious about that. Base Power, Best Buy Windows and Siding, high-quality windows at the lowest prices guaranteed. I love Best Buy Windows and Siding. And hopefully today, Kevin, being on the injury report, brought to you by Wild Fork, could be a situation today. But
that's a good question. When is CA landing in Arizona to come take over?
Yeah, that is what Chris Arnold does. He's like, I got you, Kevin. I got you.
Here's the good news. I know I'm effed up, but we already have a couple of interviews that I'm part of, sounding normal, plus Jared, maybe Zach and Eric. We could just roll through Corey and friends today, and I could just sit here maybe once a segment be like, that's right.
Okay, and then so that means you're driving because I'm going to be exhausted.
Oh,
show,
come
Kevin.
on.
I'm going to be, you get two choices. Either you can right. Be you.
I'll talk.
Or you can drive. That's how much Kevin does not want to drive here. This morning he needed to go get medicine.
Yeah.
And he almost paid me to Uber him there. He was like, please drive me. And I was like, I'm not ready yet. I'm still naked.
I tried to subtly set it up by saying, can we stop by a store on the way there? Or maybe give me the keys now. And he's like, you can have the keys.
Well, and that is our fault. But I didn't know this surprise was going to come up.
I didn't know either until this morning.
I just kind of, you know how you time everything out and you're like, I got this, I needed to accomplish. I just wasn't done yet.
Yeah.
So, but I appreciate you being here, Kevin, fighting with us as you always do, man. We always appreciate it.
I'm here. I'm not clear, but you should get used to it.
I don't know if I want to bring this back up, but I'm still riding high off the Michael Finley question yesterday.
Yeah.
Has the social media lived up to the expectation of it, or is it just violence? Because a lot of people are like, don't believe it. And I'm like, well, I mean, I didn't go out there to ask it that way. I just wanted to hear what their story was.
Yeah, I'm still hoping it continues to make its way because there was an article in the morning news as well about it. But also, like, Mark Stein picked up that we found out that Cooper Flagg was going to play like an hour later, and everyone retweeted that. And I was like,
we already
did that.
Finley told us that earlier.
Yeah.
I think the one thing that I take from that the most is I hope that he doesn't look back at that and go, you know what, I can never talk to those guys again. Because it sounded like at the end of the conversation, Alec, it sounded like he was like, man, I would love to talk to you guys again because this is going to really help, continue to build our relationship with the Mavs fan. But I don't know. Did you get that vibe off of Michael Finley?
I did. I thought he had a great time, and honestly, it sounded like a weight was lifted off of his shoulders when you asked about the beer. He was like, I am glad you asked. Like he sounded thrilled, like, yes, a public 100,000 watt medium for me to tell the truth. Finally.
Yeah, and I think that was what, Dawson last night was like, has he even talked about that since? And we were like, I don't think he has, or anything regarding that. And we just wanted to know what happened to it. I mean, he could have very simply said, I went and poured it down the drain. Because what happened to the beer was the question. He could have said, I went and poured it down the drain. And that would have been fine, too. And we could have moved on with that. But we got a really good story from our friend. And hopefully he did, because Alec, there was a moment yesterday where Kevin was like, I choose to believe this. And that was Michael Finley saying, I will tell Cooper Flagg that he should hop on an interview with you guys. I'm going to see him tonight.
I think we would have been in more trouble if he was like, I'm just surprised Luka didn't come after me like he almost did J.J. Redick the other day. Then we probably wouldn't have gotten him back.
Yeah. I saw that again, Kevin, last night, and my mind started going, he didn't really want to go at J.J. He just wanted to stand up and act like he would because he realizes he's that guy on the team that they're all looking at, and he can't just be punked like that. But if he really wanted to go at him, he would have. But it was a smart play on teammates' part to hop up and, yeah, let's go, guys, because those are smart things. Now, last night, the Rangers and Royals did play into perpetuity, it sounded like, as the game went on.
There were 11 runs in the first inning.
Yeah.
And we were losing 7-4, but we won 15-9. If you care about that.
Yeah, the Raiders are releasing Geno Smith, Kevin, barring a trade before the start of the new year. By releasing him, the Raiders will open up $8 million in cap space. So we'll keep that in mind as we go through here. I was really hoping for a Maxx Crosby update, but I think that thing is going to live for a while, Kevin. Especially if the Cowboys are really involved in that. There's no way Jerry wants to do it on a Friday and just dump that over the weekend. He wants that something to be living over past free agency. He wants his free agency stuff to hit, and then whenever it kind of gets another lull, he's like, by the way, let's throw this trade in the mix. So that's how that's going to go. But we'll keep eyes on all of that right now. But the Rangers last night had a very long game. It was 13 runs in the first inning and a quarter. Not all by the Rangers, I learned.
Mostly not by the Rangers.
But then later on, they did score some runs. But Kevin, man, the thing that stood out to me, and it's kind of starting to stand out for me a lot, is Jake Berger had another home run last night. Now, again, pitchers are working on stuff, and maybe he's seen a couple good fastballs.
Exit velo 104.4. That's his 5th hit this spring of plus 100 exit velo in 15 at bats.
That is amazing. That is amazing. Yeah, no, I think I tweeted this last night, and I've gotten some mixed reviews on it. And I said I think that he's going to have a monster year. And a lot of people were like, I don't think so. He's got to prove it. And I'm like, look, I understand it's spring training, but I think that currently your boy Jake Berger is in a different headspace than he was coming into camp last year. We discussed this at length last week, kind of regarding what he had to go through as he was joining a brand new team with his daughter, and how that can put you in just a completely different place. And now he's kind of, a year past that. Yesterday in the clubhouse, I don't know if you saw, I think the Nosebleed boys were out whenever this happened, but yesterday during the clubhouse, it was Jared and Jake Berger shared a hug. Did you guys happen to see that at all?
Nice.
I missed that embrace.
Okay, so we'll figure out
I did not get that embrace.
Okay, Eric, you're not on, so we'll figure that out, guys. We'll figure that out in just a minute. But it was a big hug, and he was. Obviously, Kevin, we had Jared on yesterday, and we got to share our moment, talking about him and his new baby, and Jake. You just heard him go, "I'm just so happy for you," and that's a dude right there that he's a big community guy. We've already talked to him about that before when we had him on during Peace-a-thon, and then just seeing the way that he responded to seeing Jared yesterday was really awesome. So pulling for Jake Berger, I think I got a superlative for him, Kevin. So far as I'm saying, he's going to be the MVP this year. And the Rangers are going to the World Series based on where they're playing right now. So that's where my mind is. Alec, are you okay with that, or is it a little too early for you?
No, you know me. I'm always okay with it. You got to go with what's hot right now, and what's hot is this batting order right now, especially Jake Berger. He's been crushing. Everybody's been doing a great job. If anything, it's the opposite of last season. It's the pitching that's scaring me now because, Mackenzie Gore, not sure.
Kevin.
Not sure if he's worth it.
He was bad yesterday.
Kevin, he had 3 innings of amazing, and then yesterday it all just fell apart. Should we be worried about Mackenzie Gore?
I mean, he walked 3 people. He had a hit by pitch. And the thing that's frustrating is he walked 2 hitters when he was up in the count 1-2. That's never going to work.
No, and I do wonder. So let's say he comes in and he's like, being up 1-2, I was working on a different out pitch. I'm just working. I'm trying to get this other pitch involved for being up there, and that kind of got me out of my strike, out of my zone, out of my comfort zone a little bit. Again, how much we can decipher based on this, that's a dude that's working on stuff.
Yeah.
Again, a Lats guy is competing, and so hopefully that competition grows for them, and hopefully our aces are 2 to 3, 4 aces that we might have on this team. 7 aces.
Another positive, Sam Haggerty.
Dude, this dude continues to rock, doesn't he?
So he had an 0-2 count and got a broken bat single against left-handers this spring. He's 8 for 12. That's incredible.
Yeah, and that was kind of the the vibe for him last year was he just keeps getting on base and he keeps doing things that make you feel like he's a positive player for the team. And so that was, and hold on, did you say he did that off of Cole Reagan's? That he had a moment, a pretty good one against Cole Reagan's. Yeah, fought back from that 0-2 broken bat single. Cole Reagan's not any good anymore, huh? Is that what's?
Berger hit the home run off of Reagan.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think
that feels fair.
Zach, sorry, we're missing you too at the moment. So I appreciate your efforts right now, but we'll figure something out here in just a second.
You guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. We love you, Tolo.
Yeah, Eric.
Have to hear Hagen's voice right now.
Oh, that's mean.
They are here for support because that's what the nosebleeders have done all week. They've been very supportive. It's nice to be teammates with those guys. Kevin, I do feel like Jacob Latz. We'll talk a little more with him later today. I feel like he's performed up to par. Rocker's kind of in a different place. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But is there anybody else that's kind of caught your eye out here that you're like, man, just keep an eye on what they're doing out here?
Yeah, I think Carter Baumler and G-Bag Nation guest Cam Cauley lead the way. So one pitcher, one hitter that maybe Cauley's not going to break camp on the team, but I think he could impact the big club this year. And then Baumler, he could absolutely be in this bullpen.
Yeah, no, and that's the whole thing's going to start shaking down next week is when you'll start to see some other moves over this weekend. Probably you'll see some other moves, and you'll start to see this thing take shape a little bit more for what the big league club's going to look like. But where these guys land in their minor league approaches as well is going to be pretty significantly important because. Where do you put Cauley? Do you say that AAA is the place for you and just be ready to be called up? Do you say, we want a little more work here and here? And then whenever some of the guys start to come back from the World Baseball Classic, that thing's got some time there, too. Speaking of World Baseball Classic, we got a little baseball action going on today. The Team USA plays at 7. We'll be on an airplane. G-Bag will be finishing up their show and capable of watching that at the bar if they want to. So World Baseball Classic there, but you have early morning games and all sorts. I think you can just kind of observe baseball all day long today by having it on the television and listening to 105.3 The Fan. Your thoughts?
I agree. Also, I was going to say for the Rangers, Alexis Diaz and Zeke, need to see a little bit more from them. I need to see a little bit less from Shohei, too, because they dominated overnight, so that's a little scary.
I got a question about Alexis Diaz and Zeke specifically. When it comes to Zeke, do you think the leash on is a lot shorter and Diaz probably has a little bit longer leash on trying to figure him out and they kind of know enough about it, Ezekiel Duran where they're like, okay, we've seen this. It hasn't been fixed. We're just ready to go ahead and make our move here. Whereas Diaz, they're like, hey, this is an off-season addition. Let's let him get comfortable. Let's let him, find that groove. Hopefully we can fix that.
Yeah, because Zeke's been struggling for a long time.
Yeah.
A long time.
And Tolos, I did want to ask, and now that we have Eric here as well, is this a significant amount of bacon that I added to the box this morning? I'll show everybody on the fan cam. This is I went to them and I just said, bring me all of your bacon. And they came back with this, which I don't think it was all their bacon.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
That's like 9 strips.
Yeah, 9 strips of bacon, but I don't think it was all of the bacon. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's dive into some of our free agent conversation as we have one gone, but more to go get. Next in the Fan.
Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He's come with a blitz. Hurts sees it. Back foot throw going for A.J. Brown. Intercepted by Cook. Brian Cook read it. It was underthrown, and he's got the turnover.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece featuring the Nosebleeders today. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being up here with us in Surprise. It's been a good week so far. We got you on air now. Kevin, would you like to ask them a question?
What time do we release them? Because if you have them do 9 straight hours, they'll go insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you got a good point there. Whenever they want to leave is more like we're not holding them hostage here. All right?
And we have
one of these
interviews already. Yeah,
no, we didn't put any things over their head and say you have to do this. They're sitting here just fine right now.
I feel like you just waterboarded me.
Okay, you know what? You can't. You weren't supposed to say that.
Okay,
all right. That part was the part that you were supposed to.
Alec.
We're gonna have to take him back to the interrogation room in a moment.
I did find the Over Easy place down the street is a really good breakfast spot.
Okay.
So I'm probably gonna run over there at some point and get some grub. What time do you usually have to check out of a hotel?
11.
I might try to kick that to about noon today.
Yeah, you can ask for a late checkout.
Yeah.
I think we did that in San Francisco. So you can ask for a late checkout sometimes, and they'll hook you up with that.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, that'll work for
Just
you.
as long as you're not asking to vaccinate your kids.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can't have that.
So y'all do have a couple of interviews coming up today. Who's on slate for you guys?
Brandon Nimmo, when he checks out of the game, is supposed to be joining us. And I guess Cam Colley, right, Eric? We got Cam Colley we've saved in our back pocket.
I heard it in the tease.
That's right. Cam Colley, he is awesome, dude.
Okay. That's good. That's good. We are looking forward to Cam Colley looked like he had some energy. Like he's excited to play this game.
Yes.
That looked fun for you guys.
I'm hoping he plays a lot this year on the big squad.
Yeah, I would love to see him make that step up. And then
the big squad.
Nimmo, like what I hear about him, he loves to talk. Mm-hmm. He has some. He's just a fun guy, but he wants to be a vocal leader. So that's a part of like something I think that this team needs because Seager can do his thing. Berger and them, like they can get into the groove of doing their thing, but then they need somebody to just kind of have some fire about them. And it never seemed like Simeon wasn't a fire guy. You know, he was just I'm going to show up and do my job guy. And everybody else, y'all show up and do your jobs.
Yeah, follow me.
Yeah.
Just watch what I do.
Just be like me. But, I'm not going to tell you anything. So maybe they do need a Nimmo kind of guy. And to ask him about, like, hey, you guys, you have any, pep speeches? Do you ever do anything like that? Are you one of those guys that rallies the troops in the clubhouse and then see if he'll give you an example speech live and then fly everybody off into the sun? It'll be awesome.
All right, this is perfect. You obviously prepped for a Nimmo interview.
No, I didn't. I just that's what if he's that guy, that's what I would ask him to do. We would also probably ask him to sing, or like Kevin will always try and ask somebody if they say they can sing. He's like, please do it. I would like to hear.
He might love to talk to me today.
Yeah. That might be true. All right, guys. So we have been looking into some safeties, some free agent safeties. I want to chat with
Cam Curl's gone though.
Who got him?
He's staying with the Rams.
That's a good move for the Rams.
Yeah, no, that is a smart move.
If they re-signed him, probably not. Well, granted, the Crosby deal, they're not taking on a lot of cap space. Looking at $7.5 million in that trade. If Spotrak's correct on that, that's awesome.
30. For Maxx Crosby?
But it ends up being $7.5 million on your cap just based on the trade. How these numbers go. Like, I guess the Raiders eat some of that. The trade stuff's weird in the NFL.
I just want to put it on the record. I do not believe that is correct.
You don't think so?
No, I don't.
Oh, we're swapping headsets.
Yeah, I'm going to see if y'all can swap headsets real quick and see if that'll work out.
Let me show you what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Oh, perfect. Share it. Share your phone.
Because just a moment ago, Crosby did, or Wolchuk did throw out that his gut is telling him something right now, and he got a bunch of Bears fans yesterday by breaking some Bears news. So, what are we looking at over here? Some numbers that we're thinking.
Okay. They'll just do what the Cowboys do and flip some of the money.
Which is perfect.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
Yeah, that'll work out.
All right,
some free agent safeties that we're kind of looking into, kind of hopeful for. We saw a top 12 list from KD Drummond that we were looking at, and Kevin Byard was on that list. Now, Kevin Byard is a older man. when it comes to the league. He is an older player, but this dude has been an elite high-impact safety for quite some time.
Right.
When it comes to the defense that Christian Parker wants, this is a dude that can be a vocal leader. He's a dude that can walk around and tell people what's going on, and he has the skins on the wall for the respect from some of these young players. And we're trying to figure out what we want this defense to look like. Last night I threw out the idea of let's use free agency to fill up our front seven and then just spend on Thieneman and Caleb Downs. Like, that would be a dream to be able to pull those two safeties and then just say, all right, have fun, Christian Parker. But if that doesn't happen, we want some options. Kevin Byard, feel like a good guy for you guys.
I've always been a fan of his game, and he is the example when the NFL players wanted to say the Hall of Fame, only guys that have played should be able to vote in the Hall of Fame. If you remember, he was the individual that was an all-pro safety in Tennessee that Deion Sanders was like, had no idea who he was when he was working on NFL Network. That's why just because you played, you're not always following the league. The Bears, I believe, want to keep him, but maybe the Cowboys are a team that could offer more. I mean, I think that the Bears opened up some cap space. They're obviously monitoring the Maxx Crosby situation as well. I'm fascinated how that plays out, but I'd love to get Kevin Byard in terms of coverage ability and being able to play two high, single high. He's a jack of all trades in that regard.
You think we're getting Crosby?
I do. Yeah, I just have a feeling that this is going to end up happening. The Cowboys are going to end up being the team that lands him. I think they've got the highest pick that's being offered. And it's if they're willing to go to 12. And the Cowboys maybe were saying, hey, we're only going to give you 20. But the Bears might be a team that says, we'll offer you 2 1s. If that was the case, I don't know why the Raiders haven't just said we'll take that deal. Baltimore, that's an interesting team that's monitoring the situation according to Rossini. I think the top 3 for me are Dallas, Philly, Chicago. But I think the Cowboys are going to end up getting this done. The consensus team, no matter who the reporting is every day, the Cowboys are always the team interested, and I know Jerry wants them.
Is it just pick 12, or is it pick 12 plus what?
It could be some extra thrown in there, but it won't be the 2 1s. I mean, I think that the Cowboys are very much like, we're not giving you 12 and 20. So maybe they say, hey, we'll give you 12 and we'll give you a third next year, whatever it ends up being. But I think the Cowboys are going to end up making this happen. I really, really do. I think Maxx Crosby's going to be a Cowboy.
Does that deter you from some of your goals and hopes in the draft? Because at 20, it changes a lot.
It does.
Like there's a lot of talent that could be at 12.
Right.
Now, obviously, the Combine's shaking up a lot of people's thoughts on things. Am I doing the wrong thing by going, maybe Styles is my pick over Downs? Whenever I'm like, because I like both players so much, I was like, give me either or. But now I see things that are like trying to force me to make decisions, and I'm like, oh, okay. If I can get a safety in this free agency class or a guy that can play that star position, then I feel comfortable that I would love to have a Styles to run with.
Eric and I have talked about this so much because we were like Combine junkies.
Yes.
We loved it. We would be like, oh, maybe we're going to skip school when we were in high school,
Nice.
and we'll just like consume all of the Combine. As I've now gotten to do the draft stuff, the Combine is the least of all the things that I care about.
The film still tells me Styles is great.
It's really all about, and he is. Like, I think Styles and Downs are 2 of the top players in the class. I just had Downs slightly higher. So for me, it's like, okay, I'll still take Downs. You get Styles, I'd be so thrilled with it. But I do think teams that are like the Ruben Bain stuff, when you start to hear, okay, is this player now going to fall? You knew Ruben Bain was going to have short arms, and nothing changed for you. So just the fact that he went out, it's more of just like, okay, Chris Johnson, the cornerback from San Diego State, Brian and I had that disagreement. I love him. I think he's my third cornerback in the draft. I think he's awesome. Brian was like, I don't know if he can run. He might be a 4.5 guy. Goes out and runs a 4.4.
Okay.
So it's all about like just checking. Okay.
And then as Dane says, go back and watch your film and go, okay, what told you he might be a 4.5 guy?
What did Schefter say he ran?
That's true. I got to go back and look.
It's all about the hand times.
Eric, when it does, you've worked with your boy for a while.
Yes, I have.
When it comes to the woolly gut, how much should we trust it?
Man, you can trust it. There was a while when he was on soda where it started to get away from him a little bit, and you were like, I don't know if he's really as dialed in as he was because things changed so much. But now he's settled back in, and I think it speaks volumes. If he's catching a Cowboy football Maxx Crosby vibe right now, and he's feeling it right there in his core, that's encouraging. That's really encouraging.
Okay, another safety option we saw play in the Super Bowl, Kobe Bryant.
Kobe?
I mean, this is one of those dudes when I watch him, I'm just like, he's perfect for exactly what I want as a safety in this defense. He could be anywhere from, now that we see Cam Curl at about $13 million, he might be at that too, maybe even a slightly more.
I think so.
Is it good enough to spend that much money on that dude, though?
I don't think the Cowboys will. I would. I mean, I think 26 years old, roughly, is what he is. He was awesome coming out of Cincinnati, and he was a corner. They moved him over to safety. I think he's perfect. So he's got the corner background, so he's going to be available to play that nickel for you. The coverage, the range that he plays with, I think he's an outstanding player, Corey. I'd love him. But I think if Curl got what you said, 13, is that the number?
Yeah, it looks right now the market
12,
for him,
12.
The market for Brian is 14. 14-2, 14-3.
Yeah, I just think it's out of the Cowboys' price range, but I'd love him.
Because Curl went like $2 or $3 million higher than people thought he might. So
that's interesting.
Yeah, those numbers can get up on you. They really can. And I like the Jalen Thompson fella out of Arizona.
He might actually be the one in the best price range for this team, considering.
Yes, and he's got the connection with Ryan Smith, the secondary coach now, who came over from Arizona. So, like, that tie-in, having some familiarity with that stuff. And Broadus broke him down, and Broadus seems to really like the player as a guy who can do a lot of different things. He could be your free safety. He can be more than just a one-trick pony at the safety position. Like, there's some versatility there with what he brings to the table, and if he's not breaking the bank in a huge way, like, he's kind of one of those safeties that I'm kind of crossing my fingers on right now.
Alec, correct me if I'm wrong. Thompson's your favorite. Like, that's the one that you want the most, correct?
Yeah, that's a home run signing if you can make it happen. On top of whatever you're going to add in the draft defensively, I think that's just a perfect case scenario.
So that's obviously Thompson's one of those guys that we've discussed, and we're like, okay, he's there on this specific list from Katie Drummond. He was like 6th or 8th on the list. So if his money might be a little bit lower if you can swing that. As Kevin pointed out, we got about $58 million is what he gave me to work with yesterday, and I said, good. That gives me about 6 guys at around $10 million or under to work with. And he was like, okay, yeah, that's how it works. And I was like,
volume shooter.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get we got a volume that we need to fill. All right?
We do.
We have a lot of space that we need to fill.
I'm like, dude, they need probably minimum of 3, probably 4 starters on defense from free agency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's where Kevin would probably go, well, actually we can spend 24 here and 9 here and 6 here. He would figure out how to do that. And I'm just like, sounds like 10 for everybody is what we're getting here. So dish it all out. I don't even care if they deserve 5. Just give them 10 and we'll work that out. Jaquan Brisker, you guys familiar with the Bears safety? And this dude is a tone setter for that Bears defense. And you're the Bears expert based on how things went yesterday.
It's weird how that has happened. I just got one Bears random nugget, and all of a sudden now I've got all of Chicago following me on this.
You're a dancing bear too.
And then you were at Lou Malnati's
post
last
the lose photo.
I know. Yeah, I should. They're going to be like, hey, you fit right in. But Eric walked over saying, gosh, as I meditated on that pizza, so mid.
So mid, bro.
Thin crust.
The thin crust.
The thin was mid.
Did you like the deep dish?
The deep was,
or was that
I liked the deep dish more than I liked the thin crust.
I thought the deep dish was good.
If I would have been eating at Zalat's Pizza last night, I would have been a happier human being. You know? I would have been. I'm glad I tried it.
Yeah.
And hey, here's the caveat: we weren't in Chicago. We weren't at the one.
Yeah. And
so
when you're back in Chicago,
they might have been working on some things at that location.
I did see Tommy Yar's.
Might have been trial and error.
Tommy Yar's called it a federal crime that I ordered a thin crust pizza there. By the way.
Well, hey, Lou Malnati,
because he knows how crappy it is.
Lou Malnati said it's okay. It's whatever your preference is.
Big Lou's got respect.
Yeah,
he's on Mets too.
Yeah. Well, I think it's different Lou's.
Okay.
But your thoughts on Brisker?
But Brisker, I think, is more the physical tone setter, to your point. I think he's more of a strong than he is a free, but he does have the range back there at times to be good in coverage. The Bears, if they had to choose between Brisker and Byard, I could be totally wrong on this. I think they want Brisker for the leadership traits. Kevin Byard's a guy that I think they'd let walk. I don't think they're going to let Brisker go. I'd rather have Byard than Brisker for what Christian Parker wants to do.
And Kevin, I think you said yesterday, and I don't want to ask you to do too much at the moment, but you said yesterday that you were kind of keying in on Brisker, that he was one of the dudes on this list you liked.
Yeah, I think Brisker makes a lot of sense at potentially a reasonable price.
Okay. And then potentially we could convince him to come hang out at Malnati's with us.
Yeah.
Since he's probably been there and experienced that. And then he could be like, guys, yeah, you definitely can or cannot order the thin crust.
I did think the deep dish was delicious. I do have a lot of pizza just sitting in
There's a lot of pizza there. Yeah. And I'm not
Yeah.
sure I can help take that down. I'm still full from last night.
Yeah. It is crazy.
Shout out to all that bacon.
Yeah, shout out
sitting
bacon.
there.
That's why it still sits here just waiting because I'm like, I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready. And then the last one, I think this is the number one guy on the list. I think he's going to be very expensive, but it is Brian Cook from Kansas City. How do we feel about what he can do, how he might fit? I think the whole thing is, when Will McClay was sitting down with Sean and RJ up in Indiana, he threw out the, hey, true fit is something y'all don't know about us, specifically because you're not in the room.
Right.
But what we try to do is the best we can to figure out what does go where, and I think we're still trying to learn a little more about what Christian Parker actually wants. But I think once free agency starts, or the tampering period at least, and we start hearing some of these names floated, that's when we'll really get an idea of where Christian Parker's influence probably is here, and that'll definitely influence this draft as well. So
yeah, I mean, I think in theory, I don't know the players super well, but just in general, coming from a Steve Spagnuolo defense and knowing how much they disguise coverage and how many different things that they're doing, and having their secondary players, like, they got a lot on their plate with understanding where they need to be and when they need to be there. So I do think, like, a guy coming from Kansas City makes sense. I just don't know how really good this player is. Like, he's probably one of those guys that's going to get maybe overpaid a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that. That's for sure. Somebody did say his agent's Mulligetta, so that he isn't an option, I think, regarding Brisker. And I just think that Jerry is probably doing the best he can to either smooth that all over or remind Mulligetta we're in business together and we're going to make a lot of money.
Well, I think there's fans need to know that I don't think there's an issue with Jerry and David Mulligetta. Micah Parsons was the problem, and Micah's not really falling on the sword on that. Micah wasn't really clear with his agent, and that's where all the confusion, from my knowledge. So I think Jerry and the agent are just fine.
Do you think Jerry still calls him Muffaletta?
Oh my gosh. Did that happen? Are you doing one of these things where you were like, yeah, how was that party on the second floor that collapsed? I didn't hear this story. No, so I'm just trying to make sure that Eric isn't trying to ball sack me here.
I was just connecting dots last year when Jerry didn't say the name because I felt like he was going to call him Muffaletta, like, because he wasn't confident that he was going to nail the pronunciation,
like he does with Will K,
like with Broadus and Jandra. Yeah. Like it can get away from you.
If you didn't hear that yesterday, Tolos.
Oh man,
I always love when somebody in the room doesn't know,
and
everybody else is kind of just playing around it. All right, coming up next year on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for some baseball nuggets. The top 10 players in baseball. How many Rangers make the top 100? Who's going to be next? Next on the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Judge strikes out swinging on a splitter. Big roar from the crowd here as it's a 1-2-3 first inning for Nathan Eovaldi.
And that is Team USA's best player. So good luck to us. I mean, he's just striking out there all the time, Kevin. Eric Nadel called it, so I believe it.
Or is that just how good the Rangers are going to be?
Oh, man, maybe that's a good point there. That is a good point. Team USA does get rolling later on this evening for us back in the DF Dub.
They outscored their two exhibition games. I think it's 24-5.
Okay, all right.
So, or thereabouts.
Why'd we give up 5? Like we have.
They were
what are we doing here?
Yeah, it was in Colorado.
Oh yeah, gravity's very different.
That's still spring training, so it wasn't really in Colorado.
Guys, they're in Arizona in Colorado. Yeah. Man, that was one of the things, fellas. Have y'all gotten the chance when you're here in Surprise? We do have the nosebleeders with us from the G-Bag Nation, as Kevin is RFK&C Masterpiece is what we're being called today.
I like it.
So they're chipping in because that's what these fellas do. They are great teammates. We really appreciate it. Have y'all traveled to any of the other stadiums when y'all come here? Like this is something Kevin and I got to do when we were Knights.
We used to go do our show on the road
because Ted would set up the equipment whenever they do, because they had to have the equipment set up for Matt and Eric and Jared, and so they would send us we would have to go to like Peoria and Mesa and Goodwill, and so we got to see all these other stadiums. It's one of my favorite things about this is because everything's so close. Y'all haven't had a chance to do that? Oh. Yeah, I mean we gotta figure out next year how we can swing around and see some of these other places because it's really fun.
That would be awesome. I guess it's just difficult with our time slot to be able to do that. I mean, we could get up in the morning and just kind of drive around and check it out, but then we got the clubhouse in the morning, so it just hasn't worked out, but I'd love to do that. That sounds like a blast.
Yeah, Kevin, that was the time when we were at Goodwill, and that's Cincinnati and another, maybe Cleveland, something like that. I was sitting there kind of getting ready for the game to kind of stop and everything, and I felt these two hands on my shoulder behind me, and I was like, this is awkward. I have no clue who this is. And I turn around, and Joe Morgan's standing there with his hands on my shoulder, and he's like, I just love baseball. And I was like, me too, Joe Morgan.
That is so cool. Oh, my gosh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he had no clue who I was, but he was just like, this game, God.
He's so intense. He's squeezing your shoulders.
But that's who... And that's acceptable because of who it was. Because if it was a stranger, you'd be like, call the police.
Yeah, I love baseball too. Why are you touching me?
Get this guy out of here.
Yeah. He didn't even have a tag on. All right, so one of the things I wanted to make sure we get this out there, Clubhouse this morning, Andrew McCutchen was standing at the front door as all of his teammates were coming in saying hi to everybody.
That's awesome.
Because everything I've ever heard, like Derek Holland always told us, he was like, he's the best teammate you'll ever have. My favorite story, Kevin, I make reference to this all the time. Whenever there was a time in San Francisco, I believe, that a fight broke out. And he was standing in left field, and he saw the guys from the bullpen run past him, and he was like, "Oh crap, I better go too. I can't get outdone by the bullpen." And I guess that's what outfielders are always like. Well, I'll just stand here and wait, and then the bullpen goes in. They're like, "Okay, I got to go too."
It's my cue.
But McCutchen, the idea is that he is probably going to complement the opposite side of Evan Carter, maybe complement Jock a little bit. I don't know if there's a little idea of competition there, but when it comes to clubhouse dudes, everything I've heard about it is he's the one you want in that room.
Especially if he maxes out at 2.3 and he's a left-handed pitching part-time DH. That ain't bad.
I love that, especially as you mentioned, a platoon there with Evan Carter. I think it's perfect for what they needed. And the leadership, you got Nimmo now, you've got McCutchen in the outfield. I think there's been a leadership void ever since Adrian Beltre left. I don't think Seager and Simeon to an extent, but I don't know that everybody was willing to follow there. There might have been a little bit of a personality divide. So I think these two guys, very outgoing. It seems like they're able to connect. That's the big thing, right? Personality. So I love it. I think it's a no risk high reward type of signing. And man, how many of these have the Rangers hit on over the years? Typically, it's been a pitcher.
pretty good at it.
But they've done a really good job of kind of bringing in one of these guys late or in the middle of spring training, and they end up really giving them good value.
Yeah, going to the designer bin at the Goodwill and finding something that works. Not all the time that you find that, but I also have sources that told me that Nathan Eovaldi tracked him down immediately and was like, "It's good to meet you." And I was like, "They've both been playing this game for 68 years. How did they never met each other?"
That's crazy.
That's not really 68, Eric. I know, we've been in this.
69.
Lots of years of baseball. I don't know how they've never met each other. Or I guess whenever you're on the bump and that dude's at the plate, you don't want to talk to him.
Yeah, and I think it would be maybe it might already be unfolding here. Evaldi's that guy in the clubhouse, he's the 1 seed of leader guy.
Yeah,
I think McCutchen would be the 1B.
I love it.
I don't think it would be too long before it's everybody respects this guy, and that was one of the first things that Jared brought up, because you're thinking about what does he bring to the table on the field, 743 OPS versus lefties. Okay, cool. Plate discipline's awesome. He's drawing walks. He's doing that thing, and Jared was like, yeah, but also just the intangibles factor and the leadership in the clubhouse factor. That's going to go a long way.
The biggest thing, because he's got to make the club, is just to be able to perform. And if he can do that out here, show that he can get the bat on the ball and do those things, Chris Young will probably likely keep him around. All right, Kevin, we have the MLB. They ranked the top 2026 top 100 baseball players.
The top 2,000
baseball players. And actually, it's from ESPN.com. We have the top 10 list. Would any of you gentlemen, you can either start with Rangers on this list or the top 10 baseball players in all of the land?
We could guess a Ranger.
Okay, let's do the Rangers.
How many Rangers do you think should be in the top 100?
I think there should be 5.
Who are they?
I think Wyatt, Seager, Eovaldi, DeGrom, and McCutchen.
This list was probably put out before the addition of McCutchen, so
well played.
Got to think about that.
The first 4 are right.
You do have the first 4 correct.
It is kind of tough. It's there's some guys that I think could end up being in that top 100, but based on the seasons that they're coming off of, I think Mackenzie Gore's a guy that definitely would be in the top 100 if he didn't have the second half of the way the season went last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
yesterday.
I wonder if that could be said for Josh Smith too. The way Josh Smith's first halves are, it's that dude's all-star caliber, and then if he just carries it through the second half, maybe he could be considered one of those dudes. We just need to see a full season from him. All right, if you want to let's rank those guys real quick then. Langford, Seager, DeGrom, Eovaldi. They're the 4 that are on the list for us. Where do you think they could possibly be? How would you rank them?
Just the order of those 4.
Langford, Seager.
Yeah, I'd still be going Seager 1. And honestly, for me, I'd probably go Eovaldi 2.
I love it.
And then I would go.
We're too close to it, aren't we?
And then I guess I'd go DeGrom and Langford.
Okay, all right.
I do think Eovaldi is so underrated.
He is.
He's so underrated.
He's perpetually underrated.
Last year, I was seeing lists around this time too, and he wasn't even in top 100 lists.
And wouldn't you say out of almost every pitcher out there, he's the one that you just be I want him to start game whatever.
Well,
the biggest game of your season?
Yeah.
I think I want it to be Eovaldi.
The list goes.
You're going to be mad again because he's 99.
Nathan Eovaldi is number 99 out of the top 2,026.
Isn't that ridiculously low?
Yes. It is very low.
Wasn't he leading? He was leading in ERA last year.
Yeah. DeGrom falls in at 64, Seager at 41, and Wyatt Langford, your highest ranked official Ranger, at 39. Right. So we don't even have anybody in the top 30. We got some work.
McCutchen.
McCutchen, we still unranked at the moment.
Not in the top 30.
Because he wasn't on a team, so they didn't want to put him in the rankings.
Okay,
so I appreciate what you're doing here, though.
He just needed a logo to represent.
All right, here are the here's as it stands. Who do you think the number 1 player in all of baseball is?
Wow, that's tough. That's really difficult.
Yeah. It's McCutchen.
I'm gonna have to think about this for a while.
Should you?
It's probably it's got to be Ohtani.
It's 100% Ohtani,
guys. It is Shohei Ohtani.
Okay,
wow.
It is the hitter and pitcher Shohei Ohtani, followed by Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge is number 2. So
where would you go from there? Because that's where it gets a little tricky.
It gets hairy.
Yeah.
Kyle Yeomans.
No.
Definitely Kyle Yeomans.
Do you think he deserves at least a top
mention
here?
Yeah.
Would you go Scooble?
You've got Scooble, you've got Skeens that have got to be in the top 10 here. I think I would go Scooble, though, right now at number 3.
In your face, Bobby Witt.
Yeah, Bobby Witt Jr.
That was a blind spot for
Which,
me.
by the way, we were talking about favorite non-ranger in
Honestly,
baseball.
I'm going to go crawl and hide in a ball right now.
Who's your favorite non-ranger? Would it be Bobby Witt Jr.?
He's up there.
Whittaburger?
Skeens is very high.
Yeah. Connor Griffin, obviously.
Connor Griffin's about to tear this league
probably
up, dude.
Skeens and then Witt.
Yeah, Skeens is a good pull.
Well, mainly because we saw fake Skeens and Livy Dunn at Tokyo Joe's.
We did, dude.
Tell the story.
I mean, you just walk into Tokyo Joe's, you're getting ready for your poke bowl, and Hagee's getting ready for his rice and steak.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yep.
And
no
they
more.
remember his order.
Shut up.
Yeah, they remembered his order because it was the simplest order they've ever
Kevin
had.
was so impressed.
A
He was
menu
like,
with
"She
thousands of
remembered my
options."
order, and I was like, "What was it? Rice and steak?" And he was like, "Shut up."
But we walk in, and right there ordering their poke bowls is what looks to be Paul Skeens, a guy who is easily what? He looks like he's
6'5".
6'5".
He's got a mustache.
He's got the same hair, just like a lean build. It's like that looks like he looked more like Paul Skeens than she did Livy Dunn. But she was a tiny blonde chick,
Okay.
girlfriend.
Yeah,
so
I
it's
can
just like,
see that.
okay.
And y'all like got your cameras out and started getting ready. And,
I just nudged him and I was like, hey.
Fist bump, Paul.
Nice. And he's just like, oh.
We gave a USA chant. We're like, hey, go USA. Tear it up, dude.
Yeah, because he's the one that said he would pitch 2 games. Scooble said only 1. So, so good luck to America.
Yeah,
there.
you know what? Let's flip flop them then.
Yeah.
Let's go Skeens over Scooble in this list.
I'm in on that.
And the big dumper.
Let's follow it out. Yeah, Otani, Judge, Witt, Scooble, Soto, Skeens, Raleigh, the big dumper there, Garrett Crochet, Julio Rodriguez, and Acuna.
Okay, Garrett Crochet, very good, but a little bit overrated here.
A little high.
I'm interested in that because Mike was like, "No, dude, is he that good?"
I mean,
but maybe he took a step up this, last season.
I trust
to put
Mike
him in
on
this
that.
category. Great stuff there from the Nosebleed Boys. Eric, Zach, thank you
guys.
so much for swinging through. If y'all, we'll figure out his voice. We got Jacob Latz coming up here in just a moment.
Perfect.
And then we got Jared Sandler's going to join us right after that.
All right.
So thank you, fellas. Y'all go get yourselves some breakfast. We look forward to seeing you guys back in the dub.
Love you guys, and I just wanted to say I love what you do with the food pyramid. Thank you, RFK&C.
Okay, all right, there it is. Coming up next, Jacob Latz, next on The Fan.
plus Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by ASCO Equipment. Also, Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the #1 Mercedes dealer in Texas. On-time experts, AC heating, and also base power. Kevin, one of the things that I think that we try to do this a lot, but this year specifically, we were on a mission to figure out who that fifth starter is going to be.
Right.
And we kind of had a selection of about 5 names. As we were talking with Kennedy Landry the other day, she threw out some other names in the mix, but not truly in the hunt. And it was kind of coming down to 2 different dudes, and I think we may have gotten our answer, and our guest might be the guy. I just want to, just kind of putting that out there. The big deal, though, Kevin, is this year, with the pitching that Chris Young has put together, it feels like we're not scrambling for bodies to just be like, who are going to be the 4th and 5th guys? And honestly, too, this is another thing we got to, it's always a fingers crossed thing with injuries stuff. Because last year, the Sonny Gray injury just kind of popped up out of nowhere. Nobody expected that. I'm sorry, John Gray. And then this year, you're just kind of hopeful that all these guys stay healthy. It looks like Evaldi, like DeGrom, we're going to know what we get out of those guys. They know how to prep. We're hopeful there. Jack Leiter is getting attention around the league right now of people going, they're pinning him as the guy that's going to make that next step into something.
Yeah.
And it sounded like from everybody else on this team.
I feel like Gore, too, right?
Yeah, Mackenzie Gore, I think we're like...
Yesterday notwithstanding.
Yeah, and, whenever he gets out there, a lot of people are just like, dude, you guys might have a 2 as your 3, and that's because you feel like you got a couple 1s in Evaldi and DeGrom, and then when you add in what Jack Leiter's doing, his teammates are high on him. It sounds like his teammates are just really high on what his capability is, the heat that he throws with, and the stuff that he has. As long as he can just harness it all, this dude might find himself this year. But the 2 big names that we were trying to figure out for rotation spot number 5 are Kumar Rocker and Jacob Latz. And yesterday, CY was on with, I can't believe I just did that. I don't call him CY. I call him Chris Young. But you know what? Chris Young was on with the G-Bag Nation yesterday, and they were having the discussion about that 5th spot specifically. Let's go to cut 8 here. What are you looking for in this specific rotation battle?
Well, one, you want competition. You want these guys to be in competition, and you want to see how they perform. You don't want somebody to win it by default, so to speak. And so I think competition is a healthy thing for an organization because it means you have a number of players that are putting themselves in position to win that spot. So that's the first thing. And really, it's going to be performance-based. It's going to be who's going to be the right player to come out of the gates and help us win games. We've got a tough schedule to start the season. We go to Philadelphia, then Baltimore. We come home, Cincinnati, Seattle, 2 playoff teams there. So we're talking about a schedule out of the gates that we can't give any games away. We've got to be ready. We've got to have our best players out on the field. And, by the time we have to make final decisions when we leave Surprise or get back to Arlington, we need to know who those top 5 in the rotation are. I think we have a pretty good idea who 4 are going to be, and then we need to know who the 5th is. And, right now, Jake Latz has really pitched great and established himself, but there's still a lot of camp left, and we'll see how it plays out.
Man, he didn't say anything about Rocker.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. So that cut right there tells you we need somebody ready now. Okay, we need somebody who can step on the mound and actually give us the competitive innings in a big league game to help us win because we got to hit the ground running. And then at the very end, he drops Jacob Latz's name in there. As he looks like he's
Team
ready.
Latz.
Kevin, then the G-Bag Nation asked, how's Kumar Rocker's spring training going?
There's some signs of, that get you excited, that you see this, the talent, the potential there. Yesterday was not his best against Team Brazil. There were some things that are still sort of characteristic of a young player who is still finding his way in the big leagues, where the game, sort of controls him at times, and instead of him being in complete control of the game. And so we're looking for him to take that next step. His talent is there. We have no doubt about it. Is the consistency there yet? And can him the little things that sometimes sneak up on him, whether fielding his position or executing pitches in certain counts or whatever it may be. There's just there's a little bit of refinement that's still necessary, and that could happen quickly. It could happen his next outing, and all of a sudden it clicks, and he starts to realize, okay, and he gains confidence. And you never know when that moment is going to be, but you do know that when guys like that, at that talent level, when they have the ability, at some point when it clicks, they're going to be pretty good.
So just kind of balance that off of each other. They see the potential. They want Rocker to have it. Last year, he did kind of get thrust into the conversation, and then he had to take some steps back. And here's what we know. When you don't play this game a lot, you don't learn things. And Rocker, kind of fast-tracked himself at Vanderbilt, didn't play a lot already, and then kind of didn't get some minor league stuff. There's PFPs. There's and that's pitcher fielding position. There's you got to cover first base. You got to check first base. How do you handle other experiences on the mound? Right now, Latz has a little more experience, and it sound that just based on what Chris Young was laying out there, complimentary to Latz. Hey, look, there's really good stuff in Rocker. But we still have some things that we understand as maybe an immature player. Not saying he's an immature man, but an immature player, and that he still has some work to do to grow. So, Kevin, I think that we personally solved the mystery of what the fifth spot's going to be.
Or at least does it feel like it's Latz to lose?
At this moment, I would definitely say that he's in position. Go out there, continue to make the starts he has, and he's in position to be that fifth starter when opening day hits. And I love to see this, Kevin. Woohoo from the 817. My buddy just sent me my ticket for opening day. Let's go. And right there, you can make somebody's day on a Shout-Out Friday by sending your friend a ticket to go to the opening day as well. If that's what you want to do.
Send me a ticket.
To opening day, huh?
Yeah.
Kevin's all, we're going to be there. I think we're.
And I could just stay with
but you
ticket.
can still. Yeah,
okay.
you don't have to. Okay. Send Kevin a ticket to opening day, so he can send somebody else a ticket.
Because I never know where to sit.
Yeah.
After that,
you just stand.
Okay.
You just stand and hope that home run ball lands in your pocket.
Oh man,
that's the hope there. So. With all that being said regarding Kamara Rocker and Jacob Latz.
Is this why we interviewed Jacob Latz?
Because
heard that interview and you're
we know what the future actually is. So we went ahead and found Jacob Latz in the clubhouse, and we had a little chat with our new friend.
We got Jake Latz right here on 105 through the Fan. Jacob, Latz right here on 105 through the Fan. What do you think about the trade to DJ Moore?
My friend group's blowing up. They love it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second round pick for him.
Yeah, I thought that was really good value, and we're not paying a bunch of the contracts, so I love it because Burden, Loveland's really good. I think even some of the younger guys that they got. So DJ Moore probably underperformed his contract with us. He had a couple good moments this year, but as a whole, it's I don't know, those plays where he kind of let off a little bit, and
especially in that last game. Yeah,
it's tough to watch as a fan. So I'm happy they got the value that they did for him.
Did you like when Luther Burden hadn't really done anything all season, then he caught a pass for 6,000 yards against the Cowboys?
Yeah,
that was really heartbreaking. In case you guys didn't know, he is a Bears fan. So what we talked with Jack a little bit about just some of the differences of maybe coming into camp feeling secure in your spot versus fighting for your job and everything like that. How do you balance, I'm trying to work on specific things versus I still got to put up good numbers in a, let's be honest, competition for spot number 5?
Yeah, I mean, personally for me, I'm obviously in the competition for the starting role, which is enough motivation for me. But yeah, it's nice that you can treat spring training a little bit as a true build-up, which I think is very healthy for every player because we all put in a lot of off-season work, and then you get to test out some of the things that might work, might not work in camp here that will stick in the season. As you know, Jack's working on a cutter. I've worked on kind of different grips with some of my off-speed pitches, so getting real feedback from the hitters. But I think also you should never get comfortable in the game. I mean, of all these, a perfect example, he's as hungry as it gets, even in year 14. So it's that balancing act, but But yeah, to your point, really just trying to get feedback from the hitters of the things I worked on.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, because the other day I was watching the Grom, and it was yesterday, and I saw a couple foul balls, and my question there is foul balls, is that information? Did you learn from each pitch, every one of those?
Yeah, I mean, well, reading swings is a huge thing. But yeah, you get feedback on foul balls. Like we have an idea of when the ball leaves our hand, and our eye test of how the ball is moving, and then the hitter will tell you if either it's good enough or you need to sharpen that pitch up or go to a different pitch rather. So yeah, little things like that always are sticking out to us.
And whenever they shake their head and look at you like, what the hell was that? That's whenever you're just like, I got him.
Like the first Brazilian hit.
Yeah. I think the biggest tell is like when they look up at the board and they try to see either the pitch type or the velocity. They're kind of like, ooh, what was that? They don't know. So that's a really good tell.
What precipitated some of your ideas for maybe changing some of the grip spots for some pitches?
Strikeability with the curveball in particular, and then velocity with the slider. It was just, my speed change. If my curveball was 80 and my slider was 83, that's not enough separation. So I wanted to get that pitch more of like a cutter, if you will, just to get four true velo changes for hitters so that they can't key in on one or two different speeds.
Ideally, would it be closer to like 7 on the velo change
from the fastball?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. 5 to 7 would be ideal.
If physics didn't exist, what pitch would you want to throw?
If physics didn't exist. Knuckleball. I would love to be a knuckleball pitcher. Man, a rise ball. I don't know, knuckleball though.
Okay, one that does this is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, it just moves in any direction, and you don't know which way it's going to go.
The last year, sorry to stop.
No.
Last year, Kevin and I became big fans of you last year because it just seemed like we started in this business, kind of like whatever it takes, whatever you guys need, we'll do it. And then watching you, it just seemed like every time you were called upon, you're like, this is a different role, but whatever it is, I got it. Is that the same mentality all the time? Were you?
Yeah, I think that's always been something that I thrive on. I was, I guess, highly touted out of high school, but, went to LSU and then kind of got a little taste of adversity from there on out. And so I just naturally had this something to prove on my shoulder that I kind of just love, that it's more of a natural instinct of mine. And I just don't want to lose sight of that feeling. Yeah.
I know it might feel wrong because versatility is so important, but can that ever work against you? Because, the discussion of, well, it'd be great if he's a starter, but if not, he could be a long man. Like, does that ever oddly work against you?
I honestly don't think so, because I think the goal is to try to get wins, right, as a team. And if I add value in multiple areas, it's better than just being one-dimensional. In this era of baseball, you got utility players, you got two ways now. So I think more versatility is definitely a plus.
One of when Cliff Lee was here, one of the things that he suggested to Derek and CJ was don't adjust too soon, and getting into that third part of that third time through the lineup. Maybe now you have something else to do with them. Are you in that mentality of I got to stay with this until it's not working and then switch, or are you always constantly adjusting?
Mike was huge on the hitter will tell you when you need to adjust.
Okay.
So that definitely sticks with us. But it's interesting. There's no saving your arsenal anymore in today's game. You kind of just you got to give everything you got from pitch one to the last pitch. So that's the cool part about scouting reports is you get an idea of what a hitter's weakness is, and you can match it up to your strengths, and then just go to the well more often than not.
I know one of the things you said, I believe it was after your last start, was one of the big focuses is obviously getting ahead of every hitter you possibly can.
Yeah.
It's early still, but what have you thought about your progression of getting ahead of those hitters so far?
No doubt. Yeah, 2 starts, but love the way that the zone rate is picking up this year, and I want to continue that, even improve, and constantly stay on the attack there, and just keeping the hitters in a defensive mode.
Dude, I just coming away from that conversation with Jacob Latz, and then, Kevin, we had a little chat with him after as well.
We did.
Where we cracked some jokes with him, but then he was like, hey, I remember hopping on with you guys on the radio, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. We had a conversation. We already had a really good chat with him, and he showed some personality then. I just thought I really enjoyed how introspective he was on pitching, but also he understands himself very well, and he seems like he's got some confidence in where he is right now.
His grip switch answer was really interesting, too.
Yeah, no, so, like, talking with him, I feel very comfortable with him there. A lot of people texting in, they're like, yeah, I mean, absolutely. He was really solid last year. He should be that fifth guy. Looking forward to that. And last night, or at the very end of that, Kevin, I was just standing around. A lot of people probably heard the ping pong happening in the background there.
The ball hit you.
It was Cole Wynn and Josh Spores. They were playing in their ping pong tournament. And I got hit in the stomach, and it was who was the hitter that got hit by Aroldis Chapman that left the big welt on his butt?
Oh, do you have to wear it?
I'm wearing it right now, Kevin, with that ping pong ball. It came in hot on me. Cole Wynn, I couldn't tell if he was like, "Are you okay?" or he was like, "Why are you standing there?"
It was the second one.
It was the second one. I'm sorry. I was behind him, dude. He couldn't have gotten that ball anyway. It was too hot. But best of luck to Cole Wynn this year. That was a dude that I wanted to chat with, but I'm really hoping he provides us some spark in the bullpen this year as well. All right, guys, coming up next year on the KNC Masterpiece, great stuff from Jacob Latz. It is time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus the weirdest sports lawsuit you're going to see in a while. Next on the Fan. car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday, and there are some people saying, hey, can I get a shout-out for my beautiful wife, Casey? Her birthday's tomorrow. Love you, babe. And I promise I won't tell them you're turning 36. Casey, spelled K-A-S-E-E, is going to be turning 36. So, was I not supposed to do that part?
I think not.
I feel like I was trying to help out a little more, but I don't think I actually did. And then somebody said from the 817, can you all give a shout-out to Dominic? He's a funny dude. So.
And he lost his Intercontinental title.
Funny
he got cursed.
Funny Dom out there is what's going on. All right, guys, it is time for some AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. I just skipped right over it. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I've got the weirdest sports lawsuit you're going to hear in quite some time. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But
is it against the Wings?
No, but that might be next in line. That might be next on the docket for the legal system because there's not some great news going on there. I'm sure we'll get to that here soon as well. But there's a lot going on. Before I do get to the question of the day or any of that, I did see the man that I just despise on Twitter because every time he gets a scoop wrong, he deactivates his account and then comes back randomly. Ricky Scoops is back, and he is reporting, I guess, that the Eagles have made Jalen Carter available in their pursuit of Maxx Crosby.
Whoa.
Take that with a grain of salt. I think that subtracting a good thing to add another good thing is kind of odd in this situation. I thought that would be more of a superpower if you had both of them playing next to each other. But hey, Howie Roseman, he's smarter than me. So if he thinks that's the right path to get himself to another Super Bowl, then he's probably right and I'm not. But again, anytime this guy gets a scoop wrong, he deactivates all of his accounts, so I don't know how much I trust him. So just wanted to throw that out there because I've already seen it catching steam on the Twitter world. But I look at the National Day calendar, gentlemen. Today is National Dentist Day. National Dentist Day.
So I had to turn down a dentist appointment one day because I had something else going on, and I haven't been able to reschedule since. And they text me like every day, and they're like, hey, does this time work? And I'm like, no. And I'm just so like, it's just not setting up for me. I got to get to the dentist, though, guys.
Yeah. Your teeth feel okay?
They feel fine. I think it's important. Kevin, for a long time, I ignored my teeth.
Every 6 months.
I didn't have insurance at most of my young adult life. And when I finally got adult insurance, I was like, man, I should start using this. And then whenever I went to the dentist, he was like, all right, so we're going to be doing this every 6 months? And I was like, yeah. And he gave me the trying to finally be an adult. And I was like, okay, all right, that's enough, dentist. But my dentist is phenomenal, though. That dude's great. And
sassy.
And sassy.
Yes, I love it. And shout out to the dentists out there, especially mine, Dr. Golding out in Fort Worth. He's a Tolo, and I bet he's listening. So shout out to Dr. Golding. But the question of the day is going to be based on the idea of going to the dentist as an adult. What is an adult activity that you actually enjoy? 877-881-1053, because now that this is my responsibility going forward, and it's not, like growing up, your parents are like, you're missing school this morning, so you're going to the dentist. It's like, okay, well, I have no choice. Now I actually enjoy going to the dentist. I look forward to it every 6 months because my teeth never feel cleaner. It's a confidence boost. I've never had a cavity in my life, and I plan on keeping that going forward. I have a streak going. And I always love the boost of confidence that I get whenever the cleaning is done and they're like, yeah, you've always got the cleanest teeth of any 20-something-year-old that walks in the doors here. So just keep doing
what
what
a weird
doing.
brag.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because they're like, kids your age, they don't care. You know, they go through the Corey phase of like, I'm gonna miss a little bit of time, not gonna care, and then I got a lot of catching up and repairing to do. So yeah, it's just a good confidence booster, and I always enjoy it.
Paying bills.
Oh, Kevin loves to pay bills. He would pay
So
your
odd.
bills. If you just gave him your account information, he would be like, thank you.
I just like to check the things off the list, and it makes me feel happy when everything's at zero.
Is that why you love the end of the show? Because the run sheet, you can check that off the run sheet now?
Yes, and then I can delete that pile of emails.
Kevin he would print out the run sheet. We would have a printout of it, and we don't necessarily need that anymore. But back in the day, every single segment that was over, he would go through and scratch it off. And by the end, once he got to the very final one, he would fold it all up in a little thing and then tear it into tiny little pieces and leave a stack on the table and then take it and throw it in the trash. That was like his whole... I don't know if that's all the OCD working at one time, but it was his system.
I needed to tear it a certain amount of times and then take those pieces and put them in the audio sheet and then crumble that all together to just have the one wad of trash.
From the 972, one of their favorite adult things is lying to the door-to-door salesman that I don't own my house.
Oh,
that's awesome. Yes.
I've never thought of that.
From the 682, paying my car insurance. I don't even lock my doors anymore. I'm going to get big insurance back at some point.
It's a good plan. It's a good plan.
I like that. I think I like maintaining things around the house. And some 4-year-old named Renly's birthday. They're doing happy birthdays right now.
There's nobody in here.
Maybe that's just a test run, Kevin, on the board out there. It's like they're testing it to make sure,
all right,
are these all the right ones?
Okay.
And somebody named Horner. Good luck to them. Oh my gosh! It says happy 50th birthday, Horner and Sevi, 50, the ultimate F word. That's hilarious if that really runs out here today. But yeah, I like maintaining things around the house. So if I need a little project here or there, I do love taking care of the pool.
Okay.
And this week, Kevin, those ducks have been quacking off in my pool again, and they just every day. This morning, Adrian said there were 5 male ducks in my pool this morning, and she sent our dog out there to go get after them because we're hoping that he's just going to jump in the pool after them. But he went out there and stood there and squatted down like he was a predator, and then he slowly marched, and then they all did something, and he took off running from them out of fear. I'm like, gosh, Landry was an alpha dog, and Kodak's a beta, and but we're gonna figure it out at some point. We're gonna take care of those ducks. But I love taking care of the pool, especially when it looks good, and I'm like, time to get in now, baby.
See, I have the opposite issue with the ducks because they used to love our pool, and then they stopped showing up one day, and we were like, what happened to the ducks? And then we got one of those notifications from the neighborhood app or whatever it's called, and it was like, hey, there's a couple alligators walking around the neighborhood. Watch out, because we live by a lake. And we're like, oh, and my dad was like, yeah, the ducks that you loved, I think they got 8. I'm like,
no.
What?
No. I had a friend who got his hand bit off by an alligator once. He was a golfer.
Yeah.
Oh, Chubbs? Was his name Chubbs Peterson?
No,
alligator bit my hand off.
Yeah, no, those ducks though. I learned that their oils and droppings can really destroy the pool. So
that's
yeah,
right.
So I've had to be very vigilant about I got to figure out a way. Do I need to keep one of those little other ducks in the pool, or like a fake alligator, or something?
You need that wooden duck that's just always spinning.
The wooden duck has marked his territory.
I like it.
Do not mess with it. I like that. From the 214, eating dessert before dinner or lunch, just because you can.
I did that the other night. I just replaced dinner with dessert. I was like, screw it. And Kevin said that the other night. He was like, tell the kids. By the way, my wife ended up coming home and helping me out that night, so she didn't actually leave me, so we had to actually do real dinner. But, the other night we went to the taco place, and I wasn't hungry. but I was like, I do need something, and I had that coconut popsicle from the Michoacan. It was awesome.
See, from the 817, favorite adult thing is getting my eyes checked every year because it means I get new glasses and I can change my entire look.
That is true. Yeah, my kids, all three of them have glasses, Alec, and both boys want your glasses.
Oh, the Meta glasses, yeah.
Yeah, they love the style. They love the way they look on you. They're always like, he looks so good in those.
That's nice.
That is what they want. They've had the clear frames for a while, and now they're kind of turning their focus to that.
And you know what's crazy is I could probably count on both hands how many times I've taken pictures or videos with them. I use it more because they have speakers right where your ears are. So I'm walking around listening to music at the mall or like doing my grocery shopping. Like I'm usually listening to the station or listening to music while I'm out in public, and people don't know. It's awesome. You don't have to carry the AirPods with you. It's just my glasses. So yeah, I use it more for the audio function, which I did not think I was going to latch onto, but I definitely have.
You know, and that is helpful because the other day I had to take one of my earbuds out and it kept playing and it was Taylor Swift, and the lady kind of looked at me like, really?
Judgy.
Yeah, very judgy for sure.
See, but that is my favorite part of the gym, Corey. You can probably relate, is like whenever you're doing a heavy bench set or something, everybody's looking at you like, oh, he's probably listening to like Five Finger Death Punch or something. No, it's Sabrina Carpenter. Like, or it's Olivia Dean. You know, like
a little me espresso.
Yeah, it's literally the most popular pop music going through right now because I just need something catchy that I can kind of tap my foot to. Like,
I don't know who Olivia Dean is.
Come Be the Man I Need is the most popular song that she just hit with recently. She's a very good singer, dude.
Okay.
She gives me some Whitney Houston vibes.
Oh.
I don't know if she can hit some of those notes, but she just has this powerful voice in a tiny frame.
100%. There is some Whitney Houston there for sure. Guys, I have what might be the weirdest sports lawsuit we're going to see in a while. A North Carolina woman, this part alone is weird. A North Carolina woman is suing the Los Angeles Dodgers. Why is she doing that? She is suing the LA Dodgers because she was struck in the shoulder by a buzzball drink while at a game at Dodger Stadium. She is representing herself in this lawsuit.
She's going to lose.
The lawsuit claims that someone threw, dropped, or otherwise propelled a buzzball beverage, which, if you've seen them, they come in a ball-shaped container that's kind of like a baseball, and at some of these ballparks, they're selling baseball-themed buzzballs. And she was struck by somebody in the crowd by a buzzball container, and she is now claiming in court that the impact resulted in instant discomfort, bruising, swelling, and the loss of normal use of her arm. She further asserts that the injury she received at the Dodgers game significantly disrupted the plans for her California vacation, including a trip to Disneyland. This threw off the entire trip that she was going on. She is demanding a trial by jury.
Oh,
for
God,
one.
she's going to lose.
Yes, and she alleges that the buzzball containers being sold at the park creates a dangerous condition, and that they knew better than to sell, quote, containers capable of being thrown or falling.
There are already cans out there. Like, there are canned beers. There's lots of things. You can throw one of those hot dogs. Like, there's lots of stuff that can be thrown. I think what happened here is when it hit her, she saw the flavor and was like, that's not the one I want. And then that's when she got mad. Some of those flavors are very good. They just have a lot of sugar. They're very sweet. But some of those drinks are pretty good.
Some of them are fun. Yeah, there's been a lot of fun nights with those, but some of them are not so great, too. Like you said, too much sugar to mask how awful they are. But, yeah, maybe she would. I like your theory, honestly. She asked the guy, the vendor that has the giant chest that he's walking down the stairs. He's like 2 sections away. She's like, give me the cherry one. He threw the lime instead, and she's like, you're getting sued, buddy.
I can see that. I do believe buzzballs were created by a Plano West High school teacher. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, Adrian told me that the other day, and somebody just texted it in. So,
whoa.
Good stuff, Alec, there. Really appreciate it, sir. And somebody's asking what brand those glasses are, so if you want to hit them back on the fan fan text. Tolos, thank you so much for texting in with us, having fun with us throughout the day. Kevin's voice is dead, so we're doing everything we can.
It's on life support.
It's on life support right
dead.
now. We might have Jared Sandler. We might do some gridiron gravy next here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have
Market to upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up here at noon, we will have Evan Carter joining us. So we're looking forward to talking with Evan Carter. Got a chance to chat with him, and I'm hoping for a big year from him. That'll be a lot of fun if he can, turn things up for us this year. Be a dude that's kind of a tone setter on the base paths for this team. And also, we do have a secondary co-host today, as Jared Sandler has said he will take care of things because Kevin's voice is on life support at the moment. So thank you, Jared, for sitting down with us today again, man.
Yeah, it would be.
Oh no!
Am I on now?
Are we on? Are we on now? There we are. All right, there we go.
Check.
Say your words.
Can you hear me?
Give him the different headset. Give him that one.
What about this one?
You turn that one off. Let's see if this one works. As you can see, things are going swimmingly. Okay, we don't have Jared Sandler. There you go.
Oh, you don't have me?
There he is. There he is. Jared Sandler is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, never doubt. Duke women's basketball playing right now, so I know Kevin's really locked in on that.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have the attention to dedicate to the show.
I sent you questions.
Yeah, Kevin does have some questions. One of the things I was going to point out, this was something that I just thought was a special thing from last night. Ben Verlander posts, Shohei Ohtani, 3 for 3, 1 single, 1 double, 1 grand slam, 5 RBI, 10-0 Japan. It's the second inning. And Jared, this Team USA, as good as they are, there's some stiff competition amongst the top, what I would say the top 3 with the Dominican Republic in that conversation as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Rangers game here at Surprise Stadium ended right around the time that Japan game started at 2 in the morning with the crazy winds. But, yeah, Japan's obviously, I mean, it's so impressive. Now, I guess just because of the timing, it's tough to take the WBC elimination rounds to Japan. But, man, wouldn't it be something if Japan got to play the semifinal and final inside the Tokyo Dome?
That would be wild.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that's not in the cards right now. At least not. I don't think any of the iterations of the WBC. But Ohtani's like, it just seems like he does. If you were to create a player, and you'd want that player to check every box imaginable, like win a World Series, but also be a stud in the World Series and be record-setting in this and that, and hey, why not win a WBC and just be awesome there? And the first player ever to have 5 RBIs and an inning in a W. It just does everything. It's pretty remarkable.
And now he's motivated to win a Cy Young this year.
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
It really is unbelievable. I wonder when you're. I will never know this feeling at all, but when you are that good at something, do you have to constantly reset the bar? Does he have to constantly figure out something? Let's just say he goes and wins the Cy Young this year, which could absolutely happen. Does he next year or the year after want to set the home run record and win the Cy Young?
That's why
incredible.
He sleeps 12 hours a day so he can dream up
about
new things.
That's fair.
I do wonder if there's somebody that, if he has a Holger. I don't know if he does or not, but if he has somebody that's just all right.
What if he has Holger?
Yeah, or if he does actually legitimately, and Holger was always
he got his Holger sent to jail.
The reason Holger created Dirk's shot was because of arcing home runs. He was like, I've always been a baseball guy, but then I figured you could do that with a basketball too.
I mean, we don't really know a lot about Ohtani. What if Ohtani, for all we know, he's a huge Dirk fan. Mm-hmm. And maybe he spent his summers growing up in Germany training with Holger. And, it is... there have always been reserve superstars or superstars that don't love the spotlight, don't love doing a lot of media.
Trout.
But we even know Mike Trout's an Eagles fan. He loves the weather and stuff, and he's from New Jersey. And I don't know, we just don't. I hope that we continue to learn more and more about Ohtani because he's fascinating, and it also seems like he
He does have some interesting things about him.
Or maybe whenever he, in the offseason, when he updates the firmware on his robot system, they're just like, okay, now go attack these. Maybe that's what it really is, because the dude really is legitimately built differently than anything
incredible.
we've ever seen. And that was, I think that stood out the most whenever we went to that Dodgers game. Like, I'd seen him here. Actually, we did see him here on his first time he pitched out here for the Angels. We saw him in Texas. But it was whenever we were at that Dodgers game and he stepped into the batter's box, and I was like, he takes up the whole thing. The dude is like legitimately, he takes up so much space in that box. It was an impressive thing to see.
I think for me, I still go back to this. He had a triple against the Rangers while he was with the Angels early on, and seeing that size exit the box and glide to third base without a throw contesting the triple, but like doing it with, you look at the numbers because we can now measure this thing, like, ridiculous 99th percentile speed. And that doesn't even take into account any of the pitching. And I'd love to know, I don't know if he ever will, but like if he ever played the outfield, like if someone said, hey, Ohtani's like, he's done pitching for whatever reason, but he doesn't want to be a DH, and he like commits to the outfield, like I have zero doubt that he could be a really, really good outfielder.
Probably right field.
Right field, yeah. I
don't want to put him in center just for
but like he could
purposes.
athletically he could do it. But you're right, yeah, right field, whatever. He would just throw missiles from right.
Yeah, I think it was the World Baseball
What do you think,
Classic.
Kevin? There you go.
You're on
I
camera.
texted you my thoughts.
He gave me a thumbs up with the middle finger.
The other thing when I remember was the World Baseball Classic where he was running to first, helmet's falling off, and he like legged out a single to the pitcher. And I was like, that was insane to see that kind of speed from a dude that size. All right, so let's hone in a little. We got Kyle Higashioka hopping on with us. Did I pronounce that? Higashioka?
I think you can go a little softer, like Higashioka.
Higashioka? Okay, all right. So I want to make sure we get that right at 1:30 today when we get him to hop
Now,
on with us.
I warn you?
Whoa, no.
Oh, no. I love Kyle Higashioka.
Good.
I think he is one of the most beloved guys in that clubhouse. He might be the funniest guy in the clubhouse, but he is the most dry sense of humor. So I want you to be prepared. But he is a pretty bizarre individual.
Catchers are, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
Catchers are a little off.
He's great, though. I love, he will make you laugh every single day you're around him, nonstop. He's like Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson scores 30 points on like 10 dribbles. Kyle Higashioka will make you laugh 30 times by saying 10 words. It's pretty remarkable.
You just kind of have to be prepared for the type of humor that he's delivering.
Yep.
That makes sense, dude. That makes sense. Well, I'm looking forward to having him today. Kevin, you did have a series of questions that you wanted to ask Jared. You've texted all of them to Jared so that he can dive in on this. I think we have time for, based on the way Jared answers questions, one. We'll see if we can get two of these things in here.
Okay, evaluation of Carter Baumler, Rule 5 acquisition. I think people have been happy with how he's looked so far. And because he's a Rule 5 acquisition, that means if they don't put him on the roster, then they got to offer him back. So I do think he has the inside track to make the team. But so far, I think the returns look good. McCutchen is a platoon DH against lefties, yes. The Rangers are desperately looking for someone to step up and be a right-handed bat who can be a threat against lefties to join White Langford. Right now, if you look at the Rangers lineup, they're facing a right-handed pitcher. You feel really good about him. They're facing a left-handed pitcher. There are a lot of questions. So I think they hope Andrew McCutchen can be an answer. Likely most of his time at DH, but he does need to show the ability to just play a little outfield if needed for flexibility, late game substitution purposes. How does Gore stay in first-half mode from last season? I think staying healthy. It seems like talking to folks.
You're very worried about what happened last night, obviously.
Yeah.
Because of spring training ball.
It seems like the shoulder stuff last year, it all of a sudden went off course. But I think there's a lot of optimism that you don't even need to worry about that, but we'll have to wait and see.
And he has to not walk people with 2 strikes.
Yeah, and he's talked about that so far. Like, yesterday when he walked 3 guys, he said one was just a bad walk, but then 2 of them he was ahead 1-2. And his mentality after the game, he was like, listen, I feel good that if I get to 1-2 a lot, I'll be fine, but I've got to be better about putting guys away with 2 strikes. And the reason why that's important, it's not just did he get the guy out or not, but when you get to a 2 strike, or like a 1-2 count or an 0-2 count, think of it like Mortal Kombat finish him mode. right? You shouldn't have to use a lot of moves to knock him down. You don't want to waste a lot of bullets. So it's not just does he get him out or not, it's can he get guys out efficiently once he gets into that leverage situation.
I was kind of curious. I was asking Kevin, I don't know, because guys are working on stuff here with that 1-2 situation. Was he working on a different out pitch that maybe he was like, I'm just testing this out, and that's why he got into the walk situation? I don't know.
No, it's a fair question, and that is a very good question to ask in general. He was asked that last night, and he didn't really give like a direct answer.
Okay.
He just said, I just got to be better with 2 strikes. So I don't know. The one thing I'll say is we talk about this every year in Arizona. Breaking balls don't always break the same
because
of
gravity.
And the dry, whatever. So I'm not smart enough to like really break that down. But I know it happens. So, maybe that has something to do with it. But, yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well, I think we're all really hopeful for what he's doing. And Derek Holland did text us just moments ago and said, still enjoying you guys, even though Kevin sounds like death. It's making my drive to practice that much better. Kevin, you're going to make it, buddy. Everything's going to be okay. You want to get one more of those? One more of those questions?
Okay.
Before?
All right.
And Jared's also going to come back after he has a conversation with, I believe, Skip later.
We're just going to go out to BP, talk to some folks.
Oh, yeah. He's got some work to do out here.
Did speak to Skip. I'm really excited for Rangers fans to kind of get into Skip's mind and how he sees the game. Next jump from Leiter, what does that look like? I think the next jump from Jack Leiter is whether whether he makes it this year or not, but like the next jump I think is to be like, hey, is this guy an all-star or not? Like when we're talking about in June or whatever, and then he being an all-star pitcher. I know a lot of people are like, hey, breakout star Jack Leiter, like national baseball folks. It's not always linear, right? It doesn't always happen one step at a time. Sometimes you hold for a year and then you take a leap, but like I don't think there's any doubt that Jack Leiter's got that type of ability, and I think a lot of people are really excited about what this year has in store for him.
I'm glad that Jared kind of helped me out there because I was going to say all-star, and then I went all-star conversation, and then you were like, yeah, is he or not?
Yeah, it's not, despite the fact that we're conditioned in all-star games these days, like 500 people make it. The baseball all-star game, it's not.
It signifies where your status is.
Yeah, well, and it's not the easiest to make just because you got every team's got to have a rep. So sometimes guys get hosed. But I just think being in that conversation will be a big step forward for Jack.
Yeah, that's the difference between being a dude and being a potential star. You're kind of in that range.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jared. We appreciate it, man. Get after
Talk to you a little bit.
We'll talk to you here shortly. Coming up next, Evan Carter, Rangers outfielder, next to the Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation. D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Evan Carter with us right here on 105.3 The Fan. You're working on the daily crossword puzzle. Jack Leiter said that he has offered Josh Smith help in the past, and Josh like, no. Do you ever take help from your teammates on the crossword or Sudoku?
No, definitely not. Especially not from Smitty or Jack. No, I'm not normally a crossword guy right now. I'm just kind of trying to fill some time. I'm a big Sudoku guy, or however you want to pronounce it. That's kind of my jam.
Is there a better way people pronounce it?
I don't know. Is there Sudoku?
I don't think so. I always say
right.
Sudoku.
That's correct. Okay. All right.
I was going to make sure I wouldn't say it.
Okay, there we go.
He's like day complete. I just did everything by getting that right.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. How are you feeling better? I know it's just an illness and everything.
So does that mean you're a math guy?
A math guy?
Yeah, do you like math a lot? Because my brother's a huge math guy.
I love numbers.
I like math. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'm just like, he said he didn't love the crossword. He likes the Sudoku more.
Yeah, I would rather do that than English stuff for sure. Yeah.
Did you feel like he was trying to math shame us just a little bit?
No, I don't think so. I wouldn't say that.
Okay, good.
Okay, now you can ask your other question. I had to follow.
I know it's just an illness, but feeling better, good to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna still a little bit under the weather today, just kind of sluggish feeling a little bit, but I'm gonna try and get some at bats in the back game today. It's been a couple of days since I've hit, so hopefully gonna be 100% tomorrow.
For people who maybe they've never been to spring training, or even if they have, they're not familiar with that world, can you kind of walk us through what can happen and what can get done on those backfields?
Yeah, I mean it's no different than an actual game. I guess stats just don't count. I mean I'm still gonna. I think there's a couple big league guys pitching, and I'm not playing defense or anything, so I'll be able to get live at bats and run the bases if I feel like it. Doing some stuff like that, just in a setting with without stats mattering, I guess. So it's no different. Yeah.
Is that a good place sometimes? Well, we feel like we've seen some fans be able to get some autographs here and there, sometimes with easier access at spring training, and then sometimes just watching the players go home and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that spring training is a great time to kind of get to know the fans a little bit. I know walking around and stuff, and then, especially with the ballpark in Texas, we're not necessarily able to sign for people at the fence or anything. Right. So it's nice at this stadium to be able to walk past everybody and kind of sign for kids and stuff. It's good.
I've always wondered that. Is it tough when you're signing autographs because you always have to have a cutoff point, no matter what, and there's always going to be that person who is the next person. Do you ever look back up? Do you ever feel bad? Because I know you have to stop at some point.
Yeah, I always just try and end on. Well, I mostly try and sign for kids. I'll try and end on if I'm getting close to a group of adults or something. I'll be like, all right, I'm last one right here, and then they'll always say something and try and make it dramatic or whatever. But it is what it is. At the end of the day, I can't. We're here to play a game, and I can't stand there and sign for a ton of people.
Yeah. For me, I always just tell people, I'm like, these are the last two. Y'all need to just cut it off right here. Just let them know.
When you're signing,
yeah, absolutely.
Who knew?
Long lines.
How cool is it to see those kids who are they already look up to you, and they're like, oh my gosh, that's a huge, meaningful moment for them.
Yeah, I mean, I know when I was going to minor league games when I was little, it's a huge deal getting to, at the end of the day too, they may not even know who I am, but it's a big league baseball player, so it's this is so cool, and I know how I felt when I was in their shoes not too long ago, so I want to return the favor, try and make their day or whatever it is that it looks like.
When you were growing up, minor league ball was in your area, right? It's predominantly in that area.
Yeah, it's not anymore, but we had the Appy League there, so it was, I guess, short season baseball there for a while. It's like a Woodbat college league now. But yeah, we had the Twins and Elizabethton and the Cardinals and the Mets were in Kingsport, all in that area. Yeah.
But don't say Elizabethtown, because that makes you sound foolish, right?
No, yeah, Elizabethton. Elizabethton.
Okay, I want to make sure. Yeah. What have been your thoughts about doing a little bit of left field and center field in spring training? I know you got to prepare for all possibilities. What have you thought about that?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think that we're going to pride ourselves in being able to play any of them. I think right now we're getting a lot of reps, or I'm getting a lot of reps in left because I haven't played there since May of 2024, and then Wyatt's obviously probably got a little bit more experience doing both back and forth just because he played center a lot last year and left. So I think that either one of us are comfortable in both spots, and whatever keeps us on the field is going to be ideal.
What are the, and I want to get back to that, but what are the logistical differences for you personally, just playing left field versus center field?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, the reads off the bat are a little bit different. The decision making's quicker in left. A lot more hooked line drives from, pull side guys. You're kind of just playing more towards the line a lot of the time, but you don't necessarily cover as much ground. It's one of those things that, a low percentage catch in left field might be something where you only take a few steps versus in center field, a low percentage catch is I just made a 40-yard run in the gap and caught a ball. So it's just different. The workload in center is definitely a lot bigger just because you run so much more.
Yeah.
You got both gaps and all that. So
would it be just a bigger scale at all of like some of the challenges of third base versus shortstop then when you were talking about the quick reaction time in left field?
Yeah, you don't, I personally think left field's the harder position to play just because the reads are so much more difficult, but that could just be biased from me not playing it as much. But
does the ball hook a little differently?
A lot, yeah. Everything in center is pretty straightforward unless there's like a knuckleball that is like, do I need to go for it? Play back. That's really the hardest read you get in center, but in left it's like, all right, this dude just hooked one 110 at me. Like, can I go for it? If I go for it, if I miss it, I'm the only one over here. Like, it's a little bit more difficult.
What's that split-second feeling when you do go for it and you realize, I have
you better turn into a goalie really quick. You better try and body it up.
Now, you talk about it, and it's something Skip said when we talked with him on Monday, is whatever it takes to get the guys able to play 162. Is that, I'm sure you go into every season thinking, let's play 162, but how important is that position versatility to be able to keep you out on the field wherever?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, actually playing 162 versus being available for 162 is two different things. I think for me and the type of player I am right now, it might be unrealistic to say I'm going to play 162 games this year, but maybe I want to stay off the IL and be available for 162. That's a different story, and that's kind of my goal this year. And if they feel strongly that playing left and center, back and forth is going to be beneficial for both of us. Obviously, I've had way more injuries than Wyatt has, but at the same time, he's had some stuff too. So, keeping him on the field, and then obviously, me trying to keep myself healthy as well. If that is a solution that we find, then we're all for it.
Robbing one off the wall or head first dive to steal something, what could be a double or triple? Which one do you prefer? Which one gives you the most juice?
I think robbing a ball is definitely the most juice. Diving plays are, a lot more common, I feel like, and I don't know. I feel like that's not nearly as cool as trying to climb a wall and catching one.
Now, my co-host during the World Series did criticize you a lot.
Okay, that's not true.
You jumped to her. We've actually had a talk about this. Do you still hold that against him? Or
you told me at the time you were learning the park. It was you made an amazing catch against the wall, and I go, I don't know if he needed to jump.
I jumped way too early. I wasn't even at the wall. No, I remember that.
Definitely not mass criticism. All I said was, it was a great catch. I don't know if he needed that jump right there. Okay,
he was already in great position. Nice work.
Now you talked about availability versus actually playing the 162. Do you have an internal goal? Are you thinking like, man, I really think I could play 130, or is that a thing that you think of?
No, at the end of the day, I don't know how the lineup shakes out. I'm not going to sit here and say that I am going to be in the lineup every single day. I don't know what that's going to look like, but all I can control is being available. So if I'm available and doing everything I can do to perform on the field, then however many games I get in there, I can't really put like a number of this is how many I want to be this year.
How do you feel like you've advanced in terms of, I know, might not be your favorite question, but against left-handed pitchers?
I feel like the spring's been really, really good. I've hit actually my hardest ball I've ever hit off a lefty, or off of any pitcher for that matter, off of a lefty this spring. So that was pretty cool.
What was the exit velo? Do you know?
Like
164.
I think it was 111.
Wow. Okay.
So I wasn't out, so who cares? But at the end of the day, that's going to be one of those things. The Twitter guys like, he still got out. Like, well, that is what it is. But no, I feel like my at bats have been very competitive against that. That's all I can control at the end of the day.
The competitive at bats, I think it's fun for a guy like me. I love watching the way you stand there and you'll be like, it's not my pitch. It says the strike zone's not big enough for me yet on whatever count you're at, and the way you do that. Is it difficult to be that patient? And do you realize how much you're frustrating the dude on the mound?
No, I think that at the end of the day, it's one of those things that it's kind of a fine line of being patient, but then also when they give you a pitch to hit, you better be ready to go. And so that's that line that you're always kind of trying to balance between of like, I don't want to chase and I don't want to swing at the bull crap, but at at the same time, if he puts something down the middle, I better be ready to go. Right. And punish those. And, that's how people like, Soto or Seager, whoever walks so much, is because whenever they come in the zone, it's getting punished, so they get scared out of the zone, and then they don't chase. So, that's a good combination to have right there.
Did you ever get feedback from umps when you would do the kind of look back at them like, that was a strike, huh?
No, I actually have gotten told by several of my teammates that I need to not do that. Especially like the shaking my head and stuff. And I'm not even shaking my head at the umpires. It's more of like self-affirmation for me of like, nah, that's a ball. And I'm just telling myself that. But then umpires take it of like, what are you just telling me that I'm not doing? And
they're sassy.
Yeah, I don't even, most of the time, I don't even realize the umpires are there. I'm just kind of doing my own thing. So it is what it is.
How important is that? Because we talked with Josh Smith again yesterday about it, and he talked about, I know people think it's the physical part, but it's the mental part of getting through the season. How huge is the mental part on an at-bat basis and on a whole picture basis?
Yeah, I think, having confidence for a full season is definitely a skill set for people that is important to have. I know there's a lot of guys in here, when you feel like you're confident going up into the at-bat, you're already an advantage versus if you're not confident going up there. The roller coaster of a season, you can't play good every single day or else you're going to be a Hall of Famer. So, at the end of the day, that's not a lot of us in here. But it's really hard. I feel like even physically sometimes if I'm not feeling the best, it's a mental battle of like, how do I get past this and how do I still perform? Because at the end of the day, nobody really cares if you feel good or not. You just got to go out there and perform. So
how do you get past it? Or what has been the formula so far?
Yeah, just a lot of positive self-talk. I try to. And that's, the stuff that you see me up there shaking my head. Like I'm just kind of always trying to have an internal conversation with myself and a lot of positive self-talk. And, I feel like you can talk yourself into believing a lot of stuff, whether it's true or not. So I'm trying to go down that route.
I like that because we talk so much mental health on our show, and like we're always kind of trying to chip in and see, how other people approach it. I like that take on it.
Yeah, I think it goes both ways. I think that, if you hear a lot of negativity around you too, or read it or whatever, that creeps in very quickly as well. So that's been my big thing with lefties is having a whole lot of voices around me telling me how crappy I am at it versus me trying to do the opposite and tell myself that I am. It's always a constant battle.
Do you ever find your way like seeking out or getting the feedback from people who are like, man, I want you to be awesome. Like, I know it's not, you talked about the 111, but it was an out. Those people who are supportive, those Rangers fans who are like, no, man, you got it. Like, next at bat, we got it.
Yeah, I think as a baseball player, I think if you're trying to find confidence and support from anybody but your own self, it's really hard to rely on that because nobody's ever going to be as consistent in that positivity as you can be for yourself. Or maybe, like with you. Exactly. Like at the end of the day, I don't have somebody up there every at bat telling me like, you're going to do great, you're going to do good. Like it is, it's that's just not going to be there. You're not going to find it from outside noise. You got to be able to find it for yourself.
Have you taken the time for yourself to enjoy the victories when you get them, whether they're personal, team, or whatever?
I'm trying to get better at that.
Aren't we all, right?
Too. Yeah.
Me too. Yeah.
I'm pretty at fault of even when things do go good, I could have done this better, that better. So trying to find the small victories is definitely an important thing.
That is Evan Carter right here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin, I think the biggest thing we hope for him, obviously, is health.
Yes.
But then there's also this maturation that comes with being, with growing into yourself, that I think that you go through some trials and tribulation, you come out on the other side a little tougher. And I hope that because of what he's kind of had to go through a couple times here, like he got set up perfectly, served up the World Series.
Yeah.
Getting back to the World Series is tough. And it's going to be a grind. And I hope that next level of toughness comes out of him because he does have a thing at the plate that can drive a pitcher nuts.
Yeah.
And put fear in them because I'm going to have to throw 9 pitches to this guy every time.
And you're going to have that handful of games where you're not feeling it. And you're like, I need you out there anyway.
Yeah. Otherwise,
so how's it going to go?
Otherwise, Jared will sit in for you. And like that's a different animal altogether right there.
I'm still here.
Yeah, that's one of the things I love about Kevin. He's a fighter. He's out here battling with us, like we were saying with Jacob Latz earlier this morning. I like him a lot because when we got into this business, we were like, at weird times, like without a lot of preparation. Bam, we were there to do it, and I think that paid off for us a lot. And I think those things, not everything's going to go perfect. Sometimes you gotta move with it and roll with the punches. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's the Expressway, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the lunch rush, the combo platter, door-to-door edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what did you have to sell as a kid? Kevin had to sell crack. Next to the Fan. Welcome back to the Expressway here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, let's give something away! That's right. Caller 10 at 877-881-1053. Right now, Kevin, you can win a pair of tickets to see Mumford & Sons when they come to Dickies Arena on Monday, June 8th. That's the day after Lucy's birthday, so I think I'm going to have to take her. Courtesy of Live Nation. So be caller number 10, 877-881-1053 for your tickets to see Mumford & Sons. That's an awesome giveaway we've been doing this week. I like that band a lot. Like, I'm a big fan of what they do.
Would you describe them as polite folk rock?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they got the folk stomp stuff going on. So, yeah, I can totally see where you're going with that. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the combo platter. And, yes, Jared Sandler will sit in with us as we do the combo platter, as he is helping out today because he's, first off, he's a hero. That's just what he does. Secondly, Kevin's voice is on life support, and so we are doing our best with him. Hopefully, we can get his voice rocking by Monday.
Do you think he's excited that I sent him a bunch more questions?
Probably so, and we'll get through our combo platter pretty quickly so we can get to some of those Rangers questions. But
I just need Kevin.
The combo platter, door-to-door edition. Yeah. Give us your sports opinion, and then what did you have to sell as a kid? 877-881-1053. No, not selling a kid. What did you have to sell as a kid? And the reason this story is or this conversation has popped up is because our own Ross Lubinsky was talking about buying. He doesn't love Girl Scout cookies that much, which Fantex is probably going to send a lot of hate now. I understand that. But then Kevin was like, well, what else? And he said, I used to peddle a lot of popcorn. And then we started thinking everybody had something that they sold for school or for some fundraiser. That was it the chocolate bars,
or like
which, by the way, have you seen those chocolate bars lately?
World's Finest.
They cut that back in half. Like
is it still $1?
It used to be thicker, and now they just slice the back half off of it, and been like, good luck. Yes, it is still $1.
I feel like we sold that hodgepodge of like fudge tins and monkey bread so you could win a kaleidoscope. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. So give your sports opinion, Kevin. You didn't give your sports opinion there.
Oh, yeah.
And then what did you peddle as a child?
My sports opinion is going to stay the same as it's been most of the year. The Dallas Stars are going to win the effing Stanley Cup. Bonus sports opinion: if Duke wins the national championship, the first person I'm going to text is Jared and tell him to stick it up his.
Okay, all right.
Well, it makes sense because Coach K is not coaching them. He's really good at taking super talented rosters and getting, like I told Kevin, getting to the Sweet 16.
He won really 5 national titles.
Can I
There's
comment?
nothing I love more than needling him.
I've been working with him for 20 years. Of course.
He texted me the other day.
Best coach in the country is in town. And then Kansas goes and loses to Arizona State.
Dude, that Bill Self walking out of the stadium and the smoke blows up while he's walking out after he got ejected.
He can't even get his best player to play for him.
That's a fair point.
No, Kevin, on the Stars front, I appreciate that take there, but Jim Nill is speaking tonight before the game. This is a big game.
Do you think he's just going to say how you like me now?
No, and I also saw that Bischel said that Myers isn't that tall. So he was like, he's not that tall. So, like, good camaraderie going on in that locker room, but also Jim Nill, again, against Colorado tonight, this is one of those where you're like, okay, let's hype this game up. Let's see what we're all about.
And I know that Bischel and Tyler Myers kind of stilt the numbers just a little bit, but you know their average defenseman on the roster now is 6'4", 211.
Wow, that's nice. That is really nice. And then you got Miro out there for 90 minutes a night, so that's awesome. So that is now that was your sports opinion.
Yeah.
Were you an expert at peddling the fudge? What was your
Alec, your thoughts?
I have none.
Okay. I feel like
I'm sorry.
I feel like we always I feel like we always sold the weird hodgepodge catalog when it wasn't all popcorn or all this. It was like all this random stuff that you're like, what? How did we get this?
Jared, do you know how the combo platter works? Give us your sports opinion, and then what did you sell as a child?
Yeah, I'm
Stars of David.
Ask. Well, as a Jewish person, selling was something that I learned at an early age. And I sold. I think I've shared this story before, but I conned about seven. Yeah, I conned 7 of my fellow young Jewish classmates at Sunday school into thinking that Adam Sandler was my uncle, and I sold his autograph for $2 a pop. And I told my dad I thought he was going to be really pumped. I guess later on he told me he thought it was really funny, but at the time he was like, you can't take their money. It's not.
It's probably not good dad etiquette to be like, that's hilarious.
Way
good
to go.
job.
So I sold Adam Sandler's fake autograph at one point, and then I must have done the popcorn thing at some point. I'm currently peddling Go Macro bars on social media, 20% off. I mean, they're a proud partner. You can find my social media.
You're still a kid
that.
at heart too. So
what's that?
Good. You're still a kid at heart.
Still a kid at heart. Yeah.
So.
My sports take. I'll give 2 quick ones. One, I was just thinking about this because it's women's college basketball conference tournament week. Next week, the men's. I love conference tournaments because I love the chaos of they play every single day.
Yeah.
If they win, where they never do that at any other point during the season, except for maybe a early season tournament. And I just think it adds to the chaos. And you can really, if you believe in momentum, the Cinderella stuff is pretty cool. So I really enjoy that. And then I guess I was thinking you guys covered hockey. I'll go an NFL one. I thought Ryan Poles and the Bears came out really well in that DJ Moore trade.
Yes.
To get I think the draft pick value chart has it as basically a 3rd round pick value with getting a 2nd and trading a 5th, but they got a 2nd, but they cleared about $50 million worth of financial responsibility to a receiver who'd be their 4th option if you include Colston Loveland as a receiving option. So I'm just thinking of from the perspective of, all right, if the Cowboys are good next year, who's a team that might be a threat to them in the NFC? Well, I thought the Rams have done really nicely with their trade, getting Trent McDuffie, and then re-signing what's his nuts, Cam Curl.
Yeah, I really wanted Cam Curl.
Yeah, but I think the Bears did a nice job too, getting rid of a guy who I thought you could maybe get a 5th round pick for, but they did much better.
They're set up for some real success.
Yeah, and Ben Johnson's really impressive.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, he needs to, and I've been a huge Caleb Williams believer. Obviously, getting to see him a lot at USC. He needs to improve on some of the consistencies, but I think we saw this year that the ceiling is pretty unattainable for most where it is for Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
From the 817 Sports Opinion, Pickens is not going to play on the tag. I had to sell my truck when I was a kid. I was 14 and thought it would be cool to go joyriding. Dad thought an extra $1,800 in his pocket for the sale of my truck was cool too. So that's one of those. And it looks like, Kevin, a lot more people are texting in the things that they scammed people on, like Jared did. Things that they were somebody said I sold Rolaids as candy when I was in the 1st grade.
Did you ever do the oregano trick?
Dude, don't do the oregano trick to people. They're out there trying to buy some nice, clean marijuana. So don't be selling them some herbs like that. That's rude.
Okay.
I'm just trying to keep the system, not rigged, not messed up there,
Gotcha.
Kevin. Alec, your sports opinion, and what did you have to sell as a kid?
Sports opinion, gentlemen. This Maxx Crosby thing is getting annoying. I'm over it already. I just want it to end. I want somebody to make up their mind, and I want the Raiders to stop being greedy and give up the whole idea that they're going to get 2 first-round picks for him. But
this weekend, going to happen.
It has to. It literally has to, because the market is going to open up and people are going to start making their moves. Trey Hendrickson is going to go off the board to some contender, and they're going to be like, well, we're stuck with a guy that doesn't want to be here. That's not fun. But the interesting thing, just if we're assuming, and I know Wolchuk has mentioned it a few times now, that the Eagles are really serious about going after him, and if the rumor that Jalen Carter is available in a swap, John Spytek, the GM of the Raiders, was on the record, I believe, at the Combine this year, talking about how if Howie Roseman calls you wanting to trade a player to you, you have to be careful, because he knows something that you don't. So the fact that Jalen Carter may or may not be offered up in some headliner blockbuster trade packages, there's an underlying reason, and now we know the character concerns and everything that came up in the draft process and everything. Obviously, the issue with the racing that led to a tragic death. We know all of that, but clearly there's a reason that Howie Roseman wants him off the team. And I want to know if there's something more to that. Is it the injury history that he's racked up now? He needed that double shoulder surgery earlier in the year. Is it a combination of that and the character issues? But it looks like Philly doesn't really want him around, even though he is an elite player. So interesting that Jalen Carter's being thrown around by Howie Roseman, and the guy that could be taking him on in a trade was on the record saying, if Howie calls you about a player, you need to do your homework because he probably knows something.
Yeah, he probably does. And did you throw what you had to sell out?
What I had to sell as a kid, I did all of the same stuff, the chocolate bars and everything, but I think the most random thing they had to sell in elementary school, they had to sell yo-yos one time. There was this, like, before TikTok or social media or anything was huge, there was like a yo-yo sort of influencer guy that would, just like the chocolate bars and the ventriloquists and stuff, he would tour elementary schools and do tricks and stuff, and he would sell you on the idea that if you buy these yo-yos from your classmates, you can do these insane tricks just like us, but in reality, he's a professional. He trains a lot, practices those tricks. So you would buy some $25 yo-yo from him thinking that you could do everything, but you really can't.
Good stuff there. My sports opinion, I think the Cowboys on day one will sign 2 significant players to this team that are not their own. Huh?
Devin Lloyd?
It could be Nakobe Dean. Devin Lloyd's the one I would love the most. That dude is an elite player. Nakobe Dean has really good traits. The injury is still a bit of a concern, but I think two extremely good players to this team on day one. And wrapping paper. Wrapping paper was here's the thing though, because you had to take the form and fill that out. You'd have to walk around. So I didn't just call up family members. I went door to door. I went around my neighborhood, and we had old people, all right? I grew up in an old person neighborhood, and those old ladies, whenever they saw me show up with my little form, they were like, "Oh, Corey, what do you have today?" And they were so excited that I was there to talk. Mostly they just wanted to chat with me, but I'd walk out of every one of their houses with about 5 sales in wrapping paper. So I was able to. We had about 9 old birds in our neighborhood, and I was able to. That's like 45 right there that I was rocking, and I did get a remote control car out of that. Because they had tiers that you could get to, and because I was such a good salesman for those, I was able to get that. So that was pretty awesome. I really impressed my mom with that. She kept telling me, "Do not go door to door; it's dangerous." And I was like, "Don't worry about it, Mom. These old birds aren't going. They're not going to see me coming." And they didn't. So there you go. That's mine right there. A lot of the texts coming in on this one. Somebody said, "I sold my sports card collection when I was 15. $1,200 seemed like a lot of money at the time." Kevin, can I sell all my 91 Donruss for $1,200? You think?
Maybe 12 cents.
Okay. From the 806, Kamara Rocker is a centerpiece of a trade mid-season that propels the Rangers to the playoffs, and they sold barbacoa and carnitas burritos for their mom, Hustlers. They said, and then somebody said, "Sports opinion: Cowboys will be last place in the division this year," and I painted rocks and sold those to my neighbors. People love rocks, Do they? Dude, I was able to set up a little stand of like quartz crystals on my corner when I was a kid, and people would drive by and they wanted to stop. And again, those old birds, they were just like, "Let's check these out. Let's stop and have a look." And the husbands were like, "We don't have any time for this."
How old?
Older than me? Oh, dude, they were old, like in their 60s, okay. Most old people in my neighborhood. I grew up on my street was pretty safe. It was the perimeter that I had to worry about. Yes, Jared, you look like you're pondering here.
No, I'm just listening.
Pontificating, if you will.
I was thinking, when Corey was talking about going to all the old birds and selling it, I was thinking about in Happy Gilmore, Ben Stiller's character with with Happy's grandmother, just Corey being really nice and listen up, old lady, you're going to buy this paper for me.
You're going to buy 5 or else. You get a warm glass of shut the hell up. You're in
hi,
my
Mr.
world
Gilmore.
now,
yes,
Grandma.
your grandma really likes this wrapping paper.
Oh, you just got some landscaping duty. Now your back's going to hurt. That's actually, you're right about that.
My
All right.
fingers hurt.
My fingers hurt. It's a great movie still to this day. And we know that he was related to Jared because he sold the autographs.
And you know, the irony, again, I think I've shared this with you guys, but Adam Sandler, I didn't know this at the time when I was scamming people, but he did or does have a nephew named Jared Sandler.
Who's an actor, right?
Who's an actor / stand-up comedian and also went to USC. He was 4 years younger than me.
Wow, that is wild. I did not know that, actually.
Yeah.
In case you want to answer them, I said a bunch more.
Yeah, I was
baseball questions.
I was ready to roll into some of those before we did.
And one text I would prefer you didn't read on there.
I was going to say, do you want me to read all the texts? I got a really good one from you in front of me.
Jared, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to make it today, but we wanted to run by Ability 360 this week if we could, to kind of get a look at what you guys are trying to do at Sandlot. I wanted to give you just a few minutes to kind of talk about what you guys are pursuing, or whatever it is with Sandlot and y'all's pursuits that y'all are after right now.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Well, we have a pretty awesome executive director. May or may not be married to Corey.
It's my wife, Adrian. Yeah, she's very happy.
So, yeah, I mean, we got this awesome person leading the charge in Adrian, and yeah, the whole idea of like where our dreams and goals are directed towards originated about however many miles it is from here to Phoenix. I'm bad with that sort of thing.
It's about 45 minutes.
Okay, 45 minutes. Ability 360, which is a tremendous campus, kind of one of its only one of its kind really in America that does all of what they do over there to support people of all ability types. So it's not just for people with for not just for people with disabilities. As a matter of fact, I remember the first time I was there, the Phoenix Suns G League team. At the time, they were the Northern Arizona Suns. I don't know if the names changed, but they had a practice there, right? It's a really cool facility and brings people together. It's a community type building, promotes inclusivity and equality, and just supports health and wellness for people. And then there's all the indirect benefits, and we're trying to bring something like that to the DFW area. And Texas is a big state. There are a lot of great things about Texas. One of the things that just isn't so great about Texas is the funding and the programming available for people with disabilities. And so we want to bring a building that is going to unify a community, bring a community together, and again, support people of all different ability types as we continue to raise money and awareness and support for that amazing community of folks. So that's what we're doing. And if anyone does come out here for spring training and maybe the Rangers have a night game and you want to figure out what to do, maybe you do a hike at Camelback on your way back, stop by Ability 360. It's a really cool place. You can get a sense of what we're trying to do in DFW with the Sandlot.
With my vision, Kevin, on something like that, I'll obviously immediately go to Lucy and think about where her world is. And she has friends in middle school right now who they go separate ways at dance. They go separate ways at this. She's about to be in cheerleading next year. She's going to have a bunch of a bunch of friends that go separate ways. Well, she can say, hey, why can't I have some of my friends join the programs that I'm working on over here? Sure. And as Jared was talking about with the inclusivity, and then it's one world where everybody can get along, have some fun with it. And I've seen kind of the idea behind the scenes. I know it. There's a lot of passion driven behind it, so I can't wait to see that thing take off.
And I just say this, I say this every year when I come on to promote our big event in December. There's so many great causes out there, and I just hope people find something that speaks to them. But if this is something that is of interest and you're listening, you want to get involved in some way as a volunteer, maybe thinking about being on the board or a committee, or maybe listen, monetary donations are important, or donating stuff for the auction, whatever it might be. Get in touch, tweet me at Jared Sandler, or tweet Corey or Kevin, anyone, sandlotcharity@gmail.com. That's probably the best route, actually. Sandlotcharity@gmail.com. Reach out. We'd love to add people to our team who feel strongly about this cause.
Kevin, one of the things we were talking yesterday with Tolo Daniel, who's come up to the station and spent time with us, and he's here today. Also, we got a picture with him.
We saw him yesterday.
Yeah, he goes to My Possibilities, and we were talking with his family about Ability 360. And when Michael Thomas was kind of explaining it to me, he was like, hey, dude, I saw just anybody coming in there to work out at the gym, but also, people with disabilities coming to work out at the gym. And he threw out this was the part that Adrian, it got me, it hooked me. I was like, okay. She was like, the floors are in Braille, so people know where to go.
Cool.
So that as people are walking through, the arrows, the grooves in the floor are designed to help them read where they're supposed to go next. So that's how much thought and
that's very clever
touch there was put into it. So I know the idea behind whatever Sandlot's going to do. I know the idea for it isn't just going to be hey, let's throw this up. It's going to be something with that kind of detail and that kind of care and that kind of love. So looking forward to that. All right, Kevin, the questions have been sent to Jared. You said read every text that you've sent to him so far, or just okay?
This one.
All right,
no. Would you call? Oh, sorry, that's the one you didn't want me to read. And I am showing. I just want to make it clear. I'm showing that I do have the ability to answer questions quickly. Right? I love this. Great exercise. Let's pick up where we left off. Should I be all in on David Davalillo, the young pitching prospect for the Rangers? Some might say, the best pitching prospect in the organization. Certainly, really appealing. And I would say yes. And a part of the reason why is the Rangers have demonstrated here in recent years a really strong ability to develop pitchers. That's actually kind of been, more of, if you were to say, they've been better developing position players or pitchers, I'd say that here of late it's on the pitching side at all levels.
Explanation for why that is? Is it just mentality of Chris Young, or is there something internally that we don't know about?
Well, I'll say this. I think Chris Young absolutely deserves credit, right? That's his specialty, is pitching. In 2019, the Rangers just, with the hiring of Chris Woodward, they used that as a change in chapter. And there were a lot of personnel changes, a lot of philosophical changes, a lot of R&D changes tied to pitching, because that had been such a struggle, even with the success of that decade up to that point. And it was something that it was never going to bear fruit right away, because you think about the life cycle of a pitcher. A guy gets drafted, it might be 4 or 5 years until he gets to the big leagues. And I think that from that, there have been changes made along the way, but I think the foundation was maybe laid then, and they've just done a great job of building on that. There's a gentleman who's been with the Rangers for a while named Todd Walther, who I think deserves a lot of credit. And, Chris Young, since he's been here, it's just been reinforced and, rethought and reimagined in certain ways. So, I think that's a reason why. But I'm a big fan of David's now. Like any prospect, you got to show you can do it at the big league level, and maybe he'll have a chance to do that this year at some point.
I have a question. Is Quantrill, what are your thoughts on where he lands in this whole thing? I kind of kept throwing him out as a fifth starter option, but I just don't know if the spring's worked out for him that way.
Yeah, it's a fair question. It's tough, too, because he's now with Team Canada in the WBC, and we'll see what sort of run he gets there. But I think with Cal Quantrill, if you can find a way to keep him in the organization, I don't know that he's likely going to be the fifth starter right now. Like if you told me, hey, make the roster right now. But he's the type of guy that, gosh, if you have a need, you'd love to be able to call a guy like that up and see if something can stick. And honestly, Bill, kind of tied to what I was saying, love for him to have more time in the organization, working with some of the folks who have been instrumental in helping some of these guys and seeing, if they can tap into something. I mean, his former first-round pick, there's obviously a ton of talent. But, if you also want to get to know Cal Quantrill, go and check out a video of Cal Quantrill and Reese McGuire, and Cal's got some fire on the mound. It's kind of funny.
All right, now question number 2 from Kevin, because Kevin has sent over plenty of questions.
Yeah, Kevin also had a board suggestion. I don't know if you want me to read that. Okay, no.
Okay.
All right. Jacob Latz has got the number 5 right. Kevin, I don't. Jacob Latz, if it was simply about who has looked the best, then Jacob Latz would be that guy.
Can I make a comment real quick? Because we played some audio this morning from Chris Young with G-Bag yesterday.
Yeah, and he's complimentary, of course.
He was very specific about to start this season, we need people that are ready. You kind of like Jerry's saying about 100%. No red shirts. And then he at the very tail end of that conversation, he threw Latz's name in there and said he's looked really good. And then he was asked about Rocker, and he was like, I see some good things in the guy, but then I also see some things that he still has room for growth. It just sounded to me like Latz had the leg up at the moment.
I think with Jacob Latz, if you were just right now, hey, who are the 5 best starting pitchers? for the Rangers to start the season, he would be one of those. He would be that guy. He'd be the fifth. But I think you got to look at the big picture and figure out, where are the needs in the bullpen, and is Jacob Latz someone who could really help there, because maybe there are holes and he can help fill them, and then knowing that he's also going to be ready to jump into the rotation as needed. It's tough to get a read. Do they want to slow play Eovaldi at all? Not in terms of his availability, but do they want to maybe not push the limits innings-wise early on? And do they want to not push the limits with DeGrom early on just because maybe there's no reason to?
Right.
And having a multi-inning option like Latz could help with that. Or maybe
so you're saying we can't just send those guys out there to pitch 9 every time and try to pitch no-hitters all the time?
Evo, first week of April last year, complete game shutout.
That's right.
Cincy, right? So I think it's still fluid, and I think a lot of it's about the puzzle pieces fitting together. But it wouldn't surprise me either. Well, I would say this: if Jacob Latz does not make 10+ starts this year, I'd be really surprised. I think, and I do think his future is as a starting pitcher.
Okay.
Sandler answering questions from the ghost of Kevin. LOL from the 817.
We got 3 more.
Yeah. So is the team primed for an overall defensive downgrade this season? I mean, that is one of the best defensive teams in Major League Baseball history last year, statistically speaking. So I think just based on that,
you lost 2 of the clutch parts of that.
Yeah. So no Simeon, no Adolis Garcia. And I talked about it, was it with you guys or G-Bag yesterday? For all of Adolis' struggles offensively the last 2 years, I mean, last year he was so good defensively. Maybe his best defensive year, even though he didn't win a Gold Glove, which is kind of bizarre.
Yeah, his
he really
contribution defensively kind of matched up, but at the same time, to get both the hitting and that at the same time would have been awesome.
Brandon Nimmo is not Adolis Garcia defensively. Now, Brandon Nimmo, I don't think is a liability defensively. It's not like it's the other end of the spectrum, but Adolis was, a Gold Glove candidate and should have won it.
Plus arm.
Now, and that's the thing. It wasn't just one-dimensional defensively, right? Made great plays going in, coming in, going back with the arm, all of that stuff. Now, Josh Smith is really good defensively. It's not like, you think, Josh Smith at second, but Marcus Semien was great, and it allowed Josh Smith to maybe be great elsewhere defensively. So could they take a little step back defensively? Yes, I guess that's possible. I do think they'll be better in center field consistently. Leote at the beginning of the year, it just wasn't happening. But I think 2 things can be true. I think they could maybe take a slight step back and still be one of the best defensive units in baseball.
Okay.
Who are the leverage bullpen group? Who are they, and who could come up later from the minors like Emiliano Teodo to help out with that? Well, that's a great question. And I think that to me is still a really big question. Like, is Robert Garcia going to be the closer? He's pitching in the WBC right now for Team Mexico. I'd love for Robert Garcia to pitch some leverage innings for Mexico just to kind of get into that mode mentally and physically. Because sometimes
and that could be real leverage stuff as opposed to here where
you
it's
can't
kind of simulated.
replicate that, right? You can't. That's why they sometimes have closers pitch the 3rd inning, so maybe they're still pitching against actual major league hitters, but it's still not. You're not saving a major league game. That's totally different.
But WBC feels legit.
For sure. Chris Martin will be a leverage arm. Can he be the closer? It depends on if he can pitch back-to-back games. Because if he can't pitch, or back-to-back days, I should say. If he can't pitch back-to-back days, then I don't know that you love putting him in a closer's role. Jacob Latz, like how they want to use him. Could he be a leverage guy? I think so. Now, it might not be, hey, he's your 8th inning guy, but he's the guy that you bring in the 6th inning, knowing that he's going to get the 6th and the 7th. Maybe he comes in a tough spot or faces the heart of the order in the 6th inning.
Right.
You're saving Robert Garcia or someone for the latter stages. The guy who I think has the potential, he's interested. 2 guys who are interesting. Josh Sborz, because he's now a full year more removed from shoulder surgery. That is a much tougher one to come back from than Tommy John. And it seems like the velocity is trending back towards the right direction. He doesn't need to throw 98. That was never his thing, but he's got to be able to throw the mid-90s, and he's doing that. I would not be surprised if you see Josh Spores back in a leverage role. Alexis Diaz, you need to see that consistent velocity from him. But he was an all-star reliever at one point. And I think the Rangers are hoping that he can get back to that form. As far as guys who come up, yes, Emiliano Teodo is a guy. Robbie Alstrom's a guy. If Mark Church doesn't make the opening day roster, he's a guy. As he gets healthier. David Davalillo's a guy who long-term I think is a starter, but maybe he's a guy who comes up and helps out. Jose Corniel and Winston Santos. And, can those guys, even if it's not as a starter, even if their long-term projection is still as a starter, doesn't mean they've got to be a starter this year. And hopefully the rotation is pretty loaded because you're going to, around the All-Star break, you're going to get Bradford back. You're going to get Jordan Montgomery back. So hopefully these guys aren't needed as starters, and you can then redeploy them to help you get different innings out in the ballgame. Leandro Lopez, who we saw last night, by the way, looked awesome. He's another guy who I think could come up and make a difference.
Can we do the last one?
Yeah.
Wyatt.
Oh, Wyatt. Yeah, how does Wyatt go from good young player? I think with Wyatt, there are two things. One, tough to know how the oblique injuries, and he had obliques on both sides, how that impacted things, because he did play through it, right? He took some time, but it was like he came back as soon as he could because this team needed it, right? It wasn't like they had a 10-game lead and he could take that extra week. That's where getting off to a good start can be valuable. It allowed, I wonder, we don't really ever talk about this. 40-20 to start 2023. It allowed some guys who were hurt, even though there was a little bit of a cratering ship in the second half, but it seemed like there were guys who were allowed to recover, right? So I think that's one thing. But with Wyatt, I hate to give just a generic answer. I think, it's the consistency because we see the hot and cold, and then I'm pulling it up right now. I think with Wyatt, the plate discipline, he's shown that. He's starting to get more respect. I think ABS will help Wyatt Langford. But you look at the numbers last year, hitting the fastball is something he's shown an ability to do. I think he will start to slug more on that. But then what does he do against the off speed? I think that's like that next step. But Wyatt Langford, to me, is going to take another step forward. He's a stud.
That is your intense crash course on Rangers baseball with Jared Sandler. Thank you very much, man, for helping us out as Kevin is making his way the only way that he knows how. Thank you also to ASCO Equipment, Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the #1 Mercedes dealer in Texas, on-time experts, AC heating, and base power for having us out here in surprise for Rangers spring training. We still got Kyle Higashioka hopping on with us around 1:30 today, but coming up next, we're going to switch things up just a little bit on you. You got some Masterpiece of the Week coming your way next to the Fan.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys, and it is spring training from Surprise, Arizona, where we have, it looks like the Rangers are going to be at it a little bit today, Kevin. This game will be kicking off right around the time G-Bag starts, I
Heck
believe.
yeah.
So I am a little jealous that they get baseball during their show, because we got that a few times when we were the night show.
We did.
And we would be sitting here with John Daniels, and we're watching a game, and John Daniels, we're asking him a question, and he's like, because somebody's stealing second. And like those things are just fun whenever you have live action happening right there. It's difficult sometimes not to do some play-by-play.
Yes.
Because you're like, oh my gosh, something amazing just happened. And then you get the Bobby Belt, moment where he does that. But it's always a great trip for us. I love it out here. And Kevin, I'm kind of sad I got to leave. But I do know that I got family at home that's ready for me to be back in DFW, and so do you. So hopefully you'll be able to see them.
And a good seat on the airplane.
Yeah, good seats on the airplane as well. Kevin from Barrett Media, the NFL is reportedly already at work with discussions about their media deals with a goal of having new completed deals by September.
You know why? Because they will have it immediately replace the old deals that were going to expire in 2029. Guess what? They're going to be worth more money. Mm-hmm. So they're like, yay, more money.
Well, and I feel like you're going to get an even broader selection of avenues where you're probably going to get, hey, we're going to do another Netflix game. We're going to do another of this, another of that.
Well, and Paramount too, because they're mixing with Maxx.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm done.
I'll be honest, Kevin. I felt like I had to clear my throat just now.
That was bad. I'm sorry.
877-881-1053. This is one of those moments where Kevin loves to work. All right, I want everybody to know Kevin loves to work. This disappoints him because he's physically fine. It's just the throat right now.
Yeah.
So just text in your appreciation. It's Kevin appreciation segment here. Just text in and let him know how thankful you are that he does the things that he does when he can, because he's frustrated right now. Also, Alec, tonight's game, or not tonight's game, but last night's game for the Mavericks, kind of perfectly in line with what they've been trying to do. Kevin, they lose 115 to 114, and we were tracking that sucker throughout dinner last night.
On a dunk!
But Dallas loses, Utah wins, New Orleans wins, Chicago wins. So Dallas is now just 2 games behind the Pelicans and 2.5 games behind the Jazz in the lottery standings. 6th is looking very possible. With the Pelicans, they really don't have an incentive to tank, and the Jazz are actually playing teams closely recently. So, this is it ebbs and flows. It goes back and forth. But for the Mavericks to kind of accomplish, we discussed this a little bit with Finley yesterday, and the idea is they understand where they are, and this season just didn't work out.
Yeah.
They wanted the veterans and Cooper Flagg to work together and something to happen. Injuries presented big problems for this team all year long, but what you did get, Cooper Flagg understands it's his team. He understands how to lead his team now, and he understands where he stands with this franchise. And Ryan Nembhard going to be involved in this thing, and whatever future player. Finley couldn't talk about future players. I also feel like there was another reason he kind of stayed away from Luka's name a little bit, but that's neither here nor there. But this Mavericks team, that's now the next goal. Obviously, there's a long trajectory to get there, but get one of those top 3 picks, top 5 picks would be phenomenal. There's still an opportunity to fall to 10, but we'll see how those ping pong balls flow whenever that happens.
Consensus is I'm not Nancy Reagan.
Okay. Coming right now, though, ladies
Look it up,
and gentlemen,
kids.
It is time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, this is the part where I usually ask how it's going, but I think I know Kevin's answer. So, Corey, how are you?
Yeah, Kevin's answer, as I told you about the Weezer video, not so good, Al. Not so good.
Does anybody ever call you Al?
Actually, I do have one friend that does, and it kind of annoys me. Because it's just one person.
Well, that specifically is Al from Happy Days, so he wasn't referring to it. But for me, Alec, I'm doing great, man. I'm loving things right now. My voice is, actually, a little tenderness right now.
Stop it.
Oh no.
Stop.
The ultimate troll job.
Stop it.
Well, speaking of ultimate troll jobs, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program throughout the week. And perfect timing, too, as we have a field trip in the building as well. So hopefully they do not walk by as
It's
this
kids.
happens.
It's a bunch
of kids. So we are going to start off hot here, guys, because we have a tradition of picking on people who are not here to defend themselves. And RJ Choppy is on, if you will, the chopping block because he said this during Crosstalk the other day, and I have no way to set this up.
Where is the nipple above or below where it starts to curve on him? That's always an interesting thing for me.
I don't think that Choppy's wrong about this, honestly. Nipples are weird, okay? We can be honest about that. And there is like when a guy has a chest, the skin decides where that's going to be.
Did you say when a guy has a chest?
Oh, like a chest like Skip Schumacher.
Gotcha.
Right? Whenever y'all see Skip like walking around in his jersey and stuff, you're going to see it. You're going to notice.
Yeah.
But whenever you're built like Skip, those can be a little higher, or they can go right underneath that curve. And I know exactly what he's talking about. I'll be honest. As he was passing through, I didn't see that. So I don't know the answer to that, and I don't think I'm going to be looking because I don't want to make Coach uncomfortable.
Well, that's probably for the best, Majors. I've got one from each of you that they kind of play into each other, so we're going to rapid fire these two because first, Corey says this.
I'm trying to invite this bee in for Kevin.
And then... And then Kevin follows up with this.
Those bees didn't really get going until later, though.
So nature
versus nurture.
Yeah, so those are actual bees, Alec. That we were like actual. I don't even know what you would call them. Not bumblebees. They're just bees. But they're not that version of bee that you're thinking. That being said, we thought we got rid of them, but there was this one bee that kind of kept flying around my window, and my window's wide open, and Kevin's like, mine is shut because he didn't want those things in here.
That bee wanted to kill me.
One did come into this room though and landed on the window directly in front of Kevin.
Oh no!
And I left to go to the restroom and slam the door shut so Kevin couldn't get out.
He was taunting me.
That's not nice.
He's fine. He might not die.
Well, you hear how he sounds now? You scared the voice out of him. This is your fault.
Dude, what if a bee
sabotage
stinging you gave you a superpower to never have that again?
I'd do it.
But you have to get stung once a week.
Yeah. Ooh. No, I'd do it. I think about this a lot.
Really?
Like,
do you?
Yes.
Because everybody would do the Spider-Man. We would all trade our lives for the spider bite.
Not the bee part, Alec. The throat part.
Yeah. If a bee could sting him once a week, he would do it so that he could always have a throat.
Huh. Okay. Well.
For the bees.
Corey, you said this.
No, man, I want something that I can barely feel on my body. That's regarding my shirts. I don't like thick shirts.
Lambskin.
I don't. I want something that just. It kind of is. He even wearing a shirt is kind of the way I feel about it most times. I don't want to feel anything that's like stiff and whenever those T-shirts you'd get that they felt like you just put on a shield because it was so. What's the Scotch Guard? When they put the Scotch Guard on stuff, I don't want anything like that. I want something that's light. That's why I love Tank Top Tuesday, and it's coming back this year, baby.
Yes, you love the sound of that.
I wonder, so here's the thing, though. We did Tank Top Tuesday in the old building, and then we also did it in Oxnard, but we haven't done it in the new building. Do you think Bob McKay and company, the news group down there, they're going to be like, what is happening right now? Or are they going to be like, no, we're all doing it?
Bob might do it.
Bob probably would join in on Tank Top Tuesday.
I'm excited now. It needs to get warm outside. It's about to rain out here. It's kind of gross. But Kevin, you said this, unfortunately.
But he also has the toughness and ability to bang down in there.
This is true. This is true. And whenever you have that kind of toughness, you really want to utilize it, you know? You really want to make sure that, and if you start to lose it a little bit, maybe Men's T can help out.
That's right.
Who knows?
I like how you think. Corey, this is your impression of me every time I walk inside the house after work and my dog sees me.
Oh my gosh, it's a bulldog. Is that how you feel whenever you walk in?
Yes, just a giant ball of meat known as a French bulldog just running at me full speed, and he doesn't know how to stop himself.
I'll be honest. I mean, I still to this day, when I walk in and open that door, Kodak is standing at the door and from the garage to the kitchen, and he's just standing there, just looking at me like, "Hey," and I'm like, "It's Kodak!" And he gets so excited that tail starts going, but then he doesn't move out of the way. He just stands there. And I got my hands full. I got bags, and he's just like, "What do you want me to do?" And I'm like, "Back up! I just want you to back up 2 feet so I can get out of this laundry room."
Well, Kevin, this is one that I should probably play before any field trips walk by.
He had sex with a pie.
Wait for it. Thank you.
You telling me that having sex with a cake is that much different than having sex with a pie?
Oh, man, I am proud of you, Kevin. I'm very proud of you. Because that's a valid question. Because a warm cake just doesn't have the same warm pie feel, you know? Not that, I mean...
What about lava?
How many people do you think did try it because of that movie? Like, and nobody had thought about it before,
Yes,
and then
correct.
that was like, oh, American Pie was like, it set the tone for hundreds. You think that's it? Okay, I think the percentage is a little higher.
Okay.
But I was not one of them. Unfortunately, we didn't have warm pies laying around.
I mean, you could do that.
All right, I don't want to think about this anymore. Kevin, I'm going to avenge you a little bit here, actually. A couple weeks ago, Bobby Belt sent me a couple of clips of you talking about somebody in your family that sounded weird out of context. Now, Corey gets that treatment.
Daddy, after school, I want premium chocolate. Okay. That is very inappropriate. I'm not gonna lie too, man. Every time I say it, I feel a little uncomfortable now because in my brain, once I said it that first time, I was like, "Oh crap!" But then I'm just like, "But the premium chocolate thing is still funny." And Kevin keeps like, "Hey, what is that you say? What kind of candy?" And I'm like, "Shut up! You're setting me up."
It's smart.
I didn't even realize it.
All right.
That's my own Deandra.
I got at least one more I got to get in here. This one's awesome.
No, I'm a passenger princess. You must drive me.
Oh. That's about me.
I don't think a passenger princess is a put down, by the way. It's just people that they prefer to drive ride in the passenger seat. And that's okay. I like to drive. I love to drive. So that's an okay thing.
I'm voting for Corey and the Bulldog.
Oh my gosh, it's a bulldog. It's a bulldog.
It's a bulldog.
You sound like the Target lady.
Well, and what was crazy about that too is I refer to Adrian as a bulldog in a school zone, and because one day, here's why. This is a ridiculous story. It's going to take too long, but I'm going to tell it anyway. She one day we were doing something. And Adrian, she stumbled through her parents' living room, and there was a lot of noise. And her mom said, "Bull in a china shop," or whatever the story is. Well, I heard bulldog in a school zone, and it made sense at the moment because I was like, "Yeah, she just came in and wrecked shop." Because that's what it was. She was upset about something too, and so as she left, she stumbled out, and I was like, "Yeah, no, Adrian, she goes in there like a bulldog for sure." And you don't want to see an angry bulldog in a school zone going after the kids, and so that's what I always like. So in that instance, we weren't happy to see the bulldog in the school zone. We were freaking out that it was a bulldog in the school zone. So I appreciate that one. I'm voting for Kevin and the cake pie.
Oh, God.
He had sex with a pie.
Thank you.
You telling me that having sex with a cake is that much different than having sex with a pie?
I hate everything about that. And so much so that I'm not voting for it. We have a winner.
Oh my gosh, it's a bulldog. Thank you very much, Alec. That is fantastic stuff, dude. And we did switch it up just a little bit today so that we could get that there because we got Kyle Higashioka coming up here at about 1:30 is what we're shooting for. We'll see if things rock here with us and G-Bag. Coming up next, though, let's dive into some C-Block and talk to the little Higgy next on The Fan.
The more time.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we are getting ready to wrap things up before we talk with G-Bag here in just a little bit to send us off back to DFW. ASCO Equipment, thank you very much for getting us out here. Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the #1 Mercedes dealer in Texas, and on-time experts, AC and heating and base power. So much thanks for helping us get out here, be out here, do our thing, and bring to you the best Rangers coverage that we think you could possibly get out here. Here in, as a matter of fact, it is time right now on the Zero Res hot seat. Spell it backwards or forward, it spells the same. It's Zero Res. It is Kyle Higashioka. Kyle, how's it going today, man?
Good. How's it going? Thanks for having me.
We are rocking along. Here's a couple of things I want to let you know. You're going to hear me probably ask a lot of questions here. I do have a co-host. However, his voice just left him. Your thoughts on how much he let me down today?
Yeah, I mean, that's why there's two of you, though. You have a redundancy. 2 is 1, 1 is none.
I'm trying to tough it out.
Could you give him a little credit on trying to tough it out, I guess, yeah?
Oh, yeah. That's all that counts.
Yeah, and that is like, okay, let's talk about the back and forth that goes with that, because, growing up, we had Pudge, and it was like a one catcher, and he's the guy kind of thing, and that's all my childhood brain remembers. But it seems like the rotation at catcher is a more prevalent thing, and it's more useful to use guys' body. Would you rather catch 162, or do you think that, no, that's just not going to happen?
Well, I mean, if I'm being honest with myself and, with all of us other catchers, there's not a lot of guys who deserve to catch every day. I mean, it's just such a tough position to be really productive at. I think a lot of times we are better served in a more platoon type role, where we're kind of putting a better chance to succeed or whatever, just stay fresh, whatever.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to give a lot of love to the catchers last year with Cal Raleigh having the type of season he was having, and so I kept arguing his side for MVP. Kevin was definitely against that, and since he can't argue about this, it's easy for me to say. But I was like, I understand Judge's numbers, but the thing that y'all do physically, I don't think anybody in the world understands what being back there for 9 innings is like. It's pretty brutal, huh?
Yeah, it can be. I mean, it's definitely a lot easier if you're winning and you're always ahead. But, it can be tough. It's definitely tough over the course of a full season. So what Cal did last year was extremely impressive.
Now, one of the things that anytime I flipped on the game last year, I always knew it was you at the plate because of the white gloves. Were you always white batting gloves guy, or does this become a style over time? Are you sticking with it this year?
I mean, I try not to be too much of a pain, so I just have them ship me, one color. I figure white kind of is just pretty universal, so try not to, get them to ship me all these crazy colors or whatnot.
Hold on, so you could ask for the crazy colors, but you're a gentleman, you're a nice guy. That's why.
No, I'm just a plain Jane guy.
A plain Jane. Okay, so we talked with Jared Sandler earlier, and he said you're gonna laugh really hard with Kyle, but it's the driest sense of humor you've ever heard. Is this a reality when it comes to you?
I don't know. I guess I just say stuff. I don't know. I think people are more laughing at me.
Oh no, Kevin. Well, no.
They're laughing at me today.
Yeah, it's definitely a Kevin today. It's definitely Kevin that they're laughing at, and with because we have a great listening audience that really does have a good time with us. We've established a rapport over time with them, so it's a lot of fun. Kyle, this group of pitchers, working with these guys, can you kind of give us a breakdown of the personalities and the professionalism or whatever it is about each one of these guys? We'll start with Nate. We got to talk to him a little earlier in the week, and everybody that we talked to about him is just like, that dude right there just always has a plan in place no matter what. Can you kind of give us a breakdown on what Nathan Eovaldi's all about?
Yeah, I mean, he's unbelievably prepared every single day. Whether it's physically or mentally, he's the hardest working guy in the clubhouse. So he's definitely one of the team leaders and definitely the leader of the pitching staff. And he's just an incredible role model for a lot of the young guys to take after.
And then when it comes to like y'all's plan and developing the plan for the game, does he just kind of say, I know what I want, or is there a lot of back and forth and conversation? How's that work with you guys?
There's a lot of back and forth. Because he does his own research, I do my own research, and we kind of just talk it over in the tunnel between innings, and we come up with a cohesive game plan so that we're not out there kind of trying to get on the same page.
Okay, and when it comes to that, does sometimes you're like, no, my research is correct and yours is incorrect, or is there ever a battle like that?
I don't think I'd put it that way. We just... There's certain times where he's really adamant that he wants to do something, and there's other times where I'm adamant that we should either not do something or we need to do something different. And I think together that's one of the reasons that we work well.
Is there a little like Rochambeau decides this, a game of risk? How do y'all decide? You'll just kind
of we just talk it through. We just try to talk through all the possibilities, and then we'll settle on a game plan that we can commit to.
Okay, well, here's our suggestion: is if you do want to include some of those kind of battles, a thumb war or something like that, those always come in handy around our studio, just in case. So I'm just letting you know how we work. Like today, I'm getting that conversation for sure. All right, so DeGrom, we have not ever had a chance to talk to him. Like we've never. Seriously, like we've walked in and we've been like, hey, Jacob, and he's like, no. And so there's always this like, oh, man. And I'm just kind of curious what kind of personality he is because the talent is amazing. The talent is amazing, but I just don't know the guy that well.
No, he's awesome. He's one of my favorite guys. We sat together on the plane all last year, and just getting to know him more and knowing what kind of guy he is, he's great to be around. So we have a lot of fun.
What is the best way to crack that egg then? How do we get him to kind of open up to us for the next time that we're around him?
I don't know. I don't really know how I kind of crack the egg. I guess I'm just on the team, Yeah,
he was like, I guess I got to talk to this guy.
Maybe you guys should try to make the team.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, all right, hold on. Step one, start playing baseball again. All right, so I got to get back into the groove of that.
Be younger.
At 43, it's going to be a little bit of a chore for me, but I think I can do this. Do I just call CY up, or do I need to – where would you say to start my approach?
Yeah, definitely maybe like a fantasy camp.
Oh, the fantasy camp they have out here is awesome.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
I think that might be step one.
And then Jacob DeGrom. That's how it's going to work. I like that. All right, so Mackenzie Gore. All right, so I'm going through this rotation. Mackenzie Gore, have you gotten to know him quickly? Because my co-host, while he can't talk still, when we had Mackenzie Gore on, he reminded Mackenzie Gore that his senior year he only gave up one run, and then Mackenzie told us that was in the state championship game, and they lost by one run. So that was a tough one for my co-host. Yeah.
No, he's been great too. He's just, super competitive. Just from what I've seen this spring, he's never really satisfied with where he's at. So I'm really excited to work with him more this year.
And then Leiter, like we've gotten to know Leiter a lot since he was drafted here, and every year we catch up with him, and we've been watching his progression. The hope for him, I think this year we just kind of had the conversation is is he in that all-star conversation? Is he kind of just on his way to it, or is he getting ready to be that kind of guy? When you're behind the plate and that guy's on the mound, what are you seeing coming at you?
Yeah, he's definitely got the stuff to do it. It's just, this game's all about learning every time you step foot on the field and getting better and constantly improving. So I think, and he's really committed to that. That's something that I think, excels at. So, and I think you could see that going forward through all last year. So he's got everything it takes. It's about going out there and doing it.
That's kind of how we are on that fifth spot, too. And then, dude, what a wild job. He's sitting there and he's got this whole plan built out for DeGrom, and then all of a sudden he's got 3 to 6 more pitchers he might catch that day. Is that like is it just as simple as I'm just back there catching? Or is it, no, there's a study for each one of these guys and each one of these hitters, too?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's you got to know all the hitters. You got to know what they do well and what they struggle with, and then you kind of align that with the pitcher's strengths and weaknesses. Once you get a feel for your pitchers, you kind of know what they do well. So it's not as much studying them as it is studying the hitters and then knowing them, knowing your pitchers, and just trying to match those up.
So you are admitting that catchers are the smartest baseball players out there?
No, that's not true. That's not true. We do plenty of dumb stuff.
Okay, I was told by a friend, Corey Seager suggested us talking about you in the weight room. Now, I have no clue exactly where this goes, but do you have a clue what Corey Seager's theory on you or feeling about you in the weight room is?
I don't know. I like to spend a lot of time in there. Sometimes I get distracted, though. Sometimes the workouts will drag on for forever. But I don't know.
Is it you get stuck watching TV, or are you just like, no?
No, I'll go off on a tangent and start talking to people. So then like a 30-minute workout will turn into like 2-hour workout.
But that's worth your time right there, as long as the conversation was good. Kyle, we really appreciate your time today, man. We really love watching you play. You're doing phenomenal stuff. It's always can't miss when you get up to the plate. So have a great season, man. We look forward to it, all right?
Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
There he goes, Kyle Higashioka, Rangers catcher right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to figure him out, too. All right. At some point, I'm going to figure him out. And Kevin,
he's a puzzle.
He is a puzzle, but he kind of had this Norm Macdonald vibe to him with the way he'd be like, I don't know.
You should have told him the Ezra joke.
Oh, the Ezra joke. That's yours, though. I can't tell that because that's your joke. All right, guys, coming up next here, it is the G-Bag Nation will join us for some crosstalk here on the KNC Masterpiece.
Coming up Monday morning on...
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Finally got Kevin out of here, like he was just in this room. Hey, back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Zach Wolchuk and our friend Gavin Dawson as well. And we've kind of had a little bit of this going on throughout the day where we don't know exactly where that sound is coming from. So let's see. No, good luck to us. We'll figure it out, though.
We'll figure it out.
Guys, the way that things have gone throughout this week, it's been a lot of fun Rangers conversation, a lot of fun Rangers stuff. Got some great interviews in. We had Evan Carter today. Jacob Latz was phenomenal. Kyle Higashioka, I got to get that right. I didn't get it right while we were talking to him. Higgy. He was an interesting fella, kind of had a Norm Macdonald vibe to him, but it's been a really fun week out here. Glad we got to have some dinner last night. Is there any pizza left over as we chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation on this D&M leasing crosstalk?
Yes, there's a ton. I ended up just kind of having to leave me at the hotel room.
Oh, man. Hold on. There we go. We're going to go ahead and change that headset. This is a... So there is some pizza left, is what I'm told here.
Yep, you've got pizza left.
Okay,
is this working?
Yeah, the headset's working a little bit better.
Yep, you got there's everything. Because Eric and I went and we found this place called Biscuit Cafe.
Oh my!
Holy moly, it was delightful, dude.
Delightful stuff.
Best biscuits and gravy.
Yeah,
I think I've had in quite some time.
Okay, all right. We will look into that place next time. Gavin Dawson, you were out with us at the pizza place, Lou Malnati's.
Yep.
Your thoughts and assessment on the plates you saw and the dishes you tried.
I thought the toppings were outstanding. Okay, every year for Lent, I give something up, and this year it's bread.
Oh, okay, that's why you had the salad. You knocked off all the croutons.
Yeah, I knocked off the croutons. I ate the toppings of the pizza. I thought the toppings were outstanding. But I think Lou Malnati's is known for its crust. I didn't get to quite experience that, so I can't give you a score. But the appearance of it, the texture seemed unique.
It was I told Adrian this morning, I was like, it's very pastry-like, and she goes, so hold on, it's flaky and light? And I was like, no. Like the flavor kind of had a puff pastry kind of taste,
a little sweetness to it.
But there was some firmness to it too that really held up. I was very surprised because I was sitting here thinking to myself, fork and knife, and then I saw Kevin pick up the slice, and I was like, that's the way that it must be done. Like, who needs a fork and knife whenever you got that rolling out?
It was not quite as deep of a deep dish as I expected. It did have some thickness to it, but it wasn't like all dough. Like the other deep dish pizza that I've tried, it was basically all dough, and then you've got a little bit of sauce and toppings. This, I thought, was a good overall ratio. I enjoyed the deep dish. The thin crust one, which, again, people, and I know Tommy Yarish, who is a Lou Malnati savant, is ashamed that we even ordered thin crust. Eric was all about it, but that one was not as good, and I think it's because they cook it in the exact same pan. So if you did not get a ridge piece and you got the inside because they square cut it, you're just getting mush.
Okay, all right, so that makes a little bit more sense for me there too, because I thought the thin crust was fine.
It's okay.
I thought it was fine.
Yeah, that's all right.
The toppings, Dawson's right. The cheese, the amount of cheese, that was a lot of cheese on that pizza too, for sure, on the deep dish part. But I thought the thin crust was fine. But we definitely enjoyed the deep dish for sure. The thin crust I thought was fine, but the deep dish was very good.
I really like it when the little pepperonis are thick and they cup. Mm-hmm. You get the little oil in there. That was great. Kind of reminds me of, like, I guess Pizza Inn. With how they did their pepperonis, had a lot of kick to it. I like my pepperoni to have a good spicy kick to it. So it was heading in the right direction. I think Chief is going to have, if you're a Lou Malnati super fan, Chief's going to have an unpopular opinion for you, though, on this.
Probably will, based on the way he approached it last night. Now, I am seeing, at the moment, Lamar Jackson has tweeted about 35 minutes ago. It's from Training Day. Denzel Washington going boom. And, Zach, you're suggesting that now the Ravens are really throwing their hat in the ring on this conversation for Maxx Crosby. And, I mean, we saw Lane Johnson eyeballs Maxx Crosby, and now Lamar Jackson is showing a happy face. This Maxx Crosby situation, I've never really fully invested my heart in it as a Cowboys fan, just because I was like, I had other focuses I wanted. There's so many other things I'm trying to attach myself to that I just felt like if I kept that one at arm's distance, it wouldn't hurt me when I saw somebody else make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think that that's starting to become a bigger way for them to navigate, is that the Ravens are a team here?
Yeah, I think Diane Orsini and Jonathan Jones have been on. The Cowboys are the one consistent team that keeps coming up, depending on everybody you talk with, that they want Maxx Crosby. They are just not going to give up the 2 first-round picks for him that the Raiders are asking, and I get it. I mean, Maxx Crosby is 29 years old. He's coming off of a meniscus injury, which I don't think is a big deal. I think he'll be fine and ready to go, but you do have to wonder, is it worth giving up that type of capital for said player? So if the Raiders want to go ahead and look for other offers, I think the Cowboys and the Raiders know what they'd be willing to agree on, and the Raiders are going to try and leverage that and try and get as much as they can. So I think the Ravens are definitely in. I still think the Bears are absolutely a team that is trying to push for this. The question is, do the Cowboys end up saying, all right, we're not going to give you both ones this year, but we'll pivot to next year? And I thought Bobby did an excellent job of clearing up what we talked about yesterday. Like, is that pick frozen for next year, that other first rounder that the Cowboys have? Because they traded the higher of the 2 first-round picks to the Jets for Quinnen Williams. So Bobby cleared that up for us, and what they could do is send next year's 2, but have it in the writing where if Crosby's still on the team, that then can become a 1, and it would be the lower of the 2 ones they have next year. So the Cowboys could do that if they ended up saying, you know what, screw this. The Eagles are also a team that's looming. So there's no question Maxx Crosby right now is the apple of a lot of teams' eye, and I think this thing's going to get done here very, very soon.
Man, I just love the idea of having the picks and spending the money on other players. It is a drop off, but it's not that much of a drop off. And Maxx Crosby is he's what, 29?
Mm-hmm.
He's had 8 surgeries in the last 7 years. You know, like this could really blow up in your face. I think it might be a blessing in disguise if the Ravens swoop in here and take him.
You know, Kevin, the other day, they were doing a bit of a study, and at 30 years old is the trajectory on those edge guys, and it's kind of, you start to see a pretty stiff drop off at that age. So that was one of the things. That wasn't the thing scaring me off the most from this. It was exactly what you said, Yav, and that's kind of where I've been this whole time. Is I want to use these picks. I want to use every single one of them and watch those guys grow and flourish. Now, I know some people get frustrated with some of the guys the Cowboys get, and sometimes it is a crapshoot. Sometimes I think they do a very good job of studying up and making sure, but you don't know exactly what you're getting because it's draft day. You don't know who's going before you, so it is a bit of a gamble to say, I passed on that because I'm waiting on this. But that's why the Cowboys need to make sure that what they do with their free agency money puts them in position to be able to make a move whenever draft time comes. If they need to, if they want to swing that out, they can. But that financial situation of trying to make sure I'm saying load up on linebackers, load up on what you can at the edge. There are a lot of edge rushers in this draft. Maybe not guys that are going to contribute at like a super high level right away, but guys that can grow into those roles. But Jerry doesn't want those. Jerry wants right now a stable of horses to go get it right now.
Yeah, and there's risk with your draft picks. I get it. So, if you want to use your draft picks to go get players that are making money, that's awesome. But that just means we're going to have to be more aggressive. I got this new slogan. The 4 more years things in politics, it's called void more years. Void more years. We need signs. We need hashtags. And if the Joneses are willing to do that, then I think you could find your stable of linebackers and corners and safeties that you would need to build a great defense. Like, how sad would it be if the Cowboys have the best defensive line in football because you got Maxx Crosby? But we know how quickly offenses are getting the ball out these days. 2.5 seconds is common. That's easy. We can put in a game plan tomorrow. 10 years ago,
15 years ago, NFL offenses would not have known what to do with the level of pressure that the Cowboys would be about to put out there. But all teams have a way of mitigating it. And especially if your linebackers are poor and your defensive backs are poor, it's no problem for them to get somebody open in 1.8 seconds.
I do put yourself in Christian Parker's shoes then. If Jerry and Steven came down the hall and they're like, hey guys, we have a chance to get Maxx. Is that something you want? Do you think he's immediately jumping at that? Or
Absolutely.
Do you think he's saying, well, I got options here?
No, I think he's absolutely jumping at that. He's scheme-proof. And what Maxx Crosby is going to do is allow Quinnen Williams to eat up the middle. Right now, you have offenses that are going to key on Quinnen Williams. We'll double-team you. We'll triple-team you. We'll make sure that, hey, Quinnen Williams isn't beating us today. If you have Maxx Crosby over there, now you're opening things up for Q, and that's how, even if quarterbacks want to get the football out quick, which is absolutely true, the quickest way to the quarterback is right up the middle. And that's when you've seen these teams that are winning Super Bowls, whether it was the Rams with Aaron Donald, the Chiefs with Chris Jones. That's where Quinnen Williams is going to be the impact player for you.
What do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure gold as always, Majors. Thanks so much for asking. Brandon Nemo's going to join us after he plays his game. So we're looking forward to that. And Cam Cauley, the hotshot third baseman that's hitting tanks. He's going to join you for an uncomfortable clubhouse conversation coming up at 4:40. But we'll get what Broadus knows and what he's heard about the Cowboys and Maxx Crosby and Cowboys team building right out of the gates. Talk, pure gold as always. Thanks for asking.
There you go. That is big stuff coming from the G-Bag Nation. You'll hear them right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've been the KNC Masterpiece, rolling through Surprise. We head back home to DFW. Can't wait to see you. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan at Surprise Stadium as Rangers spring training will resume in just moments. Looking forward to giving you updates on that action. And salute to our presenting sponsor this week, Asco Equipment and Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the #1 Mercedes dealer in Texas. On-time experts, AC heating and air conditioning, and by Base Power as we are off and running. General at your service. Gavin Dawson, if you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, the Super Bowl champion. You have Lucius Alexander back home in the Pimp Cup, 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. And Woolchuck and Chia, follower here. Ross Lebinsky, remote engineering, and doing a heck of a job. The buzz just went away.
Yeah, it was impressive.
Woo! Look at that. Getting it done here. This maiden voyage at spring training with a salute to Ross Lebinsky. It's what I call earning your keep around here. That buzz was really jamming me up, dude. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's tough, especially on a Friday. Closing out the week. You don't want to close out the week that way.
Woo! So we're going to get the latest on Maxx Crosby here in just a moment. Really fun to be tracking this thing. I do want to acknowledge that. We can have different opinions. You can have angst about one thing or another. But the cool thing is the Cowboys have a big appetite for making this football team better right now. So we'll get the updates on that here for you in just a few minutes. Rangers and Mariners here at the stadium. And there were lines as the Mariners fans are fired up. They're in the World Series, and they're looking to make this one count this year. So I was jarred, by the amount of traffic and people we had to wade through. Not your typical spring training deal. I guess this is the case with the Dodgers, also with the Cubs, which is just such a big brand. It's kind of bucket listy. Everybody's going to see the Cubs at spring training, and then wherever the Mariners are playing, apparently get a pretty good crowd here. So I don't know. I think they'll get 6,000 or 7,000 people in here just eyeballing it right now.
Yeah, easily the biggest crowd of the week for sure. And it's a lot of Mariners, like you said, a lot of that teal making an appearance.
Yeah, and the people are winning out there on the grass. I think that's the best play. Touch some grass, take in your ball team, hang out on the grass. You can really, relax compared to a hard plastic seat or the lawn at the perfect angle where you can watch the game. That's the big Dubsky out there.
Yeah, because the lawn is so nice. I mean, that grass is perfect. It's soft. It's green. It's plush. There's no ants. It's ideal. Ants. The only thing I think is just combating the sun, like the outfielders. You got to make sure the eyewear is on point.
Mm-hmm. That's been getting them.
How about getting up off the grass?
Well, you got 9 innings before you have to worry about that.
Yeah, I look like SeaWorld out there.
You send me on your beer runs, and I'll just bring it to you.
And I just sit there and roll around on the grass out there and try and get up. Yeah, like I have to go to the men's room, but I have to roll around, maybe roll down the hill by accident.
You can just go number 1 in the grass. It's really just the 2 you got to get up for.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Chief.
Thank you.
You can kick it there all game long, uninterrupted. Mackenzie Gore got a little rocked last night, didn't he? There was a really strong wind, and the ball was getting elevated. And he also walked 3 guys and hit a batter. But it's fine. It's spring training. He actually joked about it afterwards. Says he felt great. Sam Haggerty got Cole Reagan's a couple of times, lefty. He's now 8 of 12 against Southpaws this spring. So between him and maybe McCutcheon, if he makes the team, you're getting some good hitting against lefty options developing. And our guy Jake Berger went deep again.
Sure did.
In 15 at bats so far, he's hit 5 balls 100 miles per hour plus. So we're dialed. We are dialed here at spring training watching your baseball team. The Mavs were up 114-110 with 37 seconds to go. We were tracking it last night at Lou Malnati's, but I don't know if there at the end we knew just how close that it got in between bites of pizza. Cooper Flagg gets an and 1. You're up 114-110, and then the Magic hit a 3. Cooper Flagg misses a shot, and Wendell Carter makes a 2. A clutch tanking performance. I don't know if they had their A tank game last night, but they did when it counted, Chief.
Yeah, they did. Right there when you get towards the end, you guys, all right, you remember what we're here for. You remember what the objective is. Let's go ahead and take this L. And, I mean, the tanking stat right now is pretty amazing. I think it continues to hold up where the bottom 10 teams in the NBA It's like a 45-game losing streak or something like that.
Sick.
Like all these teams that are the worst in the league, they're really committed to it.
I love it, man. They are, and you know, we're really in this thing. I think Mark Cuban talked some sense in Demond or kids with it as well. And maybe Najee Marshall, who's been absolutely balling. He got a little injury, and he comes back last night, was tanker of the night. 2 of 10 from the floor. Chris Middleton, honorable mention with 6 turnovers.
I like Tanker of the Night.
Yeah.
I really do, and I think it needs to be sponsored.
Yeah.
There's something like, you know.
Get a
like,
water heater company?
Yeah, water heater
Tanker of the
company.
Night.
Like, you know, that whatever the water company that can do this, let's go for it. I think there's an opportunity here for the tanker of the night.
Max Christie won in the previous game, and then now the latest.
Yes,
it goes to
State Water
Najee.
Heaters tanker of the night. Yeah, something like that.
I like that.
There's money to be made here.
Yeah,
let these owners get a hold of this. Could really get this thing
geez,
cranking.
look out. Jock.
Hot shot to first base.
Jock
Peterson fought that one a little bit, but from his keister, he still makes the play.
Shot, man.
Yeah.
To
that
the
was
pitcher.
a great play by Jock.
Jack Leiter on the hill for the Rangers. This is fun.
This will be fun to hear all the commentary that Dawson has about Jack Leiter.
Defending American League
one of his
champs
favorite
from
pitchers, I think, right, Dawson?
That's 100%. Yeah.
How about
for the guy?
How about Jock, man? Do they need to resize his fit? Feels like they gave him last year's uniform sizes.
I think he's digging that.
He's
I think
downsized.
I think he's going to grow into it. You know what? It happens.
Okay,
It's a long year. All of a sudden, what was the story about? He likes the Poke Bowl. What's the thing What's the thing?
The acai bowl.
The acai bowl. He's ordering them 2 at a time. So
that was kind of rough. Little hot shot to. Was that Duran? Is that Duran?
Yeah,
second
that's
base?
Duran over there
base,
playing
yeah.
second today. He came over, kind of double clutched that, then was able to pop it over to Peterson. That's 2 quick outs for Leiter. We just need to, ball's coming in hot. We're not used to fielding right now. We just need to work on some fielding drills.
Is this the opportunity for us to talk about the kick change too? By the way,
he might work this kick change. You might see it here, Brian. I think that's a hell of a scout's eye by you.
All right.
And what is the kick change again?
Boom, there it is right there. It's where he just gives a little kick, and then boom, he's going to throw that change up.
He puts a little bit more spice on it.
So it is what it is.
It's essentially what it sounds like here, boys. We're not doing rocket
science. I was expecting some type of like Bob Uecker kind of explanation.
Kick that leg, bam.
Maybe Bob Costas, the kick change was invented by, But no, you just said it's basically you kick and throw the change up.
Yep,
right?
high spin efficiency change up. That's what we're looking for here.
All righty. Updates as this progresses, but 2 down already for Jack Leiter on what should have been routine ground balls to the right side, but they did get the outs.
Yeah.
Okay. So Max Crosby drawing interest around the league, says Rossini this morning. The Cowboys closely monitoring. Ravens are a team to watch.
Got him.
He got the strikeout?
Yeah,
he did.
GMs believe the Raiders are willing to work on a deal. How do you interpret all this, guys? I guess it sounds like the Cowboys are still in this, even though it sounded like from Jane Slater and Trey Wingo, maybe they were moving on. Maybe it's not so fast, my friend. The door's still open.
Yeah, the door's definitely open. Right now, the Raiders, I think, are putting a lot of chum out there, and they are just taking in all the offers. I think the Cowboys are going to end up with Maxx Crosby. I just have a feeling it's going to go their way. They are the one consistent team that is always going to be in the mix here. They clearly want him, unless somebody else wants to go ahead and go up to what the Raiders want, which maybe they do. Maybe the Ravens say, F it, we think we're close enough with Lamar. We're going to give you what you're asking for. Maybe it's the Eagles. Maybe the Eagles are looking at, we'll throw in Jalen Carter. There was that report from Ricky Scoops. Is that true? I don't know. We'll give you a 1 in Jalen Carter, and we think we're going to get back ammo if we trade for A.J. Brown. But I think the Cowboys have been the one consistent team with the Raiders here.
Yeah, but walking out of the ballpark last night, texting some people.
Yeah, it didn't
if they're going to do anything, they need to get on the horse because it didn't
I think the Raiders know their offer, and the Cowboys are not going to buy. They're not going to go up from that right now, and I like that. I like them playing even keel, Brian.
I like the fact that the Philadelphia Eagles are in the middle of this thing. Because, if you're one of these folks that's kind of like not interested in doing this, and a team with one of the best defenses in the league, and a team that's like, we always admire team building wise and the way they do things, and how the hell do they come up with money to do that thing? The fact that they're in this ought to just scare the hell out of you if you're the Dallas Cowboys fans. I don't want to hear this, hey, whoa, I don't know. What are you talking about, trading ones and stuff? You talking about trading players? I don't know about that. The fact that team's in it right now ought to scare the hell out of you.
Yeah, I think you wanted to match your timeline. And for the Rams, they're looking at it like we got Stafford. And for the Eagles, they're looking at it like we're having a really hard time keeping this thing together and having to let a bunch of guys walk. If we could bring in Crosby and steal a championship late in this salary cap window that we've created for ourselves, it speaks to the urgency. And because of that urgency, maybe they're willing to say you could have next year's first-round pick as well. I think that because if they're at 13 and 14, right, Rams and Ravens and Eagles are farther back, they need to figure out a way to make up the ground between where they are and you are sitting at 12. And if that's the case, I really want to see the Cowboys be use discretion is the better part of valor. You save your resources to fight another day. Get you a free agent. Use these picks. I mean, you need these picks to be right. If you're not right, then your window becomes incredibly short around Maxx Crosby. You are heading for, some really, really tough times. So, and I disagree that there's not defensive players here that could really help this football team. Like if you get Delane at 12 and it's C.J. Allen at 20 or McCoy falls to 20, I know people are disappointed that he didn't work out, but I mean, we've been talking about these defensive players for a couple of months and been excited about the idea of adding them to the roster. And I don't think it's accurate then to say that, the Cowboys are going to fail for sure with these picks. There's new coaches. The Cowboys lean on the coaches. I want to see if these coaches can actually look into a class of players and know who the really good ones are.
There's no question there's players that we'll like, and if they hold on to these picks, I'm going to be excited. The issue is you're getting a proven guy that if you want to be aggressive and go get Maxx. And for what you said about it fits the timeline in the window, I think Maxx Crosby fits the Cowboys' timeline in the window. And I think that's how they're thinking about it. If you want to maximize Dak Prescott right now, and that's how they need to do this. They've got themselves, Bobby keeps throwing out their others a 3-year window. That fits Maxx Crosby to me. So if you can do this with just giving up a 1, and maybe you end up looking at next year's draft capital, maybe it's a player, maybe Osa I've thrown out there, maybe there's somebody else on the roster that the Raiders might end up wanting. But I'm very open to doing it because you know what you're getting. You're getting a sure thing, a guy that a year ago this time we were going through who's the short list of defensive players we think are better than Micah Parsons. And Maxx Crosby was that name. So all of a sudden, I don't think a lot has changed there to me. A year later, sign me up to go get that guy if you have the chance to do it and not give up both ones.
What if the Ravens say we're giving up next year's one with, they're picking 14th, right?
Yeah.
Are you willing to say we'll give you a next year's one?
I am.
Wow.
I am, yeah, because I'm ready for this team to go for it. We haven't seen them do that. And I'm not going to kick them in the balls continuously every offseason about not being aggressive. And then finally, here they are looking at trying to make legitimate moves to put themselves into another level of contending and say, no, they should hold back and not do it. I have no idea what that first-round pick next year is going to become. I'd love to be able to talk about it, but I'd also love to be watching Maxx Crosby in a Cowboys uniform next year, along with Quinnen Williams on the D-line.
Averaging over a surgery a year for 7 years doesn't bother you?
No. Well, how many games has he missed? Right?
Fair.
That's the big thing.
Those things can't wear you down over time?
They can. They certainly can. But that's the risk that I'm willing to take with this. I just trust in him. Just knowing the individual and the work ethic, the love for football. He's somebody that is always showing off what he's doing in terms of physical care and taking care of his body. So, yeah, football is a physical sport, but the guy's played 16 or more games every year besides 2024, and then they shut him down last year, so he played 15, and he wanted to play the rest of them. 2024 was the only year, and he played 12 games, still had 7.5 sacks. So yeah, I'm very much not worried about that. I'll take the player that I know is one of the best in football at his position.
And how are you getting other good players on the defense after doing this?
Well, so I thought it was interesting that Spotrac put out there how you can go ahead and just what was the word for it, Eric?
Just a couple of simple maneuvers with the contract. Once you trade for Maxx Crosby, you take his number from $30 million to $7.25 million on your cap.
Right.
So you can reduce the number in a big way.
Yeah, I don't think just adding Crosby now means you're done. That's not the way that I'm looking at it.
Well, if it comes out that the Cowboys are going to reduce Maxx Crosby's salary cap number to $7.5 million, and this is going to be part of a big push, and you need that draft capital to make sure you get an all-pro level player, and then you're going to have another $25 million to add 2 more players, I think I could get behind that. I think, that's a stretch, but that is what the Cowboys are doing. They're going to have so many restructures. I think they're going to end up restructuring already over $150 million worth of contracts.
Yeah, that's essentially what the void stuff is. I mean, you're just kind of punting into the future, and
that's busting the budget.
And that's why the window's now. Like, you need to go for this thing. Let's make a run, baby.
Our old buddy Tyler Biadasz has gone to Los Angeles. The Chargers agreed to terms with him. It's 3 years and $30 million, the same contract that he got from the Washington Commanders 2 years ago.
Good for him.
So he's a 3-year, $30 million kind of guy. And unadjusted for inflation, apparently. But congrats to Tyler Biadasz. That's really exciting for him, I'm sure, to continue his career and to get out of Washington, go to a place where, you got a better chance of winning and better weather. Some stuff to like there. Danielle Hunter doing a 1-year deal with Houston at $40 million. Unbelievable. Jordan Reed posted about his collegiate career. And it's kind of wild. 4.5 career sacks in 3 seasons at LSU, including 1.5 in 13 games his final year. And now he's an absolute monster. I guess he's just kind of a late bloomer, Brian. Were they not using him right?
I'll tell you what, though, man, he was as good-looking a player as you can imagine. And just as you said, just never was able to win off the edge consistently enough. And he's figured out how to in that Texan system. They coach those guys up really, really well. But he's so much better playing with his hands and winning with his first step than he was at LSU.
Got a gapper there, right center, top of second now, and the Mariners' leadoff hitter here is standing on second base.
It was a hell of a hit by Connor Joe.
It was. All righty, we're coming back with the G-Bag of the Day champion, and Wolchuk's top 10 at 220, buddy. Where are you taking us?
All right, top 10 ballpark snacks in our final day here in Surprise. Top 10 ballpark snacks. And who's your favorite fan host? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next in the Nation.
But for
we go. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in surprise segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's time now to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your champ.
I like that song that was playing in the background, man. A little, Happy Friday to you, fam. Yeah, we're off to the races song.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the Whataburger sack race.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Reminds me of Saturday morning cartoons. It does. It sure does.
100%.
Yeah. All right, our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day comes from the Fan After Dark and G-Bag Nation crosstalk. Fan phenom Eric. He was talking about the Mavs, and I feel like he's, had an FCC violation. Now, I'm going to play the redacted version here.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's why I voted for this.
At 5:30, I'm playing the unredacted version. At 5:30, and we're going to examine that audio like there's a Bruder film. We're going to figure out what he really said. All right.
We're going to get ourselves fined and thrown off the air.
Yeah, we're going to get it all the way to it, man. It's a Friday, bro. I'm locking the door. All right. Here we go.
Nobody. You have no shot creators right now. Brandon Williams can get himself a bucket, but can't get anybody else one. Max Christie is kind of the opposite. He's helping everybody do the little things, but he can't get himself. No one can get him a bucket, if you will.
He had a rough night last night, too. That one air ball that hit the top of the backboard was rough. Yeah. So he's been struggling.
Yeah, that was rough.
A real crappy night.
That was tough, man. He had a rough night last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's either rough shooting or it's real Essie.
Yes.
He had a rough night last night.
Either way, Eric wasn't back on the air last night.
That's true.
Decide for yourself.
Oh, my God.
Well, we get the top 10 at 2:20. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Hell yes. Let's go, baby. The top 10 ballpark snacks as we're sitting here watching some Texas Rangers baseball against their AL West rival, Seattle Mariners. Gosh, just a beautiful snag as Danny Jansen smokes one over to first base. That's a tough one. Hard hit out there for Danny Jansen. We're still scoreless here in the bottom of the second inning. Stars, by the way, a big one tonight, boys. Taking on the Avs. Rope Hintz back in the lineup. Jake Ottinger going to be starting in net. Now, the new guys that they've brought in are not going to be playing tonight, as you got Gully saying, hey, I want him to watch some tape. I want him to get reacclimated. I'm not just going to throw him out there. But this is a big tilt against the Avs, who are ahead of the Stars right now in the Central Division. The two best teams in hockey, one might say. Minnesota, though, made some really good moves. Really good moves here at the deadline to improve their chances in the postseason. So that's going to be a hell of a series in the first round, Stars and Minnesota. But I'm excited for that one tonight. Might have to try and watch that as we're getting ready to board our plane. So text in 877-881-1053 through your favorite ballpark foods. But I was listening to the morning show earlier. Sean got really fired up today, guys.
Oh, did he crash out?
Yeah, he was just upset at, I guess Choppy sent in their group text. He found a power ranking of fan hosts on Reddit.
Oh, cool.
Oh, no.
And the person that did this put Sean as at last.
He's polarizing,
really?
you know?
He put him at last.
Did he leave, did he just stack the names, or did he put comments comments. I hate, oh, no.
Yeah, he put comments, and the Sean, for Sean, he
that
said,
SOB,
and
probably somebody doesn't listen all the time. I only cater to the ones that listen all the time. They're the only ones that matter. The rest of you SOBs can, you kick rocks.
He said, in last...
This should be our top 10 list.
And last and very much least, the big whiny baby who can't seem to stop being a bleep to Bobby 24/7. Guy is so insecure it hurts. Thinks he's radio famous when he's not.
he sucks.
Wow.
Now, I disagree. I think Sean's wickedly talented. And we love
Thanks,
him. That's our
Wolchuk. I can always
teammate.
count on you.
Yeah,
I'll
so
fight for you at contract time. It won't mean anything.
I appreciate
but I'll
that.
fight for you.
We got your back, right? I love everybody here at our station. I think everybody's talented.
I
and Sean puts in the work. I vehemently disagree.
Vehemently disagree with that.
But I will say our show did pretty well on this.
So Sean, so wait. So if we did if we were doing top 10, Sean would be honorable mention outside looking in at 11.
Yes.
Is that what we'd be saying
Power
here?
Ranking fan host based
Okay,
on
very good.
This one person.
Let's take this thing up. Let's just go right up the order.
Let's see.
So he went 10 was Fred Davis.
Oh, no.
Guy is a try
I would have voted
hard.
Fred ahead of me.
Guy is a try hard and annoying to listen to. Writes savings-hair 4091.
I could see that. He doesn't like energy. He doesn't like aggression. I think that's what we just learned. I'm probably next.
And I think no, you're pretty high. I think that he's also a big-time Cowboys fan.
So
I wonder if he's holding. I think that he's also maybe he's holding back the hail to the Redskins bid against Sean. Maybe that
very possible.
He said he's been listening to the station for years, so he's like a hardcore Tolo.
Yeah.
Maybe that's something that he hasn't been able to move past. Number 9 is Blake. I don't mind his input during the current night show. Fredo overpowers him, unfortunately, was his feedback.
Blake's good, too.
It's a dynamic duo.
Wow. Collateral damage from Fred.
8 is Corey.
Heard his own power ranking and Blake's.
Corey comes in at 8. Corey is just Corey. Indifferent about him, but I don't mind him.
Corey's such a sweetheart.
He is. He's a saint.
Wow, we have the human bloomin' onion out there. Mascot. Walking around.
Mate.
Walking around. I had one of those recently. Actually, Texas Roadhouse does their own bloomin' onion
That
kind
is a
of deal.
bloomin' onion. My eyes are bad. It kind of looks like a burger.
I love an onion.
I think the Roadhouse one's even better.
Kind of looks like the Hamburglar out there.
He does. That's got to be hot. Imagine how stinky that thing gets.
Need to bring back that Brazilian team. You know what I'm saying?
7 is Chop. He says, washed up drunk, who doesn't sound and looks like he showed up every morning.
Wow, is this a roast?
Yeah.
Or are these rankings?
I mean, I thought it was pretty funny, some of the feedback.
This is a roast,
Washed
bro.
up drunk
I'm
who
scared.
sounds and looks like he shows up every morning so he won't get fined. Guy is in a daze and only contributes when he really needs to.
I don't think he drinks that much anymore.
Yeah, that's true because
Or
the liver,
less.
the liver,
Fatty liver.
doctor. But this is also a guy who's making the list who's never seen an RJ Choppy prep email,
That's
which
also true.
is as detailed and buttoned up as you've ever seen. So
Let's go.
if he's doing it drunk, he spells correctly even when hammered.
He's very good
That's
at
a
it.
skill.
6 is Eric. Him and Zach are a great younger duo added to G-Bag.
Oh,
So,
okay.
all right, we've all made the top 6.
Number
here, boys.
6? Top 6.
We're 4 out of the top 6.
Yeah, so that means I'm dead last on the show. So congratulations to you guys.
And producers are not listed. Otherwise, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure where Alec, Lucius, and Peyton would come in here.
We
But
all know
they're
Lucius would
free
be
of
number
roast
1,
here.
right?
I think so, absolutely.
You're my favorite on the show if it makes it up to you at all. Chief.
Yeah, Chief,
Oh, here we go.
buddy.
Thank you,
Yeah.
guys.
You got it.
Your opinions are somewhat good.
No, you keep the 11.
I think
okay,
the guy's
buddy.
absolutely right myself, but that's neither here nor there.
5 is Gavin Dawson.
There we go.
The general at your
Top
service.
5.
Another no BS host. Love how he calls out the Cowboys front office and isn't afraid to speak the truth.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Put that on my tombstone.
Tell it like it is. Gavin Dawson, the general.
Step some pepperoni.
Damn right, yeah. That pepperoni was good last night, dude. You're right about those cups. A-cups. 4 is Zach Wolchuk. You can tell Zach is passionate about what he does. Used to love him and Eric on the nosebleeds back in the day.
Heck yeah.
But I'm
baby.
going to vote Eric 6.
You're on the Mount Rushmore, dude.
I
Top
guess
4.
I didn't think about it that way. You're right. 3 is Kevin Hagelin. Genuinely a nice guy, harmless fella, and a good midday host.
Hagee Bear.
Yeah, Hagee's great.
2, and this is how you know the list is null and void. Bobby Belt. I'm just kidding, Bobby. You know that I have you on my Mount Rushmore.
It's the love of the star guy here.
Newerish edition, but another guy who knows ball. Great edition of the morning show, and I love how he pisses off the big, fat, dumb, bleep Sean.
Wow. Ouch. I'm not even comfortable listening to that on these airwaves.
Rude.
Yeah.
It's aggressive, man.
But number 1, it's Brian Broaddus.
Hey!
Hard not to like the old Hard not to like the old man. If you want the best football coverage around, he's the guy. Scouting savant, no BS. So, fan host of the day.
There he
Our
is.
guy right
Congratulations,
there. Our guy right there, Brian Broaddus.
You've done it. This guy clearly has great taste in radio.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Thanks, Larry Broadus.
That's what makes me think, though, he's kind of a one-trick pony. Like, he just loves the football talk, which I respect it, man. I respect it. All right, top 10 ballpark snacks. At number 10, we've got the funnel cakes coming in at 10. Those are delicious. And by the way, when you walk in here in the morning, you just eat in the face with funnel and cake.
They're really amazing. So this is just snacks. So would that not constitute like a brat, a nacho, something like that? This is just like the...
No, those are... hot dogs are on here. Nachos are on here.
Okay, cool.
We've determined the brat is better
here.
than the hot dog, right?
100%. Yes.
Okay.
But the brats are not listed. We have hot dogs, but not brats.
Oh,
so
that's disappointing.
I'll take a hot dog if I have to.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
an
sorry about
important
that.
differentiation that needs to happen there.
Sunflower seeds are 9.
Sunflower seeds?
Yep, sunflower seeds. I mean, it is kind of it's an old school staple, I guess.
It's fun until the salt gets the best of your tongue, you know?
Brian, you're now out of the sunflower seeds because you talked to the groundskeeper.
Yeah, I feel bad for the groundskeeper.
Take care of your guy. Get out of here.
He's my guy.
We're not doing this. Number 8 are the chicken tendies. 7 is...
Eric always tells me about those things, the chicken tendies. I've never eaten those.
I have not actually gotten them at the ballpark.
Yeah,
but the Babe Loffenberg ones are actually fantastic.
Yeah, AT&T Stadium's got some tendies.
Beer is at 7.
How did Dawson get a ball?
I found it over there in that booth, actually. I assume maybe Sandler got it. Probably Sandler.
Nice, dude.
That's sweet.
$100 if you throw it over that net and back onto the field.
Maybe in the final segment.
All right.
Just toss it.
Beer 7, ice cream 6.
Beer 7?
And when you throw it, say, "Here you go, Jackie."
Yeah.
Soft pretzels at 5.
I had one. I've had one every day, and they're good. No salt though.
No salt. Okay.
Yeah.
You go mustard
for
on
the
that.
sodium.
I do, but they only got the French's mustard. They don't have like a grainy brown mustard.
You
that
like
I
the
would,
Dijon?
Yeah. I like Dijon mustard on my pretzel.
Nachos at 4.
More of a Grey Poupon guy.
I tell you, nachos. We always talk about this. If it has inadequate coverage, it's a poor nacho tray.
I like a good nacho.
Yeah. If it's Hurtado's, it should be number 1.
Nacho. Peanuts at 3.
Peanuts at 3. Man. Peanuts better than nachos,
Peanuts better than beer?
Yeah, I mean,
some crappy nachos.
This is more of your classic ballpark snacks.
Yeah, I don't like the roasted peanut guy.
It's cool. It's got its place.
I love that dude. Roasted peanuts! Roasted peanuts! Him! Hey, my man, that's me. That's me right there, bro.
My man over here.
My man.
Guy with the good hat. Come here.
I like the different ways they say beer hip.
Beer hip. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Beer hip.
Go, bit.
Go, bit. Number 2 is the hot dog.
Yeah, hot
dog coming in at number 2.
Brat better, but we'll go there.
Number 1, though, bit of a surprise, but I guess there is a song.
Don't
Buy
say
me some
cotton
peanuts
candy.
and Cracker Jacks.
Oh, Cracker Jacks.
Cracker Jacks coming in at number 1. So your old school top 10 baseball snacks in our final day in Surprise. That's from your top 10s voted on by America.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We roll on here in the G-Bag Nation, and a Friday staple is next, Chief.
Yes, sir. Live from Surprise. Let's hit you with a little biggest L, biggest dub. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's like Jack Leiter just did? But more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Next right here on The Fan.
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Salute to ASCO Equipment, our presenting sponsor of our spring training coverage. As we're live and surprised, it's time for Chiefs, L's, and Dubs.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here is British Inch.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Biggest dub in the 940. After listening to us talk about Hurtado's barbecue for all these years, they're finally taking their family this weekend. Enjoy.
There you go. Enjoy that. That'd be a good, great meal for you.
15 members of the family taking on Hurtado Barbecue. That's going to be an experience.
Holy cow.
Congratulations.
Can't order wrong at that place.
Yeah, get you, what do you need? The bodilla tacos for sure?
Yeah, I would get
What's
at least
the tray, right? Don't
one
you need the
bodilla
tray?
taco per person.
The El Jefe platter.
El Jefe,
Yeah, get the
Some sliced
platters.
turkey for
Yeah.
sure. Ribs. You want the burn-ins for sure.
Yeah. Jalapeno cheddar sausage.
Yeah.
For sure.
I look at those trays.
Yeah.
You know, they got the $250 tray.
A couple of those at least. Yeah, absolutely. That beef rib, the beef ribs on that thing.
Beef rib.
Yeah.
That'll get you going, no question. All right, we have the 903 biggest L. Was going to take my daughter to the circus this weekend, but it got canceled due to weather. Biggest dub, though.
Is this like the Ringling Brothers Circus?
I don't know. 903, let us know. What was the circus, man? Because Broadus used to work those.
No, you know what I was? I used to be scared of the circus.
Oh, really?
Stilt Man. When I was a kid.
Stilt Man?
I was terrified of the Stilt Man. Like he would, he was on. I didn't know he was on stilts. I was terrified of him.
Oh, you're just like, why is this guy such a giant?
My mom and dad were like, I never wanted to go to the circus. Like my dad used to get tickets, being in the restaurant business. Like they'd stop off and drop off. Dad would drop off some food or whatever, and like they'd give us like good seats. And I'm like, I don't want to go.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Get a babysitter. I'm not going.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever actually attended a circus.
When all the clowns get out of the car, it's pretty funny. That they used to have that thing where there would be like a million clowns. They just get out of the car, and you're like,
how do they all fit there?
But then there
just
was
a bunch of Mike Klisses coming out of the van.
Bunch of clowns.
But
Clowns are scary, by the way.
They can be.
Yeah,
they can be for sure. Well, one of my daughter's friends apparently is familiar with the It clown. So we walked by a sewer the other day, and she goes, "Is there a clown in there?" And I was like, "No." And I'm like trying to get my kids away. I'm like, I don't want them to know that there's the possibility of an evil clown in there. Did Leiter just get donged on again?
Yes.
All right.
2-0. He's just working on stuff.
Yeah, he's getting stuff figured out.
That kick change.
We know he's good. We know he's good.
I'm telling you, you're tipping pitches with that kick change. I just go to a regular delivery change.
By the way, the 903 notes that they do catch a victory, though, because even though they can't do the circus, they're going to hit the movie theater and Texas Roadhouse instead.
Nice.
Cinnamon butter for the win.
I mean, are we going to catch the ultimate L tonight here with this weather flying into Dallas? I've been wondering about this with people talking about this storm, and I asked Abby last night. She said it's supposed to be done by 6. But now, I'm really starting to wonder if the circus is affecting plans from over the weekend.
Yeah.
Boy, I caught a huge dub last night, though, Eric.
Did you?
I got on the video call with Remy, my 4-year-old, and she goes, "Look, Dad, I'm a cheerleader." She's got Abby's old cheerleading outfit on. I go, "Oh, that's too bad." She goes, "Why?" I said, "Well, we used to take Abby to cheerleading all the time, and she would cry all the way home. Then we'd have to take her to these long practices away from the house." And she kind of looks for a second. She goes, "Daddy, I'm a soccer player. I'm not a cheerleader."
Yeah!
Nice.
Bravo, dude.
I am a soccer player.
It's great to see the maturation of you as a dad. Like, you get through that first one, you figure out, you get back to the drawing board, and then with kid number 2, all the adjustments are in. You get to the line of scrimmage, and you know exactly what play to check into.
One step ahead of the game, baby.
Gosh, man, that is special to watch in real time.
Dadding.
Really freaking special to watch. Okay, let's see. There's a double there on Leiter. Now...
He's working on things.
He's working on things.
You guys are so tough on him.
Shout out to our buddy Woody, though, because he is still clean off the benzos.
Yeah, that's good.
And the opiates, still going strong, and we salute him for that. We have the 682 biggest dub. Looks like the rain might hold off, so the Prosper Gold Flag football team can take the field for the first time this season tonight. Okay, so maybe tonight if you're looking to get something going, at least out there in Prosper, the weather should be holding up nicely. 4:05, biggest dub of the week is getting to listen to the Fan all day long while I'm in the skid steer working on my golf course renovation. Wow, that sounds like a double dub, dude. You're listening to the Fan while you're putting your golf course renovation.
You're putting around.
Yeah, you're having yourself a dang good time. 469, biggest up. My daughter had her first baby girl. Now my wife can spoil the granddaughter. Congratulations,
congrats
dude.
to you, sir.
Beautiful,
That's
beautiful
girl,
moment
granddad.
That's in exciting. A man's life. That's
congratulations.
outstanding.
We have threats of thunderstorms 5 to 9 tonight in DFW. So
we take off. Yeah, we take off.
We're landing into maybe some light rain. That's it.
That's midnight.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Okay, very good. 325, biggest up, finally divorced after 3 years of fighting in court.
There you go.
Biggest L, the judge gave her everything except the debt. Oh, my gosh.
Not even the debt. She couldn't take the debt.
Hey, listen, you have to start from somewhere, though, okay? If you're in a 3-year battle, at some point you just you wave the white flag.
This sounds significant.
You cut your losses. And you just try and figure it out.
3-year battle, though.
A 3-year battle. That's a grind.
That sounds like
that's a grind.
Sounds like you might have some dinero. You know.
Yeah. I feel you.
Or companies.
I feel for
you're
you.
having some companies that she wants.
Yeah, it's a well-to-do gentleman. That was a long battle. Probably not worth it for him.
He put up a damn good fight. It sounds like though. 3 years of stamina.
3 years of
good
it.
for him.
3 years though. It sounds like he got crushed.
Yeah,
it's always how it goes.
Just go back to the beginning and give her everything, and he'd be ahead right now. You know the lawyer fees for a 3-year lawyer?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you think you should have just waved that flag 3 years ago?
That thing is well over. I'm just guessing. This is well over $300,000.
Oh my gosh! From your experience.
Now, I was never that much, but they could get you for about $800 an hour on that stuff.
Oh, goodness.
Hey, when Simpson and wire divorce is so expensive because they're worth it.
Yeah.
There's some sage We're not playing real good defense in the infield, though. I mean, what are we doing? Wade at third. That shouldn't have been a run, the one that was scored. Now our spacing's off.
Yeah, these are backups.
Clean it up. Tighten it up, boys. Tighten it up.
Let's get old Cam Colley out there.
Yeah, we're going to get a visit.
Turn around real quick.
214 Big Dub finally launched a new innovative model of youth baseball and softball development. Welcome to Sandlot League, sandlotleague.net. All right, there's a new little opportunity for you.
There's a little free pub. Good job, Eric.
Congratulations there. We've got. I'll tell you what, man.
What else we got?
Lou Holtz passing away. Yeah. That was an L, right? I mean, losing Lou. We know he is in a better place now, so we are happy for him, okay?
We are.
But did you see what Keith Olbermann decided to do?
Keith Olbermann's a terrible human being.
What did he do?
He's worse than me.
Keith Olbermann.
He overdid it again?
Yeah, he did the thing.
Why is he so bitter?
He did the thing where someone talked about, R.I.P. legend Lou Holtz.
Oh, no.
And he decided to quote tweet it and dunk on it by saying, legendary scumbag. Yes.
What?
Lou Holtz? Lou Holtz being a scumbag?
I didn't go that
stuff
far.
we didn't
Does
know
he
about?
have receipts?
I think it's just because Lou
Broadus
Holtz
and Mrs. Price was a 3. That's a 10 out of 10.
Yeah. That
I was
breaks
critical.
the scale.
I was critical, but that was way off. That way don't say.
Legendary scumbag on Lou Holtz? Are you kidding me?
Maybe he hit on his mom or something.
My gosh, Lou Holtz was
Keith
a stand-up
Olbermann might
gentleman.
be a legendary scumbag too.
There's no doubt about it.
There's no follow-up on this. He's just going to let it out there?
Yeah, just
Is there supposed to be a...
Just legendary scumbag.
All right, I'm digging in.
And that's it. So, yeah, can you imagine how many people are going to be dunking on Keith Olbermann when he gets called?
Yeah, that's not nice.
That is that's going to get real grimy on Keith. Now, how about this one, boys? A couple of basketball players. We start with one of our Dallas Wings.
Oh no.
All-star Arike Ogunbowale arrested Thursday at Club 11 in Miami. Now, who's the L? Because I don't even know that the biggest L in this scenario is her, because here's what happened. She was celebrating her team's unrivaled championship. Police say she punched a man in the face, and the man fell to the ground.
Oh, yeah.
And there's camera footage of this.
Drop the tape. Drop the tape right now on the timeline. We want to see this.
I do want to see this. Thank you. Yes, Lucius.
But he took a right hook from a WNBA player that fell to the ground? Yeah, drop that tape, bro.
She's in cuffs, and he feels worse today than she does.
Yeah, was he named?
No.
Okay.
But his friends know.
That's why we need the tape.
There had to be something like cops or something around, like, because you don't get punched and then go tail, do you?
No.
It had to be like somebody witnessing this situation, and then like law.
Yeah. Because if you're in a public place and someone gets punched to the ground, that's going to cause a scene of sorts. So then that's going to attract the people, because they were in a club in Miami. So you got to imagine there's law enforcement somewhere in the vicinity. So they're running up on that thing real quick. But can you imagine a girl punches you in the face and you drop down to the floor in public?
Yeah.
That guy is your biggest L of the week. But you also have Dylan Brooks. Legendary instigator in the NBA.
I can't stand Dylan Brooks.
And he was arrested for a DUI in Scottsdale.
Oh.
So he got
Could have given him a ride.
A little thirsty Thursday night, and it got away from him a little bit.
Hey, by the way, our favorite equipment man over at the Cowboys, Bucky Buchanan. Bucky, he's like a weather guy. Like he's for the weather for the practice.
Bucky, please give us good news.
He said, guys, still watch the weather when you get to the airport.
Well, we'll find out. Let's see if the plane's on time right now.
He knows something.
Okay,
so
appreciate the heads up.
Yeah, Bucky's usually on this weather stuff. So
Hey, I don't mind a quick trip, a detour down to Austin if that's what they got to do to keep us safe, but I'd rather not. I'd really rather not. We got one down. Really just 3 to go. Fan After Dark's going to be taking over tonight at 6 o'clock as we head off to the airport. Salute to Fred and Blake.
Last in the pylon, right?
Yeah, looking forward to their show tonight. We'll be streaming,
other than Sean,
according to one
up in the air. Okay, football fix time. We'll check. Where are you taking us?
Let's do it. We got all the latest Crosby rumors. We got players lining up to fight Logan Paul and quarterback coach beef. That's next in the nation. But let's.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're watching Mariners and Rangers here in Surprise. Top of the 4th inning still. The Mariners leading 2-0 and threatening for more, as Jack Leiter has been relieved of his duties up there on the hill. It's time now, though, for a football fix. Our coverage brought to you by ASCO Equipment. Salute to those presenting sponsors. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, let's do it. We'll get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side. Left side. Wrong side. Left side. I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
We're all on Maxx Crosby watch, and apparently A.J. Brown watch, as Mike Garafolo is saying, expect A.J. Brown to be traded within the next 48 hours. Wow. Mike Garafolo's in the know there in Filthy. And we've been hearing that Howie does not want to do that. The Eagles are certainly in on Maxx Crosby. Jordan Schultz, his latest, that the Raiders have received multiple legitimate and strong offers on Maxx Crosby. I believe the Cowboys are one. I think the Bears are another. And then we've heard Eagles, Ravens, and then possibly the Rams. The Rams now are the quiet team there. I think the Ravens have jumped the Rams, being the most aggressive to try and go get him. It's Schultz's understanding those teams are waiting to hear back from Vegas to initiate further back and forth. One of the teams involved told him they plan to pivot to the free agent market if they don't get clarity by Monday. So I think that it'd be smart to do that for anybody, but I think that for the Raiders, they should try and get this thing done before free agency, which will be next week. I think that's probably why Garafolo's throwing out the A.J. Brown stuff. I mean, it just makes so much sense for Howie to find a way somehow to then flip, whether it's Jalen Carter, that's the Ricky Scoop stuff. They're putting him into a trade package maybe for Crosby. They go land Crosby, then they get back the draft capital that they just sent to Oakland or to Vegas with A.J. Brown to go and trade him. So that's just like, that's what the Eagles freaking do, man. I mean, they just find a way to get ahead of the curve here, and that's why, look, Howie has a lot of respect. Even though I can't stand the Eagles, I got to give a tip of the cap to Howie Roseman and how he goes about his business.
Mr. Aggressive, there's no doubt, and I saw Ian Rappaport was saying, wow, what a play at the ball.
Holy crap, what just happened out there?
Oh, my goodness.
A volleyball catch.
A volleyball catch.
He said it to himself.
What a play.
A bobble up against the wall.
Unbelievable.
I think he robbed him, jumped up to volleyball, set it, and then as he's falling on the warning track dirt, hauls it in. Is that what you saw, Wolchuk?
Yeah, that was incredible.
Wow. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I think that
maybe he was battling the sun as well. Like, there was a lot of adversity he had to fight through on that one, boys. That was an athletic play.
It might have been Mark Canna, I think.
No, it's Mark Canna.
Okay.
Yeah, Canna,
that was an incredible play.
His teammate stopping at the top of the dugout steps to give him a high five as he enters the dugout.
Yeah, Canna, he went all the way to the wall and put his hand up on the wall to kind of gauge where he was. And then he goes up, and then he falls on his backside, basically onto the track, and the ball comes down to him.
An amazing
That was awesome.
play.
Mariners
Absolutely
fans were
incredible.
about to go bonkers at Surprise Stadium. Denied.
Yeah,
That was amazing.
That's the play of the week.
Yeah, that keeps you in the game, too.
Yeah, really does.
Still alive here.
Outstanding play. So we'll
that would
monitor.
have been a 3-run Bombski.
It would have. It would have. That was a hell of a play. We'll monitor what's going on with Maxx Crosby. I'm still, my football gut's still saying the Cowboys are going to get winners. They're going to be winners here. I think the Cowboys are going to end up landing their guy. I think their offer is going to end up being the strongest in terms of the highest pick, and they're going to call the Raiders bluff. And if the Raiders get a better offer, then good for you. I'm glad.
Zach, let me ask you this. I'm hearing that they haven't made an offer, but you're saying that's BS, right?
I think they made an offer. Yeah. I think they've absolutely made an offer. I think the Raiders know what that offer is. The Raiders said, no, this is what we want. The Cowboys said, no, we're not going that high.
Okay.
And the Raiders said, okay. So there's no talks right now, but the Raiders know what the Cowboys are willing to do.
If Dallas has the best offer, well, then why not go ahead and make the offer? Why not go ahead and make the deal if you're the Raiders?
I think that they're holding out hope that the Bears or the Ravens or the Eagles, especially
but we determined the Cowboys have the best offer,
We don't
right?
know. I don't know. We don't know that. We haven't determined that. I think the Cowboys have the best pick. If 12 is one that they've offered, maybe the Cowboys just offered 20. and maybe they haven't offered 12. But I think 12 is the highest pick, at least in this year's draft, that they're going to be able to get. So that might end up winning over. But I believe they know. I think they know kind of the parameters of what that deal would look like, especially with Trey saying they thought they had a deal done Wednesday night. They were close on a deal. And then...
See, that worries me that they didn't make the offer then.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that if the Cowboys' initial offer was a good one, which it has to be to try and get this player, then I don't know what's holding up the Raiders then.
I think it's just the Raiders, man. I think the Raiders are sitting back here and
I hope you're right,
wondering,
man.
like, hey, can we end up getting what we're wanting here, which is 2 first-rounders?
Is there any way they would wait till after the draft like George Pickens last year? Like, there's value.
I don't trade for this guy unless
you're moving off and you're looking at free agency, like Schultz said.
I'm
trying
to get the picks now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can hold out hope and wait. I mean, for the Cowboys, and any other team that's going to be looking for Maxx, you're now shifting your focus to Trey Hendrickson or whoever would be next up on your list.
I do think there's a case to be made there.
Gary, and I was watching Gary, and it was a butt crack situation.
Yeah, the Rashad Gary stuff was crazy.
Watched 3 games of him.
He was released. He put up a good buy on Instagram to Green Bay, then deleted it, and then Adam Schefter came back and said, "Hold up, everybody. Gary hasn't been released by Green Bay. All options are on the table, including a trade still." So maybe it's a reworking of the contract, and he ends up going back there. That could be on the table. Fascinating. I mean, this is the time of year. Like, I was talking with Jane, trying to get her opinion on all this. For insiders, it's like, you got to hate this because
she hates this.
It's going one way. Momentum's like, okay, this is going to happen, and then the next thing you know, it changes in 30 minutes.
But did Jane happen to tell you? And I'm asking.
Yeah.
I don't want to out her here. Did Jane happen to tell you that there's no offer made?
No.
She didn't tell you that?
She didn't tell me that.
Okay.
No, but she doesn't know what the exact compensation was.
Okay.
And if maybe she did, she didn't want to share, right? Because we're talking about it now on the radio. But I haven't. I have not. I've been trying to find out exactly what the offer would look like. There is some. I've gotten some whispers that Guyton could be like if there's a player.
We talked about a potential offensive lineman, right? Didn't we? Didn't we say this that when we're throwing players out there? I know Vach and I talked about it on our show.
And it wouldn't be Bass. It would the reason why the second round tender's been put on TJ Bass is insurance on if they traded Guyton.
Okay,
then you're moving Smith to left tackle, and you've at least got Bass, who you feel comfortable plugging and playing at left guard.
We talked about even maybe if you traded Beebe, the center, that play Bass at center.
Well, I don't know why you would even talk about that, Brian.
Well, no, that's
Wolchuk's number one untouchable.
What the hell are we doing?
This is so fun to talk about. Moving players to the Raiders in this deal, though, I don't know if Guyton should be the guy. If they like Steele, if they like $22 million, that ball is caught at the warning track. But I'd be willing to do Guyton, too, if that helps get it done. If Guyton and 12 gets it done for Maxx Crosby.
Yeah, I get the sense that there might be just a little bit I don't know. I mean, as soon as Isaiah Stanback put out, like, the love of football and, like, the desire and do you want to do this every day? And Isaiah's in that building, and I don't think he's just, as a former player, I don't think he's going to call out somebody like that unless there's merit to it. And I don't know. Like, I'm not going to pretend I know the ins and outs of exactly how they feel about Tyler Guyton, but just generating some information. Yeah, I think that there's some. This is a big offseason for Tyler Guyton, much like last offseason was. And I think the health and the availability is a big part of that too, right? You want to be able, if I've got a starting left tackle, I can rely he's going to be there. And they just lived that with Tyron Smith.
And if they do that, it's a big step forward because it's not admitting that we missed on first-round draft picks and like not starting them or cutting them, but at least it's trading them.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the compromise we need from this front office.
All right, let's hear Tom Brady in Gronk. If you missed what's going on here, I want to just lay the foundation. So, a couple weeks back, Brady was on Logan Paul's podcast, Impulsive.
Yes,
and
I love this story.
They kind of went at it a little bit about, like, NFL players. And Brady said, like, well, yeah, you do WWE, and that's cute and all this. And, like, you need to come play with the big boys. And Logan Paul was going to go to Saudi Arabia and play in the flag football deal that Tom Brady's got going on. Well, here is a clip of Brady and Gronk talking about Logan Paul as they're kind of working out getting ready for this thing.
And that's what Logan Paul is. He's an entertainer. I mean, he has shown a lot of skills in those combat sports, but to actually have the skills, he's a football. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know if he's got it.
Come play with the big boys. You're lucky you won't get hit.
Wow, I didn't know Tom became such a dog.
Okay, so obviously
Brady called him a B word?
He called him a B word.
Those are fighting words.
He did. And obviously Logan Paul hears that, and here was Logan Paul's response.
I wouldn't be surprised if I throw hands with Tom Brady on the field in L.A. Dude, Tom Brady does not want to throw hands. There's a clip of him out there, of him calling me a bitch.
Have the skills. He's a football.
To Gronk of all people, who I beat up all of his brothers back to back. The Gronks lined up, and I beat them up back to back to back. And guess who didn't step in there? Mr. Gronk himself. Yeah, they're calling me a bitch.
Don't do this.
I really think it's cute. If any of the football players want to fight, we can see what happens.
What football players would straight up beat his ass?
Not a single one.
Name one.
Not a single one.
Nah, don't do all that, bro.
I would put any amount of money that you could put.
DK. Metcalf?
Not a single football player could beat me in a boxing match.
Myles Garrett.
That is on God.
Myles Garrett?
I would throttle Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett. I will bet you why did we choose him? It could be any name, but any football player. Myles Garrett, Puka Nacua, Tom Brady. I don't even know.
Don't even try calling out Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold.
No, don't do it.
Doesn't
bro.
matter.
$1
million. $1 million. You come to the gym, we put on boxing gloves, we see how it goes. Not a single one. Like, it's this. There's levels to the
Chad Ochocinco.
Oh, stop. I will throw hands with any of you bro.
What about Antonio Brown?
Stop. What happens when you take a football player and you wrestle them and then you ground and pound them? They're not going to know what to do.
Yeah, so we've had a lot of players now starting to line up and put their hat in the ring. So Deion Dawkins, tackle for the Buffalo Bills.
I was thinking Jordan Mailata myself.
6'5", 320. He replied and said, sure, why not? And he's got some training, boxing clips out there. You also had former NFL running back Le'Veon Bell chime in here. Now, Le'Veon Bell, I believe it was he knocked out Anderson Silva in a boxing fight.
He boxed, yeah.
He replied, and he said, stop ducking, Logan Paul. You're trying to fight an NFL player that's never fought before. Let's set it up. We all heard you say you can beat any NFL player. We can fight in April. The NFL draft is in Pittsburgh. We can fight NFL draft weekend. Let's make it happen. Now, Logan Paul declined that fight. He said, you're not in the NFL. You can actually fight, so I'd have to properly train. Meaning I'd have to step away from WWE, which I wouldn't want to do, especially not for you. See, there's no money here because you're not a draw. Prove me otherwise. Well, Le'Veon Bell, you said Tom Brady, who's damn near 50, and he's not in the NFL either. If you don't want the smoke, then just say that. But everybody and their mom would love to see me smoke you in Pittsburgh. I promise you that. Well, here's the latest person, Micah Parsons. Parsons has said, all right, because Logan Paul said, here's the issue. My $1 million open bet to fight NFL players has caused an uproar. Here's the update. Nobody's willing to put $1 million in escrow to be flown here to Puerto Rico, all expenses paid, and boxed with 3 professional judges. Micah said, I got my $1 million, just let me get healthy first.
Well, that's going to take a little while. I mean, that'll be next off season before he can really start throwing up the dukes there. Now, is this actually boxing? Because he's talking about ground and pound?
I think this would be boxing. Yeah, that would be more MMA.
Right.
But I think that ultimately, well, Logan Paul's kind of moved the goalpost here, I feel as though. I think he's kind of rethinking, I don't know about this. But, I do believe that this is going to be boxing. I mean, Lucius, where do you stand? Because we've seen all of these gimmicky Paul fights before. If he actually got into the ring with any of these NFL guys, how do you think it goes?
Man, first of all, we got to watch those rules that they set up all the time. They set those rules up where you can't really beat them up. So, I don't know. I don't think he would make it, fam. I'm going to just be honest. I don't think he'll make it. With a real, actual football player?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
and
know. Are we just boxing?
I think so. And I think that he's
we might even have headgear here. Like 3 rounds, you got 3 judges to judge this thing. I mean, to me, it sounds like he's kind of backed off and been a little bit soft about this. He talked all big on the podcast, and now it's crawfishing.
It seemed like he was saying, I'll give $1 million to anybody that could beat me, like line him up, and if anybody can beat me, then I'll give $1 million or something like that. Now he wants the NFL player to put up $1 million of his own. Maybe that was his original intent, but it seems a little slippery. I think this is their lane, though. You know, they're about that size. What are they, 230 pounds, something like that?
Yeah, Logan's a big dude.
Bigger guys.
They're athletic, too.
Yeah. So, you know, and they've been spending 4, 5, 6 years training on boxing. I bet they're pretty good. But if Micah Parsons has been doing a lot of boxing like a lot of football players do, if it's an actual fight, I think people would actually pay to see this. I'd pay to see Micah Parsons and Logan Paul fight.
Definitely. Deion Dawkins. I mean, heck, the Le'Veon Bell thing I think might be kind of interesting. We'll save the Russell Wilson audio for either later in the show or we can carry it over to Monday because it's evergreen. Quick hits here. Raiders are releasing Geno Smith, barring a trade. I don't think they're going to get a trade done, so that'll be $8 million in cap space opened up for Vegas. The Rams have re-signed their safety, Cam Curl, 3 years, $36 million. And we know the Hall of Fame game to kick off the season, it'll be Panthers and Cardinals with Luke Kuechly and Larry Fitzgerald getting into the Hall of Fame. You'll have the Panthers representing Kuechly, the Cardinals representing Larry Fitzgerald. So we will kick off the NFL season in Canton on Thursday, August 6th with Cardinals and Panthers. There's your fix.
Thank you, buddy. The Football Fix with Zach Wolchuk every day here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll get some Around the Bases content coming up a little bit later on as well. But we got the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening when we return right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat here in the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. Home of the Cowboys. For the first time in 15 years, the Cowboys are pursuing the biggest name available to kick off an NFL offseason. It's historic. I mean, last time this happened, I mean, the Mavs and Dirk had just won the championship. That's how long ago this was, boys, that they were in on Nnamdi Asomugha in the strike-shortened offseason of 2011. I'll never forget it. I was in the hospital. Abby was being born, and Richie and Grego, Rage, in the afternoons are reporting that, Jerry live on the air that afternoon was talking on the phone and handing phones back and forth, and they were like kind of high-fiving on the turf at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio that they got the deal done. That's how long it's been.
I remember that because we were all sitting in the press box. I think, Dawson, you guys were on the opposite side of the stadium, right?
Yeah.
So you had this broadcast position up on the opposite side, and we were all in the press box. We were watching them hand the phone to, like, Rob Ryan. Like, they were practicing and just passing the phone around like they – and I was talking with Mike Lombardi, who was with at the time – Mike was in Philly, and he's going, man, he goes, you don't have this deal done. This is not. This is not. Because I was texting with Mike. I said, the Cowboys are acting like they got this done. He goes, no, this is Philly. Philly's got this one.
And they did. And the Cowboys actually dodged a bullet that day, which is a painful reminder that sometimes these deals will not go your way. They ended up signing Brandon Carr, I think, the next offseason to find their free agent corner. And since then, it's been absolute crickets. No more than $6 million spent on an outside defensive free agent this entire time. But the Cowboys are in the big game this year. So it's worth talking about some more with you. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Rangers getting blanked. They've been putting up a lot of runs, but not today, as the defending AL champion Mariners got them shut out here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Rangers have managed to scrape out 2 hits, but the Rangers have managed to get 2 hits, but that is it. All righty. Diana Rossini said 2 things of interest, really, to isolate it. Cowboys remain very interested, and GMs believe the Raiders are willing to work on a deal. The idea from yesterday that the Cowboys were close but the price got too high, that either evolved or expired, or, I don't know exactly how that was phrased by all of the insiders, but for a while yesterday we felt like, price got too high. Teams are willing to do more than what the Cowboys are willing to do. But then, the report comes that the Raiders are willing to work on a deal. That means this thing is, still fairly early in the bidding war stages, where, now we find out the Cowboys are still interested and maybe ready to have more conversations about bringing Maxx Crosby to the Cowboys. So, that is, I think, one thing to celebrate if you're a Maxx Crosby super fan. I don't know. I get caught up on it, and I forget that there are lots of other great options to team build out there, and Joseph Hoyt Morning News wrote a piece today about how the Cowboys' argument for and against trading for Maxx Crosby, and some of the details in this story are very interesting, and the case for adding him is very legitimate, and I think he makes some great points here. But he writes, the problem for the Cowboys, they have a lot of needs, and while they're opening up cap space to be aggressive, Crosby would still not be cheap. He's scheduled to have a cap hit of $35.7 million. So, you got to take that under consideration if you're a fan and you're hoping for the absolute best outcome on this. Is that the best way to spend $35 million? We started here with Micah last season with Jerry Jones saying 4 or 5 players are better than 1. Would that not still hold up with Maxx Crosby? Sorry to cut you off, Brian. You wanted to jump in.
No, I was going to say something, Dawson, and I apologize. I didn't mean to jump in there on you like that. I know there's some really, really, really smart people that have looked at his contract, and I know we talked about the reduction when you make a trade. You can take the number.
They can restructure it.
There's something to do with his contract with being able to take the money he's making and then prorate it.
Yeah.
So convert it into something
convert it,
else.
then you prorate it.
Make
and
it a signing bonus.
Yeah,
you spread it out over 5 years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's, like I say, there's a lot smarter people than me that know all this stuff, and I'm like, okay, if that's something you can do, and we talked about it, then I can say you do owe it to yourself to at least explore it.
I think every contract in the NFL now is eligible for this flip of a switch, as Fish used to call all the time. You can turn the year's salary into a signing bonus and spread that cap hit out over 5 years.
Yeah.
So any salary you see, it can essentially be made 20% of that, and 20% of $35 million is $7 million.
Right.
So, yes, that's a tremendous edge for the Cowboys, and if that's what they want to do,
maybe that's
I think
what all
there's a way
teams
around this.
Maybe that's what all teams are looking at right now.
Yeah, I would
maybe
think the
that's
Eagles
how
for sure.
maybe that's how
Yeah.
Philadelphia's in
Sure.
this, and maybe that's
and if that's the case, they should be doing that with George Pickens as well as Jared Sandler stepping in the booth.
looks like he's heading home. I think
Good
he's
to
heading
see
back
you.
to
Is he?
Dallas.
Love you. Job well done. Mission accomplished for Jared Sandler here. A must follow on Rangers Twitter. But yes, and I was going to say, I've said a couple of times this week that it didn't look like you could add Maxx Crosby, re-sign your kicker, and then have any amount of money left to make an impactful push onto your team. As far as adding players. But if you would do that with Maxx Crosby and then do that with George Pickens, I mean, what's 20% of $28 million? It's around, what, $5 or $6 million bucks.
Yeah.
So you could free up all kinds of dough.
If you get a long-term deal done with George.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and maybe it's 5 years and $35 million, but the first year's cap hit is only $7 or $10 million bucks, and now you've freed up $18 million more. You've freed up $28 million more with the Maxx Crosby cap gymnastics, and now all of a sudden it's like, yes, we can afford two more $15 to $18 million players. And then if you do the same thing with them,
you can get excited.
There is an endless supply of money if you just keep creating more void years, and we'll see if the Cowboys want to in fact do that. What did you make of the fun stuff there with social media and Maxx Crosby listening to Shabuzi that was playing a song with a lyric about being a cowboy, and while he's listening to it, Crosby zooms in to show what appeared to be light up stars plastered to his ceiling. Maybe he's got like one of those space rooms for his daughter. Isn't he a girl dad?
Yes.
So you go into the playroom and it's like we got it blacked out with stars on the wall or stars on the ceiling. I think that's pretty cool. We've got a couple of those toys over the years.
Yeah, I wonder if this is part of like the Trey Wingo and a couple nights ago thinking maybe the Cowboys were in the catbird seat to make a deal, and then things have changed, and maybe he was thinking that was going to happen, and now obviously we continue to wait and see.
And I really don't know how much has changed. I think you've got Vegas is just kind of on their own time.
Vegas.
They got to get something done by Monday if they really want to get this done, or else everybody else is going to go and they're just holding this thing up. They're waiting to see if somebody comes
That's what
in
the Raiders do.
with an anti-offer. But I think there's a mutual. I don't think there's been an official offer to your question, Brian.
Yeah.
I think there's an understanding between both teams of what the deal would look like, and the Cowboys aren't willing to go up to X amount of point.
I love the idea of them waiting until after the draft, though. And they did it last year with George Pickens. It allows us to keep this year's draft capital. And Jerry and Mark Davis are buddies, And Jerry told Al Davis, I'm going to take care of your son. There's a mentorship role. So what if Jerry goes to Mark and says, man, you might be able to get more after the draft because teams will be willing to give up next year's draft assets more. You're going to get Mendoza. You're going to be horrible next year. You're going to lose Crosby and not have a draft pick. You're going to be really bad. You're going to get the best tackle or edge or wide receiver. Like, this is going to help you out long-term team building to make sure. And here's what we're going to do. Me and you, we're going to combine up here in about maybe June. Maybe it's in May. And we're going to light the league on fire. Everybody's going to be talking about the Cowboys and Raiders. Right now, free agency is about to happen. There is nothing we can do to increase how much people are going to be talking about the NFL over the next 10 days. Mm-hmm. If you just stick with me, we're going to time this out for a dead period between the draft and training camp and absolutely dominate the news cycle for 10 days there. I just wonder, because if Brian's sources are saying they haven't made an offer, all right, and maybe they're slow playing it, sure. The Raiders might be holding out until the start of free agency, or Jerry might have convinced them we can crush the news cycle. We're already squeezing that lemon dry right now. We're getting all this juice, Like, even if you traded Maxx Crosby right now to the Cowboys, I don't think you could get any more media attention than we got right now, right? We're crushing this. Let's come back and do it again here when we execute the deal, and maybe more draft capital will be available from these other teams if you create a bidding war after they already get to use this year's picks. And I think it's a great strategy. If you need to make the 2026 team as good as possible, you use your 2 picks and then you trade next year's capital to make the 2026 team better.
Yeah, and you have a guy from Over the Cap. Jason from Over the Cap, he says, I think there is some confusion on player trades. You do need the cap room to acquire the player. So you would need $30.8 million, give or take a bit, to get Crosby. Then the restructure happens after the fact. So you still ultimately get the cap relief, but you have to have the established requisite amount of money from a cap standpoint to actually execute the trade. So that's something to consider. I don't know how much more the Cowboys would need to do to get to that number.
Well, it'd be $20 million, but even Archer just added to that and said there's things teams that are trading for that player can do beforehand to the contract to facilitate the trade, which I guess what the Packers did with Rodgers before the Jets. So that's when the Cowboys can go and flip that switch in Crosby's deal to bring that thing down, which is what, $23 million from 30 to 7.5 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So boom, there you go. They're good.
Okay, so the Raiders could adjust the contract before trading.
The Raiders flip the switch in order to help you facilitate the trade.
Yes.
Very
Makes
interesting.
sense.
Very interesting. Okay, the case for not adding him from Joseph Hoyt. Problem for the Cowboys, they have a lot of needs, and while they're opening up cap space to be aggressive, Crosby still wouldn't be cheap. The case for getting him is pretty damning. Ezeraku, Leafau, Houston, and Isaiah Land, and letting Clowney go, you got a big old bag of nothing over there at edge. And if Clowney was your leading sacks guy last year, he's going to be gone as well. But there are a number of guys out there, and there are more than one way to skin this cat. I want to see Crosby come aboard and the Cowboys have answers at all the other spots so they can finally make a legitimate push to having the best roster in football. It's doable, and they're looking for all-pro players instead of jobbers to address their biggest holes for the first time in a long time. All right, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I've got a little bit of a game for my guys, and we'll do that next.
I want to talk to you about
certified. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. And here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that. Dawson, we might see Mardi Gras Broaddus tonight then. After as much as I hate to fly, and you're saying we're probably flying into like thunderstorms. Come on, Evan Carter, get out of here.
Thunderstorm arrival.
Yes, sir.
Evan Carter bomb.
First since the 2023 postseason. Congratulations, buddy.
Wow.
Yeah, we got
monkeys off the back.
It is, man. We got a 50% thunderstorm chance at 12 midnight tonight. It's 80% at 11. Cassandra just told me they got a tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. She might not want to come pick me up. I said, just leave the kids. I'll Uber home, you know. There's no need to be going out in flood-like conditions. Apparently 80 flooded the other night. I guess that would be Wednesday night when the really, really long torrential downpour happened. So, yeah, I don't know, man. We might be diverting to Houston tonight on our way home.
I'll tell you what. If
they even let us get airborne.
If that's the case, and we're having to fly through that stuff, I am going to start drinking just violently.
Mojito?
I might join you.
You want mojito?
I don't something. It might I might buy the whole airport.
Perfect. Let's go. Let's booze it up, boys.
I need somebody that has like Xanax or Valium so I can just fall asleep. Let me just go zombie mode and conk.
As much as I hate to fly, this is terrifying to me what we're about to do.
Just don't worry.
So it's the flight fear more than just the pain in the ass of maybe potentially sitting on the tarmac.
No, it's the flight fear.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
the flight fear.
I guess turbulence has never taken down a plane. It's got to be like wind shear.
But when it's like they're always talking about like when it's bouncing. I mean, I've been in it when it's bouncing around.
It's
and
not fun. Yeah.
Stewardesses are like flying all over the place. I mean,
yeah.
That's just God. I always feel like the wing's going to rip off. One of those things.
I'm with you, man. They are a testament to modern engineering.
Yeah.
The best we can do goes into those birds.
Are we on a Boeing tonight?
Not sure.
I'll look it up.
Check those details.
But the thing about it is, I know this. One of us will survive as journalists to tell everybody what happened.
We must survive.
That's true. One of us will survive and then that'll be, and he'll be able to tell the story about what happened.
I do think if the plane went down, Broaddus would be the first name that gets mentioned.
I'm in the exit row tonight.
In the write-up.
I'm in the exit row.
He's a bit pushy.
It's crazy. There's no question, but Broaddus, fearful Broaddus. If they knew how stricken with fear he was, they wouldn't let him in the exit row. He lies his balls off every time they say, "Sir, do you think you're going to be able to assist people when things get haywire on us?" He goes, "Yeah, absolutely." Deep down, not even that deep, he knows not a chance.
Trust me.
He just wants to be first out that door.
That's all he does.
That damn door will be open on my watch. It will be open on my watch.
All right.
And if look behind you, your nearest exit might be behind you, or in your guys' case, you guys are behind me. I'll get the door off. You guys come forward.
Okay.
It's an Airbus.
Forward.
Airbus.
Everybody come forward. Go. Come forward. I'm going to get the door off. Okay, here we go.
Even if you got to push down two elderly gentlemen to get there.
Hey, I'll tell you what. If I was in the stands right now and a foul ball came out, I'd push somebody down.
No,
you
throw the forearm shiver out there.
I would. I did that when I was 13, 14 years old, old Busch Stadium. I knocked the guy down, ripped his slacks. That's when you used to have to dress up to go to the games.
You used to have to dress up to go to games, to spill mustard and sauerkraut all over your...
Dudes wore ties and stuff to games.
That is crazy. I'm glad we've evolved.
Yeah.
Broaddus will hold the door for you on your way in.
You wouldn't stand a chance.
Push you down for a foul ball.
Man, are you kidding me?
I will. I'll hold the door up before you push it in.
Sure,
by the way,
tie event to a freaking baseball game.
Yeah. All right. Bobby Belt did something fun this morning.
Oh, he sure did. I've been thinking about this nonstop, man.
What's that?
I've been thinking about this.
I thought about it in the shower.
It's a tough one.
Thought about it at breakfast.
Bobby did something I thought was, like to say, this is a kind of he calls it choose your own adventure.
Little would you rather.
Would you rather? It's got all kinds of elements to it. But I wanted to ask you guys and get your thoughts about which way you would go with this.
All right.
Chief, I'll start with you because you look the most excited to be a part of this.
Which way would you go
I like
now?
talking football with my dogs.
All right, here we go. I'm going to give you 3 different scenarios, and you tell me which one it is. I feel like I'm yelling over this song, by the way.
It's coming in good.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right. Here's number 1. Bobby's scenarios. Trade pick 20 and a 2027 first-round pick for Maxx Crosby. Draft Mercer Delane. Draft him at 12.
Yep.
Sign Jalen Thompson and Nakobe Dean. That's number 1.
Yep.
So it's trade 20 and next year's 1 for Maxx Crosby. Delane, Thompson, and Dean are added to the mix. Group 2.
We've done it. 4 good players.
Group 2.
And you only had to give up 2 first-round picks to do it, Dawson.
Let's go.
Draft Sonny Styles and Colton Hood, who we're learning that the Cowboys really like, the corner from Tennessee. Signed Trey Hendrickson and Reed Blankenship. So you're going to get the edge and the safety out of this mix.
Okay.
Third one. Draft Reuben Bain and Dylan Thieneman, the safety from Oregon. Signed Jaleb Phillips, our guy Alante Taylor from the Saints, correct?
Yeah, nickel corner Saints.
Yep. And signed Quay Walker, the linebacker from the Green Bay Packers. Eric Chiafalo, I will ask you to evaluate what we just talked about and tell me why.
Yeah, so these are all really good scenarios. I think if you came away with any one of these scenarios, you'd say, hey, solid offseason.
We're excited,
like,
for sure.
really good player acquisition here. But I go with choice C, where I'm not trading any picks. So
Okay.
I'm not punting on next year's first round or doing anything like that. In this hypothetical, I get Reuben Bain, who is he your number 1 edge rusher in this draft?
He
Broadus?
is my number 1.
Your
yes.
number 1 edge rusher in the draft, Reuben Bain. We get him. Dylan Thieneman, who could be a real safety for you. And just showed off the athletic prowess. You draft him in the first round. Then you're getting Jalen Phillips, young edge rusher. As long as he stays healthy, the dude is a really good player. Has familiarity in the Fangio Parker system. Alante Taylor, the sticky nickel corner, who's undersized for sure, but is physical, aggressive, like TFL kind of player, making tackles in the backfield. He can blitz. He can play in coverage and get you some PBUs. And then Quay Walker. Like, I would actually rather have Demario Davis than Quay Walker.
Okay.
If you were interested in the swap there. But Quay Walker's a super solid younger linebacker, big size, big athleticism. Not the most consistent guy. Like I said, I'd rather have Demario Davis, but I like Quay Walker. And this is the highest volume of players. In this scenario, I'm getting 5 players. These are all 5 starters on my defense right now. So I'm not trading for any picks or trading away any picks. I got 5 surefire starting players right now without having to give up any draft capital.
Any worry of learning curve with Bain and Thieneman?
There is some, to some extent, yes, absolutely. Now I think the thing for, like, when you look at Ezeraku last year, he had to kind of be the guy. Like, he wasn't getting to be a complimentary edge rusher. It's like, you got to go out there and you got to be able to win without having a Micah Parsons or somebody next to you. Now you're Reuben Bain and you step in as a rookie and you're going to have Jalen Phillips. You're going to have Quinnen Williams. You're going to have Ezeraku. Like, you're going to have other guys that are occupying the offense, the offensive line and the protections and things like that. So, and Ruben Bain to me is just a total stud, thoroughbred. He played great in the biggest games for Miami all throughout the season, the college football playoff, the Natty. So, yes, I understand the learning curve factor, but you have enough veteran presence here with Phillips, Taylor, and Quay Walker. So I feel good about having two young guys that we build with.
How about you there, Wooly Bully?
Yeah, I love option C. The reasons why I'm going to go with A here, though, I'm going to go ahead and get Maxx Crosby because I think that he's just clearly the best player that you could possibly get out of this. Delane at 12 is my top corner in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
So now I've got a surefire corner that I feel great about. I'm getting a safety in Jalen Thompson that is plug and play, ready to go, and is a good player. And then Nakobe Dean, who I think they're going to sign anyway, is now your green dot guy. So I've got a starting corner, starting safety, starting middle linebacker, and I've added Maxx Crosby, who is one of the best defensive players in football, on a defensive line with Quinnen Williams. I did consider C. The reason why I didn't is Jalen Phillips has played 17 combined games the last 2 years. Okay. I'm terrified about his availability. He's played 17 games once in his entire NFL career. I do like Alontae Taylor, but he's a little feast or famine on the back end there. He will give up a lot of plays, but he will make plays, and I'm just not as into Quay Walker as some other people are. I think he does a lot of silly things. He will get some bonehead penalties, and there are times where he looks great. There's other times where he just doesn't look like the same player, so there's consistency stuff there. The second option with Styles and Hood intrigued me, and signing Trey Hendrickson. I'm just not that excited about Reed Blankenship, so that's why I would go with option A. Even though I hate trading the picks, I'm doing it because I'm getting Maxx Crosby, and I think that's worth it.
Yeah, I got to talk to somebody about maybe turning Reed Blankenship into Jalen Thompson or some other player, Alontae Taylor. I do like option B quite a bit. But if I was choosing between A and C, because I don't want Reed Blankenship, I would take A. You know, there's some certainty in there. I love Delane too.
The thing that I thought about is, and I've taken this approach, it's the help Dak Prescott approach, which help Dak Prescott in the window approach. So if somebody tells me Dallas is going to pick better defensive players, if somebody's going to tell me that, where they see when Dallas is forced to take something kind of as a need thing, especially on defense,
it's been bad. Yeah.
When they're a little bit more open to taking a player because it's the best available player, then I think that it works out a little bit better for them. Mm-hmm. So I worry about that. I'm going to take, and I did. I took number one. Delane is not my number one corner.
Yeah,
McCoy is. I do like Thompson, studying him a lot, and I could be talked out of Nakobe Dean if it was somebody else. I would maybe even Bush, from
Devin Bush,
somebody like that.
Sure.
I could be talked into somebody like that, to be honest.
I wouldn't mind Alex Singleton from the Broncos.
Yeah. That's
there's a lot of good veteran linebackers out there.
No, there are. But that was an interesting exercise that Bobby had. Thank you guys for playing along.
Thank you, Brian. We're live in Surprise at Spring Training 2026. Rangers and Mariners on the diamond down there. Where are we going next, Chief?
We got yourself a Friday news dump here in the Newsbag Nation. My favorite Kyler Murray idea, interesting rumors about Mendoza at number one, plus an all-time great airline rule next in the nation.
All right, I love Prize Picks, though. You heard me talk about them just a little bit ago. I want to keep talking about them, baby, because Prize Picks is America's #1 sports pick app. If you've never played before, super simple. You're just picking more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. And on Prize Picks, how you play is up to you. If you want flexibility, just choose Flex Play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you want the biggest payout, go for the power play. No matter your play, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes in. So tonight, Jason Tatum making his return versus your Mavericks. More than 14.5 points on Jason Tatum would be the option tonight. You want to go more or less on, say, the Cooper Flagg points, rebounds, and assists. That right now is at 30.5 for Cooper Flagg. You also have the Stars in action tonight taking on the Avs. And, hey, it is going to be Otter. Otter's going to be in net. Of course, this one's going to be big. It's more or less on 26.5 goalie saves. You can also go more or less on 20.5 minutes for Robo, or more or less on half a point for Matt Duchene, taking on his former team, who's been red hot. Avs actually just acquired Nazem Kadri, their former captain from the Flames. So that just made the Central Division even more difficult. But on Prize Picks, download the app right now. Tolos, I'm hooking you up. You're going to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TOLO to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Go ahead, do it right now. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It was the Bills' turn to go all in as they traded a second-round pick for the Chicago Bears wide receiver DJ Moore and a fifth-round pick. Josh Allen gets a number 1 target, and DJ Moore gets another fresh start after never really connecting with quarterback Caleb Williams in Chicago. A second-round pick may seem like a lot, but when your aspirations are Super Bowl or bust, just look to the Rams and, well, blank the picks. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. I love numbers. Like 100, as in 100%, as in TaxSlayer's 100% accuracy, guaranteed. And 0, as in $0, as in it costs $0 to file and get the refund you deserve with TaxSlayer Simply Free, if you qualify. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers with age, income, credit, and deduction restrictions. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility requirements. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Down the 7 bridge. The Eagles present The Long Goodbye, Act 3, live in concert in Arlington. With special guest Tedeschi Trucks Band. Globe Life Field, Saturday, May 16th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The Eagles, The Long Goodbye, Act 3. For more, visit eagles.com.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit KordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit KordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Dallas, Fort Worth, and St. Louis.
Hey everybody, it's Corey Majors, Tolos. When it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Follow here, Tolos, and like you, my home has become my happy place, but I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention, and that's when I reached out to CertaPro Painters and CertaPro.com. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And here's the deal. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So whether inside or out, you can protect your home with quality paint and a worry-free process. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we just had a little birdie give us the latest on the Cowboys and Maxx Crosby, so we'll talk about that right here, then hand it off to a Newsbag Nation. Here's what we're looking at, boys. Cowboys are making a strong offer for Maxx Crosby. This might be a situation that gets resolved by the end of the weekend, and you're looking at the Cowboys offering the better of their 2 first-round picks this year, next year's 2, and Osa.
Pretty strong offer.
I know that's Walchuk. That's what you've kind of been on. Of like, if there's going to be a player,
Osa makes sense.
Osa would be somebody that would make sense for sure. And that really ties in the Trey Wingo report of like, hey, the Cowboys were offering a strong deal.
Mm-hmm. Strong deal.
That is a strong deal. If you're talking about, we want to go get Maxx Crosby, that's not a half-ass offer of like, hey, we want him, but we really want him on only our terms. That's an aggressive offer. Like, if that's what it was, then that tells you that the Cowboys are serious about this. And my only guess would be that the Raiders are just, maybe another team came in and was like, hey, well, we're willing to maybe match something like that. Or maybe it's the same picks, but another team came in with a different player. Like, okay, they're giving you Osa. We have another guy maybe who's on a rookie contract or something like that might be a little bit more towards what the Raiders want to do, maybe a little bit of a cheaper guy or whatever. So that'd be the only thing I could think of is like, why would the Raiders not have pulled that trigger if another team came in and said, okay, they got Osa, well, here's our player we're willing to give you. Mm-hmm. And now they're kind of thinking through it and then just going to wait out the weekend to see, does any team come super correct on an even better bid before they pull the trigger on it. But if that's the deal, then the Cowboys are offering that's a strong offer.
I think it's going to be the best offer. I think right now the wording I got was the Raiders are stalling to wait and see if they can find something better. And I think that if it gets to a certain point, then the Cowboys are going to say we're good here. And that's when you pivot to Trey Hendrickson, as Nick Harris has reported, or whoever else might be of interest to them. But, that makes a lot of sense. I had thrown out initially 20 in Osa. 12 in Osa makes sense. But even throwing in the second rounder next year, to me, Vegas, if you can find something better than that, then good for you. I think the Cowboys are going to end up getting the deal done with that offer.
It actually makes me feel better if the Eagles end up getting him, because that means, wow, what the heck did the Eagles
what did you do?
What did you have to give up in that trade to be better than that?
Right.
If the Eagles are offering their 1, which is late first round, and Jalen Carter, that'd be tough for the Raiders, to evaluate. I think the Eagles might have a better offer, but they're just giving an All-Pro player for an All-Pro player. The Cowboys, I feel like if the Raiders do this for you, they'd be kind of doing you a favor taking Osa Odighizuwa's contract off of your books. Not that it was the worst contract the Cowboys have ever done, but it might be in the top 5 1 year in, and he's not a perfect fit for this new style of defense that you want to play, especially if you want a physical guy who can help stop the run from that spot. I think Osa at this point is redundant, and you free up $20 million of cap space if you move on from him.
Yeah.
And I think from the Raiders' perspective, the reason it's not a horrible idea for them is they have such little talent on their team. They're going to have a hard time hitting the salary floor.
Right.
So they need to bring money back.
Yes.
Otherwise, they're going to be handing out contracts to to complete bums that they're going to want to cut within a year or two.
Yeah, that's the other interesting thing about the Raiders, which is a great point, is that they don't have enough talent on their roster that's making enough money to meet the floor, as you mentioned. So, like, they need to actually take on some money here.
Yeah.
And Osa would certainly help them do that. And they just need bodies at most positions, especially defensively. So, yeah, they could get some use out of Osa.
And then you have pick 1 for Fernando Mendoza, and at 12, you can either take an offensive lineman if one slides there, or you're probably getting a great wide receiver.
Yeah, it really works well for both teams. 12, next year's 2, and Osa, that would be a masterclass of a trade, because part of the issue with Maxx is his salary sitting at $35 million, but you can restructure that, bring it down to 7, and then parting with Osa, now you're seriously looking at maybe 3 $15 million players. Yeah. You know, maybe a 25 and 2 10s. Something like that, and that picture's starting to be slipped in the frame just a little bit more of Jerry being resourceful and aggressive and active. Yeah, and figuring out a way to borrow a significant amount of money of the future, not just to try to slide in, but to have a great team.
Broadus, you like the idea of that? You're signing off on that, aren't you? No question?
Yeah, I reached back out to Trey, and he had not heard that offer. So he had not heard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had not heard that. So he and I were just texting back and forth. I asked him, I said, hey, have you heard anything? I think maybe Trey's on the Raiders side of things. Don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
But I said, I just typed out what you guys just said, and to see what he said, he says, I had not heard that one.
But you're making that trade?
Oh, I'm thinking about that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We'll be back into Maxx Crosby a little bit later on in the show. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo's Newsbag Nation.
Yes, sir. Let's do it Friday News Dump style, live from Surprise, right after this.
You're rolling with the Newsbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Are we having like Stars Mavericks issues going on right now? Are we having
they're in
attorneys talking about stuff?
They're doing that deal about the stadium stuff.
Okay, how about this for a quote? Broadus?
Yes.
You're getting ready to take a victory lap, and the rest of us are not going to like this. So prepare yourselves, boys. Okay? Not all news is good news. In conclusion, Stars attorney says, quote, we ask for you to deny the Dallas Mavericks motion for summary judgment. Now, there's a lot of words in there, okay? I don't know exactly what they all mean, but one attorney was very flippant, just calling them the Las Vegas Mavericks and then going, "Oh, my bad, the Dallas Mavericks." Is he just trying to stir crap up right now? Or
Absolutely.
Does he know something that we all?
Oh no, that's definitely taking a shot.
It's trolling because the Mavs are suing them for leaving Dallas to go to Frisco, and they're saying back, well, you're flipping main HQs in Las Vegas.
Okay.
So, they're just kind of giving a little T-twister back in front of the judge, just a sign that, unfortunately, the DeMont and Adelson family have made it so adversarial. It was one thing with the Mavs and Luka and the fans, but they're just on a rampage. They don't get what it is to be Dallasites. Please sell the team to Mark Cuban.
Leah Simakopoulos put out that Stars attorney Frank Carroll said, who do they say should be in charge? It's a Vegas corporation that traded Luka for a bag of magic beans.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
So these attorneys are having a good time.
And then Mavs attorney Chip Babcock clarified that it was for Anthony Davis and a bag of beans, okay?
They're predatory billionaires, man. You don't want those people in your city. There's all kinds of different billionaires, but they're predators, dude. They just look at their customers like they're victims.
I like it.
Oh, look at these idiots walking through the door about to give us $2,500 each. Now they own your basketball team.
They're doing bits in there, dude. These attorneys are having themselves a fun day at the office. Good for them. All right, elsewhere here in the Friday News Dump, we have, I was thinking about, there's a lot of people that are still asking because it's kind of been silent on the George Pickens front. And I know 469-817, what's going on with Pickens? What's going on with Pickens? He's got the tag, and I don't think they have any inclination of wanting to trade Pickens. So maybe trying to field other offers, it would probably have to be that scenario of 2 first-round picks, a team coming super strong and correct.
Yeah.
Otherwise, to any Cowboys fan that is concerned about George, I just do not see them in any way having any interest on trading George Pickens. It would have to be an all-time haul for them to want to let go of that player. So we'll probably be in the contract discussion with George for many, many months. Hopefully that's not the case and they can get a deal done.
Well, what's interesting is if Vegas was like, well, what about George? And the Cowboys were like, no, we're not doing that. There was the report today about Brian Thomas Jr. of the Jags being available, and the Raiders were a team that was listed there. So maybe Jacksonville was like, we'll throw in Brian Thomas Jr. Like they're a team that comes in all of a sudden and is interested.
I mean, I feel like if I'm giving up George, who still hasn't turned 25, for a 29-year-old, you're throwing in extra picks. I think George is more of a trade chip now.
That'd be more of a one-for-one type of deal. Like I'm not.
If I move George for Max, I feel like I've lost the deal. I'd like you to throw in a 3 or something.
I want the Cowboys to keep George Pickens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think most of Cowboys Nation would agree with you 100%. Now, Diana Rossini was talking about Fernando Mendoza, the number 1 pick, to the Raiders, and that is still all signs that go there with Mendoza being number 1. But she noted that the Raiders do want to bring in a veteran quarterback in free agency. They just moved on from Geno Smith. And in a perfect world, the Raiders don't want Mendoza to start right away. They want to slow play him a little bit. I don't know if that's a top-down coming from Brady kind of thing, because we know how Brady's career started and maybe how much he feels like there's a benefit to be able to kind of sit back a little bit, soak it in before you step in. I've always been in favor of that. I know it's a little bit case-by-case depending on the situation.
Kyler Murray.
But a lot of the times I like the idea of having the veteran quarterback and then you ease in that rookie quarterback. But you mentioned Kyler Murray, and I don't hate that. Now, Kyler,
I mean, he's not going to help Mendoza grow because he's not going to befriend him or anything like that.
Yeah, he's not maybe going to be
he's
the
not going
best.
to. He's not going to put his arm around him and say, "Hey, watch me play," kind of a thing. But if you think about kind of Kyler Murray and the way that he plays offense with the RPO stuff, that's kind of Mendoza's game too, a little bit. That's
way 100% Mendoza's game in college. I mean, they're going to have to refine him to be more of an NFL under center drop back guy.
Sure,
but that's pretty much all he did at Indiana. So maybe they're expecting a little bit more of a learning curve, adjusting from that college RPO style to getting into more of an under center drop back game with Mendoza. But I like the idea of them trying to slow play him a little bit, and we'll see which veteran free agent they want to go get. Kyler, of course, now being a free agent, is going to get to make his call, and everything points to the Vikings as making the most sense for him to step in day one, having a relatively ready-made situation to go and try and win and boost his stock. So maybe next offseason he can go get a bigger contract with, maybe it's still with the Vikings, maybe it's with another team. But I was also thinking, would it be big picture a good idea to the money doesn't change. You're making your money, you're $36 million from Arizona if you're Kyler. You're going to get $1.3 million from whatever team you sign with. Would it make sense to, instead of rushing back into an opportunity right now with, say, the Vikings or something, would you pick up the phone and call the Rams and say, hey, McVay, let me back up Matthew Stafford, who at any point he could get injured at any point. Yeah. Or we feel like he's on a year-to-year basis, like this could be Matthew Stafford's final year. Nonetheless, you get 1 year of tutelage under McVay. You get to learn from Stafford, and then maybe you could be the next man up if either Stafford goes down this year or if he leaves, and then all of a sudden you step in next year and you're the Rams starting quarterback. Honestly, I don't know how McVay would view that. I don't know if Kyler is the type of quarterback McVay wants to play with. But if I'm Kyler, and you're just thinking big picture on this, you're making your money no matter what. Like you just go sit back and learn, soak it in from McVay, and maybe you get to be McVay's next quarterback, or you just got better for a year with no wear and tear, and you go into the offseason next year.
I appreciate you laying all that out, but you got a quarterback that one of the reasons why he's now on the street is because he doesn't really care about learning stuff. You think about it, how important is football to him? How important is it to getting into the book and studying and prepping and all that? So, I mean, if he goes to one of those places, is he really going to want to learn?
Good stuff, boys. Coming up next, we'll have Around the Bases coming up at 4:30. But on the other side, the city of New Braunfels is about to have a parade for our next guest. An Olympic gold medal winner joins us next year in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic before we do anything else. 1 in 5 men suffer from low testosterone. If you think it might be you, let's get you to Men's T Clinic, 972-GO-MEN'S T, mensteclinic.com. Make this the year you listen to your body, maybe your wife, maybe you listen to me. Whatever it takes to get you dialed in, I'm willing to say it right here. And I'll just give you my personal testimony and the facts about Men's T Clinic. If you check in with them like I did, your hormones, your mood, your weight, your muscle mass, it'll all be on the up and up, trending in a positive direction. You're dealing with brain fog, low libido. I've been there. As we get up there a little bit as men, even just barely over 30, our bodies can stop producing testosterone like it did in our prime. And the next thing you know, you can be operating at quite a deficiency. It can affect your mood, your sleep, your drive, your focus, and the libido. Men's T Clinic will give you an upgrade, a performance upgrade, and everything from the boardroom to the bedroom, and you're going to see why our Tolos describe their therapies as life-changing. It's not just the testosterone, and it's going to feel great. TRT is amazing. They have hair replacement therapies. They have curated peptides. They have performance injections. Advanced bedroom wellness, if that's what you're looking for. Let's get some vitality, quality of life going. 5 DFW locations. They take cash. They very affordable cash options. Insurance as well at mensteclinic.com. At ease.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
You bet I'm worth more.
You know what? You're right. And we want to pay more at Give Me the VIN, because good cars are worth more, and so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Texas isn't just a place. It's a feeling. A kind wave from a neighbor. Sharing a plate of barbecue. Or celebrating a big win on the football field. It's the way we treat each other. On and off the road. So every time you drive like a Texan. Kind, courteous, and safe. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and top users make $200 to $300 per month.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WHEEL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
The On-Time Experts are supporting hockey as a proud official sponsor of the Dallas Stars. And now they're the proud sponsor of DFW's #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds. So if you're a hockey fan, think of the On-Time Experts for AC, heat, and plumbing needs. And check out the Spits and Suds hockey podcast on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Take Your Shot, Youngblood, starring Ashton James and Blair Underwood, is the hockey drama about heart, grit, and second chances. In theaters nationwide March 6th. Tickets are on sale now. Don't miss it.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. Did you know that even a small roof leak can lead to costly water damage, dangerous mold, or even structural issues? With more than 20 years of trusted experience across DFW, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Scheduling your free no-obligation inspection is easy at kpostcompany.com. Don't let a minor problem become a major disaster. Book your free roof inspection today at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by H-E-B.
Call in all beauty fans. Save 25% on all beauty at your H-E-B now through March 10th, including sun care, makeup, skincare, hair care, nail, and personal cleansing products. See yellow coupon for full details and exclusions. H-E-B. Here, everything's better.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On-Time Experts.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It is a tough time to gauge exactly what the agreeable facts are when you're covering an evolving breaking news story, but we did hear from a source, reported it at the top of the hour, that it's believed the Cowboys have offered the Raiders a first-rounder this year, pick 12, 2 next year, and then a future a player, Osa Odigizua, as well. So you got a future second, a current one, and a player for the Raiders. And Wolchuk, you were saying that maybe the Cowboys have the best offer on the table right now, and the Raiders are just waiting to see if somebody wants to beat it before the start of free agency?
Yeah, look, if they had a better offer, I think they'd have taken the better offer. So I think right now they're just kind of in a holding pattern, like, hey, is there maybe there's another player that they like more that somebody could offer. I know a lot of people were freaking out. Lamar Jackson put out a meme earlier that had people like, oh, no, because the Ravens are in on this, but then we just got a report he's closing in on getting a new contract extension done for himself. So that's probably what that meant. But, yeah, I mean, I'd find it hard to believe that they're going to get a better offer than that. I mean, if that ends up being what the Cowboys' offer was, you know, whether it was 12 or 20, the second, and then an Osa. I mean, you need a defensive tackle there. They moved on from Christian Wilkins, and they also, to your point, everything you said about needing to pick up a player that's got some solid money to go against their draft or their cap space. I mean, I don't think they're going to find much better than that offer.
Well, it's exciting. You know, as this thing is evolving quickly behind the scenes. A lot of teams still interested, but over the last probably 3 days, every time there's been a report about who's involved, the Cowboys have been the common theme in there, and there's been a number of other teams that have been mentioned with varying degrees of interest. Ravens and Rams and Eagles and Bears were the big conversation yesterday. The fact that the Cowboys continue to be the team, I think, is quite telling on, the variables that are in play that we're talking about right now. It seems like the Cowboys are the favorite. Wolchuk saying he thinks the Cowboys are going to end up getting him, and it is believed that the preference from all teams involved would be to get this thing done by Sunday night. So going into the legal tampering period, which kicks off free agency Monday, you will have everything determined. That's the first domino really that needs to fall for people to say, okay, we're not getting this. What are our next options? And if the Cowboys get Crosby, that'd be great. I would say right now, though, if they don't get Crosby, it's not the end of the world. There will be, maybe a kick in the junk type of feel. You don't want to lose these things if you're in on them. But there are still so many other great options out there for team building, and we know the Cowboys are thinking in the absolute biggest of terms. All righty, the city of New Braunfels is about to throw her a parade. She has quite an inspiring story. 2026 Winter Olympics gold medal winner in bobsled. She's tied with Bonnie Blair for the most gold medals by a United States woman in the history of the Winter Olympics. It's Alana Myers-Taylor here with you on 105 through the Fan. And a good afternoon, Alana. How the heck are you? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she was on screen and we could hear. Can we hear her?
We can't hear her,
okay.
But we see her.
Okay.
She's looking like a gold medal winner, man.
Sure is.
We'll get Alana on the show here.
USA,
hello, hey,
USA,
how you doing?
USA.
Yeah, congrats on your gold medal, and we look forward to hearing more about your story and the parade coming up in New Braunfels. That's pretty cool. You're a Texan winner in the Winter Olympics, and we'll get into that here in just a minute. LeBron James set the all-time record for buckets. He had the record for points, and last night he achieves the award for field goals made, passing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the most made in NBA history. This team has been under 500 since the first 25 games of the season, so that's the other thing to watch. And there was another Luka storyline. He got teed up last night. Oh, no. He's getting teed up right and left. The frustration's boiling over.
Oh, Luka.
He can't help himself, man.
No, he can't.
And that's the one thing that you feel like, man, that is like super in your control. You gotta get that figured out.
Yeah.
And like the noise is so loud about it and has been for so long. He clearly just does not care.
Yeah. All righty. I don't think that story is ending anytime soon. Because I'm sure that the Lakers have tried their best to talk him out of it. It's just something that's, out of his control, and I guess you can hope that as he continues to mature, maybe at some point in his career he's going to be able to say goodbye to this. But if you're afflicted with complaining about the refs for 8-9 seasons, I wouldn't bet against you, figuring out how to block that out anytime soon. Let's do some around the bases, Wolchuk. Proper round tripper time.
All right. Well, as we try and a workshop trying to get our gold medalist and the audio fixed up here, we do have the lineup for Team USA at the World Baseball Classic. Okay, are you ready for this? This is what's going to happen tonight. Team USA taking on Brazil on Fox. It'll be Bobby Witt Jr. leading off. DFW zone, it's short. We got Bryce Harper playing first. He's in the 2-hole. Aaron Judge in right field. DHing Kyle Schwarber, batting cleanup. We got Alex Bregman at third. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, catching. And Roman Anthony in left field. Byron Buxton at center. And then Terang playing second base. Your starting pitcher tonight for Team USA will be Logan Webb. And we just got to see Brazil firsthand taking on the Rangers. This should be light work for Team USA tonight, I would assume.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no doubt about it. Prime mercy rule is going to be in effect. Of course, you don't want to embarrass them or disrespect them in any way. You thank them for their competition.
Okay.
But, man, I think Dominican Republic lineup's better.
All right, let's try. Should we try one more time? Let's try and see if we can get Alana on. Is the audio working yet?
Okay.
She's got us?
I have you.
All right. Alana Myers-Taylor, gold medal winner in the bobsled, joins you now here on the Fan. And a good afternoon, Alana. How the heck are you?
Hi, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Oh, there you are. Great.
Yes.
Well, okay, so you're joining us in partnership with Lilly. You've amplified the launch of the Team USA Athlete Recovery Program, which we want to hear more about. But I want to dig into your story a little bit more before we do that. Back in December, you were having doubts about your ability to compete with your body breaking down, I was reading.
Not only was I dealing with a lot of injuries and things like that, but I'm a mother of 2. And so I was having a really rough night with the kids. But the biggest thing is, like, my husband works with NBA players, and he's a chiropractor and strength and conditioning coach. And he knew I was having a hard time. Some of his athletes who are on the Spurs knew I was having a hard time. So they actually flew him out to Norway to see me and to be with the kids and everything like that, and encouraged me to keep going. So I'm grateful for a lot of Texas backing, even when it is in Norway.
So the Spurs sent your husband out to cheer you up?
Basically, yes, and to encourage me to keep going, because they believe in me just as much as, or sometimes even more than I believe in myself. So I've got a lot of friends in Texas, so to speak.
So you win the gold medal at 41 years old. What changed in your journey, made it more or less difficult, or maybe even easier as a result of becoming a mom?
I mean, that's the biggest thing, is like my journey has been completely different. Not only are my kids my motivation, I wanted to show them that the world's going to tell them no plenty of times, and that even though the world tells them no, that you could turn it into a yes. So that was my motivation. But at the end of the day, I'm 41. Recovery is so important. So that's the biggest thing, is like why I'm so excited to partner with Lilly, because they have the Team USA Athlete Recovery Program, and it's really focused on helping athletes get the health care that they need when injuries occur and those type of things. And that's been the biggest difference, is, believe it or not, at 41-year-old mother of 2, this is the first Olympics I've actually entered healthy. So to get on the starting line and be healthy, it's made a world of difference to be able to compete and actually win a gold medal.
Okay, we want to learn more about recovery here with you, Alana, but I think we might have buried the lead. I just got to know how you grew up in Georgia, right? And you're in Texas now. How'd you find the bobsled?
So I grew up with a dream to be an Olympian, and I was going to do whatever it took to be an Olympian. And so I thought it would be in the warm sport, summer sport. I grew up playing softball, and played softball collegiately, professionally, and then had an Olympic tryout. And my Olympic tryout was a disaster. So I knew I was going to make the Olympic team. So I was like, well, what else can I do? My parents saw bobsled on TV, saw they recruited strong, fast, powerful athletes, and said, hey, why don't you try this? I Googled it, emailed the coach, and got invited to a tryout. And I still train in Texas to this day.
Awesome. So the start is where your body maybe gets fatigued, those explosive movements?
Yep. Our sleds are around 400 pounds. So you can imagine, we mostly recruit from track and field or football or something like those powerful power athletes in order to really get the sled going, because that's the only time you actually accelerate the sled in the sport of bobsled.
How long did it take before you were comfortable taking that bobsled sideways up that wall?
So I spent my first 3 years as a brakeman in the back of the sled. And even being a brakeman, I was like, hey, you sit in the back, you can't see anything. And I was like, hey, I don't want to do this. I want to be in control. So when I moved to the front seat, after the first 3 years, after the Vancouver Olympics in 2010, I was like, this is my jam. So super excited to get in the front. And then it takes a solid 4 to 8 years to really become a proficient driver and really be at the level where you can contend for Olympic medals.
It's gold medalist Myers-Taylor here with you, the G-Back Nation. Alana Myers-Taylor.
So your 5th Olympics, and you go ahead and you win gold in the women's monobob, and now you've had time to kind of reflect on that.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
Throughout your entire journey, when you now reflect back on winning gold here in Italy, what are some of the things that, from that moment, that you've taken with you?
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Yeah, I missed that. Yeah.
No, you're good. It's Alana Myers-Taylor here with you in the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. What can you tell us about what people should know about recovery and rehabilitation if they're, everyday athletes? Like, we have a lot of sports dads in our audience. Maybe their kids are overtraining. What do we need to be aware of, and how do we get help for this?
I think the biggest thing is, as you continue to age, the recovery becomes more important, even more than actually what you're doing, the training and all that kind of stuff like that. So actually getting good hydration, getting good sleep, all those types of things. And that's why I'm so excited to partner with Lilly, because they believe in health just as much as I do. And that's been the difference. Is when I was 20 years old, I had an injury, I'd take a nap and I'm fine. When you're 41 years old, you don't recover as quickly. So recovery becomes so much more important, and doing those little things right make a world of difference.
So we should go to Lilly.com to learn more about your partnership. Is that right? Well, thanks, Solana. We'll sign off. Congratulations on the gold medal. Have a blast at the parade in New Braunfels. The gold medal is for the USA, the all-time record holder for gold medalists from a women at the Winter Olympics. Solana Myers-Taylor here with you on The Fan. Thank you. Have a great weekend. Okay. that was an adventure. We got through it.
We did. We did. The Zoom was giving us.
We did it.
I think, like, if we were muted in the Zoom, she couldn't hear the questions. So when you got muted there, she couldn't hear you anymore. I was muted in the Zoom because that's why we had a little bit of an echo coming back.
Yeah.
So she couldn't hear the question. So, like, if Eric or I or Brian had spoken, she could only hear you.
Okay.
So that, I mean, hey, but it worked out. We did it, boys.
Technology.
Wow. Woo!
Shoot, yeah. All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation live and surprise here on 105.3 The Fan. Our coverage brought to you by Asco Equipment. It's also sponsored by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the #1 Mercedes dealer in Texas. On-time experts, AC heating and air conditioning, and by Base Power. We're coming back with uncomfortable clubhouse conversations. And Cam Colley is today's guest, so you'll hear the fun with the Nosebleed Boys coming up next year on The Fan.
Okay, let's chat Trajan Wealth, though. And, gosh, we love Trajan Wealth here. Eric and I talk about it all the time. We have been talking about it for a while. We are clients, and we're going to tell you they have made retirement planning simple. There's no pressure. There's no confusing jargon. It's just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. We're feeling confident. We're feeling prepared. And, honestly, we are feeling way more relieved. So if you've ever wondered if your plan could be better, get a second opinion. Call our friends at Trajan Wealth today. The number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. I love the Frisco location. Say what's up to my guy Steve Shelby, but they've got offices in Arlington if that's closer for you. They're also in Fort Worth. They're in McKinney, and they're in Southlake, Eric.
Yeah, that's my spot. Shout out to Trajan Wealth, getting me taken care of at the highest level. Now I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement is actually a possibility for me, and I would encourage you to go ahead and check them out at trajanwealth.com. Go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else, and the more money you make, the more money they make, so trust me, they want to see you win, and they're in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth, they're also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, WWE wrestler, do you believe in him? Joe Hendry at 11:45.
Heating and Plumbing, and by Base Power. Your one and only home of the Rangers is, 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. What you drinking, what you thinking, coming up at 5 o'clock. Obviously, the crown jewel today is the Maxx Crosby trade speculation. There's news we'll reset you here coming up at the top of the hour. But let's get these uncomfy clubhouse conversations going, Chief. Where are we going?
Yes, sir. Cam Colley, the man who's been lighting it up here in spring training. He's the youngster. We had a lot of fun with Cam. Take it away.
Mr. Cam Colley joining us here in the clubhouse right now. Cam, thanks for the time, man. How you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for having me.
Well, what a pleasure, dude. Yeah. What a run you're on right now. How you feeling?
Feel good. Healthy. So that's really the only thing I can hope for is staying healthy to spring training.
So when you get into the spring, are the nerves kind of constant, or have you found like your rhythm where now it's just you're in the zone almost?
Yeah, I don't think I ever had nerves. Maybe the first game I was just excited, though, not like nervous. Just because I know the guys, and I mean, it's just a game, so you're either going to get out or get a hit, so nothing really worry about.
Is it the logs? Like, I think the hair game is on point. Like,
yeah, I love the hair, yeah.
Yes.
I don't think I've played a season without long hair. And if I did, I didn't. There's a reason I grew it out, because I didn't like it.
Okay, so that really kind of brings you good luck.
Yeah.
So are you super superstitious? A little stitious?
I used to be, not anymore, though.
Okay, what were some of the things that you used to do that if you didn't do, you felt like, well, this is going to be a bad game?
Well, like, the accessories I wore, they had to be the same if I got, like, a hit. If I ate something that night that got me hits, I'm going to eat it again. Okay. But it's like, it's not like I do it every day, but it's like, I'm on a little streak, so let's keep doing it. But right now, I'm not. I'm just eating whatever I see, so I'm not really, no superstition.
So you don't put on weight easily?
No, but this year I finally did. I put on like 15 pounds last season.
Jacked, bro.
Finally.
Was that all the weight room, or was it also
weight room, eating? I don't know. I wasn't trying to. It just like naturally happened.
Okay.
You trying to get on the Langford plan or what? Get super jacked like Wyatt?
Well, I had to kind of cut weight to get where he was at. So I guess sort of.
I love it, dude. All right, so being the young guy in the clubhouse, I mean, what's that? I mean, you got guys like Seager, DeGrom. I mean, you got big dogs in here. What's the experience like?
I kind of leave those two alone just because they always got something to do. But like any other guys, they kind of give me crap and stuff. But I know it's a good thing.
Who's the biggest ball buster? Who do you think it is?
Probably like nonstop. It's probably Haggerty, but besides that, probably Smitty, Freeman, Seager.
You got better hair than Smitty, though.
Yeah, he cut it a little bit, so I mean we're neck and neck. He has good hair.
Do you? What's the routine for that? Are you just? I mean, you shampooing every day? You can't shampoo every day.
Probably shampoo twice a week, maybe twice a week.
Okay.
My wife has like a little mask or something that she puts in it. So.
Okay. So how long have you been married?
Just 4 months.
Oh, you had to think about that.
Yeah.
It's been a long 4 months.
Yeah.
I get it. Somebody asked me, like, man, how long have you been married? I said 3 years. My wife's like, it's been 2. I'm like, yeah, I feel about 10.
For sure.
How'd you do the proposal? Did you go all out with it?
It was on my birthday. This was like 2 years ago. And she thought she was making a surprise birthday for me, but it was really her engagement surprise.
Wow, you flipped the script on her.
Yeah, so she was like trying to tell everybody, show up here, blah, blah, blah. And like she was trying to keep away from me, but little did she know she was like creating her own engagement little ceremony. So it was sick.
That is fantastic.
So how was the wedding planning? Did that get...
I didn't do any of that.
Okay.
She did all
well done. Yeah, stay away from
that. I just said yes to everything, and that's it.
Okay, what about like the housing? Are you apartment right now?
Yeah, we had an apartment in the off season for like a short-term lease, and then just because during the season I'll be able to find something wherever I'm at. So
animals, dog guy?
Not yet. We're getting a dog though for sure.
What kind of dog?
Probably I know she likes doodles.
Like a golden doodle?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like labs and stuff, so.
That could be a perfect mix right there. That's a good plan.
Yeah.
But now you got Herb Street, who likes to have his golden retriever everywhere.
Sure.
What do you think about that? Is that like adorable? Are you into it, or is it too much?
I'm a dog person for sure.
Okay.
If there's a dog in here right now, I'll be petting it and telling it to go fetch or something.
Gosh, me too, man.
I love dogs.
Do you like when your dog like you let your dog lick your face and stuff?
Maybe when I was younger, but like not no more, just because I know how nasty it is.
It's the maturation of a man.
Yeah. When I was like younger, I would just like I wouldn't care, but now I'm like nah.
You were like breaking out the peanut butter and stuff.
No.
Putting that on some fun spots.
Yeah, not that.
We'll dump that. We'll clean that up in post. Don't worry.
So what about all the vets? Like nobody's gold bonding up in here.
Yeah,
like as a young, you don't even need the gold bond either. Like what's the deal with that? That was like a staple back in the day.
Yeah, no. I mean they're good guys. They are giving me crap though, but it's like not like. I know it's all in good fun, you know what I mean? So it's like...
Yeah.
Is it tasks? Are they asking you to do stuff for them, or is it just...
Oh, there's Haggerty. There's the biggest ball buster.
Oh, there he is.
According to Cam, Haggerty's the biggest ball buster.
He was kind of a death player, too. Like, he's intimidating.
He's intense.
At all times, he's locked in, so...
I've been having the runs for 2 days, and I might have just grabbed myself.
Yeah, how does that work when you... Inevitably, you're going to crap your pants on the field, right? Like, how does that...
Just hopefully are quick. Just make it quick.
Tyler Alexander told us he's more of a free baller.
Like, yeah, that's crazy.
Is it?
And that's... Yeah,
and he's not gold bonding either.
Yeah.
He says he doesn't ever chafe.
Yeah, that is insane.
So are you lying to us right now? There's no way.
No, that's insane. I mean, y'all talking about like just putting like baby powder? Yeah, that's a mandatory thing.
Thank you.
Okay, so gold bond. Yes, you powder the donuts.
Yeah, no matter what.
Thank you.
It's slightly part of the routine.
Maybe it's just the gold extend gold bond. That's been the throw off.
Yeah.
Just
just powder.
Baby powder.
Yeah, baby powder.
Because I rock the baby powder too.
The gold bond's fine, but like sometimes it burns. It's like I don't want to deal with that while I'm trying to hit 97. You know what I mean?
100%, dude. And Alexander was he's talking about just like he raw dogs it, like no powder.
That is insane.
Yeah.
No underwear either.
No underwear.
Nothing.
Is he the easiest pitcher to go dong on in camp so far?
No, I mean I'm kind of intimidated of him now. Like that's pretty insane.
He's locked in.
Yeah, I mean
now he's
like free balling is insane.
Well, and he said he actually likes to be uncomfortable on the mound, and that's part of it. So like he does the Roger Clemens thing. Remember what Roger Clemens used to do? He used to put icy hot on his nuts.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's freaking bizarre.
No, that's I mean, he kind of gained some respect, but like, I kind of have to watch what I say to him now. He kind of,
he's got a screw loose.
That's crazy.
So, but if you knew like, hey, I put icy hot on my nutsack, I'm hitting a dong today. Like, if I guarantee you that.
Oh yeah, I'm doing it for sure.
Facts, right?
100%.
Yeah.
Is there a major league pitcher or just any pitcher at any level that you've enjoyed going up against most, or you're most excited to go up against?
Honestly, I don't really care who I face.
I like that. Even keel.
I mean, in reality, I know how like good they are, but if I start thinking like that, then they got me beat. So I don't even look at last names. I don't care.
Being a guy that was drafted, like how important is that relationship that you have with a guy like Kip Fagg in the organization?
I talked to him when I first got signed, and he every time I see him, it's just hello, how's it going, and stuff like that. So he's always doing something because it's New Year's, it's new guys. So when I see him, it's always like, how you doing? Everything's going well.
Hell yeah.
Have you dealt with any like weird pushy fan experiences yet?
Was it Miss Price?
No, nobody really. No.
You was ever like taking your phone and put it in like a buying mode of any kind?
Book buying mode and.
No, what?
Yeah,
I know. I heard that once too.
Before?
Yeah.
One guy.
Wait, what?
But he was cordial with the lady, so we don't.
His name's Brian Broaddus. The Rangers released him, brought him back. I don't know if you've gotten to meet him yet, but if he was like complaining about fans, that's not a good look. Like, what advice would you give to him?
He was one of your teammates at one point, briefly.
I mean, the fans are great, so I mean, they can't do anything wrong. I don't think.
Right? Yeah,
exactly. He's probably not a guy you want to hang out with.
Yeah. Okay. I'll hang out with him if he's a nice guy.
He's really he'll cook for you.
He's crusty. He's got like a bunion, and
have you ever had gout?
Fights gout a little bit.
No, what is that?
Okay, don't worry about it.
You're too young for that, Cam. You don't have to worry about that yet.
I don't know what that is.
You're number 91. Is that?
Tough look, yeah.
Is that here to stay? Like,
no.
What's the okay?
What's your ideal number?
Yeah. What's the swaggiest number you could pull? Whose number are you gonna steal? That's the question.
Nobody, absolutely no one. Probably like 11 would be nice. Any single digit, like like 91 just don't look good on me. Like I feel like you can be really unathletic. If you have a good number, I'll be like, looks pretty athletic out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you can be really athletic and wear like 68 or something. It's like that guy don't look that fast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the number actually helps like the player look better.
No question. No question.
Absolutely. What was the draft process like for you? Because we love the NFL draft. MLB draft doesn't quite get as much coverage, so I wonder like what entailed, like what into that.
College was in the option just because of Texas Tech and Tadlock. He was like, I really liked him, but I also knew like my dream was to play pro ball. So if the number was right and it felt right, then I was gonna go to pro ball.
So it would have been Tech if you didn't go pro ball.
Yeah.
Have you talked with Josh Young about that? Was he
here and there a little bit? Not much though, but here and there we'll talk about it.
Does he have the worst hairline on the team?
I don't know. I honestly don't even look at the power alleys like that. I mean, there's some guys with some power alleys out here. So.
No question, dude.
There's some guys. But
it's rampant, dog.
It's rampant.
So you like new menu items for the Rangers? Canned cauliflower pizza. How does that sit?
Fire, yeah. I
you
love
dig
pizza,
that?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
What's your go-to pie?
Hey, this is crazy. It's from Mod Pizza.
Okay.
Mod.
Trust me on that.
All right.
It's a mega dough with just like normal cheese, pepperoni, a whole bunch of pineapple and ranch drizzle on top. It's the best. I promise.
That sounds delicious.
It's the best thing you'll ever have.
Because I'm a pepperoni pineapple guy.
Gosh, Cam.
It's the best thing you'll ever have.
Okay.
You seem like a trustworthy guy.
No, you have to. If you don't like it, then never interview me again.
It's on me.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we got you.
Well, I think we built a good relationship today. Like, I'm excited about the future.
Yeah.
You're the freaking man. We love you. And good luck. Keep crushing.
Thank you so much,
thank
Cam.
you, guys.
You're the best.
There he is, Cam Cauley, Rangers' young third baseman here in the G-Bag Nation with Wolchuk and Chia following the Rangers clubhouse. A lot of stuff is turning with the Maxx Crosby trade news cycle. So we'll reset you on that. We'll get your thoughts, what you drinking and what you thinking time. You can talk Cowboys, you can talk Rangers, Mavs, Stars, FC Dallas, whatever you want. The only obligation for you is that you answer the questions, what you drinking and what you thinking next year on The Fan.
But tell us, as parents, I know we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It is so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437. Right off the car, not the kid.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The Chargers have started to rebuild their offensive line by signing center Tyler Biadasz today. And while it may not be the sexiest move, quarterback Justin Herbert was sacked 54 times last season, the second most in the NFL, and had the most offensive line combinations in the league. If the Chargers can keep Herbert upright and add an offensive weapon, the Chargers could be dangerous. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Cool cars, cool people, good tires. It's the good guys. 16th LMC Truck Spring Lone Star National. Over 1,500 100 of the baddest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks from across the USA. Bring the family and check out the LMC Ultimate Truck Showcase. Shop the Swap Meet, Fender Midway, free family fun zone, live music, and more. This weekend at Texas Motor Speedway. Details at good-guys.com.
Hey, Tolo, Sean and RJ here with Base Power. You know, in Dallas-Fort Worth, spring doesn't just mean warmer weather and baseball. It means storm season, power outages. That hits fast, leaves neighborhoods in the dark every single year. Storms knock out power across DFW, and the time to repair is now.
Base Power includes whole home battery backup with your electricity plan, so when the grid goes down, your home stays on. And it's a fraction of the cost of generators. When you switch with the fan offer, they'll cover your termination fee up to $250. See if your home qualifies at basepowercompany.com/thefan.
At Mercedes-Benz of Plano, we're proud to be the #1 Mercedes-Benz dealer in Texas with the largest inventory of vehicles in the nation. For 3 years in a row, we've been the recipient of the J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence Award, highlighting our unwavering commitment to exceptional customer service. The most sold, the most trusted, Mercedes-Benz of Plano. We are the star of Texas. Visit our showroom on the Dallas North Tollway at Spring Creek Parkway and online at mbplano.com.
You follow here, Tolos, and I love CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th, and you can trust them to get the job done right. That's why I love them, because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with your free estimate. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. Do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan, in that one segment of the week where you are actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right, at 877-881-1053. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Okay, as always, we go around the broadcast position. We clarify what we are drinking and what we are thinking. Then we get to your phone calls, and we're looking forward to hearing from you here. There's only a couple of rules. Got to answer the questions, and you're not operating heavy machinery at the time of your phone call, which does include an automobile. Currently drinking my second 20-ounce Diet Coke of the day. Feeling good here, live and surprise. Thanks once again to our presenting sponsor, Asco Equipment, for making this happen. I'm thinking about what we heard just over an hour ago at the break. A source telling us the Cowboys did offer 12. They did offer next year's 2. And they offered Osa Odighizuwa to the Raiders for Maxx Crosby. And I love it. You know, let's make this happen, because I'm also thinking about the report that the Cowboys can restructure Max's deal, make the cap hit $7 million, and you still hang on to your 1, so if all hell breaks loose next year, you won't have to, watch a top 10 pick go to the Raiders, something like that. So I love everything about that trade. I love the idea of Osa going and you freeing up cap space as a result of offsetting Max's contract with Osa's, which is around $20 million. That's awesome. I'm also thinking that it's high time you do the same with George Pickens. So you make these big cap numbers over $30 million. You trim that to 7 for Maxx Crosby. I'd like to see something similar happen with George Pickens. Let's just keep adding players. Let's go Alontae Taylor and Jalen Thompson and Nakobe Dean and, pick 20. So, throwing on 5 or 6 new premium faces to this Cowboys defense, I think is what the doctor is ordering right now. And maybe the Cowboys are up for it. But that's what I'm drinking. I'm thinking, I'm pretty fired up, going into this weekend, being on Maxx Crosby watch. It'll be a real fun weekend. And free agency starts next week, so it could just be the start of things. Chiefs, what are you drinking and what are you thinking, buddy?
Just drinking on some water right now, and I'm thinking about Andrew McCutchen. He's taking number 4, jersey number 4. I'm fired up for what he's going to bring to the table here for the Rangers. It's his wife's favorite number, okay? That's why he took it. He had no intention of asking Jack Leiter for number 22 because he knows full well what the number means to Jack and the family. So number 4 for McCutchen. I really like that addition by CY.
Yeah, me too. Wolchuk, drinking, thinking?
Man, I haven't really been drinking much. I'm excited to go and try and get a nice cold beverage when we get to the airport. I am thinking Brandon Nimmo, though, is ready. to go down the line on headset. So I'm excited to hear what he might be drinking and thinking in just a moment whenever we get him back in studio all pulled up and ready to rock.
Yes, that should give us just enough time to hear from Broadus and maybe Lucius about what they're drinking.
Well, let's go to our guest. It sounds like he's ready.
Let's go to our guest as Rangers outfielder Brandon Nimmo joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
We're doing outstanding. I don't know if you could tell here, but we do this weekly staple at closing time called What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Are you sipping on anything right now, Posting?
Yeah, just some electrolytes, getting everything back in. I'm actually, unfortunately, I'm not much of an alcohol drinker, so I just kind of stick to the electrolytes, and I have a cherry Coke every now and again, make myself feel good.
Delicious.
But,
that makes sense, dude. We saw you in the clubhouse. You're super freaking fit.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, you try and win on the edges here. You try and find things that you can take advantage of, and one of those is nutrition and hydration. And as I'm getting older, I got to pay attention to that stuff even more. So, if I want to stick around with these young kids, I gotta watch that stuff. So, trying to watch it. But hey, don't get me wrong. I'll have a good old cherry Coke sometimes. Maybe even an A&W root beer. Oh man, that'll take you back to 12 years old.
Man, wild.
Yeah. Woo, we're getting wild.
None of the 21 and over stuff for you?
Yeah, I mean, every now and again, and playoffs, we'll definitely be having some. Okay. We take the division, things like that. I'll for sure, hop in on the champagne and whatnot. More of just like on the occasion. If something sounds like, oh man, that might actually be good. I'd say 9 out of 10 times I'm like, that's actually not good. But maybe the 1 out of 10, I'm like, oh, okay, I could actually drink that. I could actually have that. So, we're out with the boys having some dinner or whatever. Maybe get some wine for the table. Maybe I'll try a little bit. But other than that, I haven't really. I've just become like a collector of bottles. If the bottle's cool, and it's a good display piece, kind of like a little piece of art. Just trying to just enjoy the piece rather than drink it. So maybe after baseball.
We can tell you from fairly recent experience, a championship parade's a hell of an occasion to
yeah, exactly. I know. You guys have recent experience with it, so yeah. No, I'm all for it. We'll definitely do it. We'll have some drinks together. Come that time. So that sounds like a plan to me.
Yeah, yes, we'll pencil that in.
Pencil that in. That sounds great to me.
Heck, with this pitching staff, man, if we could just get this offense going. But let's start. Let's ask you, like, what attracted you to Texas? What excites you about this lineup?
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously, when the trade came across my table, I did a deep dive into the Rangers and what I would be walking into. And the thing that I was surprised to find, I remember facing the staff, and I remember thinking, they're really good, but on a 3-game series, you never know what you're going to get, and so. I just, I looked at the stats that they gave me, and I went, man, this was the best pitching staff in baseball last year. And I was like, that, it just doesn't make sense. Like that, we all know, pitching wins championships, like gets you to the playoffs. And from there, you have a great shot when you have pitching staff. So, I went and looked at a few things from the offensive side, and, I look at these names, and I look at these hitters, and I'm like, that didn't make much sense. And so, from what I see it was kind of just a, let's say, wrong place, wrong time for some of the guys last year. And, I really see big bounce back coming from them. And I see a lot of talent on this team, young and veteran. And I just think that the record did not reflect what this team is capable of. And so for me, I kind of saw like, man, I could easily see these guys having a bounce back year. And the pieces are all there because, like I said, first of all, you have to have pitching. And clearly the pitching is here. So, CY has done a really good job of putting this together and, continuing to add to it. Thought Gore was an amazing and sneaky trade there, in the offseason. And you really got it. I mean, that's a scary guy to have at number 3 because he was someone that we had to highlight when we would play the Nationals as their ace. And, just knowing that, like, if we don't get on this guy quickly, he can settle in and, really, really go a long way and make it a tough day. So, when you got Jake and Eovaldi, you got Gore, and then, you have Leiter and Kumar, and you got some guys that are fighting for jobs that are extremely talented, extremely good pitchers, and I'm really excited to see what these guys do. So what attracted me was just going through the lineup, going through the rotation, and seeing a whole bunch of talent and feeling like that potential just wasn't reached last year. And that sometimes happens with baseball. Sometimes, especially at the major league level, it can be 1 inch here, 1 inch there, and that can be the difference in a game. And sometimes those add up to a few games, and you miss the playoffs. And it's very small margins we're operating on here. So we're going to try and find those margins, and we're going to try and win on the edges here and make sure this team reaches its potential.
It's Brandon Nimmo here on the home of your Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We got to see your debut against Brazil, which was an absolute shellacking. How have you felt now since you got a couple of ABs under your belt? And what's the importance in spring training for you? Like, what do you want to have solidified for when the season starts?
Yeah, for me, I want 95 and 98 to feel like you're in the season again. But when you get back from spring, it's hard to explain, but you get back to spring and you remember what it was like at the end of the year, and it just becomes normal. You're used to the timing of it, and you're used to just being in the grind every single day. And that doesn't mean it's easy. It just means that your eyes and your timing is more used to it. And you're making small adjustments from there. But when you get back from spring into spring, it looks like somebody shot it out of a cannon when you get to the plate. And so the biggest thing is to just keep getting the at-bats, keep getting exposed to it, find out where kind of the slack in your swing is right now, because your body changes slightly over the off season. You work out, you put on muscle, you maybe get a little bit tighter, maybe you worked on mobility. We all have things that we work on in the off season to try and come back better. And your body's usually just a tad different, and you got to find out what your cues are in order to get the slack out of your swing and to make decisions the right way. And so really what I'm looking for is for that timing to come back, and then I'm looking for my decision making to start reflecting, what my plan is when I'm going up there. And so we're getting closer to that, and that's good. And then obviously, guys, the main goal of spring training is to come out of it healthy. You gotta be ready for opening day, and you gotta be ready to play 7 months of baseball. And so that shift happened for me in 2022 when I really started to focus more on the season being the most important thing, and the game that day during the season being the most important thing. And then whatever happens on the outside as far as practice and weight training and all, and agility work and all that other stuff, that's great, and we do that on the side to supplement it, but making sure that the game is the most important thing, and that if all you've got that day is, listen, I can do these few things and I can be ready for the game and I can play in that, and that's what you need to do. And not every day is going to be the same. So getting to that point in spring training where I've created a regimen now to track our running, track our sprint speeds, track swing load and how much we're throwing, in order to make the season the most important thing, and being ready for opening day the most important thing.
How does a guy from Cheyenne, Wyoming, become a damn good baseball player?
That
is not
a lot of hard
path.
Yeah, it's not the path. There's been a lot of hard work, a lot of help along the way. I've had very good mentors in my life. I've had a very supportive family that told me to reach for the stars, but always have a backup plan. So they always supported my dream of being a Major League Baseball player. I wanted to be one ever since I can remember. And I think my parents have told me that it seemed even more so than some other people. It just seemed like I really thought that I was going to be a Major League Baseball player and that I could do it. And they never told me any differently. They just said, hey, go for it. We're going to support you. We're going to do whatever we can in order to help you with that. But also, you still got to do well at school. You still got to, go and do these other things because, this is a one of those long shot things, like you just mentioned. It's not the path more, well traveled, and so an injury could happen, and it could sideline you for the rest of your life, and you gotta have backup plans. And so, a lot of this came from my American Legion coach. He was such a good mentor for me. Tried to make practices harder than the games. He tried to put pressure on us in practice so that when we got to game time, it was kind of easier. And I appreciate that so much, going through it now. He was someone that saw a lot of potential in me and actually got me invited to the Tournament of Stars, which was like a tryout for the USA team in high school. And I did well there. And from there, I got invited to the Under Armour All-American game, and I got to play in Wrigley Field, and that was already a dream come true. And I remember just thinking, man, this is so cool, and I ended up doing well at that, and kind of took off from there. But without his lobbying for me and the opportunity to be there, who knows where this goes. But a lot of open doors at the right time, doing well at the right time, a lot of hard work to be prepared for those opportunities, and a lot of support from a lot of different people. Learned a lot from my older brother. He played baseball at the University of Nebraska, and he had to learn kind of how you need to be your own best coach, and you need to know your swing inside and out and not just rely on other people to tell you what to do all the time. You have to take initiative because they might not know the best version of you. And the swing is a funny thing. The same swing doesn't work for everyone. It's kind of more of an art than a science. I know we have a lot of science behind it now, and there are some basics that work for everyone, but you kind of have to find your own way. And without him, we might have stumbled on that block along the way. And so I have a lot of people to thank for why I'm here and how I'm here. But it is most definitely the path less traveled, but I was never deterred by that, and my family supported me in that. And my dad, I remember, he just always told me, if you're good enough, they'll find you. There's going to be someone in Latin America that this is their way of getting off the island, and you got to be willing to work harder than them. This is not a matter of fun for them. This is a matter of food on their table versus not, getting into the U.S. versus not. And when he put that, that in front of me, it made me realize at a young age, and I'm so thankful that he told me that and made me understand that at an early age. And I'm glad that I was able to comprehend that, because I feel like at a young age sometimes you don't comprehend that and you're like, whatever, but I did. I took it personally and I said, okay, then I got to be willing to do stuff that other people aren't willing to do. And so when you get to that last rep and you feel tired and you're like, well, yeah, I should probably do one more, because and those stack, and good days stack, and just doing the one more rep over years, it stacks. And that's kind of what I've tried to do early in my career, is just try and work harder. And then now I've had to learn, okay, how do I work smarter? Because you can't always, as you start to get older, you can't always just go and be like, well, I'm gonna go run 100 sprints, because then that might beat you up for the next couple days or something like that. And you have to learn, okay, how do I be really efficient with this? How do I get the most out of my body right now, and how do I be really, really smart about how we go to work? And we use a lot of that stuff now, catapult stuff, in order to track, like I said, swing loads, sprint speeds, and we're very efficient about how we do things, but we're making sure that we get that stuff done. And that's how you get to the spot. It's not a one way. There's not one way to skin the cat. It's definitely a different path for everyone. But it's been my way, and I've been really, really proud of it, and extremely thankful to the people in my life that have helped me get here.
Well, you're the man, Brandon. You need to talk to those younger teammates, teach them how to talk.
Yeah.
Terrific explanation, sir.
Well,
we
thank you. I appreciate that.
Congrats on your success. Congrats on making it to Texas. We plan to keep you for a while. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you guys having me on, and I'm really excited to be here. Got a great group, and I'm really excited about this season.
Let's go. We'll see you back in Texas, buddy.
Thank
Brandon
you.
Nimmo,
Appreciate you guys.
Rangers outfielder on the Zero Res hot seat. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res. Man, he did enough talking for him and Langford and Josh Young.
Yeah, he made up for it. Man. Move over, PJ Carlissimo.
Yes, sir.
Make a place for Brandon
It was funny
Nimmo.
because last night I was talking to Jared about him, and he's like, hey, just so you know, if you're going to be close to the top of the hour, you need a break, maybe hold that last question because he's like me.
Okay.
He'll go.
And then Broadus asked him the biography question. Take us back to when you were 5 years old in Wyoming.
Let's just go back and forth.
Guy wanted to be a bull rider.
Yeah. I'll give you my whole life story here from age 8 to yesterday. Just rotate him with Jake Berger every other week for the Rangers players.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. I'll sign up for
get it
that.
done at a high level. All right. We were going around the broadcast position talking about what we're drinking and thinking. Lucius, how do you want to play this? Do we still have time to do this?
You know what? If you can do it without pontificating a little bit too much, just get in there, get out, get these Tolos and say what they got to say. We can do it that way.
Let's do this.
All right.
Brian, drinking, thinking?
I'm currently drinking water right now. I'm thinking what a fine weekend it's going to be trying to figure out this Maxx Crosby thing.
I love it. He's on the case for you. Lucius, drinking, thinking?
Topo Chico, and that's it.
Well done, sirs. Who's first?
All right, let's go to Tim in Carthage. Tim, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Thank you, Lucius. First off, thank you, Gavin, for wearing that Carthage hat today.
Oh, thanks for that.
Carthage is a super football town, but it's also a super baseball town. Cool. Great shows this week, guys. I listened to every one of the 5 hours every day, Zach. And I'm telling you right now, without a shadow of doubt, I'm drinking a little bit of bourbon with a little bit of Sprite. Thinking to myself that if you ever want to watch a great show, watch Butler on Netflix. It stars it during a time in 1955 when I was born. That was one of the darkest decades, but in American history. Congrats to Brian for being number one. I put you and CA at the top of the hill.
Thank you, sir.
Brian, I do want to ask you 2 questions real quick. Maxx Crosby, does he have any say in the matter that's being negotiated right now? And number 2, if you think that Haynes King will be drafted. And it's been great talking. Great to talk up. I don't want to take any more time because I know we're on the clock. But I love you guys, and I just want to say this is Tim Chief in Carthage.
There he goes. Cheers.
Pappy. We
Salute
love
to you, Tim.
I think Haynes King does get drafted. Georgia Tech, we got those coming up.
Legend.
We're going to look at those guys. Tough player. And I think that Maxx Crosby, if they're going to do this for Maxx Crosby, I think they're going to ask. I think there's that kind of respect. So let's see how this plays out. So if he has a say, sure. But I think it's going to be the Raiders trying to find the best deal.
Drinking his Sprite and bourbon?
Bourbon, yeah.
I guess that answers Polo's question from last week.
Yeah.
Who's next, Lucius?
Harrison in Mesquite. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, brother?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I'm drinking on a little H2O today. I'm thinking, hey, that Brandon guy was impressive. He was original and authentic. I like him for the Rangers.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm out on Maxx Crosby, guys. Gavin, you and Giafalo, you guys made great points while we didn't need him. I don't want to give up any picks, man. I want to go young. I think the back end is where we hurting the most with the Cowboys, especially at safety. And really the Rebel is not proving nothing, but he's probably going to have a better year since he was hurt coming off the injury last year. So I'm thinking the offense is going to lead the Cowboys, not the defense. We just need a decent 15-ranked defense, middle of the pack.
Appreciate the call, Harrison in Mesquite. Quality points. It's risky, I just think with Dak at this age, it's not the time to go young.
No, I mean, you just talking about Rebel. You went young. What's happening there? You just contradicted yourself, Harrison.
We need players that can win now, and I'm kind of going along with it with the idea that we're going to go restructure crazy. And it's not like Maxx and a budget player. It's Maxx and maybe 2 or 3 more good players once you go restructure. Flipping switches, Lucius. Who's next?
Dio in Arlington. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Hey, guys, I'm drinking water, and I'll be really quick because it's a kind of loaded question. But I got a question for Broadus. Could you walk me through, like, the exact mechanics behind how compensatory picks are determined in the NFL? Like,
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Okay.
No.
Awesome. That was great. Diamond Mike, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, brother?
Man, I'm drinking a little water because I just got off of work, but later I'll be at Victor Brewing drinking up over there with the boys. What I'm thinking right now, I'm super, super excited just that I'm hearing stuff happening by old man Jerry, man. This is the gambling guy that we want. This is the gambling guy that actually cares. We want that old juice out of him. He probably doesn't think he has much life, but if we keep on making decisions like that, he's going to have a lot to live. That's out.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yes. We got young Jerry. Yeah. We got Wildcat and Jerry.
By the way, I meant no disrespect to the gentleman that asked that question. I don't know. I don't think the guys in the league know how that thing works. There's some kind of formula they do it with the players you lost and
how much money they got.
Nobody's ever sat down and explained why they do. I think it's like, let's just randomly give this team a 3 and let's.
Cowboys are pretty good at it. I think they've got the second most comp
they
picks
talk about
all time.
They talk about letting guys go and not, but no one has ever sat down in the league and explained this is the exact rules for why we do compensatory picks. So I wasn't trying to be a smartass. I'm just telling you, I don't know.
You just sounded like one on accident.
Yeah.
Who's next, Lucius?
Joe in Denton. Joe, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, Joe?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I'm just drinking some water right now, and what I'm thinking is I'm in on the Maxx Crosby deal. I think the Cowboys will do good with Maxx, but I got a question for Brian.
Yeah.
Hey, do you think Savon Rebel could get moved to safety?
No, I don't. I think he's a corner. I think they want to play him there. I think that's, if you talk to the new defensive coordinator like we did at the Combine, I think he's super happy to see what this kid can do playing corner. So, no, I think that they like the length. They like his ability to move. I think he's going to be just fine. He just needs an off season to work on his craft and not have to wear that knee brace playing in a game anymore. I think he's going to be a corner for you next year.
Polo. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, here we go.
I was going to get right to it, buddy. Get right to it. Polo. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, dog?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, happy Friday. I'm drinking some Hennessy and some Coca-Cola. I feel great right now because I don't know, I just feel great. But anyway, Gavin, I turned the radio on a little bit while ago, and you said, okay, I didn't hear what you said about the trade for Maxx Crosby. What did y'all say for Maxx Crosby?
This year's 12, next year's second-round pick, and Osa Odigizua is the rumor.
Okay, first of all, can I say the H word on here?
What's that?
The H-E-double hockey stick word.
Yeah, go ahead, fam.
First of all, hell no. Guys, I got to be dumb. Don't get me wrong. Maxx Crosby's an okay defensive end. I know Brothers is for to get on my butt for what I'm about to say. But y'all got to look at it like this. Maxx Crosby played in the AFC West. The only good quarterback they've had over the last couple of years has been Patrick Mahomes. And other than that, I don't see him really doing nothing. Every year he always somebody talking about he hurt his shoulder. No, man. Keep your draft picks. If y'all wouldn't have to worry about trading nobody, if y'all go get some coaches that know what they're doing and know how to coach up talent, just like the Dallas Mavericks. Y'all go get all these cold players when they're rookies, then they leave and become superstars somewhere else, like Jalen Brunson. I ain't gonna say that about Luka, but they dumb. Like Andrew McCutcheon. Why y'all trying to go get Andrew McCutcheon right now? He could be somebody pop-off. This man, almost 40 years old. Y'all should have got this man 20 years ago, man. Every sport that Dallas has, we always try to go get somebody superstar when they pass their prime. Don't trade that pick, Jerry. Somebody stretch your skin out like the crypt keeper and keep your skin tight because you're doing something dumb. Don't trade no pick, Jerry. Don't do it. Bye.
There he goes, Polo and Garland.
I wonder if he still thinks Cooper Flagg's Keith Van Horn.
Yeah.
It's a fair question.
A very fair question.
Opens the line at 877-881-1053.
Quality evaluator, that Polo.
Mm-hmm. Is that it, Lucius?
Nah, we got the last but not least. Black and Gold B. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
What's going on, fellas? Man, I'm just drinking some water right now. Still alcohol free for now. Might give it a couple more weeks and we'll crack some open. But I'm just thinking, man, how great things are, man. We had a baby girl on Sunday.
Great.
Everything went great. Yes, sir. Everything went great. So huge shout out to the nurses and doctors at Methodist Hospital there in Oak Cliff. They're awesome. And it's crazy because our daughter was born a week early, but it was the on-call doctor was the same doctor who delivered my son 5.5 years ago. So I knew everything was going to be great, man. So Dr. K, she's amazing. Yeah, man, my baby girl, she's 6 days old, but she owns my heart already. So Layla Daenerys Tillery, she's here, man. We're happy. So the song, before I go, the song I'm going to recommend is Layla by Derek and the Dominoes. Hey, y'all have a great weekend, fellas.
There he goes, Black and Gold Bead, wrapping up a Friday night edition of What You Drinking and What You Thinking. We'll come back with the G-Bag of the Day in L.A. Live, and we're off and running here. On a Friday night, our spring training coverage is brought to you by ASCO Equipment. It's brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the #1 Mercedes dealer in Texas. On-time experts, AC, heating and air conditioning, and base power. And we're coming back with G-Bag of the Day in L.A. Live here on The Fan.
If you're in the market for a truck, I know you know this. East Dallas Diesel is the only place you need to look. Here's why. Every single truck on that lot, it's custom, baby. I'm talking wheels, I'm talking tires, trim, and they got every brand you can think of. Ford, Chevy, GMC, Ram, Toyota, you name it, and it's also the best place for motor cars. East Dallas Motor Cars, they become your one-stop shop for incredible luxury vehicles, too. We're talking the Range Rovers, the Bentleys, the BMWs, Corvettes, Escalades, Tahoes. Heck, I might be hitting them up because I'm going to go ahead and get a new ride here as well. So the great thing is when it comes to looking at financing, East Dallas Diesel, they're going to work with you to find the best deal possible, no matter the budget. And if you're at eastdallasdiesel.com and you're looking and you're seeing, I like that, not exactly what I want, that's why they're there. Okay, call my guy Tony. They're going to hook you up. They're going to customize whatever it is that you're looking for to make sure you're in your dream ride. Tony Alberti, he has been in the car and truck game for over 30 years. He's running this thing with his dad. It's family-owned, family-operated. They're the best. EastDallasDiesel.com. Check them out. EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom is the standard.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon, making it easier than ever to connect and save at home and on the go. And for a limited time, Frontier customers who switch to a Verizon mobile plan could get our best price ever. 2 mobile lines for just $50 per month. Visit Verizon.com/Welcome Frontier to learn more. Frontier and Verizon. Better together. $55 per line for 2 lines. Less $60 monthly promo credits apply to account over 36 months. In times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Take your shot. Youngblood, starring Ashton James and Blair Underwood, is the hockey drama about heart, grit, and second chances. In theaters nationwide March 6th. Tickets are on sale now. Don't miss it.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Every shift matters. Every shot counts. Youngblood, starring Ashton James and Blair Underwood, is a gripping hockey drama about heart, grit, and second chances. When the game is on the line, you take your shot. Don't miss Youngblood. Only in theaters March 6th. Tickets on sale now.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-239-1749. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-239-1749. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-239-1749. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-239-1749. 800-239-1749 or biglou.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by H-E-B.
Call in all beauty fans. Save 25% on all beauty at your H-E-B now through March 10th, including sun care, makeup, skin care, hair care, nail, and personal cleansing products. See yellow coupon for full details and exclusions. H-E-B. Here, everything's better.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Surprise Ranger Spring Training. Just had a great conversation with outfielder Brandon Nimmo from about 5:05 to 5:20 or so. You can go back and listen to that. And we'll get back on the clock here as we jump into the G-Bag of the Day in LA Live, the Expressway, brought to you by the On Time Experts. And here's Lucius.
Here we go. All right. Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day so far comes from this very station. It happened during Crosstalk. Fan After Dark, G-Bag Nation, fan phenom Eric. I'm not sure what he said. I'll play you the bleep version, then the unbleep version, and we can break it down and figure out which one it is. But yeah, they were talking about the Dallas Mavericks.
Nobody, you have no shot creators right now. Brandon Williams can get himself a bucket, but can't get anybody else one. Max Christie is kind of the opposite. He's helping everybody do the little things, but he can't get himself. No one can get him a bucket, if you will.
He had a rough night last night, too. That one air ball that hit the top of the backboard was rough.
Yeah, it was. Okay.
Real bleepy night. That's pro athlete swagger, you know. He's a pro runner.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. You guys know that?
Yeah, track guy.
Yeah. I think that's pro athlete swagger right there, Lucius.
All right, let's hear the unredacted version here.
Okay.
Good luck.
Max Christie is kind of the opposite. He's helping everybody do the little things, but he can't get himself. No one can get him a bucket, if you will.
He had a rough shooting night last night, too. That one air ball that hit the top of the backboard was rough. Yeah. So
Yeah, that might have been a slip up on his part.
What did he say, dog?
He said rough twice, I think. I think he tried to correct himself with another rough.
Real rough shooting night, but it just kind of
no one can get him a bucket, if you will.
He had a rough shooting night last night, too.
In real time.
He said real. He didn't say rough.
Yeah. You think he said real there?
Yeah.
Real SE night? Yeah. I mean, in real time, that's how I felt. I was.
He might have.
I was jolted a little bit when I heard it.
I can see why.
Jolted.
It was kind of stunned a little
what
bit.
comes out of your mouth every once in a while. Yeah.
He had a rough shooting night last night.
Oh.
It's crazy, bro.
It's crazy.
Rough shooting.
Rough shooting. He said rough shooting.
I think it's rough shooting.
I think he said it.
But my mind doesn't hear
I'm backing the kid.
I can't hear it.
He had a rough shooting night last night.
That's what he was going for. What it sounded like might be different.
This is like the blue and gold dress or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's get these other ones out the way real quick here. Misfit Boxing. There's a Misfit Boxing event happening, tomorrow, I believe it is. Carla Jade is going to be fighting, and she's going to fight this girl named Pearl Gonzalez that used to be in the UFC.
Oh, in the UFC, yeah, with the fake boobies.
Yeah. These girls, kind of cute to be fighting, but they're really, really awful at trash talking. Like, it's really bad. They're disrespecting each other. Listen to this girl, Carla Jade, go off on Pearl Gonzalez. Viewer discretion is advised.
But just from the jump, that nice girl shit doesn't run with me, pal, because you wasn't Miss Nice Girl when you was slapping me in the face. And, you know, we had our little meeting and you wasn't Nice Girl then. So I know the cameras are on and you're trying to play this little thing, but it doesn't suit you. So take the dress off, put the trackie back on and, you know, just stay in your lane, babe.
Oh, I'm in my lane, sweetheart. You're coming to my world.
Lose a lane, and I'm coming to take my bout. That bout was mine before you ever even arrived here, so don't worry. She's no threat to me at all. Yeah, failed UFC career, failed bare knuckle career. Come over here to the influencers because she's out of work, so...
Failed career, but you have 4 kids and no baby dad.
Come on.
Okay.
But my kids are with their baby dad right now, you dumb f***. So, it makes no sense, you f***ing burrito-eating f***ing dumb Andy Ruiz-built potato-looking motherfucker.
Whoa!
Who are you talking to? This
good, girl.
Have you got kids, pal? Have you got kids? Or are you barren?
No, I didn't want to touch you.
You ugly barren
my
bitch.
Career, my whole life. I've been
ugly barren bitch. No one would want to breed that, would they, babe? You don't worry about my kids. They're living their best life. Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate the paychecks over here.
I don't take anything personal.
You obviously do, you fucking ugly bitch.
Ooh.
Oh
my Someone's mad.
I'm excited because you face me off in a minute.
Oh my goodness.
Get ready.
Big mouth. Your mouth opens just as much as your leg.
Really? Fucking burrito eating.
Okay, it's enough.
Back to the burrito.
That's uncomfortable.
Oh my gosh.
Burrito
Catty moms
eating. Wow.
Salute shaming each other and body shaming, and
it's just aggressive.
I'm just so outraged that she made a diss out of calling somebody a burrito eater, you know?
Yeah.
I'm constantly eating burritos.
It's delicious.
I was thinking,
Do we have a problem here, honey?
Andy Ruiz potato built.
Yeah, that's crazy because Andy Ruiz is funny built film.
The potato portion of that was redundant.
Yeah.
She definitely got mad.
Yeah, she did.
She got mad, kind of crashed out.
Did she
but
bring up the kids?
Her trash talking went from a 0 out of 10 to a solid 7 to me there. Once she got called out for having 4 different fathers of her children.
Right.
Are you barren? Are you barren?
You barren B-word.
Her womb is so polluted. Russell Wilson. Not Russell Wilson. Oh, my God. Get in this day. Russell Westbrook. He confronted the reporters last night during the postgame. Did y'all see that?
Yeah.
Kings took an L. Russell Wilson's tired of all the talk out there. Russell Wilson again. Oh, my God! Russell Westbrook.
It's your former teammate, man. Beast mode. Let's go.
I'm losing it. Here we go.
What can be accomplished in these last 19 games?
Go out, compete. This is a game. You're a professional. Go out and play. And that's all you can do. Which I think, though, because y'all got a lot of answers and y'all always be talking. Oh, it's very interesting. Y'all don't got no. You guys have a lot of opinions about how we do what we doing. What you got? No, you. Yeah, you make a lot of statements and broad statements that you have no context. So where do you get your context from? Are you in practice? Are you at our film session? Are you anywhere around the building? No, I haven't seen you at practice. So the false context of, and actually, do you know me? No, you don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know me. But you make a lot of comments as though you do know me. You guys' job is to talk about the game, what's happening in the game, not stir up a bunch of, I don't want to cuss here because I want to get fined, but stir up a bunch of stuff that is not accurate. And that's my problem. And I think the respect level is that we respect y'all, we respect what y'all do. Y'all come in, y'all make y'all comments, and nobody say nothing. It'd be great if we can critique y'all, but we don't. We have our job, we come do our job the best way we know how to. Wins, losses, all a part of the game. And after that, we go home. Y'all go home and see your families, we go home and see our families, and that's that. But don't make false context comments about people as individuals, people who they are, what they do, what they're thinking, why they're doing this, how come they're doing that. If you don't know, don't say nothing you don't know nothing about. And that's particularly for you.
Oh.
Man, that's good. I think players should do this more often. You know, maybe they'd get a little bit more respect. I know, you know, there's some players out there that get that reputation. You definitely don't want to be putting words in their mouth, and Russell Westbrook is one of them. And I think it'd be great if players did a podcast talking about the media members that have it the most wrong. That's a must download, isn't it?
Wow. Yes, dude. That
like you could play clips of us talking and then just dunk all over us and give the real story.
Yeah.
And then if you really gave the inside story on the backside of that, that's good content.
Would it be helpful to the media if players did a better job of explaining what happened during games?
Yes.
Like jumped in and
yes.
Like if something happens, instead of like ducking us, like ducking Fred or Blake in a locker room setting like with the Cowboys, after a game, that you kind of like go in there and maybe, hey, listen, this is what happened. This is what I made a mistake here,
Yeah, the thing that annoyed me because
if players would educate us more, I think you would have a smarter media. I do.
It was like a 5-minute clip. Nobody asked like what specifically was it. Nobody had the cojones. Like what? There's obviously something specific here.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they never asked that follow up? I don't know that he would have given it to him because he was pretty ticked off, but still, they never asked. That's a pretty poor reflection on the journalistic nature of that group.
Yeah. I think you have to ask questions of these guys that, help me here,
Well, the only thing that I would say to Russell would be like, the job is really to entertain the audience. It's to get people consuming your content. So, like anything is fair game. And the fact that there's human interest to it is what makes it so popular. It's the soap opera that makes it so popular. That's what Jerry does. If it's not for the soap opera and people caring about all the little details of what could you be thinking and what's this and what's that and the scuttlebutt of it, it's a much smaller media pie. Mm-hmm. Like it's that interest that makes a game. I mean, it's played 82 times a season, and a lot of the plays are repetitive. You got to wait around for like maybe 3 or 4 really exciting plays over the course of 2.5 hours, but you do because of the drama and all the stuff that comes along with it. So, but I think Russell has a good point.
Yeah, you should watch the whole 6-minute clip. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. At one point, one of the media dudes was like, well, you guys have the worst record in the league.
Yeah.
How about that? This isn't one, but I'm going to leave this here because I don't want it in the folder anymore. Man jumped out of his car because there was a wasp in it. I totally get it. I get it. Wasps are scary, fam. Wasps are scary. If it's it's a fly, you just roll down the window. Yeah, they do. And then when they fly, the little sound that they make when they fly. Anyway.
Like they're built by the devil.
Yeah, exactly. They do look like it. But listen to this dude react, man. He got zesty.
Oh, my God. Oh, no. He said, wash my car. Oh, my God.
Live on all your radios and streaming all over the world. Mix 101.9.
Is that a mic'd up Carl Anthony Towns?
Oh, yeah. It did sound like him.
Oh, my God.
The wasp out.
I've been in a good place with Wasp for a couple of years now, Lucius, ever since I told you about that rampage I went on in the pool, taking out those wasps.
Yeah.
I've been growing in confidence. Now I'm using my hands. And the key is just to hit them in the head. Obviously you don't want to hit them in the back. You could get stung.
You're hitting the wasp with your hands?
Yeah.
And
I'll knock
crushing
them right out
them?
of the sky. Yeah. Well, sometimes you got to finish them. Sometimes you got to finish them with a foot, but you can stun them pretty good.
Wow, if you're doing that in front of the kids, bro, they're like, Dad.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Dad, get over here. There's a wasp. Kill it with your own hands.
Get it.
Yeah, that's
No
big
problem.
dad move right there, bro. Big dad energy. Pause. All right, let's do
Diet
this.
Coke and watch this. Okay, it's time to vote. Is it fan phenom Eric in the rough shooting night? The mixed fit boxing Carla J and Pearl Gonzalez.
That's wild.
Russell Westbrook confronting the media. Man jumps out of his car to escape a wasp. I like the boxing trash talk. Kind of cringy, explosive, kind of offensive. Chief, who you voting for?
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. I'm going to go with the champ.
Alrighty, we are tied at 1. Lucius, who you
I
going
agree
with?
with everything you said. I'm going to go with the champ. Yeah, the boxing trash talk, bro.
Well, Chuck,
I'm with you, man. I think it's the boxing trash talk.
Brad?
Boxing.
By a score of 4-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. If you ever miss it, tune in at 2:20. Lucius will replay the chant for you right before Wolchuk's Top 10. Let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius in LA Live.
Yeah, Feel Good Friday. Let's go.
Well, all right, squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toast. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody.
When I was 13, I was playing baseball. And one time I was up to bat, and I get walked. So I take my base, I get to first base, and I turned around, and the catcher was still standing there, and he was holding the ball. He's like staring at me, like he was like daring me to run. Like he was like, just go, I bet you can't make it. And I was like, all right, man, I'm gonna go. So I just ran. When I ran, he threw it over through second base. Ball goes in the outfield. So then I run to third base. The outfield grabs the ball. They overthrow third base. My third